A young man from Earth finds himself unexpectedly transported to a mystical realm of cultivation, where he is forcefully approached by a beautiful saintess. Awakening a powerful system, he gains access to dual cultivation techniques, attracting the affection of numerous divine maidens and fairies. As he embarks on a transformative journey from a lowly servant to a formidable cultivator, he must navigate the treacherous waters of power, desire, and survival. With each challenge, he uncovers the secrets of his new life, striving to become a god amidst the chaos of the cultivation world. In the depths of a mysterious cave, he wakes up in an old man's body, grappling with the shock of his new identity. Just as despair sets in, he encounters a stunning woman in distress, leading to an unexpected twist of fate. As they entwine, he discovers the hidden potential within himself, unlocking the path to rejuvenation and strength. However, with power comes danger, and he must fend off threats while mastering his newfound abilities. The stakes are high, and the journey to immortality is fraught with peril and temptation. Yin Feng groggily opened his eyes, realizing he was lying on a cold, unyielding stone bed. Rubbing his eyes and surveying his surroundings, he found himself in a dim, damp cave, with several oil lamps casting an eerie greenish glow on the walls, their flickering light creating grotesque, distorted shadows. "Where am I?" he murmured, his voice hoarse, startling even himself. He distinctly remembered staying up late in his university dormitory the previous night, engrossed in video games with his roommates until the early hours. How did he suddenly awaken in such a dreadful place? The cave was chilling, filled with a musty odor and an inexplicable herbal scent that left him feeling dizzy. A sudden, sharp pain struck his temples, causing Yin Feng to gasp involuntarily. The pain was abrupt and intense, as if countless needles were simultaneously piercing his brain. Almost immediately, a torrent of unfamiliar memories surged into his mind, leaving him breathless. It turned out that the owner of this body was a centenarian named Yin Feng, a mere janitor in the Blood Demon Valley, not even qualifying as a formal disciple. He had endured relentless bullying, performing the dirtiest and most laborious tasks while subsisting on the worst of foods. What the hell? I've transmigrated. And into an old man? Yin Feng struggled to prop himself up, examining his hands in the ghostly light. The sight nearly took his breath away. His hands were frail and emaciated, the skin sagging as if stretched over bone, covered in deep brown age spots, with swollen knuckles that trembled slightly. He touched his face, finding only wrinkles and a sparse, grizzled beard on his chin. Conflicted emotions surged within him. He was astonished that he had truly transmigrated, yet disheartened by his new identity. While others became youthful geniuses or noble heirs, he had become an old man nearing death. What a disappointing start. Just as he wallowed in self-pity, a sudden flurry of hurried footsteps echoed from outside the stone door. The sound was chaotic and unsteady, indicating the person was in a state of extreme panic. The stone door was flung open with a loud bang, and a figure stumbled in. "Ah, it's so hot, so hot." The newcomer emitted a series of pained groans, yet her voice was as melodious as a silver bell. Yin Feng stared in disbelief. It was a stunning woman clad in white, with a face like a peach blossom and eyes resembling autumn waters, now flushed with crimson, her gaze reflecting an unnatural light. Upon entering, she began to tear at her clothing, her movements frantic and desperate, already exposing a large expanse of her snow-white skin. "Miss, please calm down," Yin Feng stammered, instinctively shrinking deeper into the stone bed. His aged body could hardly withstand such turmoil. If she were to make a misstep, she could very well take his life. Yet, the woman seemed oblivious to his words, rushing to the stone bed and grabbing his wrist with astonishing strength, far beyond that of a delicate maiden. Yin Feng felt as though his wrist might shatter. "Quick, give me the antidote." The woman gasped, her breath hot against Yin Feng's face, carrying an unusual fragrance. "What antidote? I don't know." Panic seized Yin Feng. This frail body lacked even the strength to resist. However, the woman disregarded his protests, forcefully pushing him back onto the stone bed. With a swift motion, their clothes flew apart. Her actions were rough and urgent, and Yin Feng cried out in terror, "Wait. Please, you need to be careful. My old bones might break." But his pleas fell on deaf ears. He sensed his vitality rapidly draining away. This aging body could not endure such stimulation. "System, Golden Finger, just send me something to save my life." Yin Feng cried desperately in his mind, nearly on the verge of tears. This transmigration experience was horrendous. Just when he believed he was about to meet his demise, a mechanical voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding. Host nearing death, longevity dual cultivation system activated. Host receives initial reward. Alchemy talent, beginner, 3 chi gathering pills. What the hell, my golden finger really came. Yin Feng was filled with both shock and joy as a warm current surged through him, and 3 emerald green pills appeared in his hand. Without hesitation, he swallowed one, and a wave of vitality began to flow within him, barely sustaining his life. The pill dissolved instantly, transforming into a gentle warmth that nourished his nearly desiccated body. What a ridiculous beginning. Yin Feng lamented, yet his body's instinctive reactions rendered him unable to resist the alluring woman. Just then, the system's prompt chimed again. Ding. Dual cultivation with high-quality furnace body, cultivation level 10, current realm, Chi refinement stage 1 to Chi refinement stage 2. As the system notification concluded, Yin Feng felt a new warmth within him, and his aging body seemed to regain a hint of vitality. The once shriveled muscles began to fill out slightly, and the wrinkles on his skin appeared to soften. Is it effective? Yin Feng's eyes brightened as he suddenly comprehended the system's workings. The woman seemed to sense Yin Feng's change as well. Her movements intensified, and her breathing grew increasingly rapid. My name is Lu Ruyin. Remember who killed you? She said through gritted teeth, her eyes flashing with fleeting clarity before being submerged by desire. Yin Feng then realized that this woman had not entirely lost her sanity. She was under the influence of a potent drug, compelled to seek an antidote, but would undoubtedly eliminate him afterward. So ruthless? Yin Feng's heart sank. Ding. Dual cultivation with high-quality furnace body, cultivation level 15, current realm, Chi refinement stage 2 to Chi refinement stage 3. As his cultivation level increased, Yin Feng felt profound changes occur within his body. The previously emaciated muscles began to fill out, age spots gradually fading, and even his grizzled hair started to regain its color. Lu Ruyin seemed to notice the anomaly, yet the drug's effects left her incapable of rational thought, compelling her to instinctively seek more. Suddenly, a surge of power welled up within Yin Feng, granting him a newfound sense of agency. At this moment, his body had reverted to a condition reminiscent of a man in his 60s. Though still bearing signs of age, his strength had significantly increased. You seek death. Lu Ruyin's eyes flashed with anger, only to quickly transform into a haze of confusion. Yin Feng felt a torrent of spiritual energy coursing through him, and the accumulated wisdom of 50 years flooded his mind, offering him a profoundly new comprehension of cultivation. No longer was he the modern youth, oblivious to the intricacies of cultivation. He now possessed the memories and experiences of the original owner of this body, a practitioner with a century's worth of knowledge. As time passed, Yin Feng's cultivation ascended rapidly. From the brink of death as a centenarian, he gradually regained his youth, ultimately resembling a man in his 40s. Upon achieving a breakthrough, an announcement resonated. Congratulations to the host for reaching the 9th level of Chi refinement. Rewards materialized: 2 rejuvenation pills, 1 detoxification pill, and 1 invisibility talisman. By the conclusion of this transformation, Yin Feng's appearance had matured into that of a man in his 40s, although still slightly older than his actual age, a stark contrast to his previous state as a centenarian. Lu Ruyin, now fully awake, seethed with rage. Old lecher, I shall slay you, she declared, striking towards Yin Feng's chest with a palm infused with the force of her 7th level of Chi refinement, unleashing a fierce gale. Calmly, Yin Feng raised his hand to block the attack. The 2 streams of spiritual energy collided with a muffled thud, causing Lu Ruyin to stagger back several steps, her back crashing against the stone wall. How is this possible? Just moments ago, you were clearly... Lu Ruyin stared at Yin Feng in disbelief, struggling to fathom how a mere servant could possess such power. She distinctly recalled that this old man had barely managed the 1st level of Chi refinement. How had he suddenly surpassed her? Thank you for your guidance, fair maiden. Yin Feng grinned, relishing the vitality coursing through his rejuvenated body as he felt the surging spiritual energy within. However, it is now my turn. Lu Ruyin's expression shifted dramatically as she attempted to summon her spiritual energy, only to find it sluggish and unresponsive, a clear result of her earlier exertion. As she beheld Yin Feng advancing towards her, a flicker of panic finally crossed her eyes. Chapter 2. The pursuit of the Blood Fiend. Just as Yin Feng prepared to step forward, the heavy stone door creaked open once again. This time, the figure that entered was none other than a captivating woman clad in a blood-red gown. She possessed an enchanting beauty, yet her eyes glimmered with a hint of malevolence, and a mocking smile graced her lips. Hee, the Holy Maiden of the Bingshin Palace has been defiled by an old sweeper. If this were to spread, it would surely be a source of great amusement. The woman laughed sweetly, her voice ringing like silver bells, laced with an unmistakable derision. Blood Fiend. Lu Ruyan gritted her teeth, her beautiful eyes nearly ablaze with fury. You are the one who drugged me. The Blood Fiend covered her mouth, chuckling seductively. Indeed, I initially intended for you to perish in despair, so I could harness your vengeful spirit to cultivate the 100 Infants Vengeful Spirit technique. I never anticipated you would find an old man to detoxify you. How resourceful. Yin Feng felt a chill run down his spine as he listened. From the memories of his original self, he learned that this Blood Fiend was an elder of the Yuming Sect, possessing profound cultivation, ruthless and cruel, relishing the torment of beautiful young women. Judging by the current scenario, as a mere tool, would undoubtedly meet an untimely demise after being used. Esteemed elder. Yin Feng forced a smile, retreating a couple of steps in an attempt to appear humble and harmless. I am merely a sweeper, knowing nothing at all. Could you possibly spare my life? Silence. The Blood Fiend snapped, her voice icy and piercing, sending chills through the air. Do you think you can live? Once I have tortured her to death, you shall be next. A glimmer of resolve flashed in Lu Ruyan's eyes as she suddenly shouted, charging at the Blood Fiend. Even if I must die, I will drag you down with me. Witnessing this, Yin Feng's mind raced, and he quickly retrieved the invisibility talisman from the system, clutching it tightly. This talisman was his last hope for survival. The gust of wind from Lu Ruyan's palm strike surged forward, imbued with a chilling aura. However, the Blood Fiend merely scoffed, her sleeves fluttering as a blood-red barrier materialized out of thin air. With a resounding crash, the palm strike collided with the barrier, sending Lu Ruyan staggering back several steps, a trickle of blood escaping her lips. Having already exhausted her spiritual energy, she was now at her limit. Is this the extent of the Holy Maiden of the Bingshin Palace's abilities? The Blood Fiend laughed derisively, her eyes filled with mockery. It seems your master failed to teach you well. Hidden in the corner, Yin Feng seized the opportunity to shatter the invisibility talisman. His figure vanished instantly, even his breath becoming almost inaudible. The old fool has fled? The Blood Fiend's divine sense swept through the stone chamber, yet she could not locate Yin Feng. Her brow furrowed slightly, realizing he possessed some small skill. Leaning against the stone wall, Lu Ruyan's complexion turned as pale as paper. She glared at the Blood Fiend, her eyes brimming with hatred. Blood Fiend, I will not let you off even in death. In death? The Blood Fiend's laughter was a chaotic symphony. With my 100 Infants Vengeful Spirit technique, you won't even have the chance to become a ghost. She formed a hand seal, and 9 blood-colored skulls burst forth from her sleeves, surrounding Lu Ruyan and emitting piercing wails. Lu Ruyan closed her eyes in despair, awaiting the arrival of death. At that moment, a beam of sword light suddenly surged from the side, aiming directly for the Blood Fiend's throat. The sword light was swift and precise, carrying a chilling intent to kill. Who dares? The Blood Fiend hastily dodged, yet a thin line of blood was still drawn across her neck. She glared in the direction of the attack, but found nothing but emptiness. In his hidden state, Yin Feng gripped the soft sword he had picked up from the ground, his palms slick with sweat. That strike had relied entirely on surprise. If a true fight were to ensue, he, at the 9th level of Qi cultivation, would be no match for the Blood Fiend in her foundation establishment stage. Playing tricks. The Blood Fiend shouted furiously, biting her finger to draw a blood-red rune in the air, invoking the Blood Demon manifestation spell. A wave of blood light spread forth, instantly dispelling the effect of Yin Feng's invisibility talisman and revealing his figure. So it was you, old fool. The Blood Fiend's murderous intent surged. A mere sweeper dares to plot against me? Yin Feng forced a laugh, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. It's all a misunderstanding. Die. The Blood Fiend ceased her words, and the 9 blood-colored skulls surged forth simultaneously, accompanied by a chilling wind. Yin Feng hurriedly swung his sword to defend himself, only to see Lu Ruyan suddenly rise, her green jade pendant glowing brilliantly, transforming into the shadow of a dragon that surged toward the Blood Fiend. Boom! The two forces collided, causing the entire stone chamber to tremble violently, debris raining down from above. Yin Feng was thrown to the ground by the shockwave, rolling beside Lu Ruyan. "Help me," Lu Ruyan gasped weakly, shoving a jade slip into Yin Feng's hand. "Crush it." Before Yin Feng could react, the blood fiend had already broken through the dust cloud, grinning malevolently as she lunged at the two. Instinctively, he crushed the jade slip, enveloping both of them in a radiant white light. Trying to escape, the blood fiend seethed with rage as a blood arrow shot forth, only to be deflected upon touching the white light. Just as the teleportation was about to complete, Yin Feng suddenly remembered something. He retrieved a verdant pill from the system, the Hanshan Dan from his beginner's rewards. "A gift for you." He hurled the pill towards the blood fiend with all his might. The blood fiend instinctively raised her hand to block, but the pill exploded mid-air, enveloping her in a cloud of green powder. "What is this?" The blood fiend inhaled the powder, her body instantly igniting with heat, her eyes glowing with an unnatural red light. As the white light flashed, Yin Feng and Lu Ruyan vanished from the stone chamber. Bang! Yin Feng landed heavily on a patch of grass, while Lu Ruyan tumbled beside him, unconscious. Struggling to rise, he rubbed his aching back and surveyed his surroundings, discovering himself amidst a dense forest, with the outlines of mountains faintly visible in the distance. "Where am I?" Yin Feng murmured, glancing at the shattered jade pendant in his hand, the teleportation artifact Lu Ruyan had given him, now rendered useless. He approached Lu Ruyan, checking for her breath. Fortunately, though faint, it was steady. After a moment of hesitation, Yin Feng took out a revitalizing pill from the system, breaking it in half and feeding one portion to her. "Consider this a repayment for your teleportation favor," Yin Feng muttered, swallowing the remaining half himself. As the pill settled in his abdomen, a warm current coursed through his body, rapidly healing his injuries. Lu Ruyan's breathing also steadied, yet she remained in a state of unconsciousness. Just as Yin Feng pondered his next course of action, he suddenly heard a rushing sound from afar. Alert, he looked up to see a streak of blood light hurtling towards him at breakneck speed, instilling a sense of dread. Chapter 3. The Breakthrough of Dual Cultivation and the Grudge of Inscription Heavens. Have they pursued me so swiftly? Yin Feng was taken aback, his heart racing. The aura emanating from the crimson escape light unmistakably belonged to Blood Luosha. In a flurry, he hoisted Lu Ruyan onto his back, desperately searching for a hiding spot, but it was already too late. The crimson light moved with astonishing speed, appearing before him in the blink of an eye. Blood Luosha materialized in midair, her complexion flushed, breath rapid, her eyes filled with a frenzied madness, a stark contrast to her previously enchanting demeanor. "Old fool." Blood Luosha's voice trembled as if she were battling an unseen force. "What poison have you inflicted upon me?" Yin Feng then realized that Blood Luosha's condition was far from normal. Her attire was disheveled, the once orderly red dress now in tatters, and her fair skin bore an unnatural flush. Her breath coming in quick, alarming gasps, her chest heaving violently. The effects of the Hanshan Dan were so intense. Yin Feng marveled inwardly, surprised at the potency of the elixir produced by the system. Suddenly, Blood Luosha stumbled down from the air, staggering towards Yin Feng, her steps unsteady as if she were intoxicated. "Antidote, give me the antidote." Yin Feng, feeling a surge of caution, retreated a couple of steps, stammering, "Don't come any closer. If you do." In truth, he was deeply anxious. Blood Luosha was a formidable practitioner at the Foundation establishment stage, and if a confrontation ensued, he would undoubtedly be outmatched. Before he could finish his warning, Blood Luosha lunged at him. Expecting to be struck, he braced himself defensively, only to feel her fervent hands exploring his body indiscriminately. Yin Feng was utterly bewildered. This turn of events was decidedly unexpected. The clarity in Blood Luosha's eyes was rapidly diminishing, her breath growing increasingly frantic, as if she were succumbing to a powerful desire. She tore open her garment, revealing large swathes of her alabaster skin, her voice hoarse as she demanded, "Give me the antidote." Yin Feng swallowed hard. The scene was overwhelmingly stimulating, and his 40-year-old body was struggling to cope. Suddenly, Lu Ruyan, still on his back, let out a soft moan, appearing to awaken. "Hot." Lu Ruyan mindlessly tugged at her collar, her complexion flushed. So hot. It dawned on Yin Feng that Lu Ruyan's condition was also amiss. Although she had inhaled only a small amount of the green powder, the potency of the Han Chun Dan was formidable, and it was now beginning to take effect on her as well. In that moment, Yin Feng glanced at the two stunning women before him and felt the system was truly considerate. presenting him with an unparalleled opportunity for dual cultivation. Blood Luosha had completely lost her rationality, forcefully pushing Yin Feng to the ground. Lu Rian slid off his back, instinctively wrapping her arms around Blood Luosha. What transpired next left Yin Feng dumbfounded. Two women who had previously been at odds were now entwined, enacting a vivid and intoxicating scene. The tableau was both enchanting and surreal, leaving Yin Feng in a state of astonishment. Products from the system are undoubtedly of the highest quality, Yin Feng mused, though a hint of frustration lingered. If this continued, he would merely be a spectator. As if in response to his thoughts, Blood Luosha suddenly turned her gaze toward him, her eyes brimming with desire. Come here. Her voice was hoarse and alluring, impossible to resist. Naturally, Yin Feng would not decline such a fortuitous encounter. He shed his tattered outer robe and joined the fray. In an instant, the forest was awash with the essence of spring, breaths, and moans intertwining. Ding. Cultivating with a premium furnace, cultivation level 30, current realm. Chi refinement 9 stage to foundation establishment 1st stage. Ding. Cultivating with a premium furnace, cultivation level 35, current realm. Foundation establishment 1st stage to foundation establishment 2nd stage. As the system notifications rang out, Yin Feng's cultivation soared, his physique becoming increasingly youthful and robust. He felt a surge of spiritual energy coursing through him, every cell rejoicing as if reborn. When all was said and done, he had advanced to the foundation establishment 4th stage. His appearance transformed into a fit man of around 30, with solid muscles and striking features, a stark contrast to his former appearance as a centenarian. Ding. Congratulations to the host for breaking through to Foundation Establishment 4th stage. Lifespan extended beyond 200 years. Alchemy skill upgraded to Intermediate Alchemist. Gained fire control technique. Success rate of pill refining increased to 50%. Yin Feng gazed contentedly at his transformation, then turned to the two unconscious women beside him. Blood Luosha and Lu Rian lay entwined in slumber, their faces adorned with a satisfied flush, an oddly enchanting yet eerie sight. Should I eliminate them entirely? Yin Feng pondered, stroking his chin. Surely, these two would not spare him once they awakened, but considering she was the first woman, he shook his head, deciding to let them live. After all, both had aided him in his breakthrough, which warranted some form of gratitude. However, for the sake of precaution, he circulated his spiritual energy and inscribed his name upon the smooth backs of the two women. The imprint of spiritual energy sank into their skin, causing no permanent harm. Yet it would undoubtedly leave a mark that would take time to fade. This way, should they ever seek him out, he would be easily identifiable. Yin Feng smiled with satisfaction at his cleverness. He gathered the various elixirs bestowed by the system, carefully counting them to ensure nothing was amiss before promptly departing the scene. Before leaving, he couldn't resist casting one last glance at the two still in slumber, inwardly murmuring, "This system is truly generous. Not only aiding me in my breakthrough, but also gifting me two exquisite furnace partners." Not long after Yin Feng's departure, Lu Rian opened her eyes. At first, she scanned her surroundings in confusion, then felt the peculiar sensations in her body and the sharp pain on her back, causing her expression to shift dramatically. Ah! A piercing scream startled the birds from the trees, filled with terror and fury. Blood Luosha was also awakened, and upon exchanging glances, they both struck simultaneously, their palm winds fierce and laced with murderous intent. Bang! Their palm winds collided, each retreating several steps, both witnessing shock and indignation in the other's eyes. Blood Luosha's face turned ashen as she gritted her teeth, exclaiming, "You wretched woman! This is all you're doing." Lu Rian, equally furious, her beautiful eyes aflame with rage, retorted, "Demon, I will kill you." Just as they were about to engage once more, they both suddenly felt a sharp pain in their backs. They reached back to touch the spots, their faces paling further, for the pain coincided precisely with the location of the inscription, something they could not see yet felt acutely. Yin Feng. The name inscribed upon their backs echoed in their minds, their murderous intent surging. "I will tear you apart." Shui Luosha felt the scars on her back, her countenance dark as if it could drip with water. What an audacious old fool, daring to humiliate me in such a manner. I shall ensure that you find yourself unable to live or die. Two women, once sworn enemies, now set aside their grievances for the moment, united by the same man. Yet the murderous intent between them only intensified, soaring to the heavens. Chapter 4. The art of alchemy at Xueyinmen Xueyinmen's expression was complex and inscrutable. The cultivation technique she practiced was exceptionally unique. The first man to have intimate contact with her would gradually become her heart's demon. Unless he was killed, she would ultimately succumb to him. I must find him swiftly, Xueyinmen mused, concealing her thoughts beneath a mask of indifference. You wretched man, I shall spare you for now. With that, she transformed into a streak of crimson light and vanished into the horizon with astonishing speed. Lu Rian did not pursue her. In her current state, she was far from her peak, her spiritual energy yet to be fully restored, and she needed to return to Bingxin Palace for recuperation. She gazed in the direction where Xueyinmen had disappeared, a flicker of complex emotions crossing her beautiful eyes, before also transforming into a beam of white light and departing. Meanwhile, Yanfeng had already run several miles. As he ran, he contemplated his next steps, calculating. Lu Rian is the saintess of Bingxin Palace, and Xueyinmen is an elder of the Yuming Sect. Although I have established my foundation, I am still far from being their match. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited in his mind as he recalled a place. Xueyinmen. This small sect of female cultivators, uncontentious and situated in a remote area, was perfect for me to hide and enhance my strength. More importantly, Xueyinmen lacks an alchemist. In this world, alchemists are highly sought after by various sections. Given my mid-tier alchemist skills, I should be able to secure a decent position. Resolute, Yanfeng accelerated towards the direction of his memories. His current physical prowess far exceeded that of an ordinary person, allowing him to cover several zhang with a single stride, leaving shallow footprints in the snow. Unbeknownst to him, upon returning to Yuming Sect, Xueyinmen was immediately summoned by the Sect Master. Failed the mission? The Sect Master's voice emerged from behind the curtain, dark and laden with undeniable authority. Xueyinmen knelt on the ground, cold sweat beading on her forehead. I failed, my lord. She dared not disclose the truth, opting instead for vague explanations. Useless. A blood arrow shot forth from behind the curtain, swift as lightning, piercing Xueyinmen's shoulder. Go and reflect. Grimacing in pain, Xueyinmen retreated, and upon returning to her cave dwelling, she immediately began to meditate and recuperate. However, as she commenced her cultivation, Yanfeng's visage materialized in her mind, throwing her into disarray, her spiritual energy nearly spiraling out of control. How could this be? Xueyinmen was horrified to discover that she was actually yearning for that old man. She must kill him swiftly. What she did not realize was that this yearning would intensify with the passage of time until she completely surrendered. 3 days later, Yanfeng stood before a snow-covered peak, gazing upward at the indistinct architecture nestled halfway up the mountain. The buildings seemed to meld with the snowy mountains, nearly imperceptible unless one looked closely. The biting cold wind howled, causing his newly grown black hair to flutter. The temperature here was exceedingly low, and his breath immediately crystallized into white mist. Is this Xueyinmen? Yanfeng rubbed his hands together, exhaling a puff of white vapor, feeling as though his nose might freeze. 3 days prior, after escaping from Yuming Sect, he had journeyed eastward, relying on his foundational strength to finally locate this small sect hidden within the snow-capped mountains. At this moment, he appeared to be around 35 or 36 years old, his physique robust and his features resolute. A stark contrast to the feeble old man he had once been. Were it not for his own experiences, he would scarcely believe such a transformation. Stop! Who dares to trespass upon the territory of Xueyinmen? A sharp voice called from above, and 2 women clad in white descended gracefully upon the snow, their long swords gleaming with a cold light that harmonized with the snowy landscape. Yanfeng clasped his hands in salute, his demeanor humble. I am Yanfeng, here to pay my respects to your esteemed sect master. He endeavored to present an expression of sincerity and harmlessness. A man? The elder of the 2 women frowned, her eyes filled with disdain and wariness. Xueyinmen does not entertain male guests. Depart at once. Her tone was resolute, leaving no room for negotiation. Yanfeng remained unperturbed, producing a small jade vial from his robe. I am an alchemist and have heard that your esteemed sect is in need of one. This vial contains a Ningqi Dan, a token of my goodwill. He had anticipated such a scenario and had prepared both his explanation and a gift in advance. An alchemist? The 2 women exchanged glances, surprise evident in their eyes. The elder woman skeptically accepted the vial, opening it to inhale its contents. Her expression shifting as she confirmed it was indeed a Ningqi Dan of commendable quality. She could sense the pure spiritual energy emanating from the elixir within. The younger woman leaned closer and whispered, "Sister, hasn't the sect master been troubled over alchemical supplies lately? If we truly have an alchemist." Her words trailed off, yet the implication was unmistakable. After a moment's hesitation, the elder woman finally nodded. "Follow me. But I cannot guarantee that the sect master will see you." Her tone remained cold, but at least she offered a chance. Yin Feng's heart leaped with joy, and he quickly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, fair maiden, for your kindness." He followed the two women up the mountain path, stepping lightly upon the snow. As they ascended, the temperature continued to plummet, but for Yin Feng, who had established his foundation, it posed no issue. He circulated his spiritual energy to shield himself, dispelling the chill. Along the way, he observed numerous female disciples practicing swordplay or meditating, all casting curious or disdainful glances in his direction. Each of these women, clad in white, possessed exquisite beauty, resembling celestial beings amidst the snow. "What are you staring at? Have you never seen a man before?" The elder woman admonished the disciples lingering to gawk, then turned to Yin Feng with a frosty demeanor. "Do not entertain any inappropriate thoughts. Xueyinmen has stood for 300 years, never allowing men to enter the inner sect." Her warning was direct and left no room for misinterpretation. Yin Feng chuckled awkwardly. "I am merely here to refine elixirs, with no ulterior motives." However, he mused inwardly that the regulations of Xueyinmen were indeed quite strict. Soon, the trio arrived before a grand hall, sculpted entirely from ice. With the characters Xueyinmen Hall elegantly inscribed above the entrance, exuding an extraordinary presence. On either side of the entrance stood two ice-carved phoenixes, lifelike and seemingly poised to take flight at any moment. "Wait here." The elder woman instructed Yin Feng to remain outside while she entered to make the announcement. Standing outside, Yin Feng could feel the chilling aura emanating from the hall, a pure ice attribute spiritual energy. Not long after, a cold female voice resonated from within, crisp as ice colliding. "Let him in." The tone conveyed an undeniable authority. Yin Feng straightened his robe and stepped into the hall. The interior was simply adorned, with ice sculptures adorning the space. At the main seat sat a woman appearing to be in her late 20s, clad in white, her features striking yet pale, as if she bore an injury. "I am Yin Feng, and I have had the honor of meeting the esteemed leader of the Xueyinmen." Yin Feng clasped his hands in greeting, discreetly studying the figure of Lung Yuning, the head of the sect. From the memories of his original self, he gathered that this woman possessed a solitary temperament and harbored a disdain for men, yet her prowess was formidable, having reached the late foundation establishment stage. Lung Yuning cast a frosty glance at Yin Feng, her gaze as piercing as an icy blade. "You claim to be an alchemist?" she inquired, her tone laced with palpable skepticism. "Indeed," Yin Feng replied with unwavering composure, his demeanor tranquil. "Prove it," she commanded with a mere wave of her hand. A disciple approached, bearing a tray that held several sprigs of spiritual herbs and a rudimentary alchemical furnace. The herbs, though common low-tier materials, were of commendable quality. Yin Feng offered a slight smile, refraining from further words. He carefully examined the herbs before settling into a cross-legged position, placing the furnace before him. Channeling his fire control technique, a pale blue flame materialized in his palm, its temperature balanced, steady, and pure, as he began the alchemical process. Each movement flowed seamlessly, revealing his remarkable skill and professionalism. Chapter 5. A night visit to the fair lady and the alchemy opportunity. The grand hall was enveloped in a profound silence, with every gaze fixed intently on Yin Feng's actions, breaths held lightly in reverence, lest they disrupt his alchemical endeavors. He deftly and skillfully introduced the spiritual herbs into the cauldron, his movements fluid and unhurried. Flames flickered in varying intensities, expertly controlled to maintain the precise temperature, while soft crackling sounds emanated from the cauldron, signaling the extraction of the essence from the herbs. After half an hour, a waft of delicate fragrance escaped the cauldron, invigorating the senses and stirring the spirit. Yin Feng struck the cauldron's body with a firm hand, and the lid opened with a responsive click, revealing 3 emerald green pills that he swiftly grasped with precision. "Lower grade Ningqi Dan, please have a look, esteemed sect master." He presented the pills with a respectful yet confident demeanor. Lung Yuning accepted the pills, scrutinizing them carefully. A glimmer of surprise flickered in her eyes. They were indeed freshly concocted and of commendable quality. She raised her gaze to Yin Feng, her eyes piercing, What is your background? Why have you chosen to come to my Xueyinmen sect? Yin Feng had long prepared his response and replied calmly. I was originally a wandering cultivator who fortuitously obtained a legacy of alchemy and became self-taught. Unwilling to be constrained by the larger sects, I sought refuge in your esteemed sect, as it offers an environment conducive to the study of alchemy. His words were a blend of truth and embellishment, effectively explaining his origins while flattering Xueyinmen's sect. A cold laugh escaped Lung Yuning, laced with sarcasm, lying. In an instant, she struck with the swiftness of lightning, a shard of ice shooting from her fingertip towards Yin Feng's throat. The frigid air emanating a threatening chill that promised grievous injury if it struck true. Yin Feng had anticipated such a reaction. He sidestepped and simultaneously activated a protective barrier, a faint golden glow enveloping him. What is the meaning of this, Sect Master? While his tone remained calm, his heart raced. Lung Yuning was indeed as formidable as the rumors suggested. It was merely a test. Lung Yuning rose, her complexion suddenly paling as she coughed a few times, the sound betraying a hint of frailty. Your cultivation is not weak, at least at the initial stage of foundation establishment. With such prowess, you would be revered in any sect. Why have you specifically chosen Xueyinmen's sect? Her gaze was sharp, as if attempting to penetrate Yin Feng's very thoughts. Only then did Yin Feng notice her slightly unstable aura, suggesting she had sustained internal injuries. His mind raced as he retrieved a rejuvenation pill from his system, its rounded, smooth form exuding a soft glow. Sect Master, it seems you are injured. This rejuvenation pill may be of assistance. His gesture was both a sign of goodwill and a means to demonstrate his worth. A flicker of astonishment crossed Lung Yuning's eyes. You possess keen observation. She accepted the pill, inhaling its scent, her expression shifting as she recognized its quality. A mid-grade rejuvenation pill? You are capable of refining such a quality of elixir? Her tone was imbued with disbelief. Yin Feng smiled, remaining silent. The rejuvenation pill was, in fact, a reward from the system, beyond his current refining capabilities, but such details were unnecessary to disclose. Convincing Lung Yuning of his value was sufficient. After a moment's hesitation, her beautiful eyes darted between Yin Feng and the pill, ultimately succumbing to the allure of the elixir. She consumed the rejuvenation pill. It melted upon contact, releasing a warm current that coursed through her body. Moments later, a hint of color returned to her pallid face, her breath stabilizing significantly, and the furrow in her brow began to ease. Good elixir, she sighed softly, her demeanor softening slightly, the once frigid tone now possessing a touch of warmth. I can offer you shelter, but there are a few conditions. She regarded Yin Feng, awaiting his response. Please speak, Sect Master, Yin Feng replied with a bow, inwardly relieved. First, you must submit at least 10 Ningqi Dan each month. Second, you must not step into the inner sanctum. Third, you must not disturb my disciples. Lung Yuning articulated coldly, her tone leaving no room for dissent. Should you violate any of these terms, you will be expelled from the mountain. Her gaze was as sharp as an ice blade, making it difficult to meet her eyes. Yin Feng bowed once more. I shall remember your words. He feigned deference while mentally strategizing how to establish himself in this sect predominantly composed of women. Take him to the alchemy chamber, Lung Yuning instructed a nearby female disciple, then turned to Yin Feng. You shall begin refining pills tomorrow. I require a substantial quantity of Ningqi Dan. Her tone carried a hint of urgency, suggesting a genuine need for the elixirs. After departing the grand hall, the older female disciple escorted Yin Feng to a secluded courtyard halfway up the mountain. Within the courtyard stood a stone building, housing a cauldron of moderate height and some basic medicinal materials. Though humble, it was adequately equipped. This shall be your residence and alchemy chamber, the female disciple stated coldly, her demeanor still frosty. 3 meals will be delivered daily. Do not wander unnecessarily. Her gaze conveyed a warning. Yin Feng nodded in gratitude, maintaining a humble attitude. May I ask for your esteemed name, senior sister? He attempted to forge a connection, as it would be advantageous to cultivate friendships in this new environment. Who is your senior sister? The female disciple shot him a disdainful glare, her eyes filled with loathing. I am Bai Shuang, the Sect Master's chief disciple. Remember your place, man. With that, she turned on her heel and departed, her back exuding a resolute coldness. Yin Feng rubbed his nose, chuckling bitterly as he stepped into the stone building. The interior was simply furnished yet clean, a significant improvement over the dark and damp cave of Xueyinmen Valley. He examined the cauldron, finding it of average quality, barely adequate for use, and mentally resolved to acquire a better one when the opportunity arose. Let us settle in first, Yinfeng sighed. Finally finding a temporary refuge, he sat cross-legged on the stone bed, focusing on his breathing and feeling the surging spiritual energy within. As night fell, the air grew particularly frigid on the snowy mountain, the cold wind howling and producing mournful sounds. While Yinfeng meditated, he suddenly heard faint footsteps outside the courtyard, the sound subtle, as if someone was deliberately attempting to conceal their presence. He cautiously opened his eyes, spotting a shadow moving outside the window, elongated in the moonlight. "Who is it?" Yinfeng whispered, quietly gathering spiritual energy in preparation for any eventuality. The door creaked open gently, revealing a young woman clad in a pink dress, her appearance charming and vivacious, a stark contrast to the austere demeanor of the other disciples of Xueyinmen's sect. The woman appeared to be in her early 20s, possessing exquisite features with a hint of allure in her eyes, clearly a clever individual. "Master Yin, you haven't rested yet?" she chimed playfully, entering with a food box considerably larger than that of the evening meal. "I noticed the dinner was rather simple, so I specially brought you some extra dishes." Her voice was sweet and melodious, laced with a hint of flattery. Yinfeng raised an eyebrow, internally vigilant. "Who is this junior sister?" "I am Lu Su, at the third stage of Qi training." The young woman placed a food box on the table, deliberately bending to reveal a glimpse of her snowy bosom, her movement undeniably alluring. "I have heard that Master Yan's alchemy skills are exceptional, and I have come to seek your guidance." Her gaze was fixed intently on Yinfeng, laden with unmistakable implications. How could Yinfeng fail to comprehend her intentions? The Xueyinmen was comprised entirely of female disciples, and the sudden arrival of a man would naturally pique curiosity, even inciting some to entertain ulterior motives. He nonchalantly accepted the food box, saying, "Thank you for your kindness, Junior Sister Lu." Upon opening the box, he discovered a much more lavish spread than the evening meal, featuring fish, meat, and a pot of wine that exuded a rich aroma, clearly not an ordinary vintage. Lu Su seated herself beside Yinfeng, a subtle fragrance wafting from her, sweet and enticing. "Master Yin, I have recently encountered a bottleneck in my cultivation. I have heard that the Ningqi Dan can aid in breaking through. Might you assist me?" She leaned slightly toward Yinfeng, her posture decidedly suggestive. Yinfeng couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. This woman was evidently after the elixir. He feigned difficulty, saying, "I do possess Ningqi Dan, but the sect leader mandates a substantial monthly quota for submission, which may pose a challenge." As he spoke, he observed Lu Su's reaction. Lu Su bit her lip, appearing woefully delicate, then suddenly leaned closer, her breath fragrant as she whispered, "Master Yin, if you would grant me a single Ningqi Dan, I am willing to do anything." Her voice lowered, the implication unmistakably clear. Yinfeng felt a stir within. Though Lu Su's cultivation was not high, her beauty was notable, and her overt advances were difficult to decline. More importantly, he recalled that the system could enhance his alchemical proficiency through dual cultivation, presenting a promising opportunity. Given Lu Su's earnestness, he smiled and retrieved a low-grade Ningqi Dan from his robe, waving it enticingly before her. The elixir shimmered enticingly in the light. Lu Su's eyes brightened, her hand reaching out eagerly, filled with desire. However, Yinfeng pulled the elixir back, a knowing smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "But I have a condition." His gaze swept over Lu Su, the meaning of his words unmistakably clear. Chapter 6. Alchemical Transactions. What are the conditions? A flicker of vigilance crossed Lu Su's eyes as she slightly leaned back, creating some distance between herself and Yinfeng. Yinfeng leaned in closer, whispering a few words into her ear, his voice so soft that only they could hear. Lu Su's cheeks flushed crimson, the color of two blooming clouds. Yet as she gazed at the swirling Ningqi Dan before her, a struggle flickered in her eyes. Ultimately, she nodded, her voice barely a whisper. "All right, I agree." The two shed their garments and took to the bed, the curtains swaying gently, blankets tossed aside, and thus commenced a passionate encounter. An hour later, Yinfeng looked down at the slumbering Lu Su in his arms, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. Though her motives were impure, she had indeed brought him considerable gains, enhancing his alchemical proficiency while allowing him to savor a taste of tenderness. Ding! Dual cultivation with the furnace partner, alchemical proficiency increased by 5. Lu Su suddenly awoke, her eyes meeting Yinfeng's enigmatic smile, her expression shifting dramatically as she quickly donned her clothes and extended her hand. "Give me the Dan." Her tone was urgent, tinged with a hint of command. Yin Feng remained unperturbed, leisurely handing her the Ningqi Dan, his movements calm and collected, as if he had anticipated this very scenario. Upon receiving the Dan, Lu Su scrutinized it closely, then suddenly let out a cold laugh, her smile laced with both pride and menace. "Master Yin, from this day forth, you must provide me with one Ningqi Dan each month, or I shall inform the sect leader of your defilement of a disciple's purity. Let us see if you can still remain in Xueyin's sect." She believed she had seized the upper hand over Yin Feng, her tone growing increasingly arrogant. Yin Feng had anticipated her maneuver, and with an unruffled demeanor, he retrieved a piece of recording jade from beneath his pillow. The jade emitted a soft glow, evidently chronicling all that had transpired moments before. "Junior Sister Lu, I believe you would not want the sect leader to discover that you sought out a man in the middle of the night, behaving so wantonly, would you?" His tone was placid, yet laced with undeniable threat. Lu Su's complexion paled, her finger trembling as she pointed at Yin Feng. "You, how dare you be so shameless?" Her voice quivered with fear and rage, clearly unprepared for Yin Feng's counter. "Do not worry. As long as you do not trouble me, this recording will remain unseen." Yin Feng replied with a smile that Lu Su found particularly detestable. "Shall we engage in a mutually beneficial arrangement?" He waved the recording jade with a nonchalant confidence. Lu Su clenched her teeth, her fists tight with frustration, yet she could do nothing but storm away, her retreat marked by a mixture of indignity and resentment. Yin Feng shook his head, taking out the mid-grade Ningqi Dan he had secretly stashed away from the system. During the day, he had only shown the low-grade Dan to Lung Yuning. But in truth, he was now capable of consistently refining mid-grade ones, having merely feigned incompetence. It appeared that dual cultivation indeed enhanced alchemical proficiency. He needed to find more furnace partners, Yin Feng mused, a calculating glint flashing in his eyes. The first rays of morning sunlight streamed through the window of the stone house, and Yin Feng opened his eyes, exhaling a breath of stale air. After a night of recuperation, his fourth-tier foundation was now solidified, his spiritual energy abundant and his spirit invigorated. It was time to get to work. Stretching lazily, the sounds of cracking bones echoed softly. He rose and made his way to the alchemical chamber in the courtyard. Upon pushing open the door, a faint aroma of medicinal herbs greeted him, remnants of yesterday's alchemical endeavors. Yin Feng inspected the materials provided by Lung Yuning, his brow furrowing slightly. The quality of these spiritual herbs was mediocre, and their age insufficient. They barely sufficed for low-grade Ningqi Dan, making mid-grade production rather challenging. Many of the herb leaves were already yellowing, and the roots incomplete, clearly having been stored for far too long. It seemed that the Xueyin sect was indeed impoverished. Yin Feng shook his head, glancing at the mid-grade Ningqi Dan he had secretly hidden away from the previous night, securing it carefully. The Dan was smooth and round, exuding pure spiritual energy, distinctly different from the low-grade variety. He decided to first refine a batch of low-grade Ningqi Dan to satisfy Lung Yuning, while also familiarizing himself with the alchemical techniques of this world. Although the system had endowed him with mid-tier alchemist abilities, practical experience was still necessary. After all, theory and practice often diverged. Seated before the alchemical furnace, Yin Feng focused his mind and activated his fire control technique, a pale blue flame manifesting in his palm. This ability had been granted to him after he broke through to the foundation stage, offering a purer and more stable flame than ordinary alchemical fire, with even more precise temperature control. He decided to refine a furnace as a trial. Methodically, he added the herbs into the furnace, his movements fluid and practiced, modulating the flames to maintain precise temperature control. The herbs gradually melted within the furnace, impurities being meticulously eliminated, leaving only the essence behind. This process required immense patience and precision. Any misstep could lead to the loss of all efforts. After half an hour, a waft of fragrance emanated from the furnace, pure and lingering, signaling the perfect moment. With a swift motion, he struck the furnace and called out, "Open." The lid flew off, and 10 emerald green pills soared out, which he deftly caught in one smooth motion. Upon examining the outcome, he found that of the 10 pills, 7 were low-grade and 3 were mid-grade. This result pleased him greatly, especially considering the average quality of the materials used. The success rate of 70% exceeded the system's estimate of 50%. Yin Feng nodded in satisfaction, storing the 3 mid-grade pills in the system space, while leaving the 7 low-grade ones on a jade plate beside him. He needed to maintain a low profile, refraining from revealing his full prowess all at once. Just as he prepared to refine a second batch, the courtyard door swung open, and a familiar figure entered. It was Lin Xue, the eldest disciple under Lung Yuning, known for her prideful demeanor. However, at this moment, she appeared somewhat anxious. The sect leader sent me to check on your alchemical progress. Lin Xue's gaze swept over the 7 pills on the table, her eyes widening in surprise. You produced 7 pills in a single morning? Her tone was incredulous, clearly astounded by the speed of his work. Yin Feng smiled, adopting a humble demeanor. I just finished my first batch and was about to start the second. He deliberately presented himself as compliant, hoping to avoid provoking this esteemed disciple. Lin Xue stepped closer, picking up one of the Ningqi Dan to examine it closely, her fingers gently tracing its surface before bringing it to her nose to inhale. Her expression shifted slightly. The quality is excellent, better than what we procure from outside. Her gaze turned to Yin Feng. The hostility in her eyes diminished, replaced by curiosity. Do you truly possess mid-tier alchemist capabilities? The question bore a hint of skepticism. Somewhat knowledgeable, Yin Feng replied modestly, inwardly amused. Should he unleash his full potential, the success rate and quality could soar even higher. However, this was not the time to showcase his true abilities. Lin Xue hesitated for a moment, a flicker of struggle passing through her icy gaze, and suddenly lowered her voice. Master Yin, I have an unreasonable request. Her tone was significantly softer than usual, imbued with a hint of pleading. Please, speak, Senior Sister Lin, Yin Feng responded, adopting an earnest listening demeanor, though his mind was already calculating how to profit from the situation. I have been stagnant at the 9th level of Qi refinement for 3 years. If I could obtain a mid-grade Ning Qi Dan, perhaps I could break through this bottleneck, Lin Xue said, a blush appearing on her cheeks, the cold facade she usually wore showing a crack. She trailed off, her voice growing faint as if finding it difficult to voice her request. Yin Feng felt a stir in his heart. As the chief disciple of the sect leader, Lin Xue usually exuded pride and indifference, yet here she was, humbling herself for the sake of a pill. It seemed that the principle of strength reigning supreme in the cultivation world held true even within the Xueyinmen sect. Every individual yearned to grow stronger, even at the cost of lowering their pride. I cannot concoct a mid-grade pill at this moment, Yin Feng feigned regret. Observing the disappointment wash over Lin Xue's face, her icy eyes dimming instantly, he shifted his tone. However, with a few more attempts. It might be possible. The only issue lies with the medicinal materials. He deliberately elongated his words, leaving space for Lin Xue to respond. Lin Xue immediately caught on, a spark of hope reigniting in her eyes. I can find a way to procure some superior spiritual herbs for you. She bit her lip, an action that added a touch of youthful shyness to her demeanor. If you can refine a mid-grade Dan for me, I can agree to one condition. As she uttered these words, her blush deepened, clearly aware of the implications of her promise. Yin Feng scrutinized her. Although Lin Xue was not as strikingly beautiful as Lung Yuning, she was certainly charming in her own right, especially in her bashful state, which stood in stark contrast to her usual frosty demeanor, presenting a unique allure. Very well, I shall do my utmost, Yin Feng nodded earnestly, his tone sincere as if he genuinely intended to make an effort for Lin Xue. Lin Xue breathed a sigh of relief, feeling a weight lift off her shoulders. She retrieved a small cloth bag from her bosom, crafted from exquisite silk and embroidered with delicate snowflake patterns. Here are a few spiritual herbs I have kept hidden. They should be of assistance. Her movements were careful, as if handing over a precious treasure. Upon receiving the bag, Yin Feng discovered 5 well-preserved Bing Xian Chao, each over 10 years old, with full leaves and intact roots, far superior to the materials he possessed. These spiritual herbs radiated a gentle chill, perfect for concocting ice attribute pills. Thank you, Senior Sister Lin. I shall endeavor to refine the mid-grade Dan as swiftly as possible. Yin Feng solemnly accepted the herbs, his demeanor instilling a sense of reassurance in Lin Xue, making her feel that she had found hope. Chapter 7. A hidden agreement. Lin Xue nodded, turned, and walked to the door, only to glance back and say, by the way, the sect leader has asked you to see her after you finish refining the pills. Her tone remained indifferent, yet it had softened considerably compared to before. Yin Feng acknowledged her and continued his alchemical endeavors. With the Bingxin grass provided by Lin Xue, his success rate and the quality of the second batch of pills improved markedly, 5 out of 10 were of medium grade, and 5 were of lower grade. The medium grade pills were smooth and round, with clear patterns, exuding pure spiritual energy. It was evident that the quality of the materials was indeed crucial. Yanfeng carefully stored the medium grade pills and took the 10 lower grade pills to meet Lung Yuning. He needed to maintain a low profile and not reveal all his capabilities at once. Within the Xueyinmen hall, Lung Yuning was engrossed in an ancient tome, its pages yellowed with age, clearly a relic from a bygone era. Upon noticing Yanfeng's entrance, she raised her head and coldly remarked, "I have heard you refined 17 Ning Qi pills this morning?" Her gaze was as sharp as an icy blade, seemingly capable of piercing through one's very soul. Yanfeng cupped his hands in greeting, his demeanor respectful. "Yes, sect leader. Here are the 10 I just completed. I hope you will review them." He presented a jade platter, upon which the 10 lower-grade Ning Qi pills were neatly arranged. Although their quality was average, their quantity was impressive. Lung Yuning accepted the pills and scrutinized them closely. A flicker of satisfaction crossed her eyes. "The quality is decent. Better than I anticipated." She set the pills down and fixed Yanfeng with a penetrating gaze, laden with scrutiny. "I have changed my mind. Starting today, you are required to submit 20 Ning Qi pills each month." Her tone was imperious, imbued with the authority of a sect leader. Yanfeng inwardly cursed at her greed, but maintained a respectful facade. "Sect leader, 20 may pose a challenge. Refining pills consumes considerable spiritual energy and depletes materials." He attempted to negotiate, aware that 20 was indeed a substantial number. Lung Yuning let out a cold laugh, tinged with sarcasm. "Do not presume I am unaware of your hidden talents. To produce 17 lower-grade pills in one morning, your abilities must exceed this." She stood and approached Yanfeng, her white attire accentuating her ethereal beauty. "As long as you meet the quota on time, I shall not treat you unfairly." With that, she produced a small jade vial from her sleeve. This contains a vial of Bingxin Dan, which is remarkably effective for ice affinity cultivators. If you perform well, you may receive one each month. Her tone softened slightly, laced with temptation. Yanfeng accepted the vial, opened it, and inhaled deeply, instantly invigorated. The Bingxin Dan was of exceptional quality, imbued with pure ice element spiritual energy, beneficial to any cultivator. The pill emanated a faint chill, clearly a top-tier spiritual elixir. "Thank you, sect leader." He tucked the vial away, contemplating how to leverage this elixir to enhance his strength. Although the Bingxin Dan may not yield as significant effects for him as it would for an ice element cultivator, it remained a rare cultivation resource. Lung Yuning waved her hand, a gesture tinged with impatience. "Go now. I expect to see more pills by tomorrow." Her tone reverted to its usual coldness. Upon returning to the alchemy chamber, Yanfeng immediately commenced the refinement of his third batch. This time, he incorporated a sprig of Bingxin grass provided by Lin Shui, and the success rate soared again, yielding 6 medium-grade pills and 4 lower-grade pills. The medium-grade pills appeared even purer, with more distinct patterns. "Excellent. At this rate, I shall soon stabilize my output of medium-grade pills." Satisfied with his harvest, Yanfeng began to devise his next steps. He already possessed 14 medium-grade Ning Qi pills, enough to offer one to Lin Shui in exchange for greater benefits. As for Lung Yuning, he would manage with the lower-grade pills for now, waiting to solidify his position before addressing her demands. As evening descended, Yanfeng was categorizing the herbs, arranging those of average quality meticulously. The courtyard door swung open once more. Expecting a disciple delivering dinner, he looked up to find Lin Shui standing at the entrance, holding a significantly larger food box than usual, evidently filled with delectable offerings. "Master Yindan, I have brought you dinner." Lin Shui's voice was noticeably gentler, infused with warmth amidst her typically frigid tone. Recognizing her intent, Yanfeng smiled and approached. "Thank you, senior sister Lin." He accepted the food box, feeling its considerable weight, indicating an abundance of culinary delights. Lin Shui set the box on the table, her gaze straying toward the alchemical furnace, filled with anticipation and urgency. "About the medium-grade pills?" Her voice trembled slightly, revealing her deep concern for the matter. Feigning mystery, Yanfeng smiled and produced a small jade box from his robe, intricately crafted and adorned with snowflake motifs. "I have not let you down." There was a hint of pride in his tone. Lin Shui eagerly opened the jade box, her eyes sparkling with delight as she beheld the medium-grade Ning Qi pill. Radiant and clear as jade, it truly is a medium-grade pill. She carefully cradled the pill as though it were an exquisite treasure, her movements tender and reverent. I have searched for 3 years and have yet to acquire one. Her voice was filled with excitement and disbelief. Seeing her jubilant reaction, Yin Feng suppressed a chuckle. In the realm of cultivation, a single medium-grade Ningqi pill could alter the fate of an early-stage cultivator. It was no wonder Lin Shui was so overwhelmed. This pill symbolized her hope for breaking through a bottleneck. Master Yin Dan, I do not know how to thank you. Lin Shui's cheeks flushed, her voice dwindling to a whisper, her icy demeanor completely dissolved, replaced by the shyness of a young woman. Yin Feng took a step closer, enough to catch the faint fragrance of Lin Shui. Senior Sister Lin, did you not mention that you could grant me a favor? His voice was low and magnetic, laced with a hint of seduction. Lin Shui stiffened momentarily, but did not retreat. Instead, she lowered her head and murmured, "What do you wish to do?" Her voice was barely audible, a mixture of tension and anticipation. Yin Feng did not respond directly. Instead, he retrieved the vial of Bingxin Dan from the system, its jade surface glowing faintly under the light. The sect leader bestowed this upon me as a reward. Are you aware of its effects, Senior Sister Lin? His tone carried a note of curiosity, as if genuinely unaware of the elixir's worth. Upon seeing the Bingxin Dan, Lin Shui's eyes shimmered with envy, her gaze filled with longing. It is crafted from the Snow Mountain Spirit Spring and a century-old Snow Lotus, remarkably effective for ice affinity cultivators. Each one is worth over 100 spirit stones, and the sect leader rarely allows us to use them. Her voice betrayed a hint of grievance, revealing her long-held desire for this potion. Is that so? Yin Feng nodded, suddenly inquiring, Senior Sister Lin, you possess an ice spiritual root, do you not? His gaze was inquisitive. Lin Shui paused, her expression momentarily surprised. How did you know? Her tone carried a hint of vigilance. Yin Feng smiled gently, his expression warm and harmless. The Xueyinmen's techniques lean towards the cold, and the sect leader has specifically rewarded me with the Bingxin Dan, suggesting that many disciples within the sect possess the ice spirit root. His reasoning was both logical and convincing. Lin Shui nodded, her wary demeanor softening slightly. Indeed, the ancestral text of Xueyinmen, the Xueyin Xinjing, is most suitable for cultivating the ice spirit root. The sect leader is a rare cultivator of the Xuanbing spirit root, which accounts for his rapid progress in cultivation. Her voice held a note of pride, clearly reflecting her deep appreciation for her sect. Yin Feng appeared contemplative. Although he did not possess the ice spirit root, the fire manipulation technique granted by the system could simulate various elemental energies, potentially allowing him to cultivate alongside Lin Shui and enhance his own strength. This presented a promising opportunity for him. Lin Shiji, I have a proposition. Yin Feng lowered his voice, his tone mysterious and enticing. This mid-grade Ningqi Dan is for you. And in addition, should you be willing to share cultivation insights with me, I can provide you with 1 Bingxin Dan each month. His offer was exceedingly tempting, making it difficult to refuse. Lin Shui's face flushed crimson, the blush spreading from her cheeks to her ears, revealing her bashfulness. What do you mean? She stammered, her voice tinged with a mix of confusion and shyness. Yin Feng remained unperturbed, his expression earnest. I mean it in the literal sense. I can transfer the Bingxin Dan given to me by the sect leader to you, provided you occasionally join me to discuss alchemy and cultivation methods. His tone was sincere, as if he genuinely sought only an exchange of ideas. Lin Shui bit her lip, leaving faint imprints on her delicate red lips, clearly struggling internally. The allure of the Bingxin Dan was overwhelming. Possessing it would increase her chances of breaking through the foundation establishment stage by over 30%. For someone who had been stuck at the 9th level of Qi refinement for 3 years, this temptation was irresistible. Is it truly just a discussion on cultivation? She softly inquired, her voice imbued with lingering hesitation and conflict. Yin Feng displayed an upright demeanor, his expression exuding integrity. Of course, how could I, Yin Feng, be the kind of person who takes advantage of others' vulnerabilities? His tone was resolute, leaving no room for doubt. After a prolonged moment of hesitation, a final flicker of struggle passed through her beautiful eyes before she ultimately nodded. All right, I agree. However, this matter must remain secret from anyone else, especially the sect leader. Her tone was firm, laced with a note of warning. Should this information leak, her prospects within Xueyinmen would be irrevocably ruined. Chapter 8. The benefits of dual cultivation and the authority of the medicine garden. Yin Feng smiled in response, but within his heart, he mused. Once you savor the sweetness of dual cultivation, you will likely be seeking it eagerly. He had long seen through the fervent desire these female cultivators harbored for enhancing their cultivation, which proved far more effective than any temptation. That evening, Lin Shui arrived at Yin Feng's alchemy chamber as promised. Initially, she was quite shy, hesitating at the doorway, but as Yin Feng produced an ice heart pill and elaborated on various alchemical techniques, she gradually relaxed and even sought a place to sit. "Master Yin, your fire control technique is exquisite," Lin Shui exclaimed, gazing at the blue flame pulsating in Yin Feng's palm. The flame did not burn as fiercely as ordinary alchemical fire. Instead, it exuded a gentle chill, remarkably unique. Seizing the opportunity, Yin Feng grasped her hand, cool and soft. "Junior Sister Lin, do feel the temperature of this flame." His gesture was natural and devoid of lewdness, as if he were merely demonstrating a technique. Lin Shui initially intended to withdraw her hand, for as the grand disciple of Xueyinmen, she had never been so close to a man. Yet, she discovered that although the flame appeared intense, it felt only pleasantly cool against her skin, making her reluctant to let go. "Is this the ice flame?" she inquired in astonishment, as the ice-blue fire danced at her fingertips, bringing waves of refreshing coolness. Yin Feng nodded, his expression earnest and professional. "I have infused ice elemental spiritual energy into the flame, creating this special alchemical fire. It has the effect of nurturing meridians for cultivators with ice spiritual roots." As he spoke, he guided the flame to flow gently along Lin Shui's arm. His movements soft and practiced. Lin Shui felt a warm current surge into her meridians, a sensation both warm and cool, utterly marvelous, leaving her on the verge of a soft moan. She quickly bit her lip, fearing any ungraceful sounds. "It truly works," she exclaimed joyfully, her icy gaze lighting up. "I feel my bottleneck loosening." The obstruction that had plagued her for 3 years seemed to show signs of yielding at this very moment. Yin Feng smiled silently, continuing to guide the flame. This method, derived from system prompts, simulated the effects of dual cultivation. While it could not compare to genuine dual cultivation, it bore certain efficacy. It enhanced his alchemical proficiency while also fostering a closer bond with Lin Shui, truly a double-edged sword. As time passed, Lin Shui gradually lowered her guard, even leaning closer to Yin Feng in search of more flame nurturing. The comfort provided by the ice flame intoxicated her, as if she were immersed in a hot spring, every pore rejoicing. When Yin Feng's hand inadvertently brushed against her waist, she merely shivered lightly, not retreating. That contact evoked not disgust, but a delightful tremor, quickening her heartbeat. "Junior Sister Lin, I possess an even more effective method that can assist you in breaking through your bottleneck," Yin Feng whispered enticingly in her ear. Lin Shui's eyes glazed over, her ice-blue irises clouded with anticipation. What method? Her voice was somewhat hoarse, revealing a yearning she was barely aware of. "Dual cultivation," Yin Feng stated plainly. Upon hearing this, Lin Shui's clarity returned somewhat, pushing Yin Feng away in flustered indignation. You harbor ill intentions." The blush on her face deepened, a mixture of anger and embarrassment. Yin Feng remained unperturbed, his expression earnest. "Junior Sister Lin, you have misunderstood. The dual cultivation I speak of is not of a lascivious nature, but rather a method of spiritual energy fusion that can mutually enhance our cultivation." As he spoke, he retrieved a jade slip from the system, its ancient elegance exuding a timeless aura. This is the yin-yang harmony technique, a legitimate dual cultivation method passed down from ancient times, far from being a nefarious practice. Lin Shui skeptically accepted the jade slip, probing her spiritual consciousness within, and discovered it indeed contained a legitimate dual cultivation technique, emphasizing the harmony of yin and yang for mutual benefit rather than exploitation. The profundity of the technique captivated her, drawing her in deeply. "This," she stammered, wavering. The technique was undeniably profound, and if truly cultivable, its benefits for her were self-evident. Seizing the moment, Yin Feng pressed on. "If Junior Sister Lin is doubtful, we can begin with simply placing our palms together. Should you feel any discomfort, you may cease at any time." His proposal was reasonable and difficult to reject. Lin Shui hesitated for a long while, her beautiful gaze darting between Yin Feng and the jade slip, before finally nodding. "Then let us try." She decided to trust Yin Feng once, especially since the effects of the ice flame were tangible. Lin Shui murmured, "But it might hurt." "I'm afraid." "Do not fear. Be gentle. I shall be tender," Yin Feng reassured her. Initially nervous, Lin Shui's feet trembled slightly, But as the comfort from the fusion of spiritual energies intensified, she gradually relaxed and even began to guide the energy back to Yinfeng. The sensation felt like soaring among the clouds, a euphoric transcendence. An hour later, both withdrew from their practice simultaneously. Lin Shui opened her eyes, her face alight with joy. My bottleneck has truly loosened. This technique is astonishing. The obstruction that had confined her for 3 years had completely yielded in that moment. The foundation building stage was within reach. Yinfeng inquired with a smile, pride evident on his face. Now, do you believe I was deceiving you? Lin Shui, blushing, nodded, her demeanor charmingly bashful. Master Yin, I misunderstood you earlier. This yin-yang harmony technique is indeed remarkable. I wonder if I might. Her voice dwindled, her unspoken thoughts glaringly evident. Does junior sister wish to learn? Yinfeng interjected, his tone enthusiastic. Of course, but this technique requires mutual cooperation. It is not something one can master overnight. He intentionally made it sound more challenging, hoping to encourage Lin Shui to visit him frequently. Lin Shui bit her lip, her actions imbued with youthful shyness. Then, can we practice often in the future? Her eyes sparkled with anticipation. The effectiveness of the technique was irresistible. Yinfeng felt a surge of delight within, yet maintained a serious facade. For the sake of cultivation, it is only natural. His tone suggested that his intentions were purely for cultivation, devoid of ulterior motives. Lin Shui nodded happily, suddenly recalling something. She retrieved a jade token from her bosom, its crystalline clarity adorned with a snowflake motif. This is the inner Sect pass. With it, you can enter the medicine garden to gather spiritual herbs. But be sure not to let anyone see. Her tone was exceedingly serious, indicating the token's considerable value. Yinfeng accepted the token, elated. With access to the medicine garden, he could acquire superior materials for crafting higher quality pills, far exceeding his expectations. Thank you, junior sister Lin. He expressed his gratitude earnestly, and his demeanor made Lin Shui feel immensely appreciated. As she rose to take her leave, her steps were unsteady, her cheeks flushed. Clearly feeling a bit shy, upon reaching the doorway, she turned back and, her voice tinged with a hint of bashfulness, inquired, "May I come again tomorrow evening?" Her eyes sparkled with anticipation, and the effect of her charm was undeniable. Yinfeng nodded with a warm and welcoming smile, which enveloped Lin Shui in a comforting aura. After bidding farewell to Lin Shui, Yinfeng let out a long sigh of relief. Today had been fruitful. Not only had he successfully engaged with Lin Shui, but he had also secured access to the medicinal garden. More importantly, he realized that cultivating with a superior furnace companion could significantly enhance his strength, a far swifter process than mere alchemy. It seemed he needed to find more furnace companions. Pondering this, he stroked his chin, his gaze glinting with calculation. At that moment, the courtyard door was gently pushed open once more. Yinfeng initially assumed Lin Shui had forgotten something, but when he looked up, he saw Lu Su sneaking in with a cautious yet eager demeanor. The enchanting Yindan master Lu Su coyly called out, her voice sweet to the point of being cloying, "I missed you." Her eyes were fixed on Yinfeng, brimming with unmistakable desire. Yinfeng raised his brow, a playful expression crossing his face. "What brings you here, junior sister Lu?" He had anticipated her return. After all, the allure of a Ningqi Dan was quite substantial. Lu Su approached with a seductive sway, her figure captivating, and sat directly in Yinfeng's embrace. "I heard senior sister Lin has been here for quite some time. You mustn't show favoritism," she remarked, her tone laced with a hint of jealousy, her gaze lingering on Yinfeng's face with evident provocation. Yinfeng felt a stir within. It seemed Lu Su had been observing him from the shadows. He wrapped his arms around her slender waist casually, his touch devoid of emotion. "What is it that you desire, junior sister Lu?" His voice remained calm, as if discussing a mundane matter. "I wish for a Ningqi Dan," Lu Su whispered enticingly in his ear, her breath warm and inviting, her straightforwardness revealing her greedy nature without pretense. Yinfeng chuckled inwardly. This woman had quite the appetite. However, he was in a good mood, and although Lu Su's cultivation was modest, she was still a competent furnace companion, better than none at all. A mid-grade pill was not inexpensive. Yinfeng deliberately posed a challenge, his tone laced with jest, eager to see how she would respond. Lu Su bit her lip, a resolute action, and suddenly loosened her garment, her fair skin glowing enticingly under the light. "Then shall I pay in other ways?" Her voice was laced with temptation, her demeanor both audacious and pitiful. As Yinfeng beheld her willing submission, Memories of her previous threats with medicinal pills flashed in his mind, and he resolved to teach her a lesson. This woman was far too cunning and needed to be put in her place. Very well, but this time I shall record the entire process with a jade mirror. Yanfeng's tone turned abruptly cold, his gaze firm and unyielding. Lu Su's expression changed dramatically, her smile freezing in an instant. You. Her voice was filled with terror and indignation, clearly unprepared for Yanfeng's countermeasure. He smiled coldly, his expression ice-cold and merciless. What? Is it permissible for you to threaten me, yet I cannot secure my own protection? His tone dripped with sarcasm, his gaze sharp as a blade, sending a chill down Lu Su's spine. Chapter 9. A Journey to the Market and Hidden Crises. Lu Su trembled with rage, her delicate form quivering under the light. Yet, the alluring promise of the Zhongping Ningqi Dan ultimately swayed her resolve. Biting her lip, tears of humiliation glistened in her eyes as she slowly approached the bedside, trembling as she undid her garments, whispering almost inaudibly, "Come up." Ding. Dual cultivation with the furnace will yield a cultivation level of 5. Alchemy proficiency at 3. After Lu Su departed, her eyes reddened from the encounter. Yanfeng contentedly counted the day's gains. 2 Ice Heart Dawn, 14 Zhongping Ningqi Dawn, access rights to the medicinal garden, and 2 high-quality furnace dings. Such rewards elevated his spirits, as if a bright future lay ahead. At this rate, a breakthrough to the mid-stage of foundation establishment was imminent. As Yanfeng pondered, he suddenly recalled Shui Luocha and Lu Ruyan, wondering about their current circumstances. A mix of anticipation and caution stirred within him. Meanwhile, within the Yuming sect, Shui Luocha sat cross-legged in her cave abode, her expression fluctuating between dark and light. Since their intimate encounter with Yanfeng, thoughts of him invaded her every meditation, his figure haunting her mind and severely disrupting her tranquility. I must find him and eliminate him. Shui Luocha ground her teeth in anger, her beautiful visage contorted with rage, yet inexplicably, a twinge of reluctance lingered in her heart. This conflicting emotion only intensified her agitation. With Lu Su gone, silence reclaimed the stone chamber, leaving only the faint scent of medicine lingering from the cauldron. The smile on Yanfeng's face gradually faded, replaced by a contemplative expression. The jade talisman in his hand still seemed to retain the warmth of Lu Su's body. Yet it had only procured a single Zhongping Ningqi Dan in return. This inequitable transaction left him feeling profoundly uncomfortable, as if he were a base scoundrel. It was imperative to enhance his strength swiftly, ensuring he had means of self-preservation and escape. After a moment of contemplation, his mind began to devise a plan. In this ruthless realm of cultivation, strength equated to dignity. The jade talisman was stowed away in the deepest recesses of his system space. Such coerced exchanges were ultimately unsustainable and not a viable long-term strategy. He required a more stable method to bolster his power. The path of dual cultivation must continue, but with greater caution. Targets must possess more value. A high-quality furnace ding like Lin Shui, who was both gifted and motivated, represented the optimal choice. Such a partnership could elevate his cultivation while fostering a relatively equitable relationship. Moreover, alchemy could not be neglected, as it formed the foundation of his existence here and would serve as capital for future exchanges. However, the current half-worn cauldron and inferior materials were woefully inadequate. He needed superior equipment and resources. Suppressing his distracting thoughts, he settled into a meditative posture, preparing to consolidate his cultivation. The spiritual energy of the 4th stage of foundation establishment coursed through his meridians, feeling somewhat more solid than the previous day, a sensation both peculiar and enlightening. However, the meager results from his recent dual cultivation with Lu Su, coupled with the stark contrast from Lin Shui's contributions, rendered his mind restless. The slight increase in cultivation was nearly negligible, leading to a sense of disappointment. Alas, it appeared his state of mind had indeed been affected. With a heavy sigh, he chose to cease his cultivation. The essence of training lies in one's mental state. If one's mind is troubled, forced practice could be detrimental. His gaze swept across the humble alchemical chamber, finally fixating on the uneven quality of the medicinal materials. The leaves of the ice heart grass were withered and yellowed, clearly lacking in age. The snow ginseng was shriveled and diminutive, exuding scant spiritual energy. With these materials, producing a Zhongping Ningqi Dan was already the limit. Aspiring for further advancement was nothing short of fantasy. Threats, after all, are not a lasting solution. The seemingly tranquil Xueyinmen sect concealed undercurrents of turmoil. A mere third-stage Qi practitioner dared to extort him repeatedly, merely because they perceived his foundation as shallow. Today it was Lu Su, tomorrow, who would it be? Lin Shui appeared to have motivations, yet how genuine were they? The sect leader, Lung Yuning, was particularly inscrutable, seeking to utilize him for alchemy while remaining perpetually wary. The ice heart Dan he received yesterday served as both a reward and, perhaps, a warning. Strength ultimately remained insufficient. He turned his introspective gaze inward, realizing that his fourth-stage foundation establishment was commendable in this place. However, should Shui Luocha or Lu Ruyan truly come for him, the consequences would be dire. He had already experienced their capabilities firsthand. While the rapid enhancement through the system's dual cultivation was appealing, high-quality furnace dings were scarce, posing considerable risks. The speed of alchemy was also severely restricted by the low-grade materials at hand. This predicament caused him considerable frustration. The adage "a clever woman cannot cook without rice" echoed repeatedly in his mind. He must devise a means to break this deadlock, otherwise, he would forever remain beholden to others. The following morning, Yin Feng gathered his thoughts, suppressing distractions as he made his way to the Xueyinmen hall. The hall appeared even more desolate amidst the morning fog, icicles hanging from the eaves glinting coldly in the dawn light. A sight both beautiful and chilling. Inside, Lung Yuning's complexion appeared markedly improved since the previous day. The effects of the recovery Dan were gradually mending her internal injuries, her pallid face gaining a hint of color. She cast a cold glance at Yin Feng, and before he could speak, she flicked her fingers with decisive precision, exuding an undeniable authority. A spirit stone emanating faint coldness landed before Yin Feng. The ice spirit stone rolled on the stone table, producing a crisp sound that resonated starkly in the silent hall. The materials in stock are limited, she stated, her voice colder than the stone, laced with a hint of scrutiny. This is 100 low-grade spirit stones. There will be a gathering at the Cold Ice Valley Market this afternoon. You may procure what you need. Her tone was flat, yet carried an unmistakable command. Yin Feng accepted the spirit stone, feeling its icy chill. The pure ice spirit energy surged into his meridians, invigorating his spirit. Although 100 low-grade spirit stones was not an extravagant sum, it was sufficient to acquire some decent medicinal materials. Just as a flicker of joy arose within him, it was swiftly extinguished by her subsequent words. However, I have heard that Shui Luocha from the Yuming sect is nearby, searching for someone. Her gaze was as sharp as a blade, piercing through Yin Feng, each word striking him like ice shards, leaving him trembling. Since you have entered my Xueyinmen sect, you must abide by our rules. The words were pronounced slowly, laden with a clear warning. Her gaze seemed to penetrate all facades, causing Yin Feng to feel a wave of guilt wash over him. Yin Feng's heart raced, yet he maintained an outward calm, clasping his hands in respect. Rest assured, sect leader, I understand. His voice remained steady, devoid of any tremor, his performance commendable. Lung Yuning scrutinized him for a moment before waving her hand dismissively. Go now, and be certain to return before sunset. The warning tone was unmistakable, as if to convey that one should not attempt any tricks. Yin Feng exited the grand hall, the chilling aura of the Bing Ling sure penetrating through his palm, bringing him to a heightened state of awareness. This 100 low-grade spirit stones represented both an opportunity and a trial. Lung Yuning was evidently testing him, gauging whether he might seize the moment to flee or entertain other ulterior motives. More critically, the presence of Shui Luocha loomed nearby, sending shivers down his spine. He was all too familiar with the sinister methods of that enchantress. Should she discover his whereabouts, the consequences would be dire. He had to proceed with utmost caution, procuring the necessary medicinal materials while evading the watchful eyes and ears of Shui Luocha. This expedition to the market was destined to be anything but tranquil. Chapter 10. Unexpected gains from the market encounter. Having completed the necessary purchases, one must hasten back without causing any unnecessary complications. Lung Yuning's fingers gently tapped against the armrest of her chair, producing a rhythmic sound that resonated clearly in the silent grand hall, as if striking the heartstrings of Yin Feng. Furthermore, do not entertain any thoughts of departure. The last 4 words were delivered with weight, imbued with a chilling intent. Her icy gaze seemingly capable of freezing the very soul. Otherwise, you should be well aware of the consequences. Yin Feng's heart skipped a beat, cold sweat instantaneously forming on his back. She was indeed aware. and even without knowing the specifics, she had undoubtedly surmised something. Perhaps from the moment he appeared at the Xueyinmen, he had already been thoroughly investigated. In this realm of cultivation, it was evident that no one was merely an ordinary character. Rest assured, Sect Master. He suppressed the turbulence within, maintaining a composed demeanor as he clasped his hands in respect, his voice steady enough to surprise even himself. I am only here for the medicinal herbs and would never dare to embroil the sect in any troubles. I shall return swiftly. His words were meticulously crafted, expressing loyalty while distancing himself from any potential blame, his acting commendably flawless. That is for the best. Lung Yuning regarded him with a penetrating gaze before waving her hand dismissively. Her eyes seemed to see through to his very heart, sending a chill down Yin Feng's spine. This woman was far more astute than he had anticipated. Upon exiting the grand hall, Lin Shui awaited him outside. The morning light bathed her fair face, casting a soft glow that softened her previously frigid expression. The complexity in her gaze was markedly greater than the day before, seemingly still affected by the implications of their last encounter, revealing hints of shyness and anticipation. "In Danshi, please follow me." She led Yin Feng along a secluded mountain path, her steps light and swift, as if eager to conclude their solitude. This path was concealed within the pine forest behind the hall, a place ordinary disciples would never venture near. Surrounded by hidden formations that would remain undetected without careful scrutiny. This is the route down the mountain, typically concealed by formations. I shall temporarily activate it for you this afternoon. She pointed toward a seemingly ordinary mountain wall, which melded seamlessly with the surroundings, revealing no flaws. Were it not for her deliberate guidance, no one would have discovered the hidden secrets within. Pausing momentarily, her voice lowered slightly. Laced with genuine concern, the market in Hanbinggu is rife with danger, filled with all manner of individuals, and incidents of murder and theft occur frequently. She spoke with utmost seriousness, her eyes betraying a hint of worry. You must exercise caution, refrain from displaying wealth, and avoid unnecessary conflicts. This earnest admonition took Yin Feng by surprise. Thank you for your guidance, Lin Shiji. Yin Feng nodded, committing her warnings to memory. He stole a glance at Lin Shui's serene profile, suddenly lowering his voice to convey a sense of mystery. Lin Shiji, I have gleaned some insights from the yin-yang harmonization technique we discussed yesterday. Her ears turned slightly pink at his words, a faint blush gracing her alabaster skin. Upon my return, should I procure suitable medicinal materials, I may be able to refine auxiliary elixirs, which would significantly enhance our cultivation outcomes. This promise served as both a token of gratitude and a foundation for deeper future transactions, perfectly calculated. Upon hearing this, Lin Shui's eyelashes fluttered, a flicker of surprise illuminating her icy blue eyes. She quickly glanced around to ensure they were unnoticed before responding in a voice so soft it was nearly inaudible. Her footsteps quickened as she escorted him to the courtyard, leaving in haste, as if lingering for even a moment would invite misunderstanding. Her retreat tinged with a hint of fluster. Yin Feng returned to the quiet courtyard. Inside the stone house, only the alchemical furnace and the modestly displayed herbs remained, silently mocking his predicament. They lay there, seemingly taunting him, stirring a sense of dissatisfaction within. He clenched the bag of ice spirit stones tightly. The cold sensation kept him alert, the chills seeping through his palm, reminding him of the risks accompanying this journey. This expedition to the market represented both an opportunity and a significant peril. He needed to evade the watchful eyes of the bloodthirsty demons and contend with the potential for unforeseen events. Most importantly, he had to maximize the returns from these 100 spirit stones. Any misstep could lead to irrevocable consequences. Standing in the courtyard, he gazed through the mist of formations toward the mountains below. There lay the herbs he desperately needed, the hope for strength, and the lurking dangers. He could not afford to err this time. In the afternoon, the formations were temporarily activated, and Yin Feng stepped out onto the concealed path, his surroundings suddenly opening up before him. In stark contrast to the cold isolation of Xueyinmen, the market at the foot of the mountain buzzed with life, a cacophony of sounds that momentarily disoriented him. The air was a melange of various scents, the foul odor of inferior elixirs, the pungent aroma of beast materials, and an undercurrent of blood that was almost imperceptible, the combination overwhelming his senses. Makeshift stalls jostled for space, the narrow, muddy streets filled with the shouts of vendors and the clamor of haggling. A diverse array of cultivators navigated the crowd, most bearing fierce expressions and vigilant eyes, Their demeanor suggested they were not to be trifled with. This indeed was a lawless domain, where the principle of survival of the fittest was vividly manifested. Truly a lawless realm. He inhaled deeply, retracting his internal spiritual energy to the initial stage of foundation establishment. He neither revealed too much nor appeared overly weak, striking a perfect balance. Blending into the throng, he began to meticulously search for the required herbs. His gaze flitted across the various stalls, his demeanor that of an experienced buyer. Top-grade Bing Xueyinmen Chow, only 10 spirit stones per stalk. A vendor shouted hoarsely, urgency evident in his tone. Century-old Xueyinmen, drastically reduced for a quick sale. Another stall echoed with exaggerated claims. The calls of vendors filled the air, yet Yin Feng remained an impassive observer. Those so-called premium herbs were of a quality even inferior to the subpar ones in the storeroom of Xueyinmen, hardly worth his attention. He paused before a slightly larger stall, which appeared more organized than the rest. The arrangement of the herbs more methodical. The stall owner was a one-eyed elder, a deep scar marring his face, exuding a palpable aura of menace, unmistakably not someone to provoke. Nevertheless, the quality of his herbs was indeed superior, markedly better than those at surrounding stalls. What do you require, friend? The elder's single eye was sharp as an eagle's, scrutinizing Yin Feng with an evaluative gaze. Yin Feng remained unperturbed, his eyes scanning the herbs on display. His movements calm and deliberate. I wish to examine the Bing Xueyinmen Chow and Xueyinmen. His tone was neutral, devoid of any discernible emotion. The elderly man chuckled, his laughter raspy and unappealing. You have an excellent eye, my friend. The herbs I possess are of the finest quality. He gestured towards a few exquisite specimens of Bingxin Cao, which had been meticulously harvested from the depths of the snow-capped mountains, boasting ample age and abundant spiritual essence. Yin Feng conducted a thorough inspection and indeed found them superior to the previous ones. However, they still fell short of his expectations. He shook his head, a hint of disappointment etched on his face. Is there nothing better? The old man's singular eye narrowed, a glimmer of cunning flashing within. Of course, there are better options, but... He elongated his words, the implication unmistakable. Yin Feng understood, carefully retrieving a pouch of Bingling Shi from his bosom. His movements deliberate and cautious. Price is not an issue, provided the quality is exceptional. His tone conveyed genuine sincerity. Observing this, the old man's smile deepened, the scar on his face twisting into an even more grotesque expression. Please wait a moment. He turned and extracted a delicate jade box from beneath the stall, intricately engraved with protective arrays, indicating that its contents were extraordinary. Upon opening the box, 3 resplendent Bingxin Cao were revealed, their leaves lush, roots intact, and emanating a potent chill, unmistakably not of ordinary quality. Chapter 11. The turmoil of the marketplace and unexpected gains. What are the key points? The old man's voice was hoarse and deep, his single eye scrutinizing Yin Feng with a blend of assessment and caution. Yin Feng's gaze drifted over a few somewhat withered Chihua flowers on the stall. Although they appeared unremarkable, the fire attribute's spiritual energy contained within them was remarkably pure. How much for these? He asked nonchalantly, his fingers lightly brushing against the petals. 30 spirit stones each, fixed price, the old man replied, extending 3 rough fingers, his tone resolute and devoid of room for negotiation. Yin Feng's brow furrowed slightly. This price far exceeded the market rate. While Chihua flowers were not particularly common, they were certainly not worth such an amount. The old man was clearly taking advantage of his unfamiliarity, intentionally inflating the price. Friend, this price seems a touch exploitative, he said coolly, his fingertips casually gliding over a Chihua flower. The subtle manipulation of fire magic sent a barely perceptible warmth deep into the petals. The edges of the flower's petals curled slightly, emanating a fragrance that was several times more potent than the surrounding blooms, a change that did not escape the discerning eye of the one-eyed old man. His eye widened in sudden surprise, a flicker of doubt crossing his features. He was knowledgeable. This instantaneous transformation was anything but ordinary. This man before him was evidently no simpleton. His skill in controlling fire was exquisite, far beyond the capabilities of an average cultivator. 15 spirit stones. The old man's tone softened considerably, his demeanor markedly more respectful. He realized that this seemingly ordinary cultivator might be a concealed master of alchemy. Yin Feng ceased further conversation, paid the spirit stones, and acquired the 3 finest Chihua flowers. He continued to browse several stalls. employing similar techniques or keen eyesight to procure a substantial quantity of necessary herbs at relatively fair prices. Soon, over half of his 100 spirit stones had been spent, but his storage bag was filled with various quality herbs. While he was calculating which materials he still required, a commotion drew his attention. A crowd had gathered in a nearby open space, and crude language erupted from within, the scene chaotic and noisy. "Hey, this woman has quite the fiery temperament," a coarse voice exclaimed, laced with a lewd chuckle. "Without spiritual roots, a common martial cultivator can be turned into a corpse puppet once they grow tired of her. Quite the bargain." Another voice chimed in, cold and cruel. Yanfeng pushed through the crowd to ascertain the situation. A tattered woman was shackled by iron chains, a restrictive collar around her neck inscribed with intricate runes, evidently designed to suppress her strength. Her body was marred with scars, blood trickling from her lips, yet her gaze was sharp and defiant, filled with a fierce, unyielding spirit. Even in such a wretched state, her striking features hinted at a wild beauty. Her physique, sculpted by years of martial training, exuded strength, with smooth yet powerful muscle lines, clearly indicating her prowess. A gaunt, sinister figure waved a whip, spitting as he hawked. "Come and take a look." A girl martial cultivator of the innate realm. Exceptional physique, untouched by the een of the essence. "Buy her as a furnace, and you won't be disappointed." His vulgar and crude words elicited a round of laughter from the crowd. Several men, clearly of dubious character, cackled lewdly, starting to bid. 20 spirit stones. 25. The price escalated like an auction for some mere commodity. The woman's eyes flashed with despair, her teeth clenched tightly, and her furious gaze seemed capable of consuming the world. Yet, bound by the suppressive collar, she could not resist, forced to endure the humiliation heaped upon her. Yanfeng felt a stirring within. Fragmented memories from his former self revealed that in this world, martial cultivators were held in low regard. Without spiritual roots, they could not absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, remaining trapped in the innate realm throughout their lives. In the eyes of cultivators, they were akin to robust livestock, utterly devoid of humanity. However, the fire in the woman's eyes reminded him of a wild leopard he had once seen on screen before his transmigration. Unyielding, proud, and brimming with vitality, her gaze burned with the flame of survival. An uncontrollable thought surged forth. If only he could guide her onto the path of cultivation. With the innate talent and spirit of this body, she could indeed become a tremendous asset. More importantly, she was a commoner, with a clean background, unconnected to any factions, thus posing no added complications. "I'll offer 30 spirit stones." A burly man with a brutish face shouted, his gaze lewdly roaming over the woman, an expression that was utterly repugnant. The stall owner's eyes brightened, his greed palpable. "Is there anyone willing to bid higher?" He scanned the crowd, hoping for a bigger offer. Yanfeng took a deep breath and stepped forward. Instantly, all eyes turned towards him, silence enveloping the scene. The stall owner squinted, sizing up Yanfeng. "Does this friend wish to place a bid?" His tone carried a hint of skepticism. Yanfeng did not respond directly. Instead, he turned to the woman. "What is your name?" His voice was calm and powerful, his demeanor distinctly different from the other bidders. The woman abruptly lifted her head, glaring at him fiercely, remaining silent, her eyes filled with wariness and animosity. The stall owner answered on her behalf. "Qin Yao." She said so herself. His tone was impatient, as though he deemed Yanfeng's inquiry unnecessary. Yanfeng nodded, his gaze returning to the stall owner. "I will buy her." His tone was resolute, leaving no room for doubt. The stall owner grinned widely, his satisfaction evident. "You're straightforward. 40 spirit stones, and she is yours." Seizing the moment, he raised the price, eager to make a handsome profit. The burly man who had bid earlier was immediately displeased. "I bid 45, he shouted angrily, his demeanor fierce, clearly unwilling to relinquish this commodity. Yanfeng remained unfazed, yet his heart sank. The spirit stones he had left were insufficient for 45. Only a little over 30 remained in his storage bag, far from meeting the price. The stall owner noticed his hesitation, his tone turning unfriendly. "What? If you lack funds, don't try to act like a big shot." His words dripped with mockery, his attitude dismissive. Laughter erupted from the onlookers, who relished in Yanfeng's embarrassment, the atmosphere palpably awkward. The burly man puffed out his chest, as if victory was already assured. The flicker of hope in Qin Yao's eyes quickly dimmed, her expression one of heartbreak and resignation, as if she had already accepted her fate. Harboring no remaining hope, Suddenly, Yinfeng smiled. His smile was calm and confident, as if everything was well within his grasp. He leisurely extracted a small jade vial from his bosom and uncorked it. A wave of pure medicinal fragrance instantly enveloped the surroundings, overpowering all other odors, the aroma refreshing and invigorating. There are insufficient spiritual stones. His voice was as calm as still water, suggesting a trivial matter. Inside the vial lay a round, jade-like Ningqi Dan, its patterns distinctly visible, quietly resting. Its luster was enchanting, the medicinal potency well contained, emanating a faint glow that was unmistakably extraordinary. It was a medium-grade Ningqi Dan. The laughter in the crowd abruptly ceased. All eyes were transfixed upon the pill, breaths becoming heavy, their gazes filled with greed and desire. Particularly among the few malevolent cultivators, their eyes glimmered with avarice, yearning to seize the pill immediately. In such a chaotic environment, a Ningqi Dan capable of swiftly restoring spiritual energy was sometimes more valuable than spiritual stones, especially a medium-grade one. Its worth far exceeded 40 spiritual stones. The stall owner's hands trembled slightly as he snatched the jade vial for a meticulous examination. His fingers quivered, a mix of excitement and anxiety evident on his face. "It's truly medium-grade," he exclaimed, his voice sharp with exhilaration. A flattering smile instantly adorned his face, his demeanor undergoing a complete transformation. "This is sufficient. More than enough. This female slave is yours. Here is the control token." He hurriedly thrust a token for the control collar into Yinfeng's hands, as if fearing he might reconsider, his actions marked by urgency. The burly man opened his mouth, but ultimately refrained from speaking further. A person capable of casually producing a medium-grade pill was not someone he could provoke. The value of that pill far surpassed his offer, and more importantly, one who could produce such a pill undoubtedly had an impressive background. Yinfeng accepted the token and approached Qin Yao. She could feel the envious, greedy, and awed gazes surrounding her, rendering her momentarily disoriented. She looked up at Yinfeng, her eyes filled with confusion and vigilance, unable to comprehend why this stranger would expend such a great cost to purchase her. Yinfeng said little more, merely waving the token gently, causing the control collar to snap open. Qin Yao was momentarily stunned, the sudden onset of freedom leaving her in a daze. She flexed her wrist, the lingering pain from the iron chains still evident, but at least she was free now. "Follow me," Yinfeng stated softly, turning to walk towards the market exit. His tone was authoritative, and his demeanor entirely natural, as if this was the most commonplace occurrence. Qin Yao hesitated briefly, but ultimately decided to follow. She was uncertain of this stranger's intentions, yet it was undoubtedly preferable to falling into the hands of those malevolent cultivators. Her steps were somewhat unsteady, but her gaze remained resolute, the instinct for survival prompting her to trust this mysterious man. Yinfeng contemplated inwardly. Although Qin Yao was merely a mortal martial cultivator, her innate talents and character were remarkably exceptional. If he could devise a way to guide her onto the path of cultivation, she might become a valuable ally. More importantly, her background was untainted, promising no additional complications. This transaction might turn out to be far more advantageous than he had anticipated. Chapter 12. Escape from danger. Before them stood a man in his 30s, his features unremarkable, yet his gaze was remarkably composed. Within his eyes, there was neither lewdness nor pity. Instead, there existed a pure scrutiny, as if assessing the worth of an object rather than observing a living being. "Follow me," he commanded, unfastening the collar around her neck, his voice brooking no dissent, imbued with an inherent authority. Qin Yao flexed her stiff neck. The skin long imprisoned finally liberated, sending a sharp pang of pain and numbness through her. She regarded her new master with a complex expression, her gaze betraying vigilance, confusion, and a barely perceptible glimmer of hope. Silently trailing behind him, her steps, though somewhat unsteady, retained the resilience of a martial artist. Having distanced themselves from the throng, she could still feel the pricking stares upon her back. Those gazes brimmed with greed, jealousy, and malice, as if poised to pounce and seize their prize at any moment. Yinfeng recognized that he had revealed his wealth. The value of the mid-grade Ningqi Dan far exceeded his expectations. In this chaotic marketplace, such riches could attract deadly peril. However, this mid-grade pill was essential. Without it, he could not possibly take Qin Yao with him. Though this transaction was fraught with risk, it was a worthy gamble. He quickened his pace and swiftly procured several necessary auxiliary herbs, depleting his last few spirit stones. His movements were decisive, leaving no time for delay as he led Qin Yao directly toward the marketplace's exit. They had to leave this place of turmoil as swiftly as possible. Lingering for even a moment increased their danger. Yet, as they neared the exit, his heart leapt suddenly. A familiar yet elusive chill seeped through from afar. Though faint, he would never mistake it. It was the fluctuation of Blood Luocha's blood-killing technique. She was indeed nearby. Yan Feng's expression shifted as he grasped the still-dazed Qin Yao and swiftly darted into a shadowy alley piled high with debris. His movements were quick and discreet, garnering no attention. "Do not make a sound," he whispered, pressing her firmly against the shadow of the wall, his grip unyielding. He held his breath, carefully extending his consciousness like a sensory antenna to gauge the external situation. At the entrance of the marketplace, a vague blood-red figure appeared to be negotiating with the guards. Though her features were obscured, the distinctive red dress and the faint aura of blood swirling around her, it could not be mistaken. It was indeed her. Yan Feng's heart sank. With Qin Yao in tow, he could not possibly slip past the exit unnoticed. He had to find a way to circumvent her. The shadows of the alley were cold and damp, fully enveloping their figures, providing them a temporary refuge from the imminent threat. Qin Yao's breath quickened with anxiety, yet was stifled by Yan Feng's piercing glance. She immediately held her breath, her years of martial training manifesting in that moment, her body exhibiting a coordination far beyond that of an ordinary cultivator. The sinister chill of the aura slithered like a serpent at the entrance of the marketplace, lingering ominously. Though weak, it bore a pressure that sent chills down one's spine, as if being targeted by a venomous snake. Yan Feng's heartbeat thundered, the sound resonating clearly in the stillness of the alley. He cautiously extended his consciousness outward, sensing the surroundings. He observed the glaring blood-red figure questioning the guards at the entrance one by one. The face of Blood Luocha was marked by evident impatience and malice, clearly having found nothing, her anger threatening to spill over. "Search. Search thoroughly." Her icy voice, even from a distance, reached Yan Feng's ears, carrying an undeniable authority. A man of the Foundation establishment stage, possibly injured, could not be overlooked. Her voice was as chilling as ice, instilling fear. Several disciples of the Xueyinmen sect trailing her immediately dispersed, beginning a rough and rude examination of passers-by. Their actions were crude and disrespectful, causing a minor commotion, yet none dared to resist, for the infamous reputation of the Xueyinmen sect loomed large. Yan Feng's expression grew grave. With Qin Yao, a direct confrontation was impossible. Retracing their steps was unfeasible. Until the appointed time, the formation would not activate, and Lin Shui could not assist. If trapped in the marketplace, once Blood Luocha completely sealed the area, they would be caught like fish in a barrel. An alternate escape route was imperative. His sharp gaze swept through the cluttered alley. It seemed there was a fork in the path leading deeper into darkness, concealing unknown dangers, yet there was no other choice at this moment. "Follow me, tread lightly," he murmured, moving almost against the wall, his actions as silent as a cat. Qin Yao followed without hesitation, her movements surprisingly light for someone who had been shackled for so long. Her instinct for danger and quick compliance to orders prompted Yan Feng to nod inwardly. This investment was not in vain. Her temperament and capabilities surpassed his expectations. Winding through several dirtier and more chaotic alleyways, they neared the edge of the marketplace. The guards here were evidently lax, with only an elderly cultivator dozing against a wall, appearing utterly inattentive. In the distance, the shouts of Blood Luocha could be faintly heard, seeming to advance toward their direction. The sound growing ever closer and instilling fear. There was no time for hesitation. Yan Feng retrieved the invisibility talisman from the system space. The talisman was made of a special material, icy to the touch, inscribed with complex runes that emitted a faint glow. "Hold on to me," he commanded, decisively shattering the talisman. His movements were swift and resolute, devoid of hesitation. An extraordinary force enveloped the two of them in an instant, rendering their figures indistinct, then transparent, until they completely vanished, their very presence concealed as if they had never existed. Qin Yao widened her eyes in astonishment, gazing at her disappearing body, her expression filled with disbelief. This wondrous spell exceeded her comprehension, evoking both wonder and unease within her. The dozing old cultivator seemed to sense a ripple of spiritual energy, glancing curiously in their direction, his expression tinged with caution. Yet he discovered nothing. Grumbling a few words before returning to his slumber, clearly impatient. Yin Feng pulled Qin Yao along, holding his breath as they cautiously passed within mere feet of the old cultivator. Each step felt like walking on thin ice, fearful of making even the slightest sound, the tension in the air nearly suffocating. The moment they crossed the boundary of the marketplace, the invisible constraints dissipated in an instant. The breath of freedom enveloped them, invigorating their spirits. "Let us go." With a low command, Yin Feng seized Qin Yao, and they bolted forward with astonishing speed, akin to an arrow released from its bow, leaving behind the clamor and the suffocating threat far behind. The two raced until they were several miles away from the bustling market, before daring to halt. As the effect of the invisibility talisman gradually faded, their figures re-emerged, akin to surfacing from water, reclaiming their sense of reality. Yin Feng exhaled deeply, the tension within him finally easing. Although their expedition to the market was fraught with peril, it proved to be immensely rewarding. Not only had they acquired the necessary herbs, but they also returned with a promising martial cultivator. Standing beside him, Qin Yao's gaze remained vigilant, yet it bore a hint of complexity. She regarded this enigmatic man, her mind brimming with questions, though her wisdom held her tongue. In this world where the weak are devoured by the strong, survival was of paramount importance. "Let us return to the sect," Yin Feng stated calmly, his tone regaining its composure. He felt an urgency to return and transform these herbs into strength. Only by becoming more powerful could he establish a foothold in this perilous world. Qin Yao silently followed, her steps resolute and vigorous. Though the future was uncertain, it was certainly preferable to falling into the hands of the malevolent cultivators. This new master, while shrouded in mystery, did not seem evil, kindling a flicker of hope within her. The two moved in tandem, heading towards the direction of Xueyinmen. The journey was long and arduous, yet Yin Feng's heart brimmed with anticipation. With these resources, his strength was destined for a remarkable ascent, and this unexpected gain of Qin Yao might yield unforeseen surprises. Chapter 13. Settling the new servant. It was not until they had fled 10 miles away that the invisibility effect completely dissipated, causing both of them to halt, breathless. The vigorous running had rendered their breaths rapid, their chests heaving, and their garments soaked with perspiration. Looking back, the Han Bingu market had long vanished amidst the mountains, leaving only a vague silhouette behind. The clamor and danger had been cast aside, allowing them to exhale in relief. Yin Feng let out a long sigh, his back drenched in cold sweat. This encounter had indeed been perilous. He could almost sense the chilling gaze of the blood demon, a feeling that sent shivers down his spine. Qin Yao observed him, her expression intricate, imbued with a newfound respect and curiosity. This new master appeared to be far more mysterious and formidable than she had initially imagined. The wondrous effect of the invisibility talisman had given her a fresh perspective on his prowess. Upon returning to the foot of Xueyinmen, the formation along the path had indeed activated. The concealed passage emitted a faint glow, as if welcoming their return. Lin Shui awaited them there. Upon seeing Yin Feng return with an unfamiliar woman, a flicker of astonishment crossed her eyes. The surprise was particularly pronounced on her icy visage. Yet she wisely refrained from probing further, merely furrowing her brow slightly. "Yin Dan Shi, the sect master requests your immediate presence upon your return," she stated, her tone reverting to its usual coldness. Her gaze swept over Qin Yao, the scrutinizing look unsettling. Yin Feng's heart sank. News traveled swiftly. Cold Moon Ning's information was indeed accurate, as they had only just returned. He stowed away the medicinal materials he had procured and addressed Qin Yao. "Wait for me here." His tone brooked no dissent, bearing an air of command. He followed Lin Shui back to the Xueyin Hall. The frigid hall seemed perpetually shrouded in frost, instilling a sense of dread. Inside, Cold Moon Ning's countenance was as unyielding as ice, her expression betraying no emotion. "You have returned," she stated, her voice devoid of inflection, as if commenting on a matter of little consequence. "What have you brought back?" Returning to the sect master, "I have acquired some urgently needed medicinal materials," Yin Feng replied respectfully, presenting a portion of what he had procured, deliberately omitting the finest items. His movements were cautious, lest he reveal any inconsistencies. Cold Moon Ning cast a brief glance, noncommittal. Her gaze was sharp as a blade, seemingly capable of piercing through everything. "I heard. You have brought someone back?" She shifted her tone, her eyes piercing like ice shards. The oppressive atmosphere suffocating. "It is a mundane martial artist without spiritual roots." I felt pity for her, and brought her back to perform menial tasks and care for the alchemical chamber. Yanfeng had anticipated this inquiry, maintaining a calm demeanor, his expression natural, devoid of any hint of guilt. I am well aware of the sect's regulations and would never dare to introduce outsiders without prior approval, nor disturb the sanctity of the inner sect's cultivation. I did not report this matter in advance. It was my oversight. I beseeched the sect master to impose punishment. He proactively admitted fault, his attitude exceedingly humble, leaving no room for criticism. Cold Moon Ning scrutinized him for an extended moment, seemingly searching for a flaw in his expression. Her gaze was as sharp as an ice blade, as if she aimed to see through him. At last, she snorted derisively, her tone laced with mockery. "Humph. You certainly know how to indulge," she remarked with unabashed sarcasm. "A servant? More like a warm bed companion, I presume." Such words are blunt and cutting. Men truly are all of a kind. Yanfeng lowered his head in silence. To argue at such a moment would be folly. He understood Cold Moon Ning's temperament well. Any explanation would only deepen her suspicions. "Remember your position, and recall what I have previously stated," Cold Moon Ning admonished, tapping the armrest, her voice resonating sharply in the stillness of the grand hall. "Manage your people well, should she dare to step into the inner sect or cause any trouble. I shall certainly impose strict regulations and ensure she does not bring any trouble to the sect." Yanfeng immediately guaranteed, his tone resolute, as if he would genuinely enforce strict measures upon Qin Yao. "Begone." Cold Moon Ning waved her hand, seemingly disinterested in him further, her demeanor one of palpable impatience. Yanfeng bowed and withdrew, only feeling the icy pressure ease slightly once he stepped outside the hall. It was as if he had emerged from a frozen cellar, regaining his freedom. He returned to the secluded courtyard with Qin Yao. The humble abode now seemed exceptionally welcoming, for it was, at least, a safe haven. Yanfeng pointed to a side room piled with clutter, although small. It was sufficient for one to reside. "You will live there from now on, and tidy it up yourself," he spoke with gravity, bearing an air of undeniable command. "Without my permission, you are not to leave this courtyard nor engage with anyone. Do you understand?" His gaze was sharp as a knife, as if to pierce through her thoughts. Qin Yao nodded, her expression still defiant but tinged with a hint of acquiescence. She silently entered the side room and began to tidy up. Her movements were skillful and swift, evidently indicative of her competence. Yanfeng, meanwhile, could hardly contain his eagerness as he entered the alchemical chamber. His anticipation overshadowed his fatigue as he yearned to swiftly validate the results of his recent procurement. He retrieved all the medicinal materials, particularly the finest varieties of qi yin hua and auxiliary herbs. The herbs exuded a rich spiritual aura, invigorating his spirit. Taking a deep breath, he summoned the fire control technique. A pale blue flame ascended, enveloping the alchemical furnace. The flame was purer than before, with temperature control more precise. With the superior quality of the medicinal materials, his technique had become even more refined. His movements flowed seamlessly, as if rehearsed 1,000 times. Fire control, herb infusion, refining, and pill condensing. The entire process unfolded without a hitch, exhibiting a focus that seemed to meld him with the furnace. Several hours later, the furnace trembled gently, the lid lifting. 12 pills, the size of longan fruits and deep in color, shot forth, and Yanfeng swiftly caught them in his hand. The pills were smooth and glossy, emanating a rich fragrance, far surpassing the previous qi condensing pills. Among them, 2 were particularly flawless, radiating a subtle luminescence, clearly of a higher quality than the others. "I did it. 12 Ning Yuan Dan, 2 of superior quality." Yanfeng's heart swelled with joy, the sense of accomplishment banishing his fatigue. Ning Yuan Dan is a higher tier of elixir than Ning Qi Dan, significantly beneficial for foundational stage cultivators. A lower grade Ning Yuan Dan is worth at least 5 spirit stones, while superior grade ones can fetch up to 20 spirit stones, with demand often exceeding supply. This visit to the market, though fraught with danger, had proven worthwhile. The gains far exceeded his expectations. As fatigue washed over him, he stored the pills away and exited the alchemical chamber. The sense of fulfillment lightened his steps, as if he had shed an enormous burden. Yet, to his surprise, he found the courtyard transformed anew. The fallen leaves and snow have been meticulously cleared away, leaving a tidy appearance that brings a sense of joy to the heart. In a corner, a small plot of neatly arranged vegetable beds has been cultivated. Though currently vacant, the freshly turned soil exudes the earthy fragrance of tilled land. A few simple dishes are laid out on the stone table, steaming gently. The enticing aroma wafts through the air, stirring his appetite. It appears that these dishes are crafted from a small patch of wild vegetables he had previously overlooked and the mundane grains from the pantry. The humble ingredients, transformed by skilled hands, emit a mouth-watering scent. Qin Yao stands quietly by the table, her demeanor respectful and submissive. "Master, the meal is ready," she says, her voice still somewhat hoarse, yet infused with a newfound vitality, her attitude evidently softened. Yanfeng pauses briefly before taking a seat, caught off guard by this unexpected hospitality. The dishes are simple, bordering on rudimentary, yet their fragrance awakens a long-forgotten appetite within him. Since his journey began, he has either gnawed on dry rations or consumed medicinal pills, having long since forgotten the taste of warm food. He picks up his chopsticks and takes a bite, his eyes brightening slightly. To his surprise, the cooked wild vegetables are quite delectable, the flavor exceeding his expectations. "Did you make this?" he inquires, looking up at Qin Yao with a hint of astonishment. She nods, her expression remaining calm, though a flicker of barely perceptible anticipation glimmers in her eyes. In the past, while at the martial arts school, she often assisted in the kitchen. Her voice is soft, tinged with nostalgia. Yanfeng remains silent, simply savoring the meal. The warmth of the food spreads through his stomach, enveloping his entire being in a sense of comfort he has not felt in a long time. This unexpected treasure seems even more valuable than he had imagined. Qin Yao is not only a martial artist, but also a capable individual, heightening his anticipation for her future. Chapter 14. Spiritual Cuisine and a New Path in Martial Arts. The flavor was unexpectedly delightful. Within the simplicity of the dish lay a rustic charm, perfectly cooked, exuding the natural fragrance of the ingredients. Despite the lack of excessive seasoning, it was remarkably palatable, revealing the care that had been taken in its preparation. Although it consisted merely of wild vegetables and ordinary rice, the effort invested was evident. Qin Yao observed his reaction with a hint of nervousness, her gaze imbued with both anticipation and anxiety, as if awaiting judgment. "Did you prepare this?" Yanfeng inquired, a note of surprise evident in his tone. "Yes," Qin Yao replied, lowering her head, her demeanor somewhat shy. "In the past, at the martial arts school, I often cooked for my fellow disciples." Her voice was soft, tinged with nostalgia and sorrow. Yanfeng nodded, gesturing toward the seat across from him. "Please, sit down and join me for a meal." His tone was calm, devoid of any commanding undertone. After a moment's hesitation, Qin Yao complied, yet she only picked at her rice, hesitant to take any vegetables. Her demeanor was quite reserved, clearly unaccustomed to dining at the same table as her host. Yanfeng remained silent, continuing to eat. The rice, though ordinary, had a sweet taste, with a pure fragrance that was delightful. However, after a few bites, Yanfeng suddenly sensed something amiss. He noticed that Qin Yao's body had begun to redden, the flush spreading from her neck to her cheeks, with wisps of white vapor rising from her head, an eerie sight indeed. Her movements came to a halt, her face contorted in pain and confusion, her brows knitted as if enduring immense suffering. The sound of turbulent energy coursing through her body was audible even to Yanfeng, akin to the roar of a tidal wave, indicating that her internal energy was in a state of violent upheaval. Yanfeng's understanding dawned instantly. The Xueyinmen was built upon a spiritual vein, and even the most mundane rice, over time, had absorbed spiritual energy, rendering it extraordinary. The spiritual essence within the rice was negligible for cultivators, yet for an ordinary person, it was a potent nourishment. Qin Yao, a commoner without spiritual roots, had unwittingly consumed such spiritual food, her body unable to accommodate the overwhelming energy, causing it to run rampant within her, threatening to rupture her delicate meridians. If left unchecked, the consequences would be dire. However, this also presented an exceptional opportunity, a perfect occasion to validate his hypothesis. In a swift motion, Yanfeng sprang to his feet, moving like lightning. He stepped behind Qin Yao, his palm confidently pressing against her back. The warmth of his hand, filled with pure foundational spiritual energy, surged gently yet resolutely into her tumultuous meridians, akin to a tender rein attempting to tame a wild stallion. Focus your mind. Direct your energy to your dantian. Attempt to guide this power as you practice your internal cultivation. Yanfeng commanded in a tone imbued with undeniable authority, a blend of instruction and direction. Qin Yao's body trembled violently, the pain on her face intensifying. The colossal spiritual energy surged through her frail meridians like a rampaging stallion, nearly overwhelming her senses. Beads of sweat formed on her forehead, her expression one of profound agony. Yanfeng's spiritual energy, like the most precise of reins, forcefully guided and restrained this wild force. His actions were not merely suppressive, they were instructive. With his formidable mental acuity and exacting control over spiritual energy, he led the nearly explosive energy within Qin Yao along an unconventional pathway. This route was not the traditional method of cultivation, but bore a closer resemblance to the intricate trajectories of mundane martial arts internal techniques, now imbued with newfound profundity. The pathway was complex and exquisite, evidently crafted with great care. Qin Yao let out a muffled groan, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Yet her eyes suddenly sparkled with renewed vigor. Amid the excruciating pain that threatened to tear her apart, there emerged a peculiar sense of exhilarating clarity. This sensation was akin to a long-awaited rain after a drought, illuminating the dawn of hope. In a moment of inspiration, she cast aside all distractions, wholly aligning with Yanfeng's guidance, and activated the family lineage's internal technique she had practiced since childhood. Having cultivated this method for over a decade, it was now second nature to her, and with the infusion of spiritual energy, it achieved unprecedented effectiveness. Boom. It felt as though a barrier within her had been violently shattered by the torrent of spiritual energy. The sound of this breaking barrier was clear, and the rush of energy within her resonated like a roaring river, a force to be reckoned with. The crimson hue on her skin rapidly faded, transforming into a healthy glow. Faint traces of dark impurities were expelled from her pores, accompanied by a foul stench, evidently toxins accumulated within her body. Her breath grew visibly stronger and more refined, the transformation apparent, as if she had been reborn, radiating newfound vitality. This process persisted for approximately the duration of an incense stick. When the last vestiges of wild spiritual energy were finally tamed and assimilated into her limbs and bones, Qin Yao abruptly opened her eyes. They shone with brilliance, her spirit invigorated, her gaze sharp as a blade, brimming with power. She could hardly believe the surging strength within her. This newfound prowess far exceeded any peak she had previously attained, akin to a rebirth, an experience that left her both astonished and disoriented. This is, she murmured, instinctively raising her hand to form a fist. The joints of her fingers produced a crisp crackle, and a refined energy began to swirl around her fist, exuding a palpable sense of strength. Innate realm, moreover, a foundation far surpassing that of an ordinary innate cultivator. The magnitude of her enhancement was staggering, leaving her in disbelief. Yanfeng withdrew his hand, a slight sheen of sweat forming at his temples. This endeavor had demanded immense mental focus, more exhausting than concocting a batch of foundational elixirs. The meticulous control required unwavering concentration, with no room for error. Yet his eyes were filled with excitement and curiosity. Indeed, it is as I surmised. His tone conveyed the exhilaration of a groundbreaking discovery. Though you lack spiritual roots and cannot sense or absorb the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth, his gaze was keen, as if examining a rare treasure. Your body, particularly your meridians, possesses an extraordinary affinity for and capacity to bear spiritual energy. By an unexpected twist of fate, the spiritual essence contained within that rice, guided by my spiritual force, forcibly tempered your physique, opening certain meridians. Although the process was fraught with danger, the outcome was astonishingly favorable. This equates to having forcibly carved out an alternative path for your cultivation. His tone radiated a pioneering pride, a path that intertwines martial prowess with spiritual cultivation, a method of refining the body and unblocking meridians. These 8 words resonated with undeniable weight, brimming with infinite possibilities. Upon hearing this, Qin Yao's body quivered intensely. To enter the path through martial arts, to refine the body and unblock the meridians. These 8 words held immense weight for her, akin to 1,000 pounds. They signified that even a mere mortal devoid of a spiritual root might embark upon the path of cultivation, a miraculous notion that seemed almost fantastical. In an instant, her eyes sparkled with the radiant light of hope, her gaze both fervent and resolute. This new master not only saved her life, but also bestowed upon her an unprecedented glimmer of hope. Such kindness filled her heart with profound gratitude and unwavering loyalty. Chapter 15 Loyalty and Trouble approaches. She abruptly raised her head, her gaze towards Yin Feng filled with an unprecedented fervor and yearning. In her eyes burned the flames of hope, as if she had glimpsed the dawn of rebirth, a radiance both dazzling and resolute. With a thud, she unhesitatingly knelt on both knees, her movements swift and decisive, devoid of any hesitation. Her forehead struck heavily against the cold ground, producing a muffled sound that resonated clearly in the silent courtyard. Qin Yao expresses gratitude for the master's grace of rebirth. Her voice trembled with excitement, yet was imbued with unwavering determination. This kindness and virtue, Yao shall never forget, willing to serve the master for a lifetime, to face fire and water, unafraid of death. The solemn vow rang out with sincerity and resolve. Yin Feng observed her, satisfaction blooming within him. This was precisely the effect he desired. A genuinely loyal servant was far more reliable than any contract. Qin Yao's temperament and potential exceeded his expectations. Rise, he commanded, his tone calm, yet imbued with undeniable authority. I can bestow opportunities upon you, but I can also retract everything. His words carried both a warning and a promise, offering hope while establishing boundaries. Follow me diligently, and it may not be impossible for you to truly ascend to the path of immortality, acquiring the strength to rival cultivators. He painted a grand vision, which at that moment appeared utterly tangible to Qin Yao. The prospect stirred her heart, brimming with anticipation. Yes, Yao understands. Qin Yao bowed again, her actions respectful and sincere before she rose. Her demeanor was the epitome of reverence, the rebellious glint in her eyes entirely replaced by complete submission. This heartfelt loyalty was far more dependable than any contractual obligation. Yin Feng pondered for a moment, his gaze reflective. You have already begun to temper your body, reaching the pinnacle of innate potential, rendering ordinary martial arts ineffective for you. His tone was evaluative and strategic. I require some time to seek or create a body-refining technique suited to your physique. This promise served as both a reward for her and a challenge for himself. In the meantime, focus on consolidating your practice here and tending to the courtyard. His tone was serene, yet carried an undeniable command. Yes, master, Qin Yao replied respectfully, her attitude exceedingly obedient. Yin Feng nodded, turning to enter the alchemy room. He needed to swiftly digest the gains from this market trip and maximize the effects of the two superior Ning Yuan Dan. Strength, after all, was paramount. In this world of the survival of the fittest, without strength, one had no voice. Qin Yao watched as Yin Feng entered the alchemy room, then silently picked up the dishes and cleaned the mess on the table. She fetched clean water and meticulously wiped the floor. Each action was executed with precision, exuding a sense of vigor and newfound vitality. Her industrious demeanor clearly indicated her capability. After completing her tasks, she found a corner in the courtyard to sit cross-legged. Following Yin Feng's instructions before his departure, she quietly contemplated the brand-new, powerful force within her. Her gaze was resolute, filled with hope for the future. The focused demeanor she exhibited showed her deep appreciation for this hard-won opportunity. Time passed in silence. As the sun dipped below the horizon, it bathed the small courtyard in a layer of warm golden hue, a scene serene and beautiful. Yet, this tranquility was soon disrupted. Suddenly, a series of slightly hurried footsteps and the sound of women conversing reached the courtyard. The voices grew louder, evidently approaching the small courtyard. Just go see for yourself inside, senior sister. She really brought back a woman. An all too familiar voice rang out, tinged with a sense of schadenfreude and provocation. It was Lu Su's voice. Qin Yao instantly became alert, springing to her feet, her gaze sharp as she fixed it on the courtyard door. Her eyes brimmed with vigilance and wariness, resembling a fierce beast guarding its master. Creak. The courtyard door was pushed open without ceremony. Lu Su entered first, wearing a look of delight as she reveled in the spectacle, her expression exceedingly smug. Following her was Lin Shui, clad in white, her demeanor as frosty as her countenance. Her cold gaze was laced with evident displeasure. Upon entering the courtyard, Lin Shui's eyes locked onto Qin Yao, who stood there. Upon witnessing her astonishing figure and the wild aura that set her apart from the frail female cultivators, Lin Shui's brows furrowed tightly. A flicker of unacknowledged displeasure and wariness flashed in her eyes, especially as she sensed the surging vitality within Qin Yao. Though not a fluctuation of spiritual energy, it was nonetheless formidable. How could she possibly be an ordinary servant? Lu Su, standing nearby, exaggeratedly added fuel to the fire, her tone overtly dramatic. Senior Sister Lin. See, I wasn't mistaken, was I? Her finger pointed at Qin Yao, a gesture most disrespectful. Master Yin has only been here a few days, and she couldn't wait to bring back some dubious woman. Her words were sharp and venomous, leaving a lingering suspense that was decidedly malicious. Qin Yao stepped forward abruptly. Her gaze was icy, like a fierce beast guarding its master, emanating an aura reminiscent of a battlefield. The intensity was astounding, wholly unlike that of a mere servant who had just been rescued. Impudence. Her voice was not loud, but carried an undeniable authority. In the master's courtyard, how dare you raise a clamor and slander? The momentum from her recent breakthrough into the innate realm, combined with the murderous intent honed on the battlefield, startled Lu Su, who had merely reached the third stage of qi cultivation, causing her face to pale as she instinctively took a step back, appearing quite disheveled. Lin Xue's expression darkened further upon witnessing this. She cast a cold glance at the firmly closed alchemy room door, raising her voice with a mixture of inquiry and dissatisfaction. Master Yin. Her tone was decidedly displeased. Please come out and explain what is happening here. Her voice echoed in the hushed courtyard, laden with a palpable sense of oppression. Inside the alchemy room, Yinfeng slowly opened his eyes, his brow slightly furrowed. Trouble had, after all, arrived at his doorstep. Lu Su proved to be quite the troublemaker, having quickly incited Lin Xue to seek trouble. The door to the alchemy room was pushed open. Yinfeng stepped out, his face expressionless as his gaze briefly lingered on the fierce Qin Yao standing protectively at the door, a fleeting hint of approval passing through his eyes before he coldly swept his gaze towards the uninvited pair. His expression revealed clear displeasure. Senior Sister Lin, Junior Sister Lu, he greeted flatly, his tone revealing no discernible emotion. May I inquire as to why the two of you have barged into my residence, creating such a commotion? His gaze finally settled on Lin Xue, carrying a tone of inquiry, but more so an evident annoyance at being disturbed. Lin Xue felt momentarily stifled by his demeanor, yet upon seeing Qin Yao's protective stance, an unnameable anger flared within her. She pointed at Qin Yao, her voice cold as she demanded, Master Yin, should you not clarify who this woman is? Her tone was laden with inquiry and dissatisfaction, clearly indicating her discontent with Yin Feng's lack of explanation. Chapter 16. Establishing Authority and Punishment. Why has this occurred within my Xueyinmen? Lin Xue's voice was as frigid as frost, laced with evident displeasure and skepticism. Lu Su chimed in, her tone sharp and acrimonious. Indeed, the Sect Master has long issued a strict decree against the unauthorized entry of outsiders. Yet, after only a few days, Yin Danshi has knowingly transgressed by bringing back an unknown woman. Who can say if she is a spy from another faction? Her venomous words aimed to amplify the situation. Yinfeng suddenly chuckled, though the mirth did not reach his eyes. Rather, it bore a hint of mockery and coldness. This was the crux of the matter. He turned his gaze toward Lin Xue, his tone imbued with a touch of perfectly measured confusion and disbelief. I have already reported this matter to the Sect Master. His demeanor was remarkably composed, as if stating an undeniable fact. This woman, named Qin Yao, is a servant I procured from the market today, tasked with attending to the alchemy chamber and managing the courtyard. His explanation was succinct and transparent, devoid of any concealment. The Sect Master is already aware and has instructed me to exercise strict control over her, ensuring she does not leave the premises or disturb the inner sanctum. His emphasis was unmistakable. This is permitted by the Sect Master, and you have no authority to question it. What? Does Senior Sister Lin believe the Sect Master's decision is flawed? His gaze pierced Lin Xue, brimming with inquiry and amusement. Or perhaps, he shifted his focus to Lu Su with a knowing smile. Someone believes the Sect Master's decision must gain her approval? The words struck like a dagger, targeting the heart of the matter. Upon hearing this, Lin Xue's expression shifted slightly. Lu Su turned pale, her fear evident as she hastily waved her hands in denial. You slander me. I meant no such thing. Panic and terror tinged her voice, clearly unwilling to challenge the Sect Master's authority. She dared to incite trouble in secret, but would never openly defy the Sect Master's verdict. Lin Xue inhaled deeply, suppressing her rising anger. She was indeed unaware that Yinfeng had already informed the Sect Master. If that were the case, her inquiry could be seen as meddlesome, even somewhat unreasonable. This realization left her quite dissatisfied. Gazing at Yinfeng's calm demeanor, tinged with a hint of ridicule, then at the vigilant and alluring Qin Yao behind him. A wave of indescribable annoyance surged within her, both unfamiliar and unsettling. Since the Sect Master has been informed, that is for the best. Her voice regained its icy tone, albeit with a hint of reluctance, hoping that Yin Danshi would heed the Sect Master's warning to manage his own people and avoid causing trouble. The admonition was glaringly apparent. We shall take our leave. She wished to linger no longer, turning to depart with a somewhat rigid posture, clearly not in high spirits. Lu Su, though unwilling, dared not speak further and hurriedly followed, her demeanor a picture of disarray, evidently shaken by Yin Feng's words. At this moment, stop! Yin Feng's voice rang out once more, calm yet imbued with an undeniable authority. The two halted in their tracks. Lin Shui turned back, her brows furrowed. What further matter does Yin Danshi have? Her tone reflected unmistakable impatience, clearly not wishing to prolong the entanglement. Yin Feng's gaze bypassed her, landing directly on the cowering Lu Su behind her. Senior Sister Lin may leave. His tone remained tranquil, but as for Junior Sister Lu, he spoke leisurely, his words carrying a chill. You just accused me of bringing back a woman of dubious character and even questioned if she is a spy from another faction. His eyes were sharp as blades, piercing through Lu Su, in such public denigration of my reputation, maligning my person. Are you suggesting we can simply dismiss this? The questioning was not loud, yet it bore a heavy pressure. Lu Su's body stiffened, her complexion paling instantly. She had not anticipated Yin Feng's sudden aggression at this moment. The terror on her face was palpable, clearly caught off guard by the turn of events. Lin Shui was equally taken aback, surprised by Yin Feng's confrontational demeanor, which left her feeling somewhat displeased. Yin Danshi, Junior Sister Lu may have chosen her words poorly, but she attempted to mediate, her tone softening. Yin Feng interrupted her directly, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on Lu Su. His words were like blades, capable of striking at the very soul. His voice was frigid. If this matter is allowed to pass lightly today, will everyone tomorrow feel free to slander me? The warning and authoritative intent in his words were unmistakable. Junior Sister Lu, do you not owe me and my people an explanation? His voice was not raised, yet it carried an undeniable pressure, his aura imposing. Qin Yao stepped forward, her icy gaze fixed on Lu Su, the innate warrior's aura mixed with the ferocity of the battlefield, leaving Lu Su, a mere third-tier Qi practitioner, nearly breathless. The intimidation was palpable, sending shivers down one's spine. Lu Su looked pleadingly at Lin Shui, her eyes filled with fear and desperation, clearly hoping she would intervene. Lin Shui's lips moved, but ultimately, she said nothing. She realized that Yin Feng was establishing his authority and warning all who might harbor ill intentions like Lu Su. Although his methods were harsh, they were undeniably effective. If she intervened at this moment, she would only find herself in an even more awkward position. Lu Su was utterly panicked. She gazed into Yin Feng's indifferent eyes, catching a glimpse of his fingers seemingly brushing over the storage pouch at his waist. Within it likely lay the deadly image Jade. If that were exposed, her fate would be far worse than her current predicament. A profound fear gripped her. Yes, I am sorry. The words tumbled out as she bowed repeatedly toward Yin Feng and Qin Yao, her movements clumsy and devoid of the previous arrogance. It was my reckless speech. I spoke thoughtlessly. Her voice trembled with the hint of tears, her demeanor pitiful, begging for Yin Danshi's forgiveness. Please, forgive me, Miss Qin. Her apology was thorough, clearly born of terror. Yin Feng then spoke coolly. Since you recognize your error, let this matter be concluded. His tone remained icy, warning her to be cautious with her words and actions in the future. The implication was unmistakable. Begone. The words were delivered with utmost clarity, leaving no room for negotiation. Lu Su felt as if a great weight had been lifted, fleeing the courtyard without a backward glance, disregarding Lin Shui entirely. Her disheveled retreat was almost comical, as if demons were on her heels. Lin Shui observed Lu Su's hasty exit, then turned to the expressionless Yin Feng, her emotions a tumultuous blend. Ultimately, she chose silence, departing with a somewhat rigid demeanor. The atmosphere was imbued with an awkwardness tinged with helplessness, clearly reflecting dissatisfaction with the events of the day. The courtyard gate closed once more, restoring an eerie silence within the small enclosure, a stillness that carried an undercurrent of foreboding. Qin Yao's imposing aura diminished, rendering her once more silent and submissive. However, her gaze towards Yin Feng now bore a greater sense of reverence. Within her eyes shone admiration and loyalty, evidently captivated by his prowess. Yin Feng rubbed his brow, dismissing two troublesome women. Yet the act did not bring him solace. Instead, it instilled a sense of impending pressure, akin to the unsettling calm before a storm. He turned to return to the alchemy chamber, acutely aware of the necessity to enhance his strength. Only by becoming more formidable could he secure his position in this perilous world, and that urgency left no room for complacency. Chapter 17. The transaction of bloodstained cultivation techniques. However, at the very moment he took a step forward, the tranquil atmosphere was shattered entirely. A thunderous crash echoed through the courtyard as the door was violently flung open from the outside. The force was so immense that the door nearly splintered, emitting a piercing groan. A blood-soaked figure stumbled in, their appearance horrendous, crashing heavily into the snow-covered ground, tainting a vast expanse of white with crimson. The overwhelming stench of blood instantly pervaded the air, the acrid scent inducing nausea. The person struggled to raise their head, revealing a face twisted by blood loss and terror. The visage was grotesque, eyes filled with despair and agony. Yin Feng's pupils constricted sharply. This face he recognized. It belonged to the burly man from the market at Hanbinggu, who had brazenly bid for Qin Yao. The stark contrast between his earlier arrogance and his current plight was striking. At this moment, a horrifying wound marred his chest, nearly piercing through his lung, deep enough to expose bone. With blood gushing forth, his breath shallow. Upon seeing Yin Feng, the man's eyes ignited with a final flicker of desperate hope, and he hoarsely cried out, Yin Danshi, save me. Please, grant me a pill to save my life. His voice was raspy and filled with despair, a last plea for salvation. In an instant, Qin Yao positioned herself protectively in front of Yin Feng, adopting a vigilant stance. Her movements were swift and decisive, entirely disregarding her own safety. Yin Feng's expression darkened. Trouble had indeed come knocking, and in the most direct and grisly manner possible. This unexpected turn of events disrupted his plans. Before he could utter a word, hurried footsteps and the anxious shouts of female disciples from Xueyinmen reached his ears. Stop! Block him! Do not let him disturb. Several female disciples of Xueyinmen arrived at the courtyard entrance, halting in their tracks upon witnessing the scene within, their faces reflecting uncertainty. The sight was too sanguinary, leaving them at a loss. Meanwhile, the grievously wounded man paid no heed to the pursuers behind him, fixating his gaze on Yin Feng, summoning his last ounce of strength to exclaim, that wretched woman. The little vixen from Bing Xueyinmen is a mad woman. She self-destructed her magical artifact. His voice grew fainter, save me. Yin Danshi, for the sake of our fleeting acquaintance. Bing Xueyinmen. Yin Feng's heart sank. Could it be? Images flashed in his mind of the female cultivator he had glimpsed at the market yesterday, shackled by iron chains, her visage disfigured. He had sensed a strange familiarity in her desperate gaze. The association sent a chill down his spine. At that moment, a chilling, bone-piercing sword light, akin to a frozen waterfall from the heavens, shot into the courtyard. The sword light was as swift as lightning, imbued with a fierce intent to kill. It cleanly sliced through the burly man's neck without a moment's hesitation. The plea for mercy was abruptly silenced. A head flew from the body, its expression frozen in a mask of terror and desperation. The gruesome scene was horrifying, striking terror into the hearts of onlookers. Blood splattered, staining the snow in the courtyard, an alarming sight. The vivid red of the blood contrasted starkly against the white snow, a sight both shocking and distressing. The figure of Lung Yuning materialized at the courtyard entrance, her expression as frigid as the frost, the sword in her hand still humming with energy. Her icy gaze swept over the headless corpse on the ground, finally settling on Yin Feng. Is this the trouble you have brought back? Her voice was colder than the winds of the snow-capped mountains, laced with unmistakable reproach and dissatisfaction. Once you enter Xueyinmen, you belong to Xueyinmen. Her words carried a warning, a veiled threat against any inappropriate thoughts. The intent to use this as a lesson for others was glaringly obvious. Having spoken, she afforded Yin Feng no opportunity for explanation, turning to the disciples outside with a cold command, clean this up. The order was concise and chilling. In a flash, her figure vanished, leaving behind an air of undeniable authority. All that remained was the overwhelming stench of blood and an eerie silence. A silence thick with fear and unease. Yin Feng stood rooted to the spot, gazing at the rapidly congealing blood on the ground, his expression profoundly grim. The warning from Lung Yuning, the search by the bloodthirsty Specter, the potential emergence of clues from Bing Xueyinmen, along with the lifeless body that had drawn this calamity upon him due to a mere acquaintance. All these threads intertwined in his mind, weaving a profound sense of crisis that gripped his heart tightly. I must grow stronger. I must accelerate my growth. The urgency was unprecedentedly intense. He inhaled the icy air deeply, suppressing the tumult within, his gaze sharpening to an extraordinary focus, filled with determination and resolve. He turned to the equally stunned Qin Yao beside him and spoke in a calm, yet commanding tone. Close the door. Then, his gaze shifted to the Xueyinmen female disciples lingering outside. Their expressions varied. His eyes swept over the crowd, ultimately landing on one individual, Lu Su, who had returned, her complexion pale. Yanfeng beckoned her with a casual yet authoritative gesture. You come here. His voice was steady, yet it sent shivers down spines. Lu Su trembled, her eyes reflecting terror, yet she dared not defy him, cautiously stepping into the courtyard, carefully avoiding the pool of blood. She appeared utterly flustered, clearly traumatized by the earlier scene. Yanfeng's voice remained devoid of emotional fluctuation as he directly stated, I recall you mentioned yesterday that you possess a body cultivation technique? The question was straightforward, devoid of any preamble. Produce it. The command was succinct and unwavering. Lu Su's body shook violently, her face drained of color. She had never anticipated that Yanfeng would demand the body cultivation technique from her at such a moment. Following the bloody scene and the tension in the air, the request caught her completely off guard, leaving her momentarily speechless. She stammered, her lips quivering, her gaze evasive, instinctively wishing to deny or delay. Her hesitation was conspicuous, clearly reluctant to part with the technique. However, upon meeting Yanfeng's deep, tranquil yet insistent gaze, along with Qin Yao's piercing, menacing stare, and recalling the potential existence of the recording jade and the gruesome headless corpse, fear overwhelmed all else. With trembling hands, she retrieved a yellowed booklet from her bosom. The tome appeared somewhat aged, with the ancient characters Tai Guiju inscribed on the cover. This is the body cultivation technique passed down through my family. Her voice trembled, betraying her reluctance. Yanfeng accepted the booklet, casually flipping through a few pages. Although the martial arts technique was not of the highest caliber, it was perfectly suited for Qin Yao's current cultivation. Its content was substantial, emphasizing the refinement of fundamentals, precisely what was most needed at present. You may leave, he uttered in a tone that suggested he was dismissing an inconsequential individual. Lu Su, as if granted a reprieve, hastily scrambled out of the courtyard, her disheveled appearance reminiscent of someone fleeing from a malevolent specter. Yanfeng gazed at the martial arts manual in his hand, then glanced at the still fresh bloodstains upon the ground. The gruesome scene served as a stark reminder of the world's brutality. Without strength, one would be at the mercy of others. He turned towards the alchemy room, his steps resolute and swift. Now, he possessed the technique, the medicinal materials, and the alchemical furnace. What remained was the unwavering determination to enhance his power at any cost, a resolve more steadfast than ever before. Chapter 18 Reunion of Mother and Daughter. All the hopes and clandestine thoughts were instantly crushed by an overwhelming terror. Lu Su's body trembled violently, the fear rendering her nearly incapable of standing. She stammered, there is, and with a frantic effort, she fumbled from her personal storage pouch, retrieving a dim, slightly damaged black jade slip. Her movements were in utter disarray, clearly indicative of her fright. With both hands cradling it, she reverently presented it to Yanfeng. Her demeanor was stripped of any previous arrogance, now exhibiting the utmost humility. This is a family inheritance, a body-refining technique known as Pan Shi Duan Guju. Her voice quivered, and the reluctance was unmistakable. However, the path of body cultivation is arduous and fraught with pain, progress is slow, and it has long since fallen into decline. Master Yan, why would you, a promising alchemist, show interest in such a laborious and thankless art? This question deepened her unease. Yanfeng accepted the jade slip, his consciousness briefly scanning its contents. A heavy, ancient, and somewhat coarse intention emanated from it. It was indeed a method focused on tempering bones and refining qi and blood. While its rank was not particularly high, its foundation was robust and orthodox, making it quite suitable for the current situation of Qin Yao. He found the content thoroughly satisfactory. I have my own uses for this, he stated nonchalantly, pocketing the jade slip without casting another glance at Lu Su. His demeanor was cold and detached, as if dismissing an inconsequential individual. "You may leave." The command was succinct and devoid of any extraneous emotion. Lu Su felt as if a great mercy had been bestowed upon her, nearly scrambling in her haste to escape the suffocating little courtyard. Her disheveled appearance was comical, as though pursued by a malevolent spirit. The courtyard door closed once more. Silence enveloped the small yard, with only the bloodstains on the ground serving as a grim reminder of the recent tragedy. Yanfeng turned and casually tossed the black jade slip to Qinyao. The action, though unceremonious, conveyed a sense of trust. "Panshi Duanguju is precisely suited for your current condition," he remarked calmly. "Take the time to understand it, practice diligently, and do not squander your talent or the bowl of spirit rice." His words carried a tone of expectation and encouragement. Qinyao received the jade slip, gripping it tightly in her hand, feeling its icy touch, her heart swelling with excitement. The jade slip felt as heavy as a mountain, bearing her hopes and future. She knelt down once more, her movement decisive and full of gratitude and determination. "Thank you for your generous gift, Master. I, shall dedicate myself to rigorous training and not disappoint your expectations." Her vow rang out with sincerity and resolve. Yanfeng nodded. "Go to the side room and practice. Do not emerge unless necessary." His command was clear and unambiguous. "Yes." Qinyao rose and respectfully retreated into the side room, eagerly beginning to study the newly acquired technique. Her steps were light and resolute, imbued with hope. Meanwhile, Yanfeng entered the alchemy room. Retrieving the alchemy furnace and the high-quality herbs he had purchased that day, preparing to refine elixirs. His movements were swift and practiced, clearly indicative of his eagerness. He employed the fire control technique, summoning a pale blue flame that enveloped the furnace. The flame was pure and stable, perfectly controlled in temperature. The herbs were added sequentially, rapidly dissolving, purifying, and merging under the precise temperature control. The entire process flowed seamlessly, exuding a unique aesthetic. His technique was deft, demonstrating a mastery of the essence of alchemy. This time, he was not refining a Ning Yuan Dan, but rather a Ning Lu Dan, more suitable for practitioners in the qi refining stage to solidify their cultivation and temper their spiritual power. This choice was astute, aligning perfectly with current needs while also enhancing his alchemical proficiency. Although the difficulty was not high, it required meticulous control over the fusion of heat and herbal potency, demanding complete focus without a hint of error. Before long, the furnace trembled slightly, the lid lifting. 12 plump, glistening pills, exuding a faint aroma and chill, soared out, landing in a prepared jade vial. The scene was enchanting, akin to a work of art. 12 pills were successfully crafted, 5 of which bore clear patterns and reached a mid-grade quality. The results were gratifying, exceeding expectations. Quite satisfactory, Yanfeng nodded in approval. The combination of the ice flame control technique with these high-quality herbs yielded results far beyond anticipation. The sense of achievement brought him great joy. He exited the alchemy room holding the jade vial, only to find Lu Su still lingering outside, seemingly hesitating, torn between leaving and entering. Her expression was one of conflict, clearly troubled by something. Yanfeng extended the jade vial to her. "Take it." The action was casual, yet carried an undeniable weight of authority. Lu Su paused for a moment before accepting the vial, uncorking it. The rich aroma of the elixir and the pure fluctuations of spiritual energy caused her eyes to widen in astonishment. Her expression of surprise was unmistakable. "This is a mid-grade Ning Lu Dan?" Her voice trembled with excitement, her incredulous reaction exaggerated. "And there are 5 of them." Their value far surpassed her tattered family inheritance of body refining techniques. The delight nearly overwhelmed her senses. "Master Yan, this is far too precious." She fumbled, her demeanor a mix of joy and anxiety. Yanfeng's expression remained impassive. "It is a gift to you." His tone was casual, as if discussing a trivial matter. "I do not wish for any rumors regarding today's events to circulate outside." The implication was clear. Keep your mouth shut, and the elixirs shall not be scarce. His method of wielding both grace and authority was deft. In an instant, Lu Su comprehended this as a silencing fee and a warning. However, the generous reward filled her with immense joy, prompting her to clutch the jade vial tightly, repeatedly assuring him of her silence. Her demeanor was comical, a blend of trepidation and greed. "Rest assured, Master Yan, I saw nothing today. I heard nothing." Her assurances were hurried, fearful he might retract his generosity. In her excitement, she even rose on her toes and quickly pecked him on the cheek, her face flushed. The boldness of the act revealed her exhilaration. "Thank you, Master Yen." With that, she fled like a startled rabbit, not daring to look back. Her departure was both amusing and frantic. Yen Feng touched the spot where she had kissed him, shaking his head with a chuckle. A wry smile played on his lips, tinged with amusement. Meanwhile, in a secluded valley several dozen miles from Xueyinmen, a hidden formation flawlessly concealed the entrance of a small cave. This formation was exquisitely crafted, clearly the work of a master. Inside the cave, a beautiful woman in a light purple dress sat cross-legged, eyes closed in meditation. Her demeanor was dignified and graceful, clearly indicative of an extraordinary status. Her complexion appeared somewhat pallid, and her breath was slightly unsteady, suggesting she bore injuries. The severity of her wounds rendered her exceedingly weak. If Yen Feng were present, he would undoubtedly recognize her. The features of this woman bore a striking resemblance to that of the disfigured female cultivator encountered in the market. The likeness was truly astonishing, unmistakably identifying her as the same individual. However, the horrific scars that once marred her face had vanished, her skin now smooth and radiant, restoring her original beauty. This transformation was remarkably miraculous, evidently achieved through some arcane method. Yet, it seemed that such restoration came at a considerable cost, leaving her quite weakened and her vitality severely depleted. Suddenly, her eyelashes fluttered as she opened her eyes. The gaze was sharp and vigilant, clearly sensing something amiss. A subtle fluctuation emanated from the formation outside the cave. The disturbance was exceedingly faint, almost imperceptible. Following this, a delicate paper crane quivered as it navigated through the formation, hovering before her. Emanating a familiar aura, the paper crane was remarkably nimble, clearly a medium for delivering messages. Joy ignited in the woman's eyes, illuminating her features as if she had glimpsed the dawn of hope. Before she could react, a white figure stumbled into the cave, calling out with a voice laced with tears. The silhouette was unmistakably familiar, tightening her heart. "Mother." The voice, filled with sorrow and agitation, belonged to none other than Su Qingxue. Her hair was slightly disheveled, her white attire speckled with dust, and her face bore the marks of fatigue and distress. Without hesitation, she leaped into the embrace of the beautiful woman, tears streaming down her cheeks, evoking a profound sense of pity. "Shuer, it truly is you." The beautiful woman, who was also Su Qingshue's mother, Luo Yue, held her daughter tightly, a mix of tenderness and exhilaration flooding her heart. The joy was palpable. "Mother has finally found you. Thank goodness you are safe." As she examined her daughter closely, however, she noticed that Su Qingshue's breath was shallow, her vitality waning, causing her expression to shift dramatically. This realization weighed heavily on her heart. Your condition." Concern and anger laced her inquiry. Upon hearing this, Su Qingshue's tears flowed even more profusely, her sorrow uncontainable. "Mother, your daughter. My purity has been tarnished by a shameless old scoundrel." Her words were steeped in humiliation and rage, the seeds of hatred deeply sown within her. Chapter 19. The Detoxification Technique. Su Qingxue wept inconsolably, her tears cascading like pearls severed from their string. She recounted, in fragmented phrases filled with humiliation and rage, how she had been ensnared by the treachery of Shui Luosha within the Yuming sect, how she was forced to engage in a grotesque union with a decrepit old man to extract the poison, and how she narrowly escaped from that harrowing ordeal. Each word dripped with blood and tears, and by the end, her eyes brimmed with profound hatred and murderous intent. The flames of vengeance blazed within her heart, threatening to consume her entirely. This enmity was irreconcilable. If she did not slay the old thief Yen Feng, this incident would forever haunt her path to cultivation as a lingering demon. Her vow resonated with conviction, steeped in resolve. Upon hearing this, Luo Yue's enchanting visage was shrouded in frost, an aura of lethal intent emanating from her being. The fury coursing through her veins rendered her breath unsteady, as if the very air around her had solidified. Gently patting her daughter's back, her voice emerged cold and penetrating, imbued with unwavering determination. "Well, what a Yuming sect! What a wretched old thief Yen Feng! Fear not, Shuer, this vendetta will be avenged." Her tone was gentle yet resolute, assuring her daughter that she would take up this grudge. "I shall personally claim the life of that old scoundrel." Her determination was undeniable, pledging that he would find no escape from his fate. A cruel undertone lingered in her words. Qin Yao, heeding her mother's words, held the black jade slip inscribed with the Panshur Duangyuju in reverence before retreating to the side room, eager to comprehend her newfound opportunity. The jade slip felt as heavy as a mountain, laden with her hopes and future. Yin Feng returned to the alchemy chamber, refraining from immediate cultivation. Instead, he lightly tapped his fingers against the table, organizing the myriad disruptions that had unfolded that day. His thoughts were chaotic, demanding careful consideration. The relentless search by Shui Luosha, the warning from Lung Yu, the potential clues from Bingxin Palace, and the gruesome corpse, all threads pointed towards an impending crisis. This sense of peril loomed like a sword suspended above him, instilling unease. It was imperative to enhance their powers swiftly, be it his own or Qin Yao's. The urgency was unprecedentedly acute. As he pondered, a slow and somewhat labored footfall echoed from outside the courtyard, accompanied by a faint cough. The sound was markedly distinct from the previous footsteps of Lin Shui and Lu Su, carrying an air of uniqueness. The visitor seemed to possess considerable cultivation, yet their aura was disordered and weak, evoking a peculiar sensation as though a master had sustained severe injuries. Is Master Yin present in the courtyard? A frail, raspy female voice resonated from outside, expressing a courteous tone tinged with an unmistakable hint of longing. The voice conveyed weakness and yearning. Yin Feng raised an eyebrow, centering his thoughts, and rose to open the door of the alchemy chamber. His movements were deliberate and cautious. Outside stood an elderly matron clad in the robes of an elder from Xueyin's sect. Her hair was gray, her face etched with wrinkles, and her frame stooped, supported by a dark wooden cane. She appeared exceedingly aged, clearly in the twilight of her years. Most strikingly, her exposed skin, particularly on her hands and neck, exhibited an unsettling bluish-black hue, emanating a faint aura of decay. This sign was exceedingly peculiar, indicative of some malevolent toxin. This individual was none other than the oldest elder of Xueyin's sect, Granny Mo Qing. Junior Yin Feng, I have the honor of meeting Elder Mo, Yin Feng greeted, bowing respectfully, his demeanor neither subservient nor arrogant. His courtesy was perfectly measured, reflecting deep respect. I was unaware of the elderess visit. How may I assist you? Granny Mo Qing scrutinized Yin Feng with her murky eyes. Glancing briefly at the bloodstains on the ground that had yet to be fully cleared, a glimmer of understanding flashing in her gaze, though she refrained from further inquiry. Her gaze was sharp, as if capable of piercing through facades. She coughed twice, her voice growing increasingly hoarse. I apologize for my intrusion, but I come with a matter, to request from Master Yin. Her tone was exceedingly polite, imbued with a hint of earnestness. Please, do speak. Yin Feng maintained his respectful demeanor, lowering himself in stance. Years ago, I was ambushed by a vengeful foe and poisoned with a most insidious corpse toxin. I have sought renowned physicians for years, attempting countless antidotes, yet I can only suppress it, unable to eradicate it completely. Her words were laden with helplessness and anguish. Recently, the toxicity has begun to encroach upon my meridians once more. Hearing of Master Yin's exceptional alchemical skills, I wonder, is there any remedy to alleviate my suffering? A deep sense of despair and a flicker of last hope permeated her voice. Yin Feng's gaze swept over the bluish-black aura on her hand, and with a slight movement of his consciousness, he sensed the toxin's tenacity and chill, having infiltrated her very bones and organs. This venom was exceedingly potent, clearly beyond the capacity of ordinary elixirs to resolve. After a moment of contemplation, he retrieved the last remaining detoxification pill from his system rewards. The pill shimmered in a pale gold hue, exuding a peculiar fragrance, distinctly different from any he had previously concocted. It was evident that this pill was extraordinary. This pill may provide some relief for your affliction, Elder. I wish to offer it for your consideration, he stated generously, exuding a spirit of magnanimity. A spark of joy ignited in Granny Mo Qing's eyes as she trembled, eagerly accepting the pill and consuming it without hesitation. Her urgency was palpable, clearly having endured prolonged torment from the toxin. As the elixir settled within her, it transformed into a gentle, enigmatic force circulating through her limbs. The bluish-black aura on her exterior visibly diminished, and her spirit seemed to lift slightly. The effects were markedly evident, filling her with elation. She closed her eyes to savor the sensation, though the delight gradually yielded to bitterness. The change was subtle, indicating that the effects were not as profound as she had hoped. Moments later, she opened her eyes and sighed. Thank you, Master Yin. This pill is indeed remarkable. Its potency is pure and mild, managing to temporarily suppress the encroaching power of the corpse toxin, allowing me some relief. Her gratitude was heartfelt, yet it merely served to delay the inevitable. The source of the toxin remained entrenched, unable to be uprooted. The disappointment was palpable, laden with profound disillusionment. Yin Feng nodded, having anticipated this outcome. Although the detoxification pill was commendable, Granny Mo Qing's poisoning was too deep and prolonged for ordinary elixirs to remedy. The toxin was deeply embedded, requiring specialized methods for eradication. Alas, my knowledge is limited, and I fear I am unable to assist with this peculiar toxin, he replied candidly, devoid of any pretense. Granny Mo Qing's countenance darkened with disappointment. Yet she seemed to have expected this result. Her expression was complex, a blend of disappointment and understanding. After a moment's hesitation, she addressed Yin Feng. Master Yin, might I ask for your attendant to step aside momentarily? Her request was unexpected, shrouded in an air of mystery. Yin Feng's thoughts stirred as he turned towards the side room and commanded, Yaoer, tend to the medicinal garden in the backyard. The order was clear and concise. Yes, master. Qin Yao replied promptly, respectfully bowing to Granny Mo before lowering her head and hastily making her way to the backyard. Her demeanor was impeccably courteous, reflecting her understanding and attentiveness. Once Qin Yao was dismissed, Granny Mo carefully retrieved an ancient, jade-green slip from her bosom, presenting it to Yin Feng with great reverence. Her movements were deliberate, as if she were bestowing a precious treasure. Her expression turned unusually grave. This item was acquired during my youth in an ancient cultivation cave, and it contains a peculiar technique known as the Yi Mu Hua Du Ju. This is not a method of cultivation per se, but rather a discourse on how to merge one's spiritual energy with the fires of heaven and earth, refining and transforming myriad poisons to nourish oneself. The description was enchanting, stirring a sense of intrigue. According to the technique, if one could find a flame of utmost purity and intensity and follow the prescribed method, it might be possible to expel the stubborn corpse poison residing within my frail body. While the prospect seemed faint, it was still preferable to having no hope at all. The uniqueness of this technique aligned perfectly with Yin Feng's fire-controlling abilities, offering a glimmer of potential salvation. Chapter 20. The Iceheart Fairy's Revenge. Yin Feng took the jade slip, his consciousness slowly probing into it. The jade slip felt chilling to the touch, its surface engraved with ancient, rustic runes, clearly aged. Indeed, it detailed a peculiar method of utilizing fire to consume poison, thereby allowing the toxicity to nourish itself. The technique was extraordinarily intricate and ingeniously conceived, yet it demanded exceedingly rigorous requirements. It necessitated precise fire control skills and profound spiritual energy support, rendering it unattainable for ordinary cultivators. Granny Mo continued, her voice laced with a hint of helplessness and hope. This old woman knows her time is short. This method may be a glimmer of life. Her tone was filled with a yearning for existence. Yet she lamented, I do not possess a fire's spiritual root and cannot manipulate spiritual fire with precision. I require the assistance of someone adept in fire control. The limitations were stark, leaving her at a standstill for many years. Her gaze fixated on Yin Feng, brimming with anticipation and imploration. Master Yin is endowed with exquisite fire control skills. You are the most suitable candidate. Such an assessment was astute, clearly demonstrating her understanding of Yin Feng's capabilities. Yin Feng set down the jade slip, shaking his head, his expression grave. The technique was indeed marvelous. Perhaps the younger generation's fire control could be attempted. His affirmation was tinged with caution. But the elder's body was afflicted with stubborn corpse poison, and ordinary spiritual fire would likely be ineffective, possibly even provoking a backlash of toxicity. His apprehension was entirely justified and not an excuse. Upon hearing this, Granny Mo was not disheartened. Instead, a flicker of hope ignited in her eyes, indicating she seemed to have anticipated this outcome. She lowered her voice, speaking mysteriously with a hint of confidence. What if? What if this old woman could procure the earth core fire? Her words were laden with temptation, as if revealing a monumental secret. Earth core fire? Yin Feng's heart stirred, his astonishment unmistakable. The earth core fire was a quintessential flame birthed from deep within the earth's veins, intensely radiant and powerful, not only ideal for refining dark poison, but also capable of significantly enhancing the rate of pill creation and the quality of the elixirs. This was precisely what he urgently required. The allure was overwhelming. Maintaining a facade of composure, he pondered for a moment, his demeanor serious. Finally, he nodded, his decision appearing exceedingly cautious. If the earth core fire truly aided him, with the Imu Hua Du Ju, he might attempt to extract the poison from the elder. His promise was both prudent and filled with hope. Granny Mo was elated beyond measure, her excitement causing her to nearly lose grip of her walking stick. Her joy was palpable, as if she glimpsed the dawn of rebirth. Excellent. Thank you, Master Yen. Her gratitude was sincere and overflowing with appreciation. I already have some leads regarding the earth core fire, and will explore further shortly. Once I succeed, I will immediately seek you out. Her assurance was resolute, clearly underscoring the significance she placed on this matter. Yin Feng clasped his hands in respect. I shall await the good news. His attitude was exceedingly respectful, laced with anticipation. After bidding farewell to the grateful and hopeful Granny Mo, Yin Feng gazed at the azure jade slip in his hand, his eyes flickering. The Imu Hua Du Ju might hold greater significance for him than he initially perceived. The uniqueness of the technique unveiled a multitude of possibilities. Just as he prepared to delve into a thorough examination of the poison transformation technique, a thunderous roar erupted from the direction of the mountain gate. The sound was akin to a thunderclap, shaking the entire small courtyard ever so slightly. Subsequently, a tempestuous surge of spiritual energy radiated outward like a tidal wave, intertwined with piercing screams of agony and furious shouts. The cacophony was deeply unsettling. An icy and formidable killing intent surged skyward, unreservedly locking onto his small courtyard. The sensation was akin to being targeted by a venomous serpent, sending chills down his spine. Yin Feng's complexion shifted dramatically. This aura. It was Su Qingxue. However, the power she exhibited at this moment was far more formidable than what she displayed previously in the Yuming Sect's stone chamber. She had evidently regained her full cultivation, and perhaps even advanced further. The transformation was astonishing. An unprecedented sense of lethal peril coursed through him like icy water. The frigid killing intent, as tangible as a blade, pierced through the rudimentary defensive array of the courtyard, ensnaring Yin Feng tightly. The suffocating feeling was overwhelming. Yin Feng's hair stood on end, and without a second thought, his body instinctively darted to the side. His reaction was as swift as lightning, driven purely by survival instinct. With a whoosh, a razor-sharp, ice-blue sword aura sliced past his ear, cleaving the half-height pill furnace that stood behind him cleanly in two. The sword aura was exceedingly fierce, imbued with a bone-chilling coldness. The cut was as smooth as a mirror. The remnants of charcoal and medicinal residue within the furnace hissed as they were instantly frozen by the accompanying frigid power of the sword aura. The scene was horrifying, showcasing the terrifying might of the sword aura. Yin Feng staggered to regain his footing, his back drenched in cold sweat. That was close. Had he hesitated even a fraction of a second longer, it would not have been the furnace that was cleaved. The lingering dread quickened his heartbeat. He abruptly raised his head, only to see Su Qingxue hovering in midair above the courtyard. Clad in snow-white garments, her countenance was as frigid as ice, her eyes ablaze with boundless hatred and murderous intent. She resembled a vengeful goddess, instilling fear in all who beheld her. Spiritual energy surged powerfully around her, far surpassing her previous level at the Yuming Sect, now evidently reaching the mid-stage of Foundation establishment, even approaching its later stages. She had clearly restored her full cultivation and, spurred by vengeance, had further enhanced her strength. The rapidity of her advancement was astonishing. Yuval Old Lecher, today marks your demise. Su Qingxue's voice was as cold as ice, devoid of any emotion. Her words were saturated with deep-seated hatred, as though she sought to devour Yin Feng alive. With a flick of her wrist, a long sword, transparent as ice crystal, materialized in her grasp, its tip directly aimed at Yin Feng. Before the sword even arrived, the chilling aura emanating from it stung Yin Feng's skin painfully. The sword energy was immensely formidable, clearly not an ordinary weapon. Yin Feng was inwardly lamenting. How could this woman recover so swiftly? And now she had come for him. As a mere fourth stage of Foundation establishment, how could he possibly contend with Su Qingxue, who was at the mid-stage and wielding a lethal weapon? The disparity in strength was glaringly apparent. Su Shenzi, this is all a misunderstanding. Yin Feng attempted to speak, subtly shifting his feet to seek opportunities for evasion and counterattack. His words were both a delay and a probe. Misunderstanding? Su Qingxue appeared to hear the greatest joke, her eyes brimming with intensified hatred. The fury within her seemed poised to erupt. You tarnished my innocence and shattered my Tao heart. If I do not tear you to shreds today, my heart's hatred shall never be quelled. Her vow resonated with clarity and finality, brimming with determination. Prepare to die? She offered him no opportunity for words, issuing a sharp rebuke as her ice crystal longsword spun into a dazzling, yet lethal blossom of swordplay, descending upon Yin Feng like a tempest of snow. The blade's radiance was dense and piercing, blocking all his avenues of retreat. Yin Feng's countenance shifted dramatically as he felt the surge of spiritual energy within him whirl violently. Channeling his fire control technique to its utmost, a pale blue flame coalesced before him, forming a swirling shield of fire. Simultaneously, he unhesitatingly retrieved the soft sword from the system space, a treasure obtained from the Bloodstone Chamber, infusing it with spiritual energy, the blade trembling straight as it lunged towards the heart of the sword's brilliance. His reaction was astonishingly swift, revealing a wealth of combat experience. The two forces collided violently, producing a deafening roar. The shockwave radiated outward, scattering the accumulated snow in the courtyard. Yin Feng was jolted backward repeatedly, his palms tingling. Su Qingxue's prowess was indeed formidable. Seizing the advantage, Su Qingxue unleashed an unrelenting flurry of attacks, akin to a torrential storm bearing down upon him. The ferocity of her onslaught was unmistakable, clearly intent on putting an end to Yin Feng. He fought while retreating, his demeanor disheveled. Aware that he could not confront her head-on, he needed to devise a means of escape. The urgency of the situation ignited his mind, prompting rapid strategizing. At that moment, he caught sight of a figure darting from the side room. It was Qin Yao. Her movements were as swift as lightning, clearly roused by the sounds of battle. Qin Yao wielded a crude iron sword, salvaged from the clutter of the courtyard. Her gaze was resolute as she joined the fray, attempting to alleviate some of Yin Feng's burden. Such courage was commendable, yet the disparity in their strengths was too great. Her involvement could not alter the tide of battle. Yao, retreat. Yin Feng implored urgently, his tone laced with anxiety. He wished to spare Qin Yao from needless peril. Yet, she seemed oblivious to his plea, valiantly resisting Su Qingxue's sword energy. Her loyalty was touching, but it only deepened Yin Feng's concern. Observing this, Su Qingxue sneered, such a deep bond between master and servant. Then let us journey together. Her words dripped with cruelty, and her swordplay grew even more ferocious, clearly aiming to eliminate both of them. In this moment of crisis, an epiphany struck Yin Feng. He recalled the Imu Huadu Ju given to him by Granny Mo. This technique detailed a method of combating poison with poison, utilizing strength against strength. Perhaps it was worth a try. He promptly activated the technique, channeling his spiritual energy in an unusual manner. The sensation was extraordinary, akin to unlocking a new door. At the same time, he discreetly retrieved a Han Chun Dan from the system space, the elixir exuding an unusual aura. Seizing a moment of respite amidst Su Qingxue's assault, he hurled the pill into the air. The elixir erupted mid-flight, transforming into a cloud of pink mist, suffused with an exotic floral fragrance, enveloping Su Qingxue in an instant. Caught off guard, she inhaled some of the mist, which caused her movements to falter, a peculiar flush appearing on her icy visage. The effect was unexpected, evidently triggering some long-buried memories. You resort to such despicable tactics again," Su Qingxue exclaimed, a blend of shock and fury lacing her tone. The recollection only fueled her rage, causing her swordplay to momentarily falter. Seizing this opportunity, Yin Feng swiftly pulled Qin Yao back, their movements rapid, clearly intent on escaping. Yet, Su Qingxue quickly regained her composure, her fury intensifying. "I shall kill you today." Her vow was resolute, and the sword light pursued them like a relentless thread. The peril was far from over. Yin Feng had to conceive a more effective strategy. Chapter 21. The Reversal of the Forbidden Deity Technique, Attacking in Place of Defense. A glint of resoluteness flashed in Yin Feng's eyes as he thrust the soft sword forward like a venomous serpent, embodying the spirit of a desperate gamble. The sound of clashing metal rang out, sharp and piercing, akin to raindrops striking broad leaves, reverberating painfully in the ears. Shards of ice and sparks flew in every direction, creating a dazzling yet perilous spectacle. Yin Feng felt an overwhelming force surging from the sword, akin to an unstoppable tide, far beyond his capacity to withstand. His tiger's mouth split open, blood gushing forth. The excruciating pain nearly caused him to lose his grip on the sword. The soft sword almost slipped from his hand. In that moment of danger, he forcibly channeled his spiritual energy, barely managing to hold onto the hilt. He let out a muffled groan, staggering backward for more than 10 paces, looking exceedingly disheveled. He collided heavily with the courtyard wall, the impact displacing his internal organs. He tasted blood in his throat, barely swallowing it back down. The disparity was overwhelming. In terms of spiritual prowess and swordsmanship, he was utterly crushed. That sense of helplessness chilled him to the bone. Ant-like strength daring to resist? A flicker of disdain crossed Su Qingshue's eyes, her gaze akin to that of one observing a dying insect in its last throes. The onslaught continued unabated, her murderous intent intensifying. The sword light surged again, relentless as a festering wound, directly aimed at Yin Feng's throat. The swordplay was exceedingly fierce, imbued with deadly determination. The speed was greater, the power more formidable. The tip of the sword gleamed with a lethal chill under the sun. Yin Feng's pupils constricted, the shadow of death enveloping him in an instant. It felt as though he had plunged into an ice cellar, suffocating. He bit down hard on his tongue, forcing the tumultuous blood energy back down, the pain sharpening his senses slightly. A fierce glint flashed in his eyes, his resolute gaze displaying the determination to fight to the death. He would gamble it all. He did not evade. Instead, he crushed a rejuvenation pill, a reward from the system. In his left hand, the medicinal power surged within him like a refreshing rain after a long drought, restoring some of his strength. Simultaneously, he thrust the soft sword forward recklessly toward Su Qingshue's heart, adopting a desperate stance with no regard for defense. Surrounding Wei to rescue Zhao. The strategy was exceedingly perilous, yet it was the only option available. However, Su Qingxue merely scoffed, her smile dripping with contempt. With a slight flick of her wrist, she moved with elegance and precision. The ice crystal sword, arriving just in time, deftly struck the tip of the soft sword. The timing was impeccable. A sharp clang resounded. The sound was piercing, sending shivers down the spine. Yin Feng felt an icy force surging through the sword, the chill penetrating to the bone, rendering his entire right arm numb and devoid of sensation. The soft sword slipped from his grip, arcing through the air before crashing to the ground. Meanwhile, the tip of Su Qingshue's sword had already reached his forehead. The distance was mere inches, with death looming perilously close. The frigid touch of death sent goosebumps rising on his skin, a sensation that sent chills down his spine. It was over. Yin Feng's heart turned to ice, despair flooding over him like a tidal wave. Just at that critical moment, a sharp cry rang out from behind. "Do not harm my master." The voice was crisp and resolute, brimming with undeniable determination. A figure, akin to a leaping leopard, surged forward with unyielding momentum, colliding fiercely with Su Qingshuo. The speed was astonishing, surpassing that of an ordinary person. It was Qin Yao. She had been practicing the Pancher Duangu Ju in the side room when the commotion outside roused her. Seeing Yin Feng in peril, she dashed out without a second thought. Her loyalty was truly touching. Though she possessed no spiritual energy, the strength derived from her years of martial training and the recent infusion of spiritual rice surged forth explosively. The power was remarkable, entirely unbecoming of a mere mortal. Her speed was astonishing. Her form darted like lightning, arriving behind Su Qingshuo in the blink of an eye. With her fist coalescing with blood and energy, accompanied by a howling wind, she struck directly at Su Qingshue's back. The force of her punch was formidable, demonstrating immense strength. The sudden turn of events was too abrupt. Su Qingshuo had focused all her intent on killing Yin Feng, never anticipating that this seemingly ordinary servant would dare to launch a sneak attack with such peculiar speed and force. The unexpectedness left her unprepared. Sensing the fierce wind approaching from behind, she realized that if she did not defend herself, even if she could slay Yin Feng, she would undoubtedly be severely injured by this punch imbued with strange power. The calculation took but an instant. In a flash, she had no choice but to abandon her strike against Yin Feng. The ice crystal sword spun around, swiftly repositioning to block. The motion was remarkably swift, showcasing her extensive combat experience. A resounding thud echoed. Qin Yao's fist collided heavily with the sword. The power was astonishing, causing the sword to emit a resonating hum. Su Qingxue staggered slightly, dissipating the force, her eyes revealing a hint of surprise. The strength of this mortal woman was astonishingly great. The astonishment was unmistakable. Meanwhile, Qin Yao was hurled backward by the immense force and chilling energy rebounding from the sword, landing in a most undignified manner. Her fist was bloodied and bruised, her entire arm covered in frost. The injury was severe, yet she had successfully bought Yin Feng that crucial moment. How could Yin Feng let slip this opportunity earned at the cost of life? Just as Su Qingxue was about to block with her sword, he endured the numbness in his right arm, his left fingers forming a sword gesture, unleashing all his spiritual energy without reservation. His desperate demeanor resembled one betting everything. Rather than attacking, it transformed into an exceedingly complex and profound rune. The rune flickered with strange light, emanating a mysterious aura. Seizing the brief moment when Su Qingxue's focus was diverted by Qin Yao, he thrust it into the back of her head. The movement was as swift as lightning, striking with pinpoint accuracy. The forbidden deity technique. This was the only means at his disposal to possibly reverse the situation. The spell was exceedingly perilous, yet it was the sole choice. A sharp gasp. Su Qingxue's body trembled violently, as if struck by lightning. The agony was evident. As though she had endured a tremendous shock. The ice crystal sword clattered to the ground. The weapon slipped from her control, revealing her current state of chaos. She clasped her head with both hands, emitting a pained moan, feeling a bizarre force forcefully invade her consciousness, etching a mark that intertwined tightly with her soul. The sensation was akin to being seared by a branding iron, unbearable in its torment. She attempted to summon her spiritual energy to strike back, only to find that the brand was extraordinarily steadfast, accompanied by waves of excruciating pain akin to being pricked by needles, rendering her utterly unable to concentrate. The overwhelming sense of powerlessness filled her with sheer terror. "What have you done to me?" she exclaimed, suddenly lifting her gaze to Yin Feng, her eyes brimming with horror, anger, and a flicker of incredulous fear. Her expression was a complex tapestry of rage and dread. Yin Feng's complexion was as pale as death, his breaths coming in ragged gasps. That last exertion had nearly drained a significant portion of his spiritual energy. The signs of his weakness were unmistakable, yet he still managed to stand firm. He regarded her coldly. "It's nothing, merely a small token left within your soul," he replied, his tone calm, yet imbued with an undeniable authority. "Now, your life and death rest in my hands." His words resonated like a final decree, imbued with absolute power. Upon hearing this, Su Qingxue's face turned ashen, akin to a sheet of paper. The terror etched on her features was palpable, as if she had just received the most dreadful news. Hastily, she turned her attention inward to her spiritual sea and, indeed, discovered a foreign restrictive rune deeply imprinted within, intertwined with her very life essence. This revelation plunged her into an abyss of despair, the overwhelming sense of hopelessness crashing over her like a tidal wave. The restriction was immensely potent, clearly not something that could be easily undone. Her life and death were undeniably in the hands of the person she despised most. The irony of it all nearly drove her to madness. Chapter 22. The crisis of the sect. She endeavored to summon her spiritual energy to eradicate the restraints embedded within her soul, yet was met with a searing agony that tore through her being, nearly causing her to faint on the spot. The sensation was akin to her very soul being ripped apart, rendering her body quaking and drenched in cold sweat. It was indeed true. The restraint was so tyrannical that it could not be forcibly broken. A sense of despair surged within her like a tidal wave, leaving her heart ashen. How despicable! Overcome with shock and fury, she nearly ground her silver teeth to dust, the humiliation and rage causing her to tremble uncontrollably. As the favored daughter of Bingxin Gong, she had never endured such indignity. At that moment, Qin Yao struggled to rise, disregarding the injury to her arm, which was bloodied and painful to behold, yet she remained unfazed. Once more, she positioned herself protectively in front of Yin Feng, glaring fiercely at Su Qingxue, resembling a mother wolf defending her young, her loyalty profoundly touching. Yin Feng gazed at her bloodied arm and pale visage, feeling a tremor within his heart. Her injuries were severe, yet she continued to throw herself into danger. He reprimanded her. "Who permitted you to come out? Do you wish to throw your life away?" His tone bore reproach, tinged with an almost imperceptible concern. Qin Yao stubbornly pressed her lips together, her expression resolute. If the master perishes, Yaoer shall not survive alone. Her vow resonated with strength, filled with unyielding determination. Upon hearing this, Yanfeng sighed inwardly, his emotions growing complex. This woman's loyalty surpassed his expectations. He shifted his gaze back to Su Qingxue, who was suffering intensely due to the constraints on her soul. Her strength significantly diminished. His eyes gradually turned frigid, the murderous intent unmistakable. She must be completely subdued. Otherwise, the repercussions would be endless. His resolve was unwavering as he stepped forward, each footfall echoing with undeniable pressure in the silent courtyard. Meanwhile, from the direction of the Xueyinmen sect's main hall, the sounds of a more intense and terrifying clash of spiritual energy reverberated. The noise was deafening, as if the very heavens were collapsing. Luo Yue's icy roar resounded through the skies, filled with murderous intent and rage. The Xueyinmen sect harbors treachery and has harmed my daughter. Today, I shall flatten your little sect in the snow. The threat was direct and merciless. Ling Yuaning's voice soon followed, filled with shock and fury, her tone laced with disbelief and anger. Luo Yue, my Xueyinmen sect bears no grudge against your Bingxin Gong. Why do you resort to such violence? Her inquiry was imbued with grievance and confusion. Disciples, heed my command. Form the Xueyinmen Great Formation. The order was urgent, laden with the last flicker of hope. The sounds of battle, screams of anguish, and the thunderous crash of spells became increasingly fierce. Evidently, the conflict had reached a fever pitch, the severity far beyond imagination. The air in the small courtyard felt as though it had solidified, the tension nearly suffocating. Su Qingxue collapsed to the ground, her complexion as pale as a sheet. Trembling slightly from the pain and humiliation inflicted by the restraints on her soul, she appeared utterly disheveled, devoid of her prior dignity. Attempting to gather her spiritual energy to assault the abhorrent brand, she was met with excruciating pain, as if her consciousness were pierced by countless needles, her vision darkening. The suffering rendered her nearly incapable of thought. Qin Yao remained steadfastly in front of Yanfeng. Though her arm was bloodied and frost-covered, her gaze remained fierce, vigilantly fixated on Su Qingxue, wary of any movement. Her loyalty was deeply moving. Yanfeng steadied his breath, quickly swallowing a recovery pill to replenish his nearly depleted spiritual energy. His cold gaze fell upon Su Qingxue, contemplating how to deal with this considerable predicament. Such a decision could be a matter of life and death. It demanded careful consideration. Suddenly, the sounds of battle from the direction of the main hall escalated. The commotion grew louder, indicating that the conflict was extremely intense. Luo Yue's cold, murderous shout thundered like rolling thunder, clearly reaching the ears of the trio. The Xueyinmen sect harbors treachery and has harmed my daughter. Today, I shall flatten your little sect in the snow. Her voice was filled with undeniable murderous intent. Immediately following was Ling Yuaning's incredulous and furious inquiry. Luo Yue, my Xueyinmen sect bears no grudge against your Bingxin Gong. Why do you resort to such violence? Her tone was laden with grievance and anger. Disciples, heed my command. Form the Xueyinmen Great Formation. The command was urgent, holding on to the last vestiges of hope. More cries of agony, the clashing of magical artifacts, and the resonance of formations surged like a tide, indicating that the battle had reached its zenith, the brutality enough to instill fear. Yanfeng's expression darkened instantaneously. The news struck him like a bolt from the blue, causing his heart to sink. Luo Yue, indeed, she was Su Qingxue's mother. She had truly come to confront them on behalf of her daughter. The protective instinct surpassed his expectations. Furthermore, judging by the commotion, her strength far exceeded Ling Yuaning's. The Xueyinmen sect could not withstand her. The disparity in power was glaringly evident. This was a grave predicament, a calamity of monumental proportions. The sense of crisis was unprecedentedly intense. Upon hearing her mother's voice, Su Qingxue's eyes ignited with a spark of hope as she struggled to rise and call out. The instinct for survival momentarily eclipsed her pain. Yanfeng's gaze turned icy, his thoughts shifting. The restraints immediately activated, mercilessly. Ugh! Su Qingxue emitted a muffled cry of anguish, curling up and clutching her head, the brief strength she had summoned dissipating in an instant. Her expression of pain was pitiful. The restraints within her soul acted like a tightening spell, rendering her unable to resist Yanfeng's will. The control was absolute, plunging her into despair. Stay put. Yanfeng cast a cold glance at her, his eyes filled with warning. At that moment, a swift sound of something slicing through the air approached rapidly. The urgency of the sound suggested an emergency. Lin Xue stumbled into the courtyard, her hair disheveled. Blood at the corner of her mouth, her white garments stained with blood, clearly having endured a fierce battle. Her appearance was a stark contrast to her usual composed demeanor. Upon witnessing the scene within the courtyard, particularly the sight of Su Qingxue crumpled on the ground in agony, a flicker of horror crossed her eyes. The astonishment was palpable, as she had not anticipated Yin Feng's ability to subdue such a formidable adversary. Yet, she had little time to dwell on that, urgently exclaiming, "Yin Danshi, the sect master commands you to proceed immediately to the main hall." Her tone was imbued with unprecedented urgency and panic, clearly indicating that the situation was dire. Yin Feng understood he could not evade this, inhaling deeply as he instructed Qin Yao in a low voice. "Keep an eye on her." The command was succinct, carrying an undeniable authority. He then followed Lin Xue, swiftly making his way toward the main hall. With each step, the urgency of the situation was unmistakable. As they approached the main hall, the stench of blood grew increasingly potent. The acrid scent induces a sense of nausea. Along the route, one can observe numerous collapsed structures and charred remnants of battle. Several female disciples lie in pools of blood, their fates unknown. The scene is exceedingly harrowing, as if a cataclysm had transpired. Once a tranquil and serene haven, Xueyinmen now resembles a veritable battlefield. The transformation is profoundly lamentable. In the square before the main hall, the protective formation has been activated, enveloped by a faint azure light that flickers erratically, riddled with cracks. It is evident that this formation cannot endure for long. Beyond the protective barrier, Luo Yue hovers in the air, her spiritual energy surging like an ocean, exuding an overwhelming presence. Her power is formidable, far surpassing that of Lung Yuning. In her hand, a resplendent jade ruler. Each swing releases a cascade of radiant light, striking down upon the Xueyin formation with tremendous force, causing the entire array to tremble violently and the fissures to widen. The ferocity of her assault is relentless, each blow threatening to topple the formation. Standing within the formation's central position, Lung Yuning appears pallid, blood continuously trickling from the corners of her mouth, clearly suffering from severe internal injuries. Her demeanor is one of utter disarray, indicative of her exertion to the utmost. Chapter 23. The might of the golden pill. She clasped her hands in intricate gestures, striving with all her might to maintain the grand formation. The effort was exceedingly arduous. Her knuckles turned pale from the exertion, and beads of sweat trickled down her forehead. Behind her stood dozens of disciples from the Xueyinmen sect, their faces equally pale, struggling to support the formation. They gritted their teeth, pouring the dwindling remnants of their spiritual energy into the array. The scene both tragic and despairing, as if they were guarding the last flicker of hope. On the ground lay 7 or 8 corpses, all disciples of the Xueyinmen sect. Blood stained the pristine white snow, and shattered swords and broken magical artifacts lay scattered about, creating a gruesome tableau that was hard to bear, a sight that sent chills down one's spine. "Luo Yue, have you lost your mind?" Lung Yuning exclaimed, a mixture of astonishment and fury in her voice, trembling with incredulity and a profound sense of helplessness. "When has my Xueyinmen sect ever wronged your Bingxin palace? Why must you enact this extermination?" Her questioning was laden with grievance and confusion, clearly unable to accept this sudden and unwarranted calamity. Luo Yue struck down once more with her jade ruler, radiant beams of light cascading from it, wielding a destructive force that caused the grand formation's shield to tremble violently, dimming its brilliance. Each assault was devastating, threatening to bring the formation to its knees, as if it would collapse entirely in the next moment. Her voice was icy, filled with murderous intent, carrying an undeniable finality. "Lung Yuning, spare me the act of ignorance. Your sect harbors the vile scoundrel who sullied my daughter. That is a capital offense." Her words were steeped in fury and hatred, a brutal threat laced with the resolve for annihilation. "If you do not surrender that old scoundrel Yin Feng today, I shall eradicate your entire Xueyinmen sect." The menace in her tone was chilling, resonating with a determination to extinguish. Upon hearing this, Lung Yuning was struck with a profound shock. She finally understood the origin of this unwarranted disaster. It was indeed because of Yin Feng. The realization incited a rage within her so fierce she nearly spat blood, wishing she could immediately dismember Yin Feng. This calamity had ensnared her and the entire sect in a dire predicament, arriving with such unexpected ferocity. At that moment, Yin Feng and Lin Shui arrived. Their figures emerged amidst the chaotic battlefield, starkly out of place, instantly drawing the attention of all. Sect Master. Yin Feng saluted with cupped hands, his gaze swiftly scanning the tragic scene, his heart heavy with the gravity of the situation. The power of Luo Yue exceeded his expectations. Her surging spiritual energy was as deep as the ocean, likely that of a formidable golden pill expert. The disparity in strength felt insurmountable, instilling a sense of despair. Seeing him, Lung Yuning's fury flared to a boiling point. Yin Feng, what on earth is happening here? Her inquiry was bursting with rage and suspicion, targeting the core issue. Luo Yue claims you sullied her daughter? The question was pointedly direct, leaving no room for evasion, her tone harsh. Yin Feng immediately donned a bewildered and shocked expression, his acting impeccable. He furrowed his brow, his eyes reflecting just the right amount of confusion and innocence. Sullied her daughter? I am unaware of what the Sect Master means, he countered, his denial firm. I have been at home refining pills today, and indeed, a strange woman intruded with ill intentions, but I subdued her. His explanation was reasonable, shifting the blame away entirely, yet he claimed no knowledge of her or her connection to the Bingxin Palace. His expression was one of utmost innocence, as if he had suffered a great injustice, his tone sincere enough to make one doubt. Lung Yuning fixed her gaze upon him, her sharp eyes resembling ice blades, searching for any sign of a flaw upon his countenance. This scrutiny lasted several breaths, the atmosphere tense to the point of near suffocation. Yet, Yin Feng's acting was masterful, his gaze utterly sincere, making it difficult for anyone to doubt him. Though she did not fully believe that Yin Feng was entirely innocent, the present danger loomed large, with formidable foes surrounding them. This was not the time for internal strife. Her reason dictated that now was not the moment to pursue the truth. Moreover, Yin Feng's alchemical skills were of paramount importance to the Xueyinmen sect, a value that compelled her to temporarily endure her anger. Suppressing her fury and doubts, she gritted her teeth and said, regardless, the calamity was brought upon by you. What do you propose we do now? Her question was sharp, casting the dilemma back at Yin Feng, her voice tinged with restrained wrath. Yin Feng promptly produced a finely crafted jade vial from his robes, presenting it with reverence. His movements were swift, clearly premeditated. Sect Master, this is a high-grade Ning Yuan Dan that I have just refined. It may aid in alleviating your injuries. The elixir emanated a soft glow from within the jade vial, signifying its preciousness and his sincerity. Lung Yuning seized the vial, uncorking it. The rich, pure medicinal essence wafted out, invigorating her spirit. The effects were immediate, the fragrant aroma revitalizing her pallid complexion, confirming it to be a high-grade spiritual pill. This revelation left her emotions in turmoil, a blend of anger and helplessness. She cast a deep glance at Yin Feng, her expression complex. Within her gaze was anger, resignation, and a subtle hint of reliance. Finally, she stowed away the jade vial and said through gritted teeth, remember your words today. You will behave yourself in the future. If you bring about such trouble again, I shall be the first to hold you accountable. The threat was direct and undeniable, laced with an icy malice. With that, she disregarded Yin Feng entirely, pouring her energy into the formation, consuming the elixir as she continued to resist Luo Yue. Her focused demeanor displayed her final resolve, her silhouette resolute and solitary. Yin Feng lowered his head in response. I shall remember. His attitude was exceedingly submissive, though internally, he felt a slight release of tension, having temporarily navigated the crisis. Yet, the threat was far from over. The formidable adversary Luo Yue remained a vigilant threat. He stepped aside, observing the formidable Luo Yue and the trembling Xueyinmen grand formation, his heart heavy with foreboding. The situation was perilous, with cracks multiplying across the shield, poised to shatter completely at any moment. Luo Yue, frustrated by her inability to breach the formation, felt her fury intensify. Her patience had worn thin. She resolved to unleash her trump card. With a fierce bite to her tongue, she spat a mouthful of essence blood onto the jade ruler. Her action was resolute, signaling her willingness to fight to the death as the blood transformed into a mist, infusing the ruler with tremendous power. The jade ruler erupted in a radiant display, emanating a blinding light, transforming into a towering beam of 100 feet that descended like divine retribution. The force was terrifying, the air cracking with explosive sounds, as if it threatened to rend the heavens asunder. Boom! A thunderous roar echoed through the heavens. The sound was deafening, shockwaves radiating outward, causing the onlookers' garments to flutter violently, while the less powerful disciples stumbled back in shock. The Xueyinmen Grand Formation could no longer withstand the strain, emitting a cacophony of breaking sounds as it shattered with a resounding crash. The formation utterly collapsed, transforming into flickering lights that dissipated into the air, losing its last vestige of protection. The one presiding over the formation, Lung Yuning, along with dozens of disciples, coughed up blood and was violently hurled backwards. The scene was exceedingly tragic, as if struck by a colossal force, leaving them grievously injured and unable to rise. Those who obstruct me shall perish. Luo Yuwei's murderous intent surged like the heavens, manifesting as a streak of light that descended fiercely, her jade staff once more swinging toward the wounded Lung Yuning. That strike was lethally decisive, the shadow of the staff looming ominously, clearly intent on complete annihilation. Just as the situation reached a critical juncture, a thunderous sound of hooves reverberated from afar, akin to a heavy storm. The sound approached, causing the ground to tremble slightly. A torrent of darkness surged through the air with astonishing speed. It was a well-equipped cavalry, numbering over 100, each clad in deep black armor, mounted on majestic steed, exuding an overwhelming aura. Simultaneously, a resounding and authoritative voice echoed across the expanse. It bore an undeniable authority, Luo Gongzhu. Show mercy. The warning was exceedingly direct. This was the northern snowfield, not a place where your Bing Xian Gong could act recklessly. The words carried a palpable threat. Like thunder striking, Luo Yuwei's assault faltered as she abruptly looked skyward, her expression shifting. The surprise was unmistakable, as she evidently recognized the identity of the newcomers. Northern Domain Iron Cavalry? She snorted coldly, aware that she could not achieve her full intent today. The sense of helplessness was palpable, clearly reluctant to engage in a direct confrontation with this formidable army that instilled fear across the northern region. She glared fiercely at Lung Yuning and Yin Feng, her tone frigid. Her gaze brimmed with resentment and hatred. Xueyinmen, and that little thief surnamed Yin, await my reckoning. The threat was explicit. This matter was far from over. Her vow was suffused with a murderous intent that sent shivers down the spine. Having spoken, she flickered and transformed into a streak of light, unhesitatingly retreating, vanishing into the horizon in an instant. Her speed was remarkable, clearly avoiding a direct clash with the arrivals. Quick to arrive, swift to depart, leaving behind a scene of devastation and the snow-covered disciples of the Xueyinmen, still reeling from their narrow escape. The atmosphere was chaotic, as if they had endured a nightmare, with everyone exchanging bewildered glances, still in shock. Lung Yuning clutched her chest, gazing at the injured disciples and the ravaged sect, her countenance ashen, her body trembling slightly from anger and fear. The fury and heartache were beyond expression, her eyes filled with sorrow. She abruptly turned, her gaze piercing like an icy blade directed at Yin Feng. That look was filled with wrath and suspicion, clearly attributing all blame to him, wishing to rend him to pieces on the spot. Yin Feng immediately lowered his head, feigning a look of lingering terror. The performance was executed flawlessly, his complexion pale, body trembling slightly, as if he too were terrified, perfectly masking his inner machinations. Returning to the chaotic courtyard, the silence was thick with the stench of blood and tension. The courtyard walls bore numerous damages, and the ground was strewn with shards of ice and bloodstains. Yin Feng gestured for Qin Yao to attend to her arm injury first. His concern appeared entirely natural, demonstrating care for his servant, his tone gentle yet unyielding. He approached Su Qingxue, who remained seated on the ground, her countenance ashen. She looked utterly disheveled, having lost her previous pride, her gaze hollow, as if all hope had evaporated. Chapter 24 Life and Death Intertwined and Intimidation. Lo Yuwei, who are you to me? Yin Feng inquired directly, his voice calm, yet imbued with an undeniable authority, his gaze sharp as a blade, seemingly capable of piercing through the defenses of his adversary. Su Qingxue felt a slight loosening of the soul-binding restraint, the oppressive sensation somewhat alleviated, granting her a moment to breathe. She slowly raised her head, each movement excruciating, as if she were enduring immense suffering. Attempting to channel her spiritual energy, she discovered that her dantian had been sealed by Yin Feng's earlier maneuver, rendering her power utterly non-existent. This realization sparked a flicker of horror in her eyes. Despair washed over her like a tidal wave, leaving her feeling frigid. Upon hearing Yin Feng's question, disbelief initially washed over her. The inquiry was far too direct. Yet, as if grasping at a final lifeline, she forced a semblance of arrogance to surface, her expression strained and laced with bravado. Humph. So now you fear? My mother is Lo Yue, the deputy master of the Bing Xueyinmen Palace, a formidable cultivator at the late stage of Jin Dan. Such an identity is terrifying enough to make any cultivator tremble in fear. You had better release me immediately and forfeit your cultivation, or perhaps my mother might leave you with a complete corpse. The threat was stark and carried a final vestige of confidence. Yin Feng's heart sank upon hearing her words. Though he had suspected it, confirmation sent a shiver down his spine. The news struck him like a heavy hammer to the chest, momentarily halting his breath. Late-stage Jin Dan, and the deputy master of the Bing Xueyinmen Palace. This predicament was far more significant than he had anticipated. The chasm in power and status felt insurmountable. Like an impassable abyss, he had truly entangled himself in a monumental dilemma. The sense of crisis was unprecedentedly intense. A wave of regret surged within him. Had he known this woman's background was so formidable, he should have acted differently back at the Yuming sect. That thought flitted through his mind, but was quickly suppressed. It was too late for regrets. The mistake had been made. He could only proceed with it. His resolve was unshakable, imbued with a sense of determination. A glint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes, filled with a dangerous aura, yet his tone remained flat and unperturbed. Release you? And let your mother return to crush me, or even destroy the entire Xueyinmen sect. The consequences would be dire, chilling to the bone. Xueyinmen, do you truly think I appear so foolish? His words struck at the heart of the matter, mercilessly direct. Su Qingxue was momentarily stunned, his response shocking her. Desperately, she exclaimed, I can swear. If you release me, I will ensure my mother does not trouble you or the Xueyinmen sect again. Her promise was urgent, a final glimmer of hope, as if she clung to a life-saving straw. Yin Feng scoffed, his laughter brimming with disdain and mockery. With a mere thought, the restraint activated immediately and without mercy. Su Qingxue emitted a piercing scream, the agony excruciating as if her very soul were being torn apart. Her body convulsing violently, beads of cold sweat streaming down her form. The torment was brutally savage, unbearable to witness. The divine restraint technique is now bound to your soul, Yin Feng observed coldly, his gaze akin to that of one observing an ant. If I perish, the restraint will erupt, and you too shall face annihilation, accompanying me in death. The implications were terrifying, steeped in despair. Thus, your life is now inexorably tied to mine. His pronouncement was chilling, devoid of any room for doubt. Su Qingxue felt as if struck by lightning, completely frozen in place, the color draining from her face. The revelation hit her like a bolt from the blue, rendering her icy. She frantically delved into her consciousness, the sinister binding rune rooted deeply within her, entwined with her very existence. This realization plunged her into a freezing abyss, the tidal wave of despair engulfing her. What Yin Feng had stated was indeed true. The harsh reality was beyond her capacity to accept. Slumping to the ground, the last remnants of color faded from her once vibrant face. She appeared utterly disheveled, stripped of all pride and dignity. Her consciousness repeatedly scanned the depths of her mind where the ominous and unyielding binding rune resided. Each probe inflicting searing pain upon her soul, plunging her deeper into despair. The suffering was so intense it rendered her nearly incapable of thought. The truth was cold and brutal. Her very life and death were now intertwined with this man who had sullied her purity and shattered her resolve. Should he die, she too would face obliteration. This was far more terrifying than any shackles or seals. The binding was complete, leaving her in utter despair. You. She lifted her gaze, her eyes filled with an overwhelming hatred, terror, and an incomprehensible collapse. Her emotions were a tumultuous blend of complexity, fraught with contradiction and struggle. Her voice trembled uncontrollably, fear evident in every syllable. What do you truly desire? The question was steeped in despair and fury. Do you intend for me to be your prisoner for all eternity? The prospect was horrifying, utterly unacceptable. I would rather perish alongside you right now. Her determination was resolute, infused with the last vestiges of her dignity. In that moment, a glint of frenzied resolution flashed in her eyes as she attempted to unleash the sealed spiritual energy within her, intent on igniting her dantian. This act was perilous, veering towards self-destruction. Yin Feng's gaze turned icy, his thoughts compelling the restraint into action. His response was swift and merciless. Ah! Xueyinmen let out a heart-wrenching cry, the intensity of pain overwhelming her, her body collapsing as if her bones had been extracted, convulsing violently as cold sweat drenched her garments. The torture was merciless, rendering her existence worse than death. The agony of her soul being torn asunder left her on the brink of unconsciousness, even self-detonation becoming an unattainable aspiration. The control was absolute, instilling a sense of hopelessness. Before me, your life is no longer yours to command. Yin Feng's voice was devoid of emotion, cold as ice, akin to a death sentence. His authority was unquestionable, imbued with absolute dominance. He stepped forward, looking down upon Xueyinmen, who writhed in pain on the ground. His gaze was devoid of any emotion, as if she were merely an object. Suddenly, he bent down and seized her garment. The motion was abrupt, filled with an irresistible force. The sound of fabric tearing echoed sharply in the silent courtyard, laden with humiliation. Xueyinmen felt a chill envelop her chest, swathes of her porcelain skin exposed to the frigid air. The sensation was profoundly humiliating, causing her to tremble uncontrollably. "What are you doing?" She screamed in terror, struggling to retreat. Yet the excruciating pain and Yin Feng's strength held her firmly in place. Her resistance was futile, steeped in despair. Endless humiliation and fear engulfed her in an instant. The previous arrogance and resolve had vanished entirely, replaced by an instinctual fear. The transformation was stark, revealing the disintegration of her inner self. "Let go of me, beast, monster, you cannot do this." Her angry shouts were laced with a sob, the terror palpable. Yin Feng remained expressionless, his subordinates persistently tearing at her. The brutality of their actions was merciless. Xueyinmen's outer garment was nearly entirely ripped apart, leaving only her undergarments, which outlined her heart-wrenching curves. The scene was profoundly humiliating, rendering her utterly ashamed. Trembling with fright, tears finally cascaded down her cheeks, her voice shifting to pleas and whimpers. The surrender was complete, stripping her of all dignity. "No. I beg you. Please, don't." The desperation in her pleas was pitiable, filled with despair. "Spare me. I acknowledge my mistakes. I shall never dare again." Her capitulation was thorough, laying bare the collapse of her spirit. Chapter 25. Deterrence, Submission, and Systematic Reward. "Just let me go. I will agree to anything," she implored, her words tumbling out in a disordered rush, her voice quaking with despair and terror. In the face of absolute control and impending violation, her pride and dignity shattered into fragments. She appeared utterly pitiable, stripped of all semblance of grace. Yin Feng halted his actions. The sudden stillness rendered the air almost palpable. He regarded her with a gaze that was both cold and scrutinizing, observing the once proud and aloof Sheng of Bingxin Palace, now disheveled and teary-eyed, crumpled in a pitiful heap at his feet. The contrast was stark and profoundly unsettling. There was no desire in his eyes, only a frigid examination and a sense of dominance, as though he were appraising an object devoid of emotional significance. A moment of oppressive silence ensued, thick with tension, making it difficult to breathe. The anticipated violation did not materialize. This unexpected pause left her bewildered. Xueyinmen lifted her tear-streaked eyes, confusion and anxiety swirling within them as they met Yin Feng's calm, mocking gaze. His eyes were sharp, seemingly capable of piercing through her thoughts. In an instant, clarity dawned upon her, striking her like a thunderbolt, leaving her chilled to the bone. He had never intended to touch her. Everything that had transpired was merely a means to obliterate her last vestiges of pride, forcing her to confront her dire circumstances. The intent was merciless, laden with humiliation. An indescribable sense of shame and indignation surged within her, eclipsing the disgrace of direct violation. The intensity of this feeling left her feeling utterly exposed. Her cheeks burned, wishing fervently for a crevice in the earth to swallow her whole. The depth of her shame was suffocating. You tricked me," she stammered, her voice trembling with fury and humiliation, her emotions running high. Yin Feng scoffed, his laughter dripping with disdain and scorn. Straightening up, he casually retrieved a spare robe from his system space, casting it over her to obscure her sudden vulnerability. The gesture bore the weight of condescension, devoid of gentleness. "I have no interest in your physique," he stated flatly, as if commenting on the weather. His indifference was deeply hurtful. "A total repudiation. From now on, remain here obediently, acting as a servant. The command was unequivocal, leaving no room for dissent. Should I detect any signs of defiance? His thoughts flickered momentarily. The warning was palpable, infused with a tangible threat. Su Qingxue felt the familiar prick of pain in her head. Though mild, it was sufficient to drain the color from her face. The anguish was effective, compelling her to yield instantly. I will not dare. She instinctively clutched the robe infused with a strange male scent, curling her body as she trembled in submission. The fear was all too real, displaying her complete capitulation. Yet, suddenly, an idea struck her, and she raised her head sharply, desperation flickering in her eyes. But, my mother, if she cannot find me, she will surely go mad. The concern was entirely rational, rooted in her maternal affection. She would undoubtedly return. The next time, the Northern Domain Iron Cavalry might not deter her. This threat loomed large, instilling dread. Please, allow me to send her a message, even if just to assure her of my safety, so she does not blame Xueyinmen. Her plea was exceedingly humble, a final glimmer of hope. Yan Feng regarded her as if she had uttered an absurdity, his gaze rife with disbelief and mockery. Report your safety? You mean to inform her that I have placed a ban on you, confining you here as a servant? The implications were dire, sending chills down her spine. And then have you seek out capable individuals to lift the ban and come after me? The likelihood was too tangible to ignore. Su Qingxue's thoughts were laid bare, her face paling as she hastily shook her head. The denial felt weak, steeped in the embarrassment of being exposed. No, that is not it. I merely... Her explanation faltered, lacking conviction. Conceal your little schemes, Yan Feng interrupted, his tone leaving no room for argument. The warning was direct, devoid of any leniency. Stay here in this courtyard, and do not venture anywhere. The restrictions were stringent, akin to imprisonment. Without my permission, you are forbidden from contacting anyone, let alone transmitting any messages. His control was comprehensive, severing all external ties. Otherwise, before your mother arrives, the members of Xueyinmen will be the first to exact their vengeance upon you. The threat was stark, instilling fear. Do not forget how many disciples of Xueyinmen perished because of your mother today. The reality was harsh, leaving no room for rebuttal. His words were like ice water, extinguishing the last flicker of hope within Su Qingxue. The despair was absolute. Leaving her heart ashen, she collapsed to the ground, her eyes void of any remaining hope. The sight was profoundly pitiable, stripped of all optimism. Yan Feng turned away, striding towards the alchemy chamber, his back resolute and devoid of any lingering attachment. As he reached the door, his steps faltered momentarily, though he did not look back. That hesitation was fleeting, almost imperceptible. Behave, and I will not touch you. The promise was simple, yet carried an odd sense of reassurance. With that, he pushed the door open and shut it behind him with a decisive motion, severing the connection between the inside and outside. Su Qingxue lay alone on the cold ground, clutching the rough fabric of the man's robe, staring at the firmly closed door of the alchemy chamber. The scene was one of profound solitude, suffused with helplessness. Her heart was a tumult of conflicting emotions, spiraling into chaos. There was relief at having survived. Yes, that feeling was subtle, tinged with a sense of liberation. Was there the humiliation of shame? Certainly. That emotion was intense, rendering her uncomfortable. The fear and despair of being at the mercy of another? Even more so. That sensation was profound, suffocating her. But beyond that, gazing at the closed door, contemplating his last words of not touching her, and recalling the calmness he exhibited, so incongruous with his age and past experiences, a coldness that bordered on ruthlessness, and an unsettling sense of control. That impression was indelible, leaving her perplexed. Deep within her, an involuntary flicker of an emotion she had not even recognized, a hint of loss. That sentiment was contradictory, inducing unease. The moment this thought emerged, she swiftly suppressed it in terror, her reaction immediate, laced with self-loathing. Instead, she was engulfed by a profound despair and self-loathing. The intensity of that feeling was excruciating. What was she to do? Escape was not an option, and death eluded her. Was she truly destined to remain eternally ensnared here, a prisoner to this man, burdening her mother and dragging down her sect? The question was brutally harsh, devoid of answers. Tears silently streamed down her face once more. This time, it was not born of fear or plea, but rather a complete and utter hopelessness, devoid of any glimmer of light. The sorrow ran deep, shattering the heart. Yan Feng returned to the alchemy chamber, the stone door slowly closing behind him, momentarily severing all external disturbances. The ensuing silence was invaluable, granting him a moment to breathe. He inhaled deeply, suppressing the tumult of emotions stirred by Luo Yue's arrival and his control over Su Qingxue. Those feelings were intricate and required calm. Sitting cross-legged, his posture was upright, signifying his focus. His thoughts plunged into the sea of consciousness, summoning the long-silent dual cultivation system. The familiar light curtain re-emerged, evoking a sense of recognition. Host: Yin Feng. Cultivation level: Foundation Establishment Stage 4, Peak. Lifespan: 217 years. Techniques: Long Life Dual Cultivation Method, Fire Control Technique, Intermediate. Imu Hua Du Ju, Unpracticed. Skills: Alchemy, Intermediate Alchemist. Current Cauldrons: Su Qingxue, Quality, Superior. Status: Imprisoned. Qin Yao, Potential, Promising. Status: Loyal. Lin Shui, Quality, Superior. Status: Cooperative. Lu Su, Quality, Ordinary. Status: Coerced. Pending System Rewards: 10 Qi Condensation Pills, 3 Rejuvenation Pills, 2 Detoxification Pills, 50 low-grade Spirit Stones. Gazing at the list of rewards displayed on the light curtain, Yin Feng's brow furrowed slightly, revealing a hint of dissatisfaction. Although these rewards were commendable, they seemed inadequate in the face of formidable opponents in the late Golden Core stage and the looming threat of annihilation. The reality was harsh, necessitating a more potent force. He required an acceleration in his progress and, more importantly, a trump card to confront the current crisis. The urgency of this need was palpable and could not be overlooked. Chapter 26. The conspiracy between mother and daughter, just some ordinary Dan pills and a few spirit stones. Yin Feng murmured to himself, a hint of undisguised disappointment lacing his tone. Although the rewards were decent, they paled in comparison to the formidable adversaries at the late Jindan stage and the looming threat of extermination, rendering them utterly inadequate to address the core issue. Faced with the current crisis, his resources felt pathetically scant. He couldn't help but ponder the rules by which the system made its judgments. His thoughts intensely focused as he sought to uncover ways to enhance the rewards. Just as he was deep in contemplation, a gentle knock at the door broke his reverie. The sound was soft, tinged with a hint of hesitation. "Master, are you resting?" came the voice of Qin Yao from outside, imbued with an unusual softness. There was an almost imperceptible tension and anticipation in her tone. Yin Feng scanned the scene outside with his divine sense, instantly grasping the situation. His perception was remarkably keen, allowing him to discern everything in an instant. Qin Yao had evidently taken great care with her appearance, donning a clean, coarse linen dress that, while still modest, perfectly accentuated her tall and athletic figure. Her well-toned physique radiated strength, her long hair elegantly tied up, revealing her smooth neck. And her face bore a subtle blend of shyness and determination. Her appearance was striking, embodying the delicate balance of youthful innocence and resolve. A sudden realization struck him, and he accurately surmised her intentions with a hint of amusement. "Come in," he said, his voice calm yet authoritative. As the stone door swung open, Qin Yao entered with her head bowed, carefully holding a bowl of steaming soup as if it were a precious treasure. "Master has worked hard on alchemy, so I prepared some wild vegetable soup to warm you," she said, gently placing the bowl on the table, her fingers slightly curling in apparent nervousness. Her bashfulness was utterly charming, reflecting the purity of her youth. Yin Feng's gaze swept over her deliberately slow movements and the faint blush on her cheeks, and he suddenly burst into a hearty laugh, the sound breaking the solemn atmosphere. With a swift motion, he wrapped his long arm around her firm waist, pulling her into his embrace. The gesture was entirely natural, imbued with an irresistible assertiveness. "Feigning ignorance about the cultivation technique is one thing, but I suspect you are genuinely eager to experience the effects of the newly acquired Panshur Duangyuju," he teased softly in her ear, the warmth of his breath brushing against her skin, his words laced with playful provocation. Qin Yao's body stiffened instantly, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson, akin to a ripe peach. Her shyness was palpable, a reflection of her youthful innocence. She instinctively wished to struggle but restrained herself, lowering her head and whispering, Yaoer dares not deceive the master. I indeed harbor such intentions, and I wish to repay your kindness." Her voice was soft, imbued with sincere gratitude. Feeling the vitality radiating from her, Yin Feng sensed the surging power of her blood. Enhanced by the cultivation of Panshur Duangyuju, harmoniously resonating with his own spiritual energy. The sensation was enchanting, filled with allure. Very well. Let us allow you to truly experience the wonders of dual cultivation, he proclaimed with a hearty laugh, lifting her and striding toward the inner chamber, his decision resolute and undeniably authoritative. In the adjacent room, mere walls apart, the distance felt painfully close, with sounds distinctly audible. Su Qingxue curled up on the cold wooden bed, shrouded in Yan Feng's robe, which still bore the scent of an unfamiliar man. A tumult of humiliation, despair, and fear intertwined within her, nearly engulfing her entirely. The sensation was agonizing, suffocating. The muffled sounds of laughter, gasps, and the unmistakable noises of intimacy from the next room pierced through her tightly wound nerves like the sharpest of needles. The discordant sounds were excruciatingly humiliating. She bit down hard on her lip, her nails digging into her palm, drawing blood without her notice. The pain was intense, yet it could not overshadow the torment within her soul. Just as her spirit teetered on the edge of collapse, an imperceptibly faint yet familiar wave of energy quietly emerged. It brought with it the warmth of her mother. In the next moment, a shadowy figure appeared at her bedside, silent and ghostly. The figure was enigmatic, shrouded in an aura of mystery. As the figure solidified, it was none other than Luo Yue, returning. Her familiar visage radiated maternal concern. Upon seeing her daughter's pale, haggard face, marked with tear stains, and clad in the unmistakably masculine robe, a tempest of rage and heartbreak erupted in her eyes. The intensity of her anger was palpable, fueled by a fierce maternal instinct. Swear. Luo Yue's voice trembled as she embraced Su Qingxue, her divine sense swiftly scanning her daughter's body. The sincerity of her concern was evident, reflecting the depth of a mother's worry. Upon detecting the strange, yet firmly imprinted forbidden technique within Su Qingxue's consciousness, Luo Yue's expression changed dramatically. The revelation was terrifying and shocking. The forbidden technique. Such a vicious secret art, she exclaimed, both alarmed and enraged, her powerful divine sense cautiously probing for a means of resolution. The attempt was delicate, as she feared harming her daughter. However, the complexity of the forbidden runes intertwined with Su Qingxue's soul posed an enormous risk. A single misstep could lead to utter annihilation of her spirit. The consequences were dire, steeped in despair. Mother, it's futile. Su Qingxue, feeling the heartbeat of her mother's effort, shook her head through tears. The depth of her despair was profound, heart-wrenching. He said, if he dies, the seal will erupt, and so will I. Her words were harsh, underscored by the looming threat of death. Upon hearing this, Luo Yue was consumed by an almost uncontrollable fury, wishing to immediately confront Yan Feng and exact vengeance. The intensity of her wrath was fierce, driven by a mother's desire for retribution. I shall capture that scoundrel and force him to lift the seal. Her resolve was unwavering, imbued with an undeniable strength. Do not. Mother. Su Qingxue urgently grasped her mother, her voice filled with alarm. The urgency of her plea was palpable, driven by a fear of death. He is cunning and ruthless. If you force him, he will surely retaliate. Daughter does not want to die. Her worry was entirely justified, reflecting a clear awareness of their grim reality. Luo Yue hesitated, witnessing the fear in her daughter's eyes, her heart wrenched. She was acutely aware of the terrifying nature of the forbidden technique, and thus felt a moment of helplessness. The depth of her helplessness was profound, laden with pain. Taking a deep breath, she suppressed the boiling rage within her, her eyes glinting with resolve. In that case, we cannot act impulsively. Swear, lend me your ear. She lowered her voice and conveyed a profound technique into Su Qingxue's consciousness through her spiritual thoughts. The transmission was shrouded in secrecy, embodying a final glimmer of hope. This is the Huanqing Meishinju, which, when combined with the unique enchantment techniques of my Bingxin Palace, can induce a state of entrancement during union, constructing illusions. In moments of spiritual disarray, one might uncover the gaps and restrictions, even gaining the ability to manipulate in reverse. The method is exceptionally intricate, imbued with an air of peril. However, this technique is fraught with danger. One must exert complete control while practicing it. Should the opponent detect it, or if an error occurs, the practitioner will suffer a backlash, rendering them immobile and at the mercy of others. This warning was conveyed with utmost seriousness, tinged with maternal concern. Seize the opportunity to draw this fiend into the illusion, awaiting the moment to break the restrictions or extract the solution. This plan is immensely risky, yet it carries the last flicker of hope. Upon finishing her words, Luo Yue summoned her formidable spiritual energy, meticulously alleviating some of Su Qingshue's Dantian seals, allowing her to regain a measure of spiritual power sufficient to execute the technique. This assistance was remarkably timely, imbued with maternal affection. I cannot linger, lest I be detected. Schwerer, exercise utmost caution. Endure this moment, and I shall surely rescue you. The farewell was steeped in reluctance, carrying a promise of maternal devotion. Luo Yue embraced her daughter tightly one last time before her figure blurred once more, vanishing silently from the room, just as she had arrived. The departure was swift, marked by unwavering maternal resolve. Chapter 27. Enchantment of the Heart. Su Qingxue felt a faint surge of spiritual energy flowing within her, a sensation that was intimately familiar, imbued with a glimmer of hope. She recalled the mystical text, Huanqing Meixinju, which was both alluring and perilous in its teachings. As her gaze returned to the wall that separated her from laughter and joy, it was now filled with a chilling resolve and palpable intent. Her determination was unwavering, underscored by an undeniable hatred. Yin Feng, between us, only one shall survive. That vow was venomous, steeped in a deadly finality. The following morning, Qin Yao attended to Yin Feng as he donned his attire, her movements gentle and meticulous, her eyes brimming with admiration and satisfaction. Her worship was evident, infused with a deep-seated affection. After their shared cultivation the previous night, her comprehension of the Panshi Duanguju had deepened remarkably, her vitality more robust. And the sensation of strength was unmistakable. It seemed she was on the cusp of embarking on the path of cultivation. Her progress was striking, a source of joy. Master, that Miss Su. Qin Yao hesitated momentarily before speaking softly, her concern palpable. She remained a potential threat. Should they? Her suggestion was cautious, tinged with trepidation. Yin Feng dismissed her with a glance through the window, toward the closed door next door. His expression was profound, contemplative. Do not concern yourself. She is a hot potato, a person of considerable significance, and I shall not retain her for long. His tone was calm, yet resolute, reflecting prudent foresight. Focus solely on your cultivation. Ascending to the Qi refinement stage is the priority. His admonition was earnest, filled with sincere expectation. With that, he produced a small jade vial from his robe and placed it in Qin Yao's hands. The gesture natural and imbued with a sense of reward. This contains 3 Qi blood pills, beneficial for your physical cultivation and will expedite your training. The rarity of the elixir underscored his generosity. As Qin Yao accepted the pills, warmth surged within her, deepening her loyalty. Thank you, Master. Yaoer will not disappoint your expectations. Her pledge was resolute, brimming with determination. Yin Feng nodded and withdrew into the alchemy chamber, immersing himself in his daily practice. His focus unwavering, a testament to his diligence. By midday, the stone door of the alchemy chamber was gently rapped upon, the sound soft and tentative. Yin Feng's consciousness swept across, revealing Su Qingxue standing outside. Her presence was unexpected. Clearly, she had taken care in her appearance. Although still clad in coarse fabric, her attire was meticulously cleaned, revealing an intentional neatness, her hair elegantly styled to expose her slender neck. She appeared delicate, evoking sympathy. A light dusting of powder concealed her pallor, and a hint of rouge adorned her lips, bestowing upon her an unexpected allure. Her makeup was exquisite, indicative of her effort. Yet, within the depths of her eyes lay a chilling indifference, starkly contrasting with her feigned submissiveness, a dissonance that suggested insincerity. Yin Feng raised an eyebrow and opened the stone door with casual curiosity. What is it? He inquired directly, devoid of any emotional embellishment. Su Qingxue slightly bent her knee, performing an awkward curtsy, her movements unfamiliar, her voice deliberately soft. Yin Daoyu. The title felt forced, laced with a hollow respect. She seemed at a loss for words, her cheeks flushing crimson, an exaggerated shyness evident, her gaze flickering with a hint of coyness. Yesterday, I acted impulsively, thank you for showing mercy. Her gratitude was insincere, lacking genuine sentiment. Yin Feng leaned against the door, observing her performance with a calm demeanor, his scrutiny devoid of warmth. I have come to understand. Perhaps, it is not necessary for one of us to perish. She raised her head, her eyes reflecting a perfect blend of pleading and hopefulness, her expression deceptively convincing. If you permit me to leave, I vow to renounce our past grievances. I, from the Bingxin Palace, and my mother shall not pursue any matter regarding you and the Xueyinmen sect. The promise was enticing, rich with temptation. Moreover, I can offer you an immense opportunity. I am aware of a secret ancient cultivation cave, containing treasures left behind by a golden core master. The allure was profound, stirring intrigue. The vow of renunciation is a potent constraint for cultivators. Those who violate it face damage to their resolve, stunted progress, or even the potential for a backlash of inner demons, leading to their demise. The stakes were high. The consequences severe. This promise was not to be taken lightly. The temptation was substantial, the terms exceedingly generous, rendering it difficult to refuse. Yanfeng's expression revealed contemplation, hinting at intrigue. Oh, an ancient cultivation cave? That is indeed intriguing. His interest was palpable, a spark of curiosity igniting. At that moment, as his mind was momentarily captivated by the prospect of great fortune, Su Qingshue's eyes flashed with a glimmer of cold malice. The intent was lethal, unmistakably malevolent. With her hands concealed within her sleeves, she swiftly formed a seal, unleashing her scant remaining spiritual energy in a sudden surge, harmonizing with the quietly activated Huanqing Meishinju and the secretive charms of Bingxin Palace, aiming directly at Yanfeng's eyes. The attack was unexpected, imbued with overwhelming force. Look into my eyes. Her voice transformed into an ethereal whisper, laden with endless allure and an irresistible pull. The tone was peculiar, suffused with hypnotic undertones. Caught off guard, Yanfeng felt as though her gaze had morphed into two unfathomable whirlpools, his consciousness being violently drawn into their depths. The sensation was terrifying, a force that was impossible to resist. Surroundings blurred, twisted, and collapsed in an instant. The transformation was extreme, inducing a dizzying disorientation. The alchemy chamber, the snowy mountains, the sect, all faded into oblivion, as if they had never existed. In the next moment, he found himself standing at the threshold of a familiar university classroom. The scene was vivid, steeped in nostalgia. The warm glow of the setting sun streamed through the windows, delicate motes of dust dancing in the air. The light was soothing, imbued with a sense of comfort. A girl clad in a white dress, her hair tied in a ponytail, stepped out with a backpack. Upon seeing him, her face lit up with a shy yet joyful smile. The expression was sweet, brimming with youthful vitality. She was his first love, the greatest regret before his traversal, the elusive white moonlight hidden deep within his heart. Her image was utterly perfect, filled with allure. Yanfeng, what are you doing here waiting for me? Did you not say we were to study at the library tonight? The girl's voice was crisp and melodious, tinged with a hint of playful reproach. That tone was remarkably familiar, stirring nostalgia within him. Yanfeng stared at her in a daze, his heart racing violently. The struggles, calculations, and battles he had endured since his crossing seemed extraordinarily distant and unreal in this moment. The contrast was staggering, leaving him in a daze. An overwhelming surge of joy and impulse engulfed him, infused with an insatiable desire. No more waiting. He heard his own voice, hoarse and urgent, laced with a nearly savage possessiveness. That tone was foreign, brimming with aggression. He lunged forward abruptly, grasping the girl's wrist with a fierce grip, unceremoniously pulling her into the adjacent, deserted lecture hall. His actions were brutally forceful, leaving no room for refusal. Ah, what are you doing? Yanfeng, let me go? The girl struggled in panic, her face flushed with embarrassment. Her resistance was feeble, marked by youthful shyness. Yet at this moment, Yanfeng's gaze was solely fixated on the perfect apparition conjured by this illusion. Consumed by a frenzied desire to mend his regret, that obsession was potent, blinding his reason. He forcefully pressed her against the cold desk, kissing her despite her cries and struggles, audaciously claiming. His actions were wild, steeped in a primal urge for possession. Outside the illusion, Su Qingshue's complexion was as pale as paper, her body swaying slightly. The exertion to maintain the Huanqing Meishinju far exceeded her expectations. The exhaustion was palpable, revealing a tremendous burden. She watched as Yanfeng, with a dazed expression and an eerie smile, made inappropriate gestures toward the air, a wave of intense nausea and humiliation surging within her. The scene was utterly absurd, inducing revulsion. Yet just as she believed success was within reach, preparing to further cast her spell in search of a flaw in the restraints, that hope was fleeting, vanishing in an instant. Chapter 28. The backlash of illusion, yet she dared not halt, her resolve unyielding, imbued with a determination that brooked no retreat. With utmost vigor, she summoned her cultivation technique, the flow of spiritual energy surging violently, embodying a spirit of desperation. Cautiously, her consciousness probed into Yin Feng's sea of consciousness, seeking the imprint of the forbidden divine art. This investigation was conducted with great care, fearful of triggering any restrictive mechanisms. Eureka! A wave of joy surged within her, invigorating her spirit. The runes of the restriction indeed appeared somewhat loosened, a consequence of Yin Feng's soul being mired in the illusion. The signs of this loosening were unmistakable, heralding the arrival of opportunity. She concentrated all her mental faculties, her focus reaching an unparalleled intensity, allowing no room for distraction. Employing the esoteric method recorded in her technique to unravel the seal, she proceeded with utmost caution. Akin to defusing a bomb. Success. In that fleeting moment when the connection between the restriction and her soul became nearly imperceptible, her triumph was ephemeral, vanishing in an instant. Yin Feng, ensnared in the illusion, had also reached a critical juncture. The timing was serendipitous, woven by the threads of fate. He let out a muffled groan, his body trembling violently, his reaction intense. The haze in his eyes swiftly receded, replaced by clarity that showcased a formidable willpower. Su Qingshue's heart sank, panic evident upon her countenance. Forcing herself to interrupt the incantation, the backlash was severe. She staggered backward, breath coming in rapid gasps, her disarray starkly apparent, indicative of immense exhaustion. Yin Feng suddenly regained his senses, the awakening abrupt. He found himself still at the entrance of the elixir chamber, his attire somewhat disheveled. The reality was jarring, marked by a stark contrast. Before him stood Su Qingxue, her hair in disarray. Her garment inexplicably torn open at the collar, revealing a glimpse of her snow-white skin, a sight both ambiguous and suggestive, provoking a myriad of thoughts. The flush on her cheeks had not yet faded, yet her gaze was one of profound humiliation and shock, fixed upon him with a complex expression rife with contradictions. The hyper-realistic sensations and imagery from the illusion assaulted his mind, leading to a sudden comprehension of the events that had transpired. His realization was thorough, accompanied by a striking sense of shock. He immediately sensed the forbidden divine art within his consciousness. The examination was swift, imbued with an undeniable urgency. Indeed, the imprint entwined with Su Qingshue's life force had weakened significantly, nearly severed. This revelation sent a chill of terror coursing through him, cold sweat beating upon his brow. Yin Feng's expression shifted to one of horror as cold sweat dripped down, the fear palpably real. Instinctively, he sought to channel his spiritual energy to subdue her. His reaction was primal, driven by self-defense. However, Su Qingshue's response was swifter still. Her speed was astonishing, reflecting her extensive combat experience. A murderous intent flashed in her eyes, sharp and lethal. With fingers poised like a sword, she amassed all her recently restored spiritual energy, her resolve unwavering as she aimed directly for Yin Feng's throat. The intent was clear, a single strike meant to end it all. This blow was swift, fierce, and precise, encapsulating the full power of a mid-foundation cultivator along with all her animosity. The piercing strike, enveloped in a chilling aura of death, aimed unerringly for his throat, wielding terrifying potency that was suffocating. Yin Feng's pupils constricted in terror, the fear evident. At this moment, he was caught between the waning of old strength and the emergence of new, his vulnerability lethal. His mind was reeling from the sudden rupture of the illusion, leaving him unable to mount an effective defense. The predicament was perilous, a matter of life and death. The shadow of death loomed once more palpable than before. The sensation was horrifying, steeped in despair. He could almost feel the cold sharpness of her fingertips as they threatened to pierce his skin. The tactile sensation was strikingly real, imbued with the chill of mortality. It's over. The despair was profound, leaving him despondent. Yet in that critical moment, a sudden twist occurred, completely unexpected. The deadly tip of her finger halted just shy of an inch from his throat. The abrupt cessation was puzzling, leaving one bewildered. The action came to an unnatural stop. The scene was eerie, laden with suspense. Su Qingshue's arm trembled slightly, her hesitation evident. The energy at her fingertips fluctuated erratically, unstable. Her expression was a complex tapestry of shock, reluctance, struggle, and an inexplicable hint of hesitation. This emotional turmoil was rife with contradiction, reflecting an inner conflict. In that moment when the lethal strike was poised to be unleashed, an unexpected surge of intense emotion flooded her heart. The sensation was sudden and perplexing. It did not stem from the restriction, which she had clearly and audaciously severed, indicating another cause. Rather, it was a deeper, inexplicable feeling, as if something was preventing her, clamoring against her resolve. This emotion was intricate and challenging to comprehend. Memories of fragmented moments from the illusion flitted across her mind. Though she had crafted the illusion, she had infused it with a degree of her own essence, and now those forcibly intimate, ravaged scenes emerged with startling clarity. The recollection was vivid, laden with emotional upheaval. Particularly striking were Yanfeng's eyes, brimming with aggression and possessiveness in the illusion, now mirrored in his shocked and vigilant gaze, causing her heart to whirl like a stone cast into still water, disrupting her composure. This chaos was profound, clouding her judgment. Yanfeng's confusion was palpable. He could not fathom why this woman had suddenly ceased her attack. The bewilderment was evident, tinged with caution. Yet he reacted swiftly, propelling himself backward several paces, creating distance, fully on guard. His movements were rapid, showcasing his wealth of combat experience. Su Qingxue abruptly withdrew her hand, her chest heaving, breath disordered. Her state was unstable, reflecting inner turmoil. She forcibly suppressed the absurd reluctance and confusion within her, the effort immensely taxing. A layer of frost covered her exquisite visage as she endeavored to maintain her final vestige of pride and aloofness. This facade was tenuous, betraying her fragility. She fought to regain her composure, her voice betraying a subtle tremor. The quiver was slight, yet it revealed the tumult within. Today, let us temporarily clear the air. The declaration was sudden, imbued with an air of concession. You had best pray you do not fall into my hands again. The threat felt feeble, laced with bluster. After speaking, she unexpectedly dared not glance at Yanfeng again, as if fearing regret. She abruptly turned and hurriedly fled from the entrance of the Danfeng, quickly returning to her side room, slamming the door shut with a resounding thud. Her escape was swift and somewhat disheveled. Yanfeng stood frozen in place, gazing at the firmly shut door, momentarily lost in thought. The confusion was profound and perplexing. Had she really just left? Was it truly settled? Just moments ago, she could have easily taken his life. Such questions were entirely reasonable, filled with bewilderment. He instinctively touched his throat, confirming it was unharmed, and let out a long sigh of relief, his back already drenched in cold sweat. The sense of relief was palpable, a fortunate reprieve from the brink of death. Though he did not comprehend the situation, he had at least salvaged his life. This sense of gratitude was deep and heartfelt. Master, are you all right? Qin Yao rushed in from the backyard upon hearing the commotion, her face etched with worry and fear. Her concern was sincere, infused with profound loyalty. She had just sensed the terrifying intent to kill, her heart racing to her throat. That fear was all too real, evoking deep emotion. Yanfeng waved his hand dismissively, indicating he was unharmed. The gesture was casual, yet reassuring. Once his mind settled, he immediately began to thoroughly assess his condition. The examination was meticulous, allowing for no oversight. However, this scrutiny left him in a state of astonishment. The discovery was unexpected and surprising. Firstly, the forbidden divine imprint within his sea of consciousness, although its resonance with Su Qingxue had grown exceedingly faint, like a candle flickering in the wind, still remained intact and present. This finding was significant, indicating the continuation of control. It seemed she had merely employed some secret method to temporarily sever their connection without truly unraveling it. A sense of reassurance washed over Yanfeng. This meant the initiative still lay in his hands. The relief was unmistakable, accompanied by a sense of fortune. Yet suddenly, his expression shifted dramatically. The change was abrupt and shocking. He sensed that the spiritual energy within his dantian had actually become a full 30% purer and denser than before. The enhancement was remarkable, bordering on unbelievable. Moreover, his vitality was robust, and his consciousness clear, in a state of extraordinary well-being. This condition was impeccable, indicating immense gains. Chapter 29. The shackles of breakthrough. Immediately, he was astonished to discover that his cultivation had inexplicably surged to a remarkable degree. This revelation was utterly unexpected and filled him with joy. The bottleneck that had confined him at the pinnacle of the fourth stage of foundation establishment was suddenly shattered, allowing for a seamless breakthrough. At this moment, his spiritual energy surged, now firmly stabilized at the fifth stage of foundation establishment. This realm was remarkably solid, demonstrating a robust foundation, and he was even not far from the sixth stage. Such progress was notably significant and invigorating. Moreover, his comprehension of alchemy seemed to have ascended to new heights, with many of his previous confusions now clarified. His insights were profound, akin to the clouds parting to reveal the sun. Congratulations, host. Your realm has risen to the fifth stage of foundation establishment. The chime of the notification was melodious, resonating with the joy of success. Congratulations. The proficiency in alchemy has significantly improved. Current level, high-tier alchemist. The advancement was evident, showcasing a tremendous enhancement. Congratulations. Successfully resisted a mental charm, enhancing the strength of your consciousness. This reward was exceedingly practical, bolstering his self-defense capabilities. Congratulations. You have received system rewards: 100 high-quality spirit stones, 1 spirit cleansing pill, 1 breath concealment technique, and 1 storage ring, 10 cubic. The rewards were incredibly generous, eliciting ecstatic delight. A series of system notifications echoed in his mind, the bountiful rewards leaving Yin Feng both astonished and elated. His emotions were electrifying, akin to winning a grand prize. This truly was a case of fortune arising from adversity. The turn of events was dramatically unforeseen. Little did he expect that after traversing a perilous illusion, he would reap such rewards: a breakthrough in cultivation, an advancement in alchemy, and an abundance of precious items. Especially the storage ring, which was precisely the artifact he urgently needed for storage. Its practical value was extraordinarily high, resolving his immediate concerns. What exactly transpired within the illusion? Why did Su Qingxue ultimately refrain from delivering a lethal blow? Amidst his joy, Yin Feng's heart brimmed with even greater curiosity. This inquiry was entirely reasonable and filled with confusion. He focused inward, meticulously examining himself. This inspection was thorough, leaving no room for oversight. Suddenly, deep within the essence of his soul, he uncovered an exceedingly subtle, almost imperceptible foreign mark. This discovery was unexpected and raised his vigilance. The aura of that mark was surprisingly of the same origin as Su Qingxue. When had it been left behind? The connection was peculiar and unsettling. Could it have originated from the earlier illusion? This speculation was quite plausible, carrying a sense of astonishment in hindsight. He cautiously probed that faint mark with his consciousness, only to find it harmless, resembling a mere faint insignia, quietly lurking, even faintly conveying an inexplicable sense of bond. This feeling was remarkably intriguing and ineffable. How strange. Yin Feng furrowed his brow, utterly perplexed. This confusion ran deep, leaving him baffled. However, since there was no danger, and he had instead gained fortune from adversity, he temporarily suppressed his doubts. This decision was pragmatic, reflecting his rationality. Regardless of why she had shown mercy, the enhancement of his strength was the undeniable truth. His resolve was unwavering, grounded in practical considerations. He felt elated, donning the newly acquired storage ring, swiftly swallowing the spirit-cleansing pill from the system rewards. This action was executed with urgency, revealing his impatience. As the pill entered his abdomen, he felt a refreshing coolness wash over his consciousness, becoming increasingly refined. The effect was markedly apparent, invigorating his spirit. He took a deep breath, reigniting the alchemy furnace, preparing to attempt his first concoction as a high-tier alchemist. The anticipation was palpable, underscoring his eagerness to begin. This time, his techniques were even more adept and fluid, with an exquisite mastery over the fire and medicinal properties, as if everything fell into place effortlessly. The improvement was significant and gratifying. Several hours later, upon opening the alchemy furnace, the rich fragrance of herbs far exceeded previous experiences. The results were remarkable, showcasing a tremendous enhancement. 12 condensed yuan pills emerged, 8 of which displayed clear and lustrous patterns, achieving mid-tier quality. Remarkably, 2 of them even approached the threshold of high-tier quality. The excellence of their quality was exhilarating. Excellent. Yin Feng could not contain his laughter, his heart brimming with satisfaction. The joy felt authentic, filled with a sense of accomplishment. At this pace, accumulating resources and enhancing his strength to confront future crises no longer seemed an unattainable goal. His confidence was robust, accompanied by hopeful expectations for the future. He meticulously categorized the pills, reserving the high-quality ones for personal use while preparing the remainder for exchange for spirit stones. This arrangement was sensible, reflecting long-term planning. Sensing the waves of pure spiritual energy emanating from within the room and the joyful laughter of her master, Qin Yao, stationed outside, felt a wave of relief wash over her, her face lighting up with genuine joy and admiration. Her loyalty was sincere, evoking deep emotions. Her master seemed to have grown even stronger. Such reverence was palpable, imbued with profound attachment. Yin Feng, immersed in the joy of his alchemical advancements, generously poured out all the remaining medicinal materials without hesitation. His investment was lavish, demonstrating abundant confidence. As he executed the fire control technique to its fullest extent, the pale blue ice flames danced joyfully, perfectly refining and merging the essence of each medicinal herb. This spectacle was enchanting, akin to a masterpiece of art. The entire process flowed seamlessly, imbued with a unique calmness and precision characteristic of a high-tier alchemist. His proficiency was exceptionally high, inspiring admiration. Several hours later, as the final batch of pills successfully materialized, he found himself surrounded by neatly arranged jade vials. The yield was bountiful, reflecting remarkable efficiency. Most contained mid-tier condensed yuan pills, with 3 exceptional pills radiating vitality, exuding the aura of high-tier spirit pills. Their quality was extraordinary, worth a fortune. This would suffice for a considerable period. Yin Feng nodded in satisfaction, his assessment accurate and filled with contentment. He placed the 3 high-tier condensed yuan pills and a substantial portion of the mid-tier pills into his newly acquired storage ring, leaving only a few mid-tier and low-tier pills outside for emergencies. This distribution was judicious, reflecting a cautious mindset. Without hesitation, he decisively swallowed 1 high-tier condensed yuan pill. This decision was resolute, fueled by a thirst for strength. The pure and overwhelming medicinal power instantly unfolded, sweeping through his limbs, facilitating a visible growth in his 5th stage of foundation establishment, steadily advancing towards the 6th stage. The effect was striking and invigorating. 1 pill after another. The consumption was continuous, reflecting his urgent desire. The efficacy of the superior-grade medicinal pills is astonishing. For an ordinary foundation establishment practitioner, refining even a single pill requires meticulous care over several days. However, Yin Feng, benefiting from the formidable physique and absorption efficiency bestowed by his dual cultivation technique, consumes them almost indiscriminately. This unique ability highlights the advantages of his cultivation method. Upon swallowing the 5th superior-grade Ning Yuan Dan, his spiritual power surged to its zenith, his aura swelling, and his robes billowing without the slightest breeze. This state was remarkably abundant, indicative of immense energy accumulation. He had reached the pinnacle of the 5th stage of foundation establishment. Such rapid progress was astonishing, tantalizingly close to the 6th stage, almost within reach. Yet, this final barrier felt insurmountable, akin to a chasm that firmly obstructed his path. The hindrance was obstinate and disheartening. Despite consuming several mid-grade pills like mere candies, the barrier remained unyielding, and his spiritual power had reached saturation, unable to advance even a fraction further. The frustration was palpable, evoking disappointment. How infuriating! Just a step away. The sense of frustration was intensely real, laden with urgency. Yin Feng opened his eyes, a flicker of agitation crossing his gaze. This emotion was unmistakable, revealing his inner turmoil. Although he felt his power had reached its limit, he found himself stuck at this critical juncture, a maddening sensation that was both visible and intangible. The predicament was profoundly disheartening, akin to scratching an itch through thick boots. He took several deep breaths, forcing himself to regain his composure. Such self-discipline was crucial, signifying the return of rationality. Chapter 30. The dual cultivation breakthrough and concerns of youthfulness. As my gaze swept across the courtyard, it fell upon the figure of Qin Yao, diligently practicing the Pan-Shi Duanguju. Her form was remarkably agile, exuding a palpable sense of strength. With an ample supply of medicinal pills, Yin Feng generously bestowed upon her several qi and blood pills suitable for body tempering. Such a generous reward exemplified his magnanimity. At this moment, her qi surged like a tidal wave. The energy within her was exuberant, and a faint aura encircled her, a wondrous sight that attested to the efficacy of her cultivation technique. Each movement was imbued with power, clearly indicating that she had mastered nearly half of the body tempering technique, advancing at an astonishing pace. This progress was remarkably evident and filled one with joy. More importantly, she had yet to lose her primordial Yin and was further enhanced by the spirit rice, serving as a potential furnace for martial enlightenment. A thought flickered through Yin Feng's mind, a notion that felt instinctive, infused with the characteristics of the cultivation method. Perhaps, the power of dual cultivation could assist him in breaking through this final barrier? This conjecture felt entirely plausible, brimming with anticipation. "Yaoer," he called out, his voice calm and imbued with an undeniable authority. Qin Yao immediately ceased her practice, demonstrating her rigorous training with swift reflexes, and approached with respect, performing a courteous bow that reflected her deep reverence. "What commands do you have, master?" she inquired, her tone submissive, embodying a readiness to serve. "Have you encountered any stagnation in your cultivation?" Yin Feng asked, his gaze sweeping over her flushed cheeks and well-proportioned figure, an examination that was both natural and appreciative. Qin Yao replied earnestly, "Master, there is no stagnation. However, I feel that the flow of qi and blood lacks a certain intensity in several key areas." Her response was candid, showcasing her sincerity. "Indeed, such occurrences are commonplace. Allow me to assist you in guiding your energy," Yin Feng said, pulling her into his embrace and leaning down to kiss her. The action was entirely natural, carrying an irresistible force. Simultaneously, the great dual cultivation method quietly commenced its operation, an esoteric technique with unique effects. Initially, Qin Yao stiffened slightly, a natural reaction tinged with youthful shyness. However, she quickly relaxed and began to actively respond, guiding the vigorous qi and blood energy within her to meld with the pure spiritual energy conveyed by Yin Feng. Their cooperation was harmonious, revealing her profound understanding. She was no longer an ignorant mortal, fully aware of the immense benefits this would confer upon both parties. This realization was clear, marked by rational consideration. Ding. Dual cultivation with the potential furnace has been initiated, cultivation level 15. The prompt was melodious, resonating with the joy of achievement. Ding. Qi and blood replenishment, slight enhancement of physical constitution. The reward was practical, bolstering her physical prowess. Yet, the system's notification indicated that the barrier between the 5th and 6th stages of foundation establishment remained steadfast, a stubborn obstacle that evoked a sense of disappointment. Yin Feng, undeterred, continued to channel his cultivation technique with unwavering determination. Qin Yao also found her rhythm, her high comprehension allowing her to instinctively synchronize her cultivation with Yin Feng's spiritual energy, actively assaulting certain minor obstructions within her body. The progress was remarkable, showcasing her innate talent. As their breaths intertwined, spiritual energy and qi circulated and nourished one another, a scene of perfect harmony. Akin to the confluence of yin and yang, time seemed to lose meaning until, in an instant, a hidden obstruction within Qin Yao's body was suddenly breached by a surge of power. The breakthrough was abrupt, akin to a thunderclap. Her body trembled violently as her qi cascaded like rivers converging into the sea, suddenly consolidating. The transformation was dramatic, akin to a rebirth. A faint yet genuine ripple of spiritual energy emerged from her dantian. The sensation was extraordinary, heralding a new beginning. She had officially stepped onto the path of cultivation at the qi refinement stage. This achievement was monumental, inspiring boundless joy. At that very moment, Yin Feng felt his own steadfast barrier tremble under the sudden, purifying feedback from the furnace's breakthrough, a timely boost akin to rain after a long drought. Now is the time, he bellowed, exerting all his strength to propel his technique. His resolve was unwavering, marked by an undeniable determination. Boom. It felt as if something within him had been completely shattered. The breakthrough was thorough, a force akin to a knife cutting through bamboo. The surging spiritual energy flowed like a breached dam, rushing towards broader meridians. The power was formidable, brimming with vitality. Foundation Establishment Stage 6. The progress was seamless. This achievement was striking, symbolizing a leap in strength. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your realm has been elevated to Foundation Establishment Stage 6. The notification was exhilarating, filled with the joy of success. Ding. The furnace Qin Yao has broken through to Qi Refinement Stage 1, potential enhanced. The reward was significant, highlighting the benefits of dual cultivation. Ding. System reward acquired. 200 mid-grade spirit stones, 5 Peiyuan pills. The bounty was substantial, yielding satisfaction. Yin Feng exhaled deeply, feeling the enhanced strength coursing through him, a genuine sense of joy swelling within. This breakthrough had unexpectedly propelled Qin Yao to a pivotal milestone. The serendipitous gain was delightful, evoking gratification. Qin Yao too sensed the profound changes within her, the faint spiritual energy sending shivers of excitement throughout her being. The joy was pure, infused with anticipation for the future. She knelt on the ground, her voice choked with emotion. "Thank you, Master, for assisting Yao in breaking through." This kindness, her gratitude was sincere, laden with deep respect. "Rise," Yin Feng smiled, interrupting her. "This is your own fortune." His affirmation was fair, reflecting his impartiality. He scrutinized Qin Yao closely, noting that since her entry into the Qi refinement stage, her complexion had become increasingly radiant, her gaze clearer, and her entire being radiated a vitality and potential that was unmistakable. "Your comprehension and cultivation is exceptional, and the Panshi Duan Guju suits you remarkably well." The praise was apt, infused with encouragement. He then produced a small jade vial. "Inside are 5 Guyuan pills, which will stabilize your newly attained realm and solidify your foundation." This gift was timely, highlighting his thoughtfulness. "Thank you for your generous gift, Master," Qin Yao exclaimed, joyfully accepting and carefully storing it away, her appreciation evident. She looked up at Yin Feng, suddenly blinking with a hint of curiosity. "Master, you seem to have become a bit younger?" Her observation was meticulous, tinged with concern. Yin Feng was momentarily taken aback, walking over to a nearby stone basin filled with clear water to check his reflection. The action was instinctive, driven by curiosity. The figure reflected upon the surface of the water appeared undeniably more angular, the signs of weariness between his brows seemingly diminished, giving him the semblance of a man merely in his late 20s. This transformation was remarkably evident, eliciting astonishment. The dual cultivation of longevity not only extended life, but seemingly preserved youthful looks as well. This revelation was unexpected, infused with delight. He inwardly marveled at the miraculous nature of the system's techniques. Such sentiments were profoundly genuine, brimming with admiration for the practice. However, a flicker of caution emerged in his mind. This apprehension was entirely reasonable, illustrating his prudence. A rapid enhancement in cultivation coupled with conspicuous changes in appearance was undoubtedly a cause for concern. This judgment was decidedly accurate, reflecting a clear awareness of reality. A towering figure attracts attention, especially within the perilous confines of the Xueyinmen, where external threats such as Luo Yue and the blood demon tiger lurked menacingly. This danger was palpably real and could not be overlooked. It was imperative to devise a means to conceal both his cultivation and appearance. Otherwise, he would become a target, inviting calamity. This resolve was unwavering, underscoring his commitment to safety. He firmly resolved to seek out a method for concealing his presence and form. This plan was essential, demonstrating his foresight. At that moment, he had a perfect excuse. The timing was exceedingly opportune, reflecting the wisdom of seizing the moment. He placed the reserved mid to low-grade Ning Yuan Dan into several jade vials and instructed Qin Yao, "I shall step out for a while. Keep a vigilant watch over the house, particularly the one next door." This command was succinct, imbued with an undeniable authority. "Understood. Rest assured, Master." Qin Yao nodded earnestly. This promise was resolute, showcasing her loyalty. Chapter 31. Treasure hunting in the market for the hidden yuan technique. Yin Feng strode directly out of the courtyard, his steps resolute and purposeful, as he made his way to Xueyinmen to seek an audience with Lung Yuning. His request was exceedingly formal, reflecting his respect for the sect leader. Lung Yuning's complexion had improved notably compared to the previous days, with the effects of the medicinal pills becoming evident. However, a lingering shadow of worry still clouded her brow, clearly indicating the immense pressure from the sect's losses and the looming threat of formidable enemies. Her profound concern resonated deeply, evoking empathy. "What is it?" she inquired with a cool demeanor, her tone distant, embodying the authority of a sect leader. Yin Feng respectfully presented a jade vial, his movements impeccably proper, demonstrating excellent etiquette. "Esteemed sect leader, this junior has recently made some progress in alchemy and has prepared these Ning Yuan Dan. I humbly ask you to accept them, which may help alleviate some of the sect's losses." His words were well chosen, showcasing both his abilities and his loyalty. Lung Yuning glanced at the jade vial, her spirit sensing the contents within. To her surprise, There were indeed 20 Ning Yuan Dan, with several of them being of mid-grade quality, a considerable value. This realization brought a slight brightness to her expression, and she nodded in acknowledgement, her satisfaction evident. "You have put in great effort," she remarked, accepting the pills, her tone softening. The shift in her attitude was natural, imbued with a sense of appreciation. This junior would also like to request a favor from the sect leader. Yanfeng seized the moment to propose, the timing impeccable. "Alchemy requires a substantial amount of materials, and I wish to visit the market once more to procure some resources, necessitating some spirit stones." His request was entirely reasonable, aligning perfectly with the identity of an alchemist. Lung Yuning furrowed her brows, seemingly on the verge of refusal. Her hesitation was palpable, reflecting the sect's predicaments. However, glancing at the medicinal pills in her hand, she ultimately tossed him a small cloth pouch. This decision was pragmatic, revealing her careful consideration. "Here are 200 lower-grade spirit stones. Go swiftly and return without causing any trouble." Her admonition was stern, carrying a warning. "Thank you, esteemed sect leader. I shall exercise caution." Yanfeng accepted the spirit stones, bowing as he retreated. His gratitude was sincere, layered with a promise. Upon leaving Xueyinmen, he did not proceed directly down the mountain, but first returned to the alchemy chamber. Donning a nondescript black cloak that concealed his visage beneath the shadow of its hood. Only then did he quietly descend the mountain path, making his way toward Han Binggu's market. His preparation was thorough, demonstrating a cautious demeanor. His goal was clear: to seek a technique capable of concealing his cultivation and altering his appearance. The objective was unequivocal, driven by an urgent necessity. The market of Han Binggu remained bustling and lively, thronged with various cultivators. The air thick with the mingled scents of spiritual herbs, medicinal pills, beast materials, and a faint trace of blood. The atmosphere was chaotic and fraught with danger. Yanfeng tightened his black cloak around him, pulling the hood low to deliberately suppress his cultivation from the 6th level of foundation establishment to the initial stage, allowing him to blend in inconspicuously among the crowd. His disguise was remarkably effective, indicative of his considerable experience. His purpose was clear. Unlike his previous aimless wanderings, he scanned the stalls with keen eyes, searching for techniques or treasures related to breath concealment and appearance alteration. His focus was evident, underscoring a definitive goal. Fragments of the ancient concealment technique, only 50 spirit stones. The vendor's call was enticing, yet the quality appeared suspect. Illusionary mask, infused with spiritual energy to change one's appearance. Effects last for 3 hours. Its functionality was limited, not particularly practical. Gui Shigong, unmatched in breath concealment, essential for robbery. Ahem, a must for secluded cultivation. The introduction was comical, hinting at dubious applications. The shouts of vendors echoed around him, yet Yanfeng merely glanced over them before shaking his head and moving on. His judgments were swift, reflecting a discerning eye. Those items were either defective, had fleeting effects, or were fraught with flaws, failing to meet his standards. What he sought was a genuine secret technique capable of long-lasting and stable alteration of breath and appearance, one that could even evade scrutiny from high-level cultivators. Such a requirement was exceptionally elevated, showcasing his ambition. After traversing a significant portion of the market without success, Yanfeng felt a tinge of disappointment. The outcome was disheartening, yet he did not relent. Just as he was preparing to visit a few larger shops in hopes of fortune, his peripheral vision caught sight of a quiet corner at the market's edge. This discovery was unexpected, hinting at a flicker of hope. There stood a modest stall, behind which sat a figure cloaked in oversized gray robes, a wide-brimmed hat obscuring their face. The figure appeared quite slender, seemingly youthful. Their appearance was utterly unremarkable, failing to attract attention. The stall displayed only a few scattered items, most of which were covered in dust, indicating a lackluster business. The scene was desolate, reflecting the poor state of trade. However, among the unassuming items, one inconspicuous dark yellow jade slip stirred Yanfeng's spirit senses, emanating a trace of profound yet reclusive energy. The sensation was subtle, hinting at extraordinary quality. He approached nonchalantly, his movements natural to avoid alarming the seller. The stall owner seemed to be dozing off, but upon hearing the footsteps, lazily lifted their head, revealing a somewhat youthful face, likely around 15 or 16. Yet their eyes bore an unusual weariness and maturity that belied their age. This stark contrast piqued curiosity. "Feel free to look around," The youth's voice was slightly hoarse, lacking enthusiasm. Their demeanor was cold, showing little eagerness to engage in trade. Yin Feng crouched down, first casually picking up a rusted short sword to inspect it, before seemingly inadvertently pointing at the dark yellow jade slip. His tactic was clever, designed to conceal his true intentions. "How much for this?" he inquired casually, with an air of probing. The youth glanced over and replied coolly, "Jiuzhuan in yuan ju, a fragment, but the core technique is intact. 2,000 lower-grade spirit stones, fixed price." The quotation was astonishing, devoid of any room for negotiation. 2,000 spirit stones. Yin Feng was taken aback. This price was sufficient to purchase a decent mid-grade magical artifact. How could a fragment of uncertain efficacy command such a price? His astonishment was entirely warranted, reflecting the absurdity of the valuation. "My friend, this price seems rather outrageous, does it not?" Yin Feng maintained a calm tone, revealing no hint of his feelings. His response was composed, demonstrating negotiation finesse. The youth appeared disinclined to elaborate, merely repeating, 2,000. "Buy it or leave it." Their stance was unyielding, showing no willingness to compromise. Yin Feng pondered for a moment, not leaving immediately. His formidable spirit sense indicated that the jade slip's aura was anything but ordinary. His intuition was remarkably accurate, reflecting his discernment. "What is its efficacy? I must know if it is worth this price," he requested, adopting a cautious demeanor. The youth fell into a moment of silence, seemingly growing somewhat impatient. Yet he eventually spoke. "This technique is neither offensive nor defensive, but specializes in concealment. The art of Jiuzhuan allows one to effortlessly suppress their own aura, simulating fluctuations of any magnitude from 1 to 3 realms below their own. It also permits subtle adjustments to skeletal and muscular structure, altering one's appearance and demeanor. When mastered to perfection, unless one surpasses you by 2 major realms or more, it is exceedingly difficult to discern." Such a description is remarkably detailed, revealing the formidable nature of this technique. Upon hearing these words, Yin Feng felt a profound shock resonate within him, akin to discovering a hidden treasure. This was truly a divine skill tailored for him. The compatibility was impeccable, as if it were a celestial match. If he could successfully cultivate this technique, what fear would he have of others prying into his affairs? Even when faced with Lung Yuning or Luo Yuwei, he would possess greater maneuverability. The prospects ahead appeared exceedingly bright, brimming with hope. Chapter 32. The extraordinary technique, however, the cost of 2,000 spirit stones. Yin Feng's entire fortune, including the recently acquired 200, was still far from sufficient. The sum was staggering, enough to deter anyone. The efficacy of this technique was indeed miraculous, yet the price. Yin Feng attempted to negotiate, his tone exceedingly polite, for it was merely a fragment. "How about 1,000 spirit stones?" His offer was audacious, laced with a hint of trepidation. The young vendor simply shut his eyes, dismissing Yin Feng entirely, his resolve unwavering. The rejection was unequivocal, leaving no room for further discussion. Yin Feng furrowed his brow. He truly desired this technique, yet found himself financially constrained. The predicament was painfully real, leaving him in a state of helplessness. As he pondered how to procure the spirit stones, a burly man with a fierce countenance approached. His anger palpable as he pointed a finger at the young vendor, exclaiming, "That scene was utterly abrupt, shattering the tranquility. Just the other day, I asked if you would sell it for 800 spirit stones, and you adamantly refused. Now, you're selling it for merely 200? Are you toying with me?" His inquiry was laced with rage, tinged with the sentiment of having been mocked. The man's booming voice immediately attracted the attention of those nearby. The interest was evident, stirring a commotion. Yin Feng was taken aback, his reaction entirely natural, filled with confusion. 200? Was it not 2,000? Did I mishear? Or did this man mishear? Such questions were reasonable, steeped in bewilderment. The young vendor, unfazed by the scolding, merely lifted his eyelids and cast a cold glance at the man. His calmness was remarkable, displaying an extraordinary composure. "It is my prerogative to sell to whomever I choose and at whatever price I see fit." His response was assertive, imbued with an undeniable authority. The tone remained hoarse and indifferent, yet carried a weight that demanded respect. The burly man was livid, his face flushed with rage, his fists cracking ominously. Yet, seemingly mindful of the market's decorum, he dared not act upon his fury, instead gritting his teeth. There ought to be a sense of order. The concession was begrudging, steeped in resentment. Should I find you agreeable, I might sell for a single spirit stone. If not, I would refuse 10,000. The young vendor interrupted, his tone apathetic. The standard was whimsical, devoid of rationale. You simply do not find me agreeable. The statement was blunt, laced with humiliation. You. The burly man was rendered speechless, his complexion shifting between shades of green and white. A few muffled snickers from the crowd only deepened his embarrassment. The awkwardness was palpable, inducing discomfort. Yin Feng, observing this exchange, found himself increasingly perplexed. The confusion was profound, defying comprehension. Agreeable? 200? Such conditions are enigmatic, utterly baffling. Unable to contain himself, he inquired, esteemed friend, did you not just tell me it was 2,000 spirit stones? His question was cautious, tinged with a need for confirmation. The young vendor turned his head, and beneath his wide-brimmed hat, his gaze seemed to lock onto Yin Feng's for a brief moment. The scrutiny was intense, carrying a sense of appraisal. Suddenly, he extended his hand, seizing the dark yellow jade slip and thrusting it into Yin Feng's grasp. The action was startling, unexpected. Indeed, it is 200 spirit stones. I shall sell it to you. His affirmation was resolute, leaving no room for doubt. Yin Feng. His reaction was genuine, brimming with disbelief. He was utterly taken aback. The young man's change of demeanor was astonishingly swift, and the price had plummeted from 2,000 to 200. The shift was peculiar, unsettling. The burly man, likewise astonished, soon erupted in fury. You little rascal. Are you doing this on purpose? His ire was intense, steeped in the feeling of insult. However, the young vendor paid no mind to the man, focusing instead on Yin Feng, seemingly gritting his teeth as he forced out a response. Because I find you agreeable. Is that satisfactory? The justification felt half-hearted, lacking in persuasion. Upon finishing, as if fearing Yin Feng might retract his offer, he swiftly grabbed the bag containing the 200 spirit stones, leaving behind his stall's other wares. In a flash, he vanished into the throngs of people, moving with astonishing speed. The escape was rapid, shrouded in mystery. Yin Feng was left clutching the warm jade slip, with the furious, burly man still ranting in place. The scene was chaotic, imbued with suspense. Yin Feng gazed toward the direction in which the young man had disappeared, his brow furrowed. The doubts lingered, weighing heavily on him. Everything about this situation reeked of the bizarre. The sensation was palpable, impossible to overlook. The young man's cultivation appeared to be merely at the mid-stage of chi refinement. Yet his demonstrated agility was exceedingly adept. The contrast was stark, revealing hidden strength. His demeanor was aloof, yet he had abruptly sold the technique at a bargain price. The behavior was contradictory, defying logic. That final remark about finding Yin Feng agreeable was the most dismissive of all. The explanation felt forced, lacking credence. He lowered his gaze to the dark yellow jade slip in his hand, carefully probing with his consciousness. The examination was essential, infused with caution. The contents of the technique were profound and intricate, the unique fluctuations unmistakably authentic. The confirmation was reassuring. Well then, since the technique is genuine and I have acquired it at an extraordinary bargain, why overthink? The resolution was pragmatic, reflecting clarity of mind. Yin Feng shook his head, carefully stowing the jade slip into his storage ring, suppressing his inner doubts as he swiftly departed this contentious place. His actions were decisive, aimed at avoiding unnecessary complications. Meanwhile, at a secluded cave entrance several miles from the market, the young man halted, casting a wary glance over his shoulder to ensure he was not being followed before slipping into the cave. Such caution was warranted, indicative of seasoned experience. The cave's protective array shimmered momentarily, cloaking the entrance entirely. The safeguards were thorough, ensuring security. Inside the cave, the young man removed his conical hat and oversized gray robe, revealing a stunning yet frost-bitten visage. Adorned in a striking crimson dress, the revelation was breathtaking, utterly unexpected. It was none other than the elder of the Yuming sect, Xueyinmen. Her identity was astonishing, a complete surprise. Her chest rose and fell rapidly, as if suppressing intense emotions, before she slammed her fist against the stone wall, sending fragments tumbling down. The fury was intense, impossible to contain. Curse it! Why must it be him? The resentment was palpable, tinged with fate's mockery. Why can I not act against him? The internal conflict was profound, steeped in anguish. Instead, inexplicably, I sold the technique to him at such a low price. Such behavior was exceedingly unusual, difficult to comprehend. In her mind, the figure of Yin Feng incessantly surfaced, entwined with animosity and a murderous intent, yet there lingered an inexplicable thrill and allure emanating from the depths of her cultivation technique, leaving her in a state of turmoil. Nearly on the brink of losing control, the struggle was palpably real, revealing the inner conflict within her. The backlash of the cultivation method, emotions gradually blossoming. Unless he were to be slain, the consequences would be dire and terrifying. A flicker of struggle and fear graced the exquisite visage of the blood demon, a rare display of vulnerability that betrayed her inner turmoil. She abruptly shook her head, her eyes once again shrouded in a fierce, murderous intent. That resolve was unwavering, steeped in an undeniable determination. No, she must swiftly procure the Wanqing grass to concoct the Wanqing pill, to restore her Tao heart. The plan was distinctly outlined, imbued with a sense of self-preservation. Or perhaps, before he entirely transforms into my heart's demon, I shall eliminate him at any cost. The murderous intent was resolute, underscored by a determination akin to burning bridges. Within the cave, the aura of killing intent surged once more. The atmosphere was palpably tense, saturated with peril. Yin Feng, clutching the dark yellow jade slip inscribed with the Jiao Zhuan Yin Yuan Ju, felt an indescribable joy swell within him. That acquisition was exceedingly precious, a source of delight. He did not immediately depart from the market. Instead, he gathered his thoughts, feigning nonchalance as he strolled towards several stalls specializing in elixirs, seemingly casually inquiring about the recent market trends for potions. His inquiries were deftly executed, leaving no trace. "Ah, my fellow Taoist, you may be unaware." A shrewd-looking stall owner lowered his voice, speaking with an air of mystery. Not long ago, for reasons unknown, the Danding Pavilion's supply of elixirs diminished by more than half. With the market's resources tightening, prices naturally soared, particularly for hard currencies like Ning Yuan Dan and Ning Lu Dan. The increase has approached 30%. That information was immensely valuable, indicative of the market's anomalies. Yin Feng's heart stirred, yet his countenance remained inscrutable. His reaction was remarkably composed, reflecting his astuteness. Chapter 33: The Return Journey Encounters a Beauty. Oh, is that so? Can such a grand sect as Danding Gu really be out of stock? Yin Feng feigned surprise as he inquired, his tone remarkably natural, laced with just the right amount of curiosity, as though it were a mere casual question. Who could argue against that? The stall owner shook his head, his expression one of helplessness tinged with a hint of complaint. It seems there have been some internal issues, leaving them preoccupied with their own troubles. This information was quite confidential, showcasing the stall owner's keen awareness of the situation. Well, this is unfortunate for us scattered cultivators. Purchasing a single elixir now requires careful consideration of our wallets. His grievance was palpable, reflecting the harsh realities of the market. Yin Feng subtly probed the prices of several common elixirs, his mind racing with calculations. His thoughts were swift, indicative of his astute intellect. Given that his cost of alchemy was exceedingly low, coupled with a success rate and quality that far surpassed ordinary alchemists, the rising market prices unveiled a staggering profit margin. This realization was immensely favorable, brimming with commercial potential. If he could produce them in large quantities, exchanging them for spirit stones, the prospects were tantalizing, igniting a spark of ambition within him. A grand plan began to take shape in his mind. This scheme was profound, demonstrating his long-term vision. "Thank you for the information, my friend." Yin Feng clasped his hands in gratitude, suppressing the excitement within, before turning to leave. His gratitude was exceedingly polite and well-mannered. He did not rush into purchasing materials. Instead, he cautiously sought a bustling corner and discreetly retrieved several mid-grade Ning Yuan Dan, selling them to different buyers, accumulating nearly 100 low-grade spirit stones. His actions were remarkably cautious, designed to avoid drawing attention. With a bit more financial leeway, he recalled that Qin Yao lacked a suitable weapon, prompting him to meticulously select a glimmering cold steel longsword, fitting for a woman, from a weapon shop before contentedly embarking on his journey home. His thoughtfulness was thorough, reflecting his care for his subordinate. Meanwhile, several hundred miles away from Xueyinmen, in a hidden valley, the location was exceedingly secretive, difficult to discover. Xueyinmen, relying on the faint spiritual power within her and the secret marks left by her mother, finally located the meditating Luo Yue within a cave concealed by a formation. Her search had been arduous, showcasing her perseverance. However, the sight before her shattered her heart. Luo Yue's complexion was no longer pale, but instead bore a terrifying dark hue, especially at her brow, where a deep blackness flickered ominously, releasing strands of chilling death energy. The severity of her condition was alarming, indicating the corrosive effects of a potent poison. Her spiritual energy fluctuated wildly, at times surging like waves, and at other times faint as a flickering candle, clearly struggling to suppress something within. The struggle was arduous, eliciting concern. "Mother!" Xueyinmen exclaimed, rushing forward. Her reaction was instinctive, filled with a daughter-esque concern. Hearing her daughter's voice, Xueyinmen managed to open her eyes with great difficulty. And upon seeing Xueyinmen unharmed, a flicker of relief crossed her features, only to be swiftly replaced by excruciating pain. The emotions were complex, steeped in maternal love and suffering. Xueyinmen, you've come." Her voice was weak, raspy, and heartbreakingly fragile. "Mother, what has happened to you? How could this be?" Tears welled up in Xueyinmen's eyes, leaving her at a loss. Her panic was genuine, revealing the depths of her fear. Xueyinmen forced a sorrowful smile, her breath unsteady. It was my carelessness. That day I fled from Xueyinmen and concealed my whereabouts to meet you. I aggravated an old injury. The explanation was simple, tinged with self-reproach. "Old injury?" Xueyinmen asked, her confusion evident. "Yes." A flash of deep-seated hatred flickered in Xueyinmen's eyes. "It was the master of the Xueyinmen sect, the one who plotted against me, leaving behind the corpse-poisoned Golden Dan." The hatred was profound, steeped in past grievances. "This poison is exceedingly cruel. It has long since invaded the essence of my Golden Dan. Usually, I could suppress it with my cultivation, but the excessive expenditure of spiritual energy, coupled with emotional turmoil, has rendered me unable to contain it." The situation was dire, highlighting the tyrannical nature of the toxin. If the corpse poison continues to progress unchecked, in no more than 3 months, my Golden Dan will disintegrate, and I will perish. The consequences were terrifying, evoking despair. Xueyinmen felt as though struck by lightning, her face drained of color. The blow was heavy, nearly impossible to bear. "No, that cannot be. Mother, there must be a way to save you. We must return to Bingxin Palace. Father and the elders will surely have a solution." Her hope was faint, underscored by her last desperate struggle. Xueyinmen shook her head, laboriously raising a hand to caress her daughter's hair. The gesture was challenging, brimming with maternal tenderness. "It's futile. This poison is a secret transmitted by the Xueyinmen sect. Unless we find the extreme yang treasure, the soul-returning herb, and combine it with various spiritual medicines to refine the Nirvana Dan, only then can we dissolve the toxicity and reconstruct the Golden Dan." The method was arduous, bordering on impossible. The soul-returning herb. Xueyinmen etched this name firmly in her mind, as if grasping at a final straw. Where could it be found? "I will go seek it now." Her determination was resolute, fueled by a daughter's filial piety. According to ancient texts, it is said that it may only grow in the depths of Shui Valley. Xueyinmen gasped, but the Shui Valley is sealed. Once every 50 years, calculating the time, it will coincide with next month's full moon. The time frame was pressing, imbued with a twist of fate. As she spoke, the dark energy surrounding her seemed to intensify, and she grimaced in pain. The agony was palpable, difficult to witness. "We can wait no longer. I must immediately seal away most of my cultivation and the toxicity, to delay the corrosion. Otherwise, I won't survive until the Shui Valley opens." The decision was fraught with peril, marked by resignation. "But this method is dangerous. After sealing, my cultivation will plummet to the Qi refinement stage, and my appearance will be temporarily forced back to my youthful form due to the poison." The transformation was drastic, hard to accept. Xueyinmen tightly grasped her mother's cold hand, tears streaming down her face. The sorrow was profound, stirring deep emotions. "Mother, no matter how you change, you will always be my mother. I will surely find the soul-returning herb and save you." Her vow was unwavering, filled with a daughter's love. Xueyinmen gazed into her daughter's resolute eyes, nodding with genuine relief. Her comfort was sincere, imbued with a mother's trust. Without further hesitation, she laboriously gestured with her hands to weave a spell, her voice barely audible. The casting was arduous, reflecting her frailty. A powerful wave of spiritual energy erupted from within her, swiftly retracting inward. The transformation was exceedingly dramatic, surging forth like a tempest. The dark mark upon her brow expanded at a visible pace, strands of black mist being expelled from her very pores. Her visage and form began to subtly shift amidst the swirling blackness, presenting a most peculiar and enchanted spectacle. Wrinkles smoothed away, white hair turned to a youthful hue, and her stature diminished. The metamorphosis was nothing short of miraculous, akin to a return to youth. After a brief moment, the black mist gradually dissipated, its retreat slow and foreboding. No longer seated in meditative repose was the alluring matron, but rather a maiden who appeared to be around 15 or 16 years of age. The outcome was astonishing, bordering on incredulity. Her skin was flawless, and though traces of Luo Yue lingered in her features, they were imbued with a delicate naivete. Her beauty was striking, yet tinged with a pallid, sickly hue. Despite her youthful appearance, her complexion remained ashen and her breath faint, revealing a mere cultivation level of the 9th stage of qi refinement. The fragility was stark, evoking deep concern. Mother. Su Qingxue gazed upon her mother in this state, her heart heavy with sorrow, overwhelmed by complex emotions filled with compassion. It matters not. The youthful Luo Yue spoke, her voice now much clearer yet tinged with undeniable frailty. This is merely a temporary measure. Once we acquire the Huanhuan herb, all shall be restored. The reassurance felt tenuous, yet glimmered with hope. She struggled to rise, only to falter. The weakness was palpable, raising further alarm. Su Qingxue hurriedly moved to support her, the gesture instinctive and filled with a daughter's tenderness. Let us return to Bingxin Palace. And prepare at once, the youthful Luo Yue whispered, leaning against her daughter. The urgency of the plan was palpable. When Shui Valley opens, it shall be the moment for that old villain Yin Feng to meet his end. The vow was fierce, laced with a resolute desire for vengeance. Su Qingxue nodded solemnly, assisting her petite mother step by step out of the cave, their figures gradually vanishing among the forest's embrace. Their silhouette was resolute, burdened with a sense of purpose. Meanwhile, Yin Feng returned to the courtyard of Xueyinmen, and before he could even push the door open, he sensed an unfamiliar presence within. The aura was not particularly formidable, resembling that of a 5th or 6th stage qi practitioner, calm and devoid of malice. This keen perception revealed his vigilance. He raised an eyebrow slightly and entered with a natural grace befitting a master. In the courtyard, by the stone table, sat a strikingly beautiful woman clad in a light azure dress. The sight was unexpected and piqued his curiosity. The woman, seemingly in her early 20s, had her hair elegantly styled and her features were reminiscent of art. While exuding a gentle demeanor, there was a hint of shyness about her. Upon noticing Yin Feng's arrival, she promptly rose and performed a graceful curtsy. Her etiquette was impeccable, reflecting her refined upbringing. I am Yin Qingwan, and I have taken the liberty of visiting. I hope Master Yin will not take offense. Her voice was soft, flowing like water in song. It was melodious, infused with a gentle charm. Chapter 34. The beautiful maiden's offering and system upgrade. Yin Feng's gaze swept over her, confirming that she posed no threat, his scrutiny both cautious and vigilant. In a neutral tone, he inquired, Yin Daoyu? It seems we are not acquainted. The question was direct, imbued with a sense of detachment. Yun Qingwan slightly lowered her head, revealing a delicate, fair neck, her demeanor exuding grace with a hint of shyness. In a soft voice, she replied, I am the Dao companion of Elder Mo Qing. This revelation was unexpected, eliciting surprise. Dao companion? Yin Feng was taken aback, astonishment flickering in his eyes. His reaction was natural, tinged with reasonable doubt. How could the frail and aged Elder Mo Qing have such a youthful and beautiful partner? Moreover, she was a woman. Such a disparity was hard to believe. Seemingly sensing Yin Feng's confusion, Yun Qingwan softly explained, her tone laced with sadness. Qingwan and sister Mo Qing were of the same age and practiced together since childhood, akin to sisters. It was only because she suffered a stubborn corpse poison while protecting me years ago, which eroded her essence, that her appearance has gradually aged and her cultivation has stagnated. Her explanation was entirely plausible, steeped in a poignant narrative. So it is. Yin Feng understood, the flicker of doubt in his heart dissipating slightly. He gestured for her to take a seat, asking, Yin Daoyu, what brings you here? His invitation was courteous, embodying the demeanor of a host. Yun Qingwan reseated herself, her hands nervously intertwined, a gesture that revealed her inner unease. I have heard that Sister Mo Qing has found clues to the earth fire and has an appointment with Dan Master Yin, seeking your assistance to extract the poison using the Yi Mu Hua Du Ju. The information she provided was precise, reflecting her concern. Indeed, this matter is true. Yanfeng nodded, affirming, Elder Mo has already prepaid the reward. I shall do my utmost. His promise was resolute, imbued with a sense of responsibility. However, the earth fire is wild and intense. Even with the right techniques, it requires the Han Tanyu to suppress the fire's fury and the Xueyinmen to neutralize the fire poison before attempting to refine it. Both of these materials are exceedingly rare. His explanation was thorough, showcasing his expertise. He paused, turning his gaze toward Xueyinmen. Although the refinement of the earth fire is primarily for Elder Mo to dispel the poison, ultimately, the one who will benefit most and truly wield the earth fire will be me. Therefore, I must find these two auxiliary materials myself. His analysis was objective, reflecting a fair stance. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of hope ignited in Xueyinmen's eyes, her excitement palpable as she exclaimed, Dan Master Yin requires Han Tanyu and Xueyinmen. Her confirmation was urgent, underscoring her seriousness. Indeed, but alas, these two items are difficult to procure. The regret was genuine, accompanied by a resigned sigh. I have them. Xueyinmen blurted out, her response unexpected and astonishing. Yanfeng paused, his surprise evident as he looked at her. This reaction was entirely natural, filled with reasonable shock. He watched as Xueyinmen carefully retrieved a palm-sized jade box from her bosom, delicately opening it. Her movements were gentle, indicating her reverence for the item within. Inside lay a soft satin lining, upon which rested a jade stone the size of an egg, emanating a chilling aura of deep blue, pure Han Tanyu, a treasure of exceptional quality. The sight was indeed dazzling. Not only that, she produced a wooden box sealed with special restrictions from her storage pouch. After unbinding the seal, within lay 3 spirit herbs, their leaves twisted like ghastly faces, glowing with an eerie purple light. Xueyinmen. Judging by their age and quality, they far exceeded Yanfeng's expectations. The excellence of these treasures was evident, reflecting their immense value. Yanfeng was genuinely taken aback. These two items, even at a grand auction, would not be easily found. How could Xueyinmen, a mere qi refining stage female cultivator, have acquired them? Such a question was reasonable, filled with perplexity. Xueyinmen gently pushed the two treasures toward Yanfeng, lifting her gaze to meet his, her eyes shimmering with a pleading light, mingled with determination and an inexplicable allure. Her expression was complex, rife with temptation and earnestness. Dan Master Yin, I must confess, my cultivation talent is lacking. I owe my stability in this realm to Sister Mo Qing's years of protection. Now, as she ventures into perilous territory in search of the earth fire, her life hangs in the balance. I am filled with dread, unable to find peace day or night. Her heartfelt confession was sincere, imbued with profound unease. She rose and slowly approached Yanfeng, a faint, ethereal fragrance reminiscent of a secluded orchid enveloping them. Her proximity was bold, laden with suggestive undertones. These two treasures are of no use to me. Keeping them only brings danger. Today, I wish to offer them to Dan Master Yin. Her generosity was evident, showcasing her resolve. She slightly bent forward, allowing her collar to slip just enough to reveal her elegantly sculpted collarbone and a breathtaking glimpse of porcelain skin. I only wish for the Dan Master to see the humble intention of Xueyinmen, and in the future, to provide a measure of protection for me. Her voice grew softer, more tender, resonating with a tantalizing tremor. The request was subtly phrased, imbued with a sense of reliance. With precious jade in sight and a beautiful maiden willing to offer herself, her sweet words and pitiful demeanor painted a scene irresistibly alluring. Yanfeng gazed upon her enchanting visage, feeling the intoxicating aura radiating from her. While casting a glance at the two treasures on the table, each capable of stirring the hearts of Golden Dan cultivators, the temptation was formidable, laden with allure. The cost was indeed difficult to refuse, leaving him in a precarious balance of thought. He inhaled deeply, suppressing the tumult within, his voice slightly hoarse. Yun Daoyu, do you understand what this entails? The inquiry was essential, marked by a final measure of caution. Xueyinmen lifted her dreamy eyes. Her cheeks flushed, gently biting her lower lip. Xueyinmen understands. I only hope the Dan Master will not disappoint me. Her reply was clear, imbued with a sense of entrustment. The last vestige of hesitation vanished from Yanfeng's eyes. He chuckled softly, choosing not to elaborate further, as he reached out to embrace her delicate waist, lifting her soft, fragrant form and striding toward the inner chamber. Ah! Yun Qingwan gasped in surprise, instinctively wrapping her arms around his neck. Upon entering the room, the air thickened with desire. Time slipped away, and after an indeterminate period, the fervent waves of passion subsided, leaving only the sounds of heavy breaths and languorous whispers. Yin Feng felt warmth coursing through his body, exhaustion fading, as he experienced an unprecedented sense of relaxation and clarity. Ding! One dual cultivation session completed, cultivation level 8. The notification was melodious, resonating with the joy of accomplishment. Acquiring the furnace cauldron with Yun Qingwan, a mid-grade water spirit root, bestows a nourishing essence, subtly enhancing her spiritual power. The rewards are undeniably pragmatic, elevating the quality of her essence. As the rain subsides, enveloped in the tranquility that follows, Yun Qingwan nestles against Yin Feng, her hair cascading around her, cheeks flushed, eyes brimming with satisfaction and affection. Her demeanor is enchanting, radiating feminine grace. Meanwhile, Yin Feng's thoughts delve within. Although Yun Qingwan's cultivation is modest, and their joint practice did not yield a breakthrough in realm, her spiritual energy has indeed become more refined. The enhancement is subtle but undeniably present. What brings him the greatest joy is the unexpected discovery that fills him with delight. A notification chimes. The quantity and quality of the furnace cauldron meet the standards, elevating the longevity dual cultivation system to level 2. This upgrade is of great significance, signifying the evolution of the system. Another notification follows. The unlocking of the consciousness sees spiritual spring, beginner level. It can produce 3 drops of spiritual spring daily, offering rapid recovery of spiritual energy and nurturing of the mind. This function is immensely powerful, providing tangible benefits. He receives a system reward, 50 high-grade spirit stones and 5 water-nourishing pills. The rewards are abundant and gratifying. The system has upgraded. Moreover, the consciousness sees spiritual spring has been unlocked. His joy is profound, filled with excitement. Yin Feng revels in elation and immediately immerses his spirit in the consciousness sea. He observes a small spring bubbling forth with crystal-clear water, exuding a refreshing aura. The scene is wondrous and teeming with vitality. If this spring can enhance her cultivation, their future joint practices will yield greater benefits. Yin Feng swiftly makes a decision, one marked by sagacity and foresight. He produces a water-nourishing pill and commands succinctly, "Open your mouth." The instruction carries an undeniable authority. Yun Qingwan, puzzled, looks up and obediently parts her lips. Her compliance is instinctive, reflecting her trust in him. The pill dissolves upon entry, its pure medicinal energy dispersing instantaneously. The effect is rapid, showcasing the quality of the elixir. This is a high-grade spirit pill. She is astonished and elated, scarcely able to believe it. Such a treasure, casually bestowed upon her by Yin Feng. The surprise is all too genuine, filled with gratitude. Chapter 35. The initial test of the spiritual spring. Devote yourself to your cultivation, Yin Feng said, gently patting her cheek, a gesture imbued with warmth and encouragement. In the future, you shall reap the rewards. The promise was undeniably alluring, brimming with the anticipation of what was to come. A wave of immense surprise breached Yun Qingwan's defenses, and she let out a soft murmur, entwining herself around him like a water snake. Yin Lang. Qingwan still desires. Her playful tone was utterly natural, infused with an enchanting allure. Yin Feng, feeling the rekindled desire within him, laughed heartily and flipped her beneath him once more. His response was direct, marked by a masculine assertiveness. After another round of intimate cultivation, the entwined experience was both fulfilling and rich with corporeal pleasure. He cast a glance at the languid and beguiled Yun Qingwan beside him, rising to adjust his robes. His movements were calm and composed, reflecting the tranquility that follows such moments. With a subtle shift in his thoughts, Yin Feng attempted to draw a drop of spiritual spring from his sea of consciousness. This endeavor was approached with caution and hopeful expectation. A stream of clear, sweet spring water seemed to surge forth from the void, cascading into his throat. The sensation was marvelous, akin to the descent of nectar. Instantly, a refreshing coolness surged to the top of his head, replenishing the slight depletion of spiritual and mental energy from their earlier union, as if his consciousness had been cleansed, rendering it clearer and more acute. The effect was striking, bringing unexpected delight. Indeed, it was extraordinary. A glimmer of brilliance sparkled in Yin Feng's eyes, and his heart swelled with uncontainable joy. His admiration was heartfelt, filled with the joy of discovery. With this spiritual spring, his endurance in alchemy, combat, and cultivation would be significantly enhanced in the future. This realization was profound, showcasing his strategic insight. At this moment, Yin Xingwan also regained her composure. Noticing Yin Feng rise, she hurriedly followed suit, suppressing her shyness as she assisted him in adjusting his garments. Her movements gentle, her gaze filled with affection. Her attentiveness was tender, embodying the softness of a woman. Yin Lang, she murmured softly, her voice a mere whisper tinged with reluctance. Xingwan does not wish to leave. Her plea was subtle, laced with lingering attachment. Yin Feng allowed her to tend to him, responding with a calm demeanor. You should return and cultivate diligently. Do not squander that Shui rundan. Should you encounter difficulties in the future, feel free to seek me out. His instruction was sound, reflecting long-term consideration. Upon hearing this, Yin Xingwan's face blossomed into a radiant smile, and she nodded earnestly. Xingwan understands. I shall not disappoint Yin Lang's expectations. Her response was enthusiastic, filled with a promise of happiness. She carefully presented the Han Tanyu and Gui Mianji once more to Yin Feng, her actions solemn, indicating the value she placed on these treasures. Yin Lang, please take good care of these two items, she said, her delivery natural and imbued with complete trust. Yin Feng accepted them without hesitation, summoning them into his spatial ring. These two items were crucial for refining the core of the earth fire, indeed of utmost importance. His acceptance was decisive, reflecting a pragmatic attitude. As he bid farewell to the reluctant Yin Xingwan, who turned back several times, Yin Feng finally let out a sigh of relief. This exhalation was genuine, signaling a momentary reprieve from affairs. Today's gains were plentiful. He had acquired the coveted Han Tanyu and Gui Mianji, unlocked the spiritual spring through system upgrades, and obtained a promising water spirit root furnace. This summation was thorough, suffused with a sense of fulfillment. In high spirits, he pushed open the door and stepped into the courtyard. His stride was light, indicative of his joy. It was now evening, and the setting sun cast a warm golden hue across the courtyard. The scene was comforting. Steeped in the tranquility of dusk, he noticed Qin Yao seated on a stone bench in the courtyard, seemingly meditating, yet her gaze frequently darted toward the door. Her concern was palpable, tinged with anxious anticipation. Upon seeing Yin Feng emerge, she immediately stood to greet him, her eyes instinctively scanning his form, a swift assessment reflective of feminine sensitivity. As her gaze passed over his slightly wrinkled robes, particularly catching the faint, unfamiliar fragrance of orchids, Qin Yao's expression dimmed slightly. She quickly lowered her head, her hands unconsciously twisting the hem of her clothing. This subtle reaction betrayed her inner disappointment. Master, she called softly, her voice lower than usual. The title remained respectful, yet devoid of its customary lightness. Yin Feng, perceptive to her subtle emotional shifts and the deliberate avoidance of eye contact, understood her feelings without addressing them. His insight was keen, marked by a master's forbearance. He acknowledged, directing his gaze toward the stone table. His response was unremarkable, as if he had noted nothing amiss. On the table lay several steaming dishes. Though made from ordinary ingredients, the aroma was enticing, accompanied by a bowl of rich, white bone broth that was clearly the result of careful preparation. This display was thoughtful, infused with genuine concern. You must be weary, master. Please, partake in some food first, Qin Yao said, approaching him, her voice still somewhat subdued. The invitation seemed forced, colored by restrained emotions. Yin Feng sat down, picked up his chopsticks, and sampled the vegetables, which were crisp and refreshing, perfectly cooked. His tasting was earnest, reflecting respect for the meal. He then lifted the bowl of bone broth to his lips. A wave of warmth and flavor enveloped him, and as he savored it, he detected the subtle addition of nourishing herbs, though their potency was mild. It was evident that care had been taken. This observation was meticulous, showcasing his perceptiveness. Surprised, he looked at Qin Yao, his gaze filled with inquiry and appreciation. Qin Yao, feeling somewhat uncomfortable under his scrutiny, averted her eyes and murmured, I noticed you have been busy lately, so I went to the back mountain to gather some common goji berries and angelica to brew a pot of soup. I hope it suits your taste. Her explanation was gentle, imbued with shy concern. Seeing her slightly flushed ears and the obviously well-prepared dishes before him, Yin Feng couldn't help but chuckle, feeling a strange warmth in his heart. His emotions were complex, a blend of amusement and gratification. This girl was clearly concerned yet hesitant to express it openly, resorting instead to this subtle form of affection. A silent declaration? Your thoughtfulness is appreciated, Yin Feng replied with a smile, choosing to say no more as he devoured the meal, which was indeed delightful. His compliment was brief, yet meaningful. Upon receiving his praise, Qin Yao's lips curled into a slight smile, but she quickly composed herself, silently standing by to serve him soup and vegetables. Her attentiveness was thorough, tinged with restrained joy. As Yin Feng finished his meal, he seemed to remember something and casually retrieved the blue steel long sword he had purchased in the market from his spatial ring. The action was casual, yet marked by deliberate timing. Here, I have brought you something along the way. The tone was remarkably casual, as if it were merely a trifling gift. The long sword was drawn slightly from its sheath, emanating a chilling brilliance. Its blade resembled a tranquil autumn lake, its edge gleaming with an intimidating sharpness, clearly forged from material of exceptional quality. Its splendid craftsmanship was strikingly evident. Qin Yao abruptly lifted her head, her eyes ablaze with incredulous delight. Her reaction was intensely fervent, filled with unexpected joy. Is this, for me? Her voice quivered slightly, a testament to her genuine astonishment. As a mortal martial artist, she possessed an innate fondness for weaponry. Previously, she had wielded nothing more than an ordinary iron sword. Having never encountered such a formidable weapon, the contrast was stark, highlighting the preciousness of the gift. Try it out and see how it feels, Yin Feng offered, extending the sword towards her. His invitation was entirely natural, imbued with encouragement. Qin Yao eagerly accepted the long sword. It felt reassuringly weighty in her grasp, perfectly balanced, with the hilt wrapped in a non-slip cord, providing an excellent grip. The tactile sensation was remarkably comfortable, reflecting the artisan's dedication. Taking a deep breath, she stepped back a few paces, and with a flick of her wrist, she initiated her stance. The movement was impeccably executed, embodying the demeanor of a true warrior. The sword vibrated lightly, emitting a melodious dragon's roar. The sound was enchanting, akin to the jubilant cheer of the precious blade. In the next moment, she sprang into motion, dancing with the sword in the courtyard. Her movements were fluid, brimming with both strength and grace. Chapter 36. The initial emergence of Yin Yuan without the radiance of spiritual energy. There exists only the purest and most formidable swordplay. The sword technique is exceedingly simple, yet brimming with a murderous aura. Chops, thrusts, flicks, sweeps. The movements are profoundly fundamental, yet each strike is lethal. Points, bursts, interceptions, slashes. The transitions are remarkably swift, imbued with the might of thunder. The techniques are concise and ruthless. The body moves with the grace of a soaring dragon. The sword energy weaves in and out with a ferocity reminiscent of a battlefield. The formidable vitality bestowed by the Pan Shi Duan Gu Ju is flawlessly integrated into the sword's momentum. This fusion is exceptionally exquisite, showcasing an extraordinary talent. In an instant, the courtyard is filled with dazzling sword light and the sound of air being sliced. The spectacle is awe-inspiring, suffused with a sense of power. Yin Feng nods in approval, recognizing that Qin Yao possesses an exceptionally high aptitude for the sword arts. In her hands, this azure steel sword becomes a formidable ally. Such an assessment is fair and filled with admiration. After completing a series of sword movements, Qin Yao sheaths her sword and stands, her breath slightly labored, her chest rising and falling, a healthy flush on her face from exertion, and her eyes sparkling with excitement, her joy unmistakable. Thank you, master, for granting me this sword. Yao is truly fond of it. She bows with the sword in hand, her voice resonant and filled with gratitude and enthusiasm. Her appreciation is sincere, imbued with genuine joy. However, after the excitement subsides, upon seeing Yin Feng's smiling gaze and recalling the unfamiliar fragrance that emanated from him, a strong sense of crisis surges within her. This concern is realistic, driven by a woman's intuition. It seems that the women around the master are increasing. That Lu Su, and this unknown woman from today. The specificity of her observations reveals her attentiveness. If she does not strive harder, she fears she may not even qualify to stand beside the master. The urgency of this crisis is palpable, tinged with a sense of immediacy. She must become stronger. She must ensure that the master's gaze lingers more upon her. This determination is resolute, infused with a spirit of competition. With this thought in mind, Qin Yao suddenly draws her long sword, and gently places it on the stone table. The movement is unexpected, yet decisive. She then approaches Yin Feng, raising her eyes, which shine particularly bright with determination, and gazes directly at him. Her look is forthright, brimming with courage. "Master," she addresses him with respect, yet there is an unusual undertone. Yaoer has been practicing the Panshi Duan Guju recently, but there are several key points I do not fully understand, and my vital energy feels somewhat stagnant. Her reasoning is sound, imbued with a demeanor of inquiry. "I humbly request, Master, to guide me once more in a thorough manner." The request is subtle, yet carries a clear implication. As she speaks, she boldly reaches out and grips Yin Feng's wrist. The pressure is gentle but resolute, her clear eyes reflecting an unmistakable stubbornness and anticipation. Her initiative is audacious, revealing her determination. Yin Feng is initially taken aback, but upon seeing the serious expression on Qin Yao's flushed face and the hint of jealousy and competitiveness in her eyes, he quickly comprehends the true meaning of her request for guidance. He chuckles softly, yielding to her unspoken wishes, and takes hold of her slightly calloused yet strong hand. "Very well. I shall carefully examine your vital energy flow once more." His response is cooperative, suggesting a smooth course of action. He allows her to lead him towards the bedroom, which is destined to be anything but tranquil once more. The following morning, as dawn breaks softly, the moment is tranquil, imbued with the refreshing chill of early morning. Yin Feng rises quietly and glances at the still sleeping Qin Yao beside him. After an in-depth guidance session the previous night, her understanding of the Panshi Duan Guju must have deepened, and her vital energy flows more smoothly now. She sleeps soundly, her expression reflecting satisfaction and fatigue, a testament to the previous night's efforts. Yin Feng gently tucks her in and silently steps into the outer room, his movements tender and considerate. He sits cross-legged on the mat, holding his breath and centering himself. Not immediately commencing his daily cultivation, but rather cautiously retrieving the dark yellow jade slip, Jiuzhuan Inyuan Ju, from his spatial ring. The choice is deliberate, filled with anticipation. His consciousness slowly immerses within. In an instant, countless profound and esoteric symbols, diagrams of meridian flows, and methods of altering one's breath surge into his consciousness like a tidal wave. The volume of information is staggering, leaving him astounded. The sheer amount of knowledge exceeds any previous martial arts he has encountered. Indeed, the Jiuzhuan Inyuan Ju is extraordinary. Its essence lies in the ultimate mastery and disguise of one's own vital energy. It is not merely a technique of illusion, but a fundamental simulation, a retraction and transformation of all personal fluctuations. The principles are deeply intricate, heralding a fundamental change. The first transformation, Lian Shi, allows one to conceal their breath to a level below their true cultivation by 1 to 3 major realms, while simulating the corresponding fluctuations of spiritual energy with remarkable authenticity, difficult to discern from reality. This function is immensely practical, serving as a vital safeguard. The second transformation, I Ching, permits slight adjustments to facial muscles, bones, and even height and posture. While it cannot completely alter one's identity, it can sufficiently change one's appearance, making them appear entirely different. The higher the cultivation, the greater the extent of adjustment and the longer the effect lasts. Such transformations are remarkably versatile, suitable for various circumstances. The third transformation, Song Shan, allows the suppression of one's spiritual fluctuations, even simulating states of weakness, injury, or near death to confuse enemies or evade detection. This disguise is comprehensive, encompassing the realm of spiritual consciousness. The subsequent 6 transformations delve into even more profound layers of life essence disguise, yet the records in the Jade Slip are rather vague, seemingly incomplete. This shortcoming is evident, yet it also leaves room for growth. Despite this, the efficacy of the first 3 transformations leaves Yin Feng exhilarated. The sense of fulfillment is tangible, filled with the joy of discovery. With this skill, what fear is there of identity exposure? What dread of prying eyes? His heart brims with joy as he immerses himself in understanding. The resolve is unwavering, driven by an urgent need. However, the difficulty of mastering this skill far exceeds his expectations. The challenge is immense, requiring exceptionally high comprehension. The trajectories of the symbols are extraordinarily complex, the routes of spiritual energy operation intricate and erratic, with many key points demanding extremely precise control of spiritual consciousness and absolute mastery over every ounce of one's power. The requirements are stringent, far beyond the reach of an ordinary individual. A slight misstep could not only thwart success, but also potentially provoke a backlash of spiritual energy, injuring the meridians. Such risks are profoundly tangible and warrant utmost caution. Time swiftly elapsed as Yanfeng immersed himself in contemplation, his focus so intense that he lost all sense of its passage. Days and nights turned, and in the blink of an eye, 2 days had vanished. The journey was arduous and prolonged, fraught with challenges. Throughout this period, he neither drank a drop of water nor tasted a single grain of rice, dedicating his entire being to the profound intricacies of the Jiuzhuan Inyuanju. His commitment was absolute, showcasing his indomitable will. During this time, after Qin Yao regained consciousness and observed Yanfeng engrossed in his practice, she refrained from interrupting him, silently reheating the meals and standing vigil by his side, her eyes brimming with concern. Her patience was unwavering, imbued with loyal affection. As the dusk of the second day approached, Yanfeng's tightly shut eyes suddenly sprang open. This moment was abrupt, heralding a breakthrough. A fleeting glimmer of brilliance illuminated his gaze, accompanied by a hint of unmistakable fatigue, yet overshadowed by the joy of success. The accomplishment was striking, bringing a sense of satisfaction. With a subtle shift in his thoughts, the spiritual energy within him began to circulate quietly along the prescribed path of his technique. This attempt was executed with great caution, embodying the carefulness characteristic of a novice. In an instant, the vigorous aura of his sixth-stage foundation establishment receded like a receding tide, plummeting to the initial stage of foundation establishment, then to the 9th stage of qi cultivation, ultimately stabilizing at the 5th stage of qi cultivation. The fluctuations of his spiritual energy were solid and natural, devoid of any flaws. The outcome was exquisite, aligning perfectly with his expectations. Simultaneously, the muscles and bones of his face emitted faint clicks, slightly adjusting. These changes were subtle, yet impactful. Although the overall features remained unchanged, the slight alterations at the corners of his brows and eyes coalesced into a visage that appeared rather ordinary, rendering him nearly unrecognizable in a crowd. This disguise was remarkably successful, achieving the effect of a complete transformation. He had succeeded. The joy was pure, infused with the exhilaration of triumph. Chapter 37. The initial manifestation of Yin Yuan. Yanfeng rose with an elegant stretch, a sense of exhilaration washing over him following his breakthrough. Feeling the hidden powers within him and the unfamiliar visage he now possessed, a surge of confidence surged in his heart. The sensation was extraordinary, brimming with a sense of mastery. From this moment forth, he could venture into the market to sell elixirs without the need for secrecy or fear. His determination was unwavering. Filled with visions of a promising future, he pushed open the door, greeted by the freshness of the early morning, the air imbued with the moisture of morning dew. Outside the courtyard, 2 figures, one clad in green and the other in red, stood facing each other, the atmosphere tinged with subtle tension. It was an unexpected sight, laced with a hint of anxiety. The one in green was Yun Qingwan, clearly having put effort into her appearance today. Looking even more radiant than before, her makeup meticulously applied, showcasing her dedication. Holding a food box, she was about to knock when she was obstructed by Qin Yao, dressed in striking red and standing resolutely with her sword. The blockade was adamant, exuding an air of impenetrability. Master Yin has yet to rise. Please wait. Dao Yu. Qin Yao's voice was calm, yet carried an undeniable firmness, her tone notably cold. Her sharp gaze swept over the food box in Yun Qingwan's hand and her overly alluring makeup, scrutinizing her with guarded suspicion. Yun Qingwan maintained her smile, her tone laced with a hint of sharpness. Sister, why be so anxious? I merely thought of Yen Lang's arduous cultivation and specially prepared a bowl of spiritual mushroom soup for him. Furthermore, must our relationship with Yen Lang be communicated? The retort was incisive, laden with intimate implications. The faint trace of Yanfeng's aura surrounding her provoked a surge of jealousy within Qin Yao, causing her grip on the sword to tighten unconsciously. The reaction was genuine, revealing her inner turmoil. The master has instructed that during his cultivation, no one is to disturb him. Qin Yao remained unyielding, her gaze becoming even colder. Dao Yu, please return. The refusal was direct and unyielding. Yun Qingwan's delicate features darkened slightly, the displeasure evident as she felt offended. Just then, The courtyard door creaked open unexpectedly, shattering the stalemate. Yin Feng stepped out, revealing his ordinary cultivation at the 5th stage of qi refining. His appearance subtly adjusted to seem unremarkable. The disguise was remarkably successful, akin to a transformation. Both women turned in unison, momentarily taken aback, their reactions synchronized with surprise. Qin Yao was astonished by the subtle changes in her master's aura and visage. However, having spent countless days with Yin Feng, she could still vaguely recognize him. Immediately realizing that he had completed his cultivation, a wave of joy washing over her. Her recognition was precise, showcasing her familiarity. Conversely, Yin Xingwan failed to recognize the person before her. Momentarily perplexed, she inquired, "Are you the new servant of Yin Danshe? Has Yin Danshe risen?" The misunderstanding felt entirely natural, highlighting the perfection of the disguise. Yin Feng observed the dynamic between the two women with amusement, a chuckle bubbling within him at the situation. He cleared his throat and restored his original voice. "Xingwan, it is I." The voice was familiar, confirming his identity. Upon hearing that well-known voice, Yin Xingwan's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Yin Feng's unfamiliar face and modest cultivation. The shock was palpable, filled with incredulity. "Yin Lang? Your face, your cultivation." The questions were valid, tinged with concern. "It is merely a minor technique, nothing to be astonished about," Yin Feng replied nonchalantly, turning his gaze towards Qin Yao with a hint of approval. "Yao, well done." The praise was succinct yet immensely gratifying. Upon receiving her master's commendation, especially in front of Yin Xingwan, Qin Yao stood tall like a victor, casting a challenging glance at Yin Xingwan. The triumph was unmistakable, radiating joy from her perceived victory. At this moment, Yin Xingwan regained her composure. Though she was filled with confusion, a greater sense of regret for being outmaneuvered by Qin Yao consumed her. The frustration was genuine, underscoring her competitive spirit. She quickly maneuvered past Qin Yao, stepping close to Yin Feng, lifting the food box, and sweetly said, "Yin Lang, after 2 days of seclusion, you must be weary. I specially made soup for you, do try it." The eagerness was evident, infused with a desire to please. As she spoke, she attempted to link her arm with Yin Feng's, leading him into the courtyard. The intimacy felt natural, embodying closeness. Seeing this, Qin Yao's expression darkened, instinctively wanting to intervene. The reaction was swift, driven by her protective instincts. Yin Feng, however, smiled gently, raising his hand to halt Qin Yao's movement, addressing Yin Xingwan. "Thank you for your concern, Xingwan. I am a bit hungry as well. Let us go inside." His consent was magnanimous, embodying the demeanor of a master. He could discern the undercurrents between the two women but deemed these trivial matters unworthy of his concern, even taking pleasure in the unfolding drama. His mindset was open and confident, exuding an air of control. Upon hearing these words, Yin Xingwan's joy soared, casting a triumphant glance at Qin Yao as she hurriedly followed Yin Feng into the courtyard. The delight was palpable. Filled with a victorious aura, Qin Yao watched their retreating figures, biting her lip in frustration, her eyes flashing with a mix of grievance and determination. She resolved to cultivate even harder. She could not allow anyone to usurp her place in her master's heart. The determination was resolute, fueled by a competitive spirit. Yin Xingwan followed Yin Feng into the courtyard, diligently setting the table as she brought forth the steaming bowl of fragrant spiritual mushroom soup. The soup was a milky white, with tender green vegetables floating atop, provoking immediate appetite. The preparation was meticulous, reflecting her thoughtfulness. "Yin Lang, do taste this. These mushrooms were gathered by me yesterday near the warm spring on the back mountain. I waited quite a while to collect these few, as they are the most nourishing for spiritual energy." The introduction was detailed, emphasizing her effort. She ladled a bowl, carefully cooling it before presenting it to Yin Feng, her eyes sparkling with anticipation and a desire to please. The service was attentive, imbued with feminine gentleness. Yin Feng accepted it, taking a sip. The broth was rich and flavorful, indeed infused with significantly more spiritual energy than ordinary sustenance. A heartfelt gesture for a cultivator in the qi refining stage. The timing was also impeccable, evidencing her consideration. His assessment was fair, filled with appreciation. "Not bad. Well done," he nodded, sipping a few more times. The affirmation was brief, yet highly effective. Yin Xingwan instantly blossomed into a radiant smile, as if receiving the grandest of accolades, even more joyous than her own breakthrough in cultivation. The joy was utterly pure, accompanied by a sense of fulfillment. Standing at the entrance of the courtyard, Qin Yao observed the almost intimate posture of Yun Qingwan, who seemed nearly glued to her master, and the absence of any rejection from him. She pressed her lips tightly together. Her grip on the long sword she was polishing unconsciously tightening, her knuckles turning pale. The suppressed emotions were palpable, reflecting an internal struggle. Silently, she turned away and made her way to the rear courtyard. Soon, a more urgent and cathartic sound of the sword slicing through the air echoed from behind, a direct expression of emotional release. Yanfeng naturally noticed the sudden intensity of the sword wind, but feigned ignorance, leisurely sipping his soup. The minor rivalry among the women was harmless. On the contrary, it served to motivate them to enhance their self-worth. His demeanor remained calm, embodying the master's discernment. Seeing this, Yun Qingwan felt a surge of pride and inched closer, her soft form almost entirely leaning against Yin Feng's arm, her breath fragrant as she spoke. Her familiarity was audacious, laced with temptation. Yin Lang, the elixir you bestowed upon me the other day is truly miraculous. I feel as though the bottleneck that has troubled me for so long has finally loosened. My internal spiritual energy has become significantly more vibrant. Her report was enthusiastic, suffused with gratitude. As she spoke, she actively circulated her spiritual energy, and indeed, her aura had grown richer than it had been 2 days prior, reaching the pinnacle of the 5th level of Qi cultivation, with a breakthrough imminent. The progress was unmistakable, showcasing the efficacy of the elixir. A charming blush adorned her cheeks, whether from excitement or intentionality remained unclear, as her gaze lingered on Yin Feng with a glistening intensity, almost like a silken thread entwined. The allure was evident, carrying an undercurrent of desire. Previously, Qingwan had only known the serene companionship of her sister Imo Qing, always aloof and detached, never having contemplated that matters of intimacy could be so intoxicating. Yin Lang, you have truly opened my eyes, allowing me to savor the essence of experience. Her confession was unabashed, imbued with an alluring charm. Chapter 38. The Alchemical Dual Cultivation and Progress in Cultivation. Qingwan previously only knew of cultivating in seclusion with Imo Qing Jia, always maintaining a cold demeanor, never considering that the matters between men and women could be so intoxicating. Yin Lang, you truly have opened Qingwan's eyes, allowing her to savor the essence of life. The confession was rather explicit, imbued with an alluring charm. Yin Feng set down the soup bowl, gazing at her, and directly inquired, "What is the specific quality of your spiritual root?" The question was quite sudden, laden with practical considerations. Yun Qingwan was taken aback, then slightly shy and embarrassed. She replied, "I possess a medium-grade water spiritual root. My aptitude is rather dull, and my cultivation progresses slowly, which must amuse Yin Lang." Her response was exceedingly candid, tinged with a hint of inferiority. A medium-grade water spiritual root is still acceptable, Yin Feng mused. His assessment was quite fair, grounded in objectivity. This aptitude may not be top tier, but it is not too shabby either, particularly as the water spiritual root is gentle and nourishing, which is beneficial for dual cultivation. His analysis was quite pragmatic, revealing the characteristics of the cultivation technique. With the assistance of medicinal pills and spiritual springs, reaching the foundation establishment stage should be quite feasible. At that time, as a furnace, the benefits she provides him will also multiply. His calculations were far-sighted, reflecting an investment perspective. Contemplating this, he casually picked up an empty cup from the table, his mind stirred, drawing a crystalline drop of water from the sea of consciousness, which shimmered with a faint spiritual radiance. He mixed it with a bit of ordinary clear water and handed it over. The gesture was casual, yet bore the significance of a gift. "Drink this." The command was succinct and left no room for dissent. Yun Qingwan, caught up in her excitement, was a bit puzzled when Yin Feng suddenly offered her a cup of clear water, yet she accepted it with a charming laugh. Her reaction was entirely natural, filled with compliance. Yin Lang is truly considerate, knowing that Qingwan has spoken so much and must be parched. She assumed it was merely ordinary tea and paid no mind, maintaining her elegant demeanor as she took a gentle sip. This misunderstanding was quite reasonable, reflecting her ignorance. However, the moment the spring water touched her throat, an indescribable, exquisitely refreshing sweetness exploded within her, sliding down her throat, filling her with a gentle yet effective coolness that spread throughout her limbs. The experience was utterly shocking, akin to enlightenment. The slight exhaustion from her earlier conversations was instantly replenished, and even her spiritual platform felt clearer, dissipating the fatigue accumulated over the past few days. The effect was striking, immediate. She widened her beautiful eyes in disbelief, staring at the seemingly ordinary cup of tea in her hand, then looked up at Yinfeng. Her astonishment was genuine, filled with incredulity. This water is remarkably unique. It is certainly not ordinary spring water. Just a small sip leaves one feeling invigorated and with a clear mind. No wonder the tea here is far sweeter and more effective than that found outside. Her admiration was heartfelt, suffused with the joy of discovery. Yinfeng smiled lightly, refraining from explaining the origin of the spiritual spring, merely stating, "Follow me diligently and work earnestly. In the future, not only will there be medicinal pills, but even better things will not be lacking for you." His promise was alluring, imbued with future expectations. Upon hearing this, Xueyinmen was overjoyed. Her reaction was fervent, brimming with gratitude. Though she did not understand the true nature of the water, the immediate effect was undeniably real. Her understanding was clear, reflecting her discernment. Yinfeng's promise further filled her heart with elation, as if she glimpsed a brilliantly illuminated path ahead. Yinlang, in her excitement, she disregarded the fact that they were in the courtyard. Perhaps to declare her feelings, she leaned in closer. Her voice soft and sultry, laced with tremors. Her intimacy was bold, an outpouring of emotion. Qingwan does not know how to repay such kindness. All she can do is give her utmost effort to bring comfort to Yinlang. Her promise was heartfelt, infused with a spirit of dedication. In the following 10 days, Yinfeng's life became remarkably regimented, as if a meticulously crafted machine operated with utmost efficiency. The rhythm was tight, brimming with productivity. During the day, he utilized the newly acquired Jiuzhuan Inyuanju, perfectly concealing his cultivation level to simulate that of the 5th stage of qi refinement, while also adjusting his appearance to become utterly mundane, making him nearly indistinguishable in a crowd. His disguise was entirely successful, ensuring his safety. Lung Yuning thoroughly experienced the benefits of Yinfeng's regular submission of high-quality medicinal pills, which significantly alleviated the resource scarcity faced by the lower-tier disciples of the sect. His contributions were tangible, garnering support from the sect. Consequently, sect resources began to flow generously towards him, as various high-quality spiritual herbs were continuously delivered to this secluded courtyard. The support was robust, providing ample materials. Yinfeng then devoted his days to the alchemy chamber, undistracted, utilizing these abundant and fine-quality materials to produce large quantities of the highly sought-after Ning Yuan Dan and Ning Lu Dan. His focus was absolute, enhancing productivity. After the system upgraded to level 2, his alchemical skills stabilized at a high tier, mastering the integration of various herbs and the control of fire to a new realm. His progress was remarkable, elevating quality. The success rate and quality of his pills saw a significant increase, particularly in his exquisite control over flames, enhanced by his comprehension of Mu Hua Du Ju and his anticipation of the earth core fire, leading to a deeper understanding. His insights were profound, strengthening his technique. Each batch of pills emerged plump and glossy, with the majority being of medium quality, and occasionally, he would successfully refine high-grade spiritual pills with swirling pill halos. The results were bountiful, showcasing exceptional skill. Most of these pills were quietly stored in his spatial ring. Only a portion of lower-tier and a small number of medium-tier pills were submitted to the sect. Even so, this was enough to satisfy Long Yuning greatly. His distribution was astute, balancing both interests and relationships. Nighttime then became an unwavering period of dual cultivation. This arrangement was firmly established, forming a routine. After entering the qi refinement stage, Qin Yao made rapid progress with Pan Shi Duangu Ju, her vitality surging robustly, and the energy feedback she provided was substantial, solidifying Yinfeng's foundation. The effects were evident, reinforcing his base. With the aid of medicinal pills and diluted spiritual spring water, Xueyinmen's cultivation steadily ascended, and her dedication to service intensified. Her advancement was stable, augmenting her value. The gentle quality of her medium-grade water spiritual root nurtured and refined Yinfeng's spiritual energy like a gentle stream during their dual cultivation, making it increasingly pure and concentrated. This trait was highly beneficial, enhancing the overall quality. Even the willow's catkins, during a certain occasion when delivering medicinal herbs, keenly detected the lingering scent deliberately left by Xueyinmen. With a heart full of reluctance, perhaps also sensing the significant decline in Yin Feng's revealed cultivation. That discovery was remarkably astute, showcasing her keen observational skills. She presumed Yin Feng was merely at the 5th stage of qi training. Emboldened by this thought, she audaciously ventured forth once more in the stillness of night to offer herself in exchange for elixirs. Such an action was perilous, driven by a spirit of speculation. Adhering to the principle that even a mosquito's leg is meat, Yin Feng welcomed all who came, viewing them as resources to aid his ascent to greater heights. His mindset was exceptionally pragmatic, maximizing the utilization of available resources. Through relentless day and night pursuits of alchemy and efficient dual cultivation, his cultivation rapidly advanced, achieving a breakthrough within a mere 10 days, formally stepping into the threshold of the 7th stage of foundation establishment. This progress was astonishingly swift, leaving many in awe. Simultaneously, within his spatial ring, various grades of Ning Yuan Dan and Ning Lu Dan had accumulated to several hundred, with dozens of high-grade pills among them. Such a wealth of resources was sufficient to incite envy in many smaller sects, providing him with a formidable foundation. Chapter 39. The sale of pills in the marketplace. On this day, Yin Feng smoothly delivered yet another batch of mediocre low-grade pills to Lin Shui, who had come to collect them, demonstrating the usual process of their transactions. His consciousness swept over the mountain of various jade bottles within his storage ring, and he understood that the time was ripe to convert these pills into tangible wealth. The decision was made with remarkable decisiveness, showcasing the acumen of a seasoned merchant. Upon returning indoors, he donned an unremarkable gray coarse robe, an outfit that was utterly ordinary and did not attract attention. Once more, he activated the Jiu Zhuan Yin Yuan Ju, adjusting his cultivation to a slightly higher level of the 6th stage of qi refinement, an adjustment executed with precision that highlighted the flexibility of his method. His appearance was subtly altered, transforming him into an unremarkable young cultivator with a waxy complexion and a dull expression. This disguise was thoroughly executed, ensuring his anonymity. Fully prepared, he pushed open the courtyard door with a calm demeanor, exuding confidence. "Yaoer, I am stepping out. Keep an eye on the house, and no one is to enter uninvited." The instruction was succinct, delivered with an undeniable authority. He observed Qin Yao, who was still practicing her swordplay, her swordsmanship now imbued with a hint of lethal intent. His scrutiny was meticulous, noting her progress. "Yes, rest assured, master." Qin Yao sheathed her sword respectfully, her gaze unwavering. Her response was dependable, reflecting her loyalty. Yin Feng did not linger, his figure flashing like a wisp of green smoke as he swiftly descended the mountain, heading toward the bustling Han Binggu marketplace, a place rife with both opportunities and risks. His speed was remarkable, driven by a clear objective. This time, he was no longer the cautious Yin Feng who needed to tread carefully, concealing his whereabouts with trepidation. This transformation was significant, marking the onset of a new phase. Instead, he intended to take on an unfamiliar guise, converting the vast quantities of pills into a torrent of spirit stones, paving his path to celestial ascendance. The ambition was grand, filled with aspirations. The Han Binggu marketplace remained a cacophony of voices, bustling with activity. The environment was familiar, steeped in the essence of a marketplace. Yin Feng, embodying the guise of a pallid, low-level cultivator, seamlessly blended into the throng of people, utterly inconspicuous. His integration was remarkably successful, akin to a drop of water merging into the sea. He did not rush to set up his stall. Rather, he discreetly circled around several of the largest pill vendors, attentively listening to the surrounding discussions and transactions. His reconnaissance was prudent, showcasing the shrewdness of a merchant. Damn it, the price of foundation establishment pills has risen again. It was 800 spirit stones yesterday, and today it's 1,200? Why not just rob a bank? The complaint was fervent, reflecting the market's tension. Sigh, we must endure. After all, Dan Dinggu is unable to supply goods. I heard some elders had a falling out, and several major alchemists have quit. Now, even if one has spirit stones, it's impossible to find quality pills. The explanation was laden with resignation, revealing the root of the problem. Indeed, not to mention foundation establishment pills, even high-grade condensation pills and dew pills are rare. Just look at those mediocre mid-grade condensation pills over at Old Lou's stall. They're asking 80 spirit stones each. The example was specific, illustrating the absurdity of the prices. This life is unbearable. The lament was widespread, echoing the sentiments of many cultivators. Listening to these grievances and discussions, Yinfeng felt increasingly assured, a subtle smile gracing his lips. His confidence was robust, seizing the market opportunity. With the chaos at Dandinggu and the shortage of pills driving prices skyward, this was a fortuitous moment. His judgment was astute, recognizing a tremendous business opportunity. No longer hesitating, he sought a corner with a decent flow of people, laid out a piece of gray cloth on the ground, and slowly retrieved a few small jade bottles to display. His movements were composed, unhurried. The corks remained sealed, and no medicinal fragrance wafted forth, lending an air of discretion. He did not hawk his wares, but sat quietly, meditating. His posture was unusual, piquing curiosity. This demeanor attracted the attention of some perceptive individuals. A man who appeared to be in dire need of pills crouched down and tentatively inquired, "Friend, what pills are you selling? What is the price?" The inquiry was straightforward, underscored by an urgent need. Yinfeng did not lift his gaze, replying coolly, "Check the label on the bottle." His response was aloof, exuding an air of mystery. The man picked up a jade bottle, noticing a label that read mid-grade condensation pill. The label was succinct, conveying clear information. Mid-grade condensation pill? How many spirit stones? A glimmer of hope flashed in the man's eyes, his request precise and focused. 120 spirit stones, Yinfeng announced. The price was exorbitant, far exceeding conventional market rates. What? 120? The man nearly leaped up. Are you trying to rob me? Several others attracted by the price echoed their disbelief, shaking their heads in astonishment, deeming this unassuming youth to be deranged for such a price. Yet, Yinfeng remained unfazed. You can buy or not. This is the price. His stance was resolute, leaving no room for negotiation. The man's face turned pale with anger, yet his need seemed genuine. Gritting his teeth, he countered, "Lower the price. 100 spirit stones, and I'll take it." The bargaining was reluctant, a final struggle. No negotiations, Yinfeng replied with unwavering calm. His refusal was definitive, offering no leeway. As the man hesitated, surrounded by murmurs from the onlookers, a figure cloaked in black, shrouded in shadow, pushed through, urgently rasping, "Friend, do you have Foundation establishment pills?" The interruption was sudden, introducing a new variable. Yinfeng finally opened his eyes, casting a glance at the newcomer. Although the individual attempted to mask their aura, the faint fluctuations revealed they were at the pinnacle of chi refinement, preparing for Foundation establishment. Moreover, there was an oddly familiar quality to the voice. His observation was keen, noting the details. "Yes," Yinfeng replied succinctly, producing a separately placed jade bottle with a label that boldly proclaimed mid-grade Foundation establishment pill. The presentation was direct, the product undeniably solid. "How many spirit stones?" The cloaked figure's breath quickened, eyes fixated on the jade bottle, desire evident and urgency palpable. Yinfeng extended 2 fingers. The gesture was simple, the meaning unmistakable. 2,000 low-grade spirit stones. The price was astonishing, bordering on the outrageous. Upon hearing this, a profound silence enveloped the surroundings. The reaction was one of shock, leaving the crowd in disbelief. Even the man who had previously complained about the high price of condensation pills gasped in astonishment. The contrast is striking, highlighting the exorbitant price of the Zhuji Dan. Typically, a low-grade Zhuji Dan fetches around 700 to 800 spirit stones, while a high-quality mid-grade version may reach a maximum of 1,500. Yet this young man audaciously demands 2,000. It is utterly insane. Such a perception is widespread, deeming the price absurd. The figure in the black robe stiffened momentarily, clearly taken aback by this price, rasping, "My friend, is this price not too?" This skepticism is entirely reasonable, reflecting the shock of the cost. "At this price," Yinfeng interjected, his tone leaving no room for dispute, "if you can afford it, take it. If not, do not hinder my business." His stance is resolute, unyielding. He gazes calmly at the man in the black robe, yet the familiarity within him grows increasingly intense. His intuition is sharp, detecting the anomaly. The eyes beneath the hood flicker wildly, as if engaged in a fierce internal struggle. His heart is conflicted, filled with deliberation. Reason tells him this is an outrageous price, meant only for a fool to pay. Yet an inexplicable urge and desire, stemming from the depths of his cultivation method, compel him to remain, as if he finds it difficult to muster any strong resistance against the demands of the person before him. The sensation is peculiar, beyond his control. Chapter 40. An unexpected encounter in the market, this peculiar sensation jolted her sharply, awakening her as if struck by lightning. Could it be him? That accursed old man? No, his appearance and cultivation were entirely different. Yet, that damned tone during the haggling, along with the unsettling agitation within her cultivation, made it difficult to discern the truth, leaving her engulfed in confusion and doubt. Xueyinmen. The figure in the black robe was indeed the same Xueyinmen who had come disguised to seek the Foundation establishment pill. The revelation was utterly unexpected, rife with dramatic irony. At this moment, her heart raced with terror, intertwined with a twisted sense of attachment. The emotions were complex, filled with contradictions. To encounter this adversary once more, and to be extorted so brazenly by him, ignited an overwhelming fury within her, a desire to tear him to shreds. However, the backlash of her cultivation left her weak, and the tremors from the depths of her soul rendered her incapable of taking genuine action. She even entertained the absurd notion of allowing him to take advantage of her. I will buy. The words were almost forced through clenched teeth, heavy with humiliation and resentment. The decision was fraught with difficulty, steeped in reluctance. Xueyinmen, trembling, withdrew a bulging bag of spirit stones. Counting out precisely 2,000 spirit stones, which he placed heavily before Yinfeng. Then, with a swift motion, he snatched the mid-grade Foundation establishment pill, as if fearing to linger for another moment, and disappeared into the crowd. His actions were rapid, marked by a desperate need to flee. The entire exchange transpired so swiftly that those around them barely had time to react. Yinfeng gazed at the bag of spirit stones, then at the direction in which Xueyinmen had vanished, raising an eyebrow in contemplation. It dawned on him that this was the familiar figure he had encountered before. It seemed her cultivation backlash was quite severe, leading her to willingly become this unwitting victim. This conclusion was reasonable, explaining her unusual behavior. Moreover, it indirectly confirmed the current scarcity of medicinal pills. Even the Foundation establishment pill could command such an exorbitant price. Yinfeng felt a surge of delight within. As he pocketed the spirit stones, his spirits lifted by the bounty. He surveyed the remaining Nung Yuan Dan and Nung Lu Dan on his stall and boldly adjusted their prices upward. The mid-grade Nung Yuan Dan was now priced at 150 spirit stones each, a steep increase that tested the limits of the market. The mid-grade Nung Lu Dan was set at 130 spirit stones each, equally astonishing, with no willingness to compromise. This time, even those who had previously deemed his prices outrageous were left speechless, casting incredulous glances at him. However, it was not long before a seemingly authoritative cultivator from a family hurriedly arrived, appearing to have received urgent news. Ignoring the steep prices, he swiftly purchased all the pills from Yinfeng's stall. The decisiveness of the purchase underscored a pressing demand. My young master urgently requires these pills for a breakthrough. Spirit stones are no issue. The steward tossed down a handful of spirit stones and hastily departed with the pills. This transaction was remarkably smooth, showcasing the buyer's power. The surrounding cultivators, left in a state of shock, gazed at the now empty stall and the unassuming, leisurely young man packing up, filled with envy and jealousy, yet utterly powerless. The scene was dramatically contrasting, highlighting the disparity in their circumstances. Who could deny that he truly had the goods? Yinfeng returned triumphantly, contemplating his next visit, perhaps attempting to sell a few high-grade pills. The prospects were promising, revealing greater opportunities ahead. Meanwhile, Xueyinmen clutched the mid-grade Foundation establishment pill, worth 2,000 spirit stones, as she returned to her concealed cave dwelling, her heart bleeding. The sense of loss was profound, accompanied by anguish. She tore off her cloak, revealing a striking yet twisted visage, her expression a mask of inner turmoil. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! She struck the stone wall with a fierce punch, her chest heaving violently. The outburst was raw and filled with fury. Yet, she soon forced herself to regain composure. It was imperative to maintain self-control, guided by practical considerations. Staring at the clearly inscribed Foundation establishment pill in her hand, a glimmer of resolve flashed in her eyes. Enough. As long as I can successfully establish my foundation and elevate my cultivation, even if I cannot kill him for the time being, I can attempt to refine the 9 Nether Nirvana Golden Pill. Once this pill is completed, it will allow me to reconstruct my Tao heart and utterly free myself from his accursed influence. The hope was faint, yet it was the only path forward. However, refining the 9 Nether Nirvana Golden Pill required a Dan Master of at least mid-tier 8th grade, individuals who were invariably esteemed guests among the major sects, exceedingly difficult to enlist. The challenge was starkly real, laden with obstacles. One step at a time. Establish the foundation first. The decision was pragmatic, prioritizing immediate concerns. She hesitated no longer. Retrieving the foundation establishment pill along with the auxiliary materials she had meticulously prepared. Sitting cross-legged, she adjusted her state and resolutely swallowed the foundation establishment pill. The action was decisive, imbued with an unwavering determination. Boom. The immense medicinal power erupted instantaneously, cascading through her limbs and bones like a torrential flood. The impact was fierce, brimming with vigor. Shui Luocha dared not linger, fully channeling her cultivation to guide this overwhelming force towards the formidable bottleneck of foundation establishment, launching an intense assault. Within the cave, the spiritual energy surged violently, creating a grand spectacle that heralded a significant breakthrough. Yin Feng, bearing the substantial spirit stones acquired from selling the pills, returned to Xueyinmen in high spirits. The journey was smooth, filled with the satisfaction of his success. Just as he stepped into his small courtyard, still catching his breath, a cold voice from an inner sect disciple outside called out, "Dan Master Yin, the sect master requests your presence immediately at the Xueyin Hall." The summons was sudden, carrying an undeniable command. Yin Feng's brow furrowed slightly. The fact that Lung Yuning sought him out at this time could not bode well. His intuition was astute, filled with caution. He steadied himself, storing the majority of his spirit stones and precious pills deep within his spatial ring, leaving only a small amount on hand before setting off towards the Xueyin Hall. His preparations were meticulous, anticipating any unforeseen circumstances. The grand hall remained frigid, as the cold moonlight cast a chilling glow upon the figure of Lung Yu, who sat in the dominant position. Her expression was even more severe than usual, and her gaze towards Yin Feng was laden with scrutiny and unabashed calculation. The atmosphere was palpably tense, saturated with pressure. "Yin Feng," she stated bluntly, her voice devoid of warmth, "you have recently sequestered yourself in alchemical pursuits, depleting our sect's resources significantly. According to sect regulations, the production of elixirs must adhere to a prescribed quota. Considering your recent arrival, I had previously granted you leniency. However, starting this month, you are required to submit 30 Ning Yuan Dan or their equivalent in other elixirs each month." The demand was exceedingly harsh, representing a substantial increase in the quota. A cold smile flickered within Yin Feng, for he had anticipated this moment. Yet, he feigned a look of distress, responding cautiously. "Sectmaster, we had previously agreed upon a monthly contribution of 20 elixirs. Why the sudden escalation? Furthermore, the process of refining elixirs incurs losses, and 30 is truly." His response was measured, infused with a reasonable inquiry. Chapter 41. The Counterattack and Midnight Escape. Yin Feng's countenance darkened. Is the sect leader being duplicitous? His inquiry was strikingly direct, laced with the fury of betrayal. Duplicity? Lung Yuning seemed to find the notion immensely amusing. Rising from her seat, she advanced towards Yin Feng, her eyes glinting with mockery and avarice. Her demeanor was overwhelmingly assertive, exuding an oppressive aura. "Yin Feng, do not overstep your bounds. Do you think I am unaware of your past? After offending Luo Yue of the Bing Xueyinmen Palace, you scuttled here to seek refuge like a stray dog. Tell me, what do you think will happen if I disclose your whereabouts to Luo Yue?" The threat was lethal, striking at the core. Boom. Yin Feng's mind was struck as though by lightning. A chilling intent to kill surged from within him. The shock was profound, akin to a thunderclap on a clear day. She actually knows. The revelation was startling, instilling a sense of dread. Observing the sudden coldness in Yin Feng's gaze, Lung Yuning felt no fear. Rather, her confidence swelled. "What? Do you wish to kill me? You are merely at the late stage of foundation establishment, while I am a half-step into the golden core. Crushing you would be easier than squashing an ant." Her derision was cruel, underscored by her superior strength. With her lacquered finger, she lightly tapped Yin Feng's chest, her breath fragrant as orchids, yet her words were as venomous as a serpent. "Now, you have two choices. Either obediently hand over the elixir and provide a monthly tribute, or I shall deliver you to Luo Yue in exchange for a favor from the Bing Xueyinmen Palace. Choose wisely." The ultimatum was harsh, leaving no room for negotiation. Yin Feng clenched his fists, his nails digging painfully into his palm. The anger was intense, yet he had to suppress it. He recognized that he was no match for Lung Yuning at this moment. Engaging in a direct confrontation would lead only to his demise. This realization was stark, grounded in the harsh realities of their situation. A fire of rage burned within him, yet he forced it down. After the peak of his fury came an unparalleled calm. This control was difficult but essential. All right. Yanfeng slowly uttered a word, his tense body relaxing. The elixir is not with me. I shall retrieve it for you. This concession was filled with reluctance, yet it was his only option. You are wise to comply. Satisfied, Lung Yuning withdrew her hand and resumed her seat. I shall grant you 1 hour. Do not entertain thoughts of escape. You cannot elude my grasp. The warning was stern, infused with absolute authority. Yanfeng turned to leave. And in that fleeting moment, the murderous intent in his eyes was palpable. His resolve was unwavering, fueled by the flames of vengeance. Upon returning to his courtyard, he hesitated not a moment and promptly connected with the system. His actions were swift, without delay. He retrieved several rare spiritual herbs and cast them into the alchemical furnace. Simultaneously, with a flicker of thought, he summoned a drop of crystalline, luminous water from the spiritual spring of his consciousness, infusing it into the mixture. The operation was meticulous, aided by the system. This was no ordinary alchemy. He was utilizing the system to concoct a special dual cultivation elixir. The intent was deeply covert, intricately linked to his plan for vengeance. This elixir would establish a one-way conduit of spiritual energy between him and the consumer. Its function was insidious, nearly impossible to detect. Moments later, a perfect elixir, rich in fragrance and marked by exquisite patterns, emerged from the furnace. The outcome was flawless, showcasing his exceptional skill. He placed this unique elixir into a jade vial and returned to Lung Yuning's cave dwelling. His actions were decisive, imbued with determination. Lung Yuning accepted the jade vial, opened it, and inhaled deeply. The pure potency of the elixir instantly ignited a look of rapture on her face. Her reaction was authentic, brimming with greed. Excellent. A magnificent elixir. She harbored no doubts. Promptly consuming the elixir and eagerly stated, "You may leave now. Remember to come on time next month." Her demeanor was arrogant, tinged with condescension. With that, she activated the cave's protective barriers and immediately entered seclusion to refine the elixir's power. Her confidence was laughable, ultimately leading to her own downfall. A cold smile flickered in Yanfeng's eyes as he swiftly returned to his own courtyard. The plan was proceeding smoothly. The first step had been accomplished. He sat cross-legged, awaiting patiently. An hour later, he abruptly opened his eyes. The timing was impeccable, precisely calculated. Now is the moment. His resolve was unshakable, brimming with the thrill of revenge. With a thought, the special elixir consumed by Lung Yuning transformed into an invisible vortex. The activation was subtle, nearly imperceptible. Boom. An overwhelming torrent of pure spiritual energy, initially refined by Lung Yuning's half-step golden core cultivation, surged across hundreds of meters, breaching the cave's protective barriers, flooding into Yanfeng's very being like a released floodgate. The absorption was ruthless, unrelenting. Exhilaration. Yanfeng felt every pore in his body expand as the pressure within his cultivation bottleneck loosened under the assault of this pure energy. His aura began to rise steadily. The sensation was delightful, suffused with strength. Peak late stage of foundation establishment. A mere step away from the golden core pathway. The progress was remarkable, drawing him ever closer to his goal. Within Lung Yuning's cave dwelling, the ecstasy on her face had transformed into sheer terror. The shift was abrupt, laden with drama. She realized that the spiritual energy she had painstakingly refined was uncontrollably leaking away at an ever-accelerating pace. The realization was horrifying, steeped in despair. No matter how she manipulated her techniques, she could not halt it. The impotence was profound, showcasing the sophistication of Yanfeng's strategy. She was like a punctured balloon, her cultivation retreating at a breakneck speed. This metaphor vividly illustrated her predicament. No. What is happening? Her horrified screams were firmly sealed within the cave's confines. The despair was absolute, with no one to witness. Yanfeng continued to absorb the energy until he heard the system's alarm echo in his mind. Ding. Warning. The target's life essence is depleting. Continued absorption will lead to the destruction of its foundation and pose a life-threatening risk. The warning was timely, averting a fatal outcome. Only then did Yanfeng reluctantly cease his actions. This pause was necessary, allowing for future considerations. He reveled in the surging power within him, a cold smile gracing his lips. The The satisfaction was profound, tinged with the delight of revenge. Lung Yuning, this is merely the interest. His proclamation was powerful, heralding future retribution. He did not linger for a moment longer and swiftly pushed open Qin Yao's door. His movements were rapid, void of delay. Yaoer, gather your belongings. We are leaving immediately. His command was urgent, steeped in a sense of urgency. Although Qin Yao was perplexed, upon seeing Yin Feng's grave expression, she promptly began to pack the essential items without uttering a word. Her obedience was thorough, demonstrating absolute trust. Under the cover of night, the two quietly departed from Xueyinmen. Their escape was remarkably smooth, aided by the cloak of darkness. After traveling for 100 miles, Qin Yao finally inquired, "Sir, where shall we go next?" Her question was entirely reasonable, imbued with uncertainty about the future. Yin Feng glanced back towards the direction of Xueyinmen, his eyes icy. The complexity of his gaze conveyed a blend of resolve and a hint of nostalgia. Although Lung Yuning's foundation was damaged, she was still a half-step into the Jindan realm. Once she regained her strength, she would undoubtedly pursue him relentlessly. They could no longer remain in Xueyinmen or anywhere within the righteous realm. This analysis was astute, foreseeing impending danger. It was imperative to find a place to discreetly elevate his cultivation to the Jindan stage. The objective was clear and constituted the foremost task at hand. A thought suddenly flickered in his mind, a sudden yet pivotal inspiration. He recalled a location that was exceptionally concealed and suitable for hiding. The Wuchang Sect marketplace, a chaotic blend of individuals, was a good place to take refuge, yet it ultimately was not a long-term solution. This judgment was accurate. A safer place was necessary. Chapter 42. The recruitment of the Dan Pavilion, the black market, undoubtedly a prime location for disposing of stolen goods and gathering various clandestine information, is ultimately a chaotic place fraught with peril. To achieve a sense of security and steadily elevate one's cultivation to the golden core path, one must seek a solid foundation, a reliable support capable of providing shelter from the storm. Yin Feng pondered deeply, and a name of a sect gradually took form in his mind, a unique faction composed entirely of alchemists, transcending the myriad conflicts around it. Yao Wangzong. This name had reached his ears during his recent forays into the marketplace, gleaned from the casual conversations of passing cultivators. In the realm of cultivation, the status of an alchemist is immensely revered, yet those truly skilled in the art are as rare as phoenix feathers, a precious rarity. Any alchemist capable of consistently refining mid-grade pills would be treated as a distinguished guest by major sects, showered with honors and respect. Yao Wangzong is the supreme sanctuary in the hearts of all alchemists across this vast region. It has never engaged in the overt or covert struggles of sects, yet its standing remains as solid as a rock, and no one dares to provoke it lightly. Its power and depth are evident. What stirred Yin Feng's heart even more was a crucial piece of intelligence he had managed to acquire. Yao Wangzong seemed to have encountered significant troubles recently, urgently issuing recruitment notices to gather alchemists from all directions, and particularly in need of various finished elixirs, offering rewards that were astonishingly generous, far surpassing the norm. This was an unparalleled opportunity for Yin Feng, one that he could not afford to miss. With his already attained status as a high-grade alchemist, should he successfully join Yao Wangzong, he would not only gain access to a wealth of cultivation resources, but also receive the comprehensive protection of this vast sect. At that point, even if Lung Yuning possessed boundless audacity, she would certainly not dare to come to Yao Wangzong's territory and wreak havoc. Qin Yao, we shall set forth at once to Yao Wangzong. Yin Feng gazed at his ever-loyal young maid, his tone steady and resolute. Wherever the master goes, there too shall Qin Yao follow. The girl nodded without hesitation. For her, as long as she could remain by her master's side, any place in the world was the safest haven. Meanwhile, within the confines of Xueyinmen, a piercing wail, utterly inhuman in its shrillness, erupted from the depths of Elder Lung Yuning's cave abode. Filled with malice and madness that sent chills down the spine, reverberating throughout the entire inner sect. Boom. In the next moment, the heavy stone door of the cave exploded, sending debris flying. Lung Yuning emerged, her hair disheveled, her eyes crimson as blood, her aura chaotic and frenzied, resembling a madwoman. The spiritual pressure emanating from her was dangerously unstable. Her cultivation, once on the brink of the golden core, had plummeted back to the late foundation establishment stage, her foundation evidently damaged, her presence wavering and uncertain, in a state far worse than before Yin Feng departed. Yin Feng, you little beast. I will have you dead. I will have you die without a complete corpse. She howled to the heavens, her voice filled with extreme malice, shaking the very earth, causing all disciples who heard her to feel a cold chill creep up their spines. Soon, the news of Elder Lung Yuning's failed breakthrough, resulting in a decline of her cultivation, along with her issuance of the highest-level Sect assassination order against the newly initiated disciple Yin Feng, swept through Xueyinmen like a violent storm. The reactions among the members varied widely. Some were shocked by Yin Feng's audacity to scheme against a powerful elder. Others secretly reveled in Lung Yuning's misfortune, eagerly anticipating her downfall, and many began to stir, plotting to seize the opportunity for their own gain. Upon hearing the news, Yun Qingwan felt as if she had plunged into an icy abyss, her entire being chilled. Yin Feng, he actually ran away? He left without a sound? The towering tree she had so painstakingly climbed, the enigmatic man who could casually produce high-grade elixirs, had vanished without a trace? She instinctively thought of Mo Qing, who was still trapped in the Sect's forbidden grounds. Uncertain of her fate, the peculiar corpse poison afflicting Mo Qing could likely only be purged by an alchemist of Yin Feng's caliber. Now that Yin Feng had departed, even if Mo Qing was fortunate enough to return from the forbidden grounds, her cultivation would undoubtedly be ruined, and she would face certain death. What value could a completely incapacitated elder hold for her? Without the precious elixirs provided by Yin Feng, how could she rapidly elevate her own cultivation? Bereft of Mo Qing's protection, as a disciple with no roots and only mid-foundation establishment stage, how could she survive in this ruthless sect that devours the weak? Yin Qingwan's heart sank deeper into despair. No, she absolutely could not sit idly by and await her demise. A glimmer of unprecedented resolve flashed in her beautiful eyes. With Mo Qing no longer a reliable ally, her only path forward was to find a way to reconnect with Yin Feng, to once again cling tightly to this powerful benefactor. Though that man was as cold as ice, as long as she could demonstrate sufficient value and utility, he would not easily reject her. Lung Yuning was relentlessly pursuing him. He would undoubtedly flee to a remote realm beyond the reach of Xueyinmen's influence. A thought struck Yin Qingwan like a bolt of lightning. What do alchemists, regardless of their location, need most? Naturally, it is a continuous supply of alchemical materials. And where are the spiritual herbs and treasures most abundant and diverse? Yao Wangzong. An audacious plan took root and blossomed in her heart. Without hesitation, she began to utilize all the connections she had painstakingly built over the years, sparing no effort to investigate Yin Feng's possible destinations and whereabouts. Half a month later, outside the majestic gates of Yao Wangzong, Yin Feng, weary from his travels, arrived at his destination with Qin Yao in tow. Unlike the ethereal mists and pavilions of Xueyinmen, the gates of Yao Wangzong resembled a colossal fortress dominating the landscape. The air within a 100-mile radius was perpetually infused with a rich and invigorating herbal fragrance, and a single breath would leave one feeling refreshed and invigorated. Before the mountain gate, a throng of people bustled about, vehicles traversed the roads, and cultivators flowed in an unending stream. Most of them had come from all directions in pursuit of spiritual elixirs, or were specifically there to sell various rare spiritual herbs. Recently, news of the Yao Wangzong's extensive recruitment of alchemists had spread, and numerous alchemists had arrived, hoping to join and awaiting their assessments. Yin Feng had just expressed his intentions to the gatekeeper disciples when a courteous attendant took him aside to rest momentarily while waiting for the forthcoming evaluation. Not far from him stood another young man, also awaiting his assessment. Clad in a pristine moon-white robe, the youth possessed a strikingly handsome visage, yet his demeanor exuded an unmistakable air of arrogance. He cast a casual glance at Yin Feng, and upon noticing that Yin Feng merely exhibited the cultivation level of the fourth layer of foundation establishment, along with the plainly unrefined mortal maidservant behind him, a fleeting hint of disdain flickered in his eyes. Esteemed fellow cultivator, the young man initiated the conversation, his tone imbued with a subtle sense of superiority. Are you here to participate in the assessment and aspire to join our Yao Wangzong as an alchemist? Yin Feng had already discreetly activated the Jiao Zhuan Yin Yuan Ju, presenting himself as a rugged and unkempt loose cultivator. He merely glanced at the young man with indifference, giving a slight nod without further elaboration. Noticing Yin Feng's cold demeanor, the young man couldn't help but furrow his brow slightly, and continued speaking to himself. I am Xueyinmen. Though my talents may be modest, I have fortuitously ascended to the ranks of a second-grade alchemist, barely capable of refining some mid-grade elixirs. As he spoke, he instinctively straightened his posture, preparing himself for the admiration and flattery he anticipated from Yin Feng. After all, the title of a second-grade alchemist, coupled with the ability to consistently refine mid-grade elixirs, was undeniably a source of pride wherever one might go. Chapter 43. The Extraordinary Elixir. Yet Yin Feng remained as serene as a tranquil pond, exhibiting an expression of indifference, as if the matter at hand were merely a triviality unworthy of his concern. Upon witnessing his reaction, Xueyinmen's smile faltered, and his countenance became increasingly strained, igniting a surge of unbridled anger within him. How dare a mere fourth-tier foundational cultivator, fallen to the wayside, put on airs before me, judging by his shabby appearance? He is likely nothing more than a charlatan who has never even touched an alchemical furnace, likely taking advantage of the esteemed Yao Wang zone to indulge in idleness. As the atmosphere grew subtly awkward, a middle-aged cultivator clad in the attire of a steward approached briskly, exuding an air of competence. With a courteous bow, he addressed the two individuals. "I apologize for keeping you waiting, esteemed masters. Please follow me. An elder awaits you in the inner hall to personally conduct your assessment." As he spoke, the steward respectfully guided Yin Feng, Qin Yao, and Xueyinmen through the imposing mountain gate and deeper into the Yao Wang zone, toward a grander hall. The venue for the alchemical assessment was situated within a magnificent edifice constructed of obsidian. The interior was softly illuminated, suffused with a tranquil blend of sandalwood and medicinal fragrances that calmed the spirit. Leading the trio to the center of the hall, the steward bowed before an elder seated in the main chair, adorned in a pill master's robe, with white hair and a demeanor that commanded respect without anger. "Elder Mo, the two masters participating in this assessment have arrived." Elder Mo, upon hearing this, slightly lifted his eyelids, first directing his gaze at Xueyinmen. After a moment's pause, he nodded in approval, clearly recognizing or having heard of his reputation. However, when his eyes traversed to Yin Feng, a slight frown emerged, revealing traces of scrutiny and skepticism. At this moment, Yin Feng had shed the coarse disguise of the Jiu Zhuan In Yuan Ju. Days of cultivation and dual refinement had transformed him, rendering his visage strikingly handsome, his temperament extraordinary, appearing exceedingly youthful, seemingly no more than 20 years of age. Yet, this exceedingly striking appearance, coupled with his deliberately suppressed foundational cultivation and the ordinary maidservant without any aura of spiritual energy behind him, appeared somewhat superficial in the discerning eyes of Elder Mo, resembling a young scion of a noble family, wandering aimlessly without understanding the weight of his actions. Today, only one opportunity remains for the recruitment of alchemists within the pavilion. The steward's timely reminder intensified the already taut atmosphere, thick with the scent of competition. Xueyinmen, upon hearing this, could not help but smirk with a sense of assured victory. He cast a disdainful glance at Yin Feng, his eyes betraying the perception of a pretentious fool on the verge of elimination. With only one slot remaining, it seems there is little more to be said. Opening his folding fan with a flourish, Xueyinmen lightly waved it, his voice dripping with superiority. "Though I am but a humble practitioner, I have already ascended to the rank of a second-grade alchemist. This esteemed friend of yours appears quite young. Surely, you are still at the threshold of the alchemical path? I suggest you take your leave now, to avoid the embarrassment of failure in the ensuing assessment." Noting the exquisite beauty of Qin Yao behind Yin Feng, he further concluded that Yin Feng was merely a pretty face relying on charm to navigate the world, and he continued with mockery. "The Yao Wang zone is a sacred domain of alchemy, solemn and dignified. It is not a place where anyone can whimsically bring a maidservant to frolic and flirt. It would be wise for you to depart with your lovely companion, lest you become a source of amusement for all." Yin Feng maintained his characteristic indifference, even neglecting to spare him a glance, calmly turning to Elder Mo to inquire, "May the assessment commence?" "Humph, truly unappreciative." Xueyinmen's face darkened at being completely disregarded. Elder Mo also felt displeased by Yin Feng's dismissive attitude and coldly remarked, "Since you insist on participating, I shall grant you this opportunity. The assessment is quite simple. Concoct a second-grade Ning Shundan on-site. The one with the superior quality shall be admitted to my Yao Wang zone." As his words fell, disciples promptly brought forth two identical bronze alchemical furnaces, placing two perfectly measured sets of medicinal ingredients before each individual. With unwavering confidence, Xueyinmen approached his designated furnace, inhaled deeply, and adeptly began to preheat the furnace and process the herbs. His movements flowed smoothly, captivating the attention of Elder Mo, who nodded in approval, his eyes filled with admiration. While focusing on his own concoction, he slyly stole glances at Yin Feng, eager to witness his blunder. However, Yin Feng's subsequent actions left him utterly disappointed and somewhat perplexed. Instead of the anticipated dazzling fire control techniques or astonishing methods, Yin Feng executed only the most rudimentary, fundamental, and seemingly monotonous steps of purification, integration, and pill formation. His actions appeared remarkably plain, even clumsy and slow to outsiders, prompting Xueyinmen to inwardly scoff, further convinced that Yin Feng was merely putting on a facade. As the designated hour approached its end, Xueyinmen abruptly struck his furnace. The lid flew off with a resounding clang, revealing 3 plump, glistening pills soaring from within, filling the hall with an intoxicatingly rich fragrance that invigorated all present. Excellent. 3 pills successfully formulated, each of superior quality. Elder Mo chuckled, his gaze toward Xueyinmen brimming with appreciation and recognition. With pride, Xueyinmen stored the pills in a jade vial and provocatively turned to Yin Feng, who had just extinguished his furnace. Now it is your turn, esteemed friend. After such a long preparation, do not tell us you are incapable of even the most basic pill formulation. That would indeed be a grand joke. Ignoring his incessant prattle, Yin Feng calmly extended his hand and opened his own furnace. There were no anticipated bursts of radiant light, nor the wafting of rich medicinal aromas. In the depths of the furnace lay a single pill, no larger than a longan, perfectly round with an enigmatic pattern faintly etched upon its surface. Just one. Given its unremarkable appearance, it seemed barely worthy of even the lowest grade. Upon witnessing this, Xueyinmen could not restrain a hearty laugh, his words dripping with derision. I thought you held great prowess. It appears you are merely a novice, a charlatan yet. Before he could finish his taunt, it was as if an unseen force had seized his throat, abruptly silencing his laughter. Elder Mo, seated at the main position, suddenly appeared to discover something astonishing. His body quivered, and he sprang to his feet, fixated on the pill with eyes wide open, his voice quavering with shock. The Danwen. Could this possibly be a top-grade spirit pill? What? A top-grade pill? Xueyinmen felt as if struck by a thunderbolt, his entire being froze in place, his complexion draining to a ghastly white, devoid of color. He dashed forward, disregarding decorum, leaning closer to the alchemical furnace. As he beheld the pill's surface, where the clear and profound Danwen shimmered with an ethereal quality, he was engulfed by an icy dread, his body turning cold. A top-grade. It was indeed a rare top-grade spirit pill. The 3 mid-grade pills he had so proudly boasted about now paled in comparison to this flawless top-grade spirit pill, reduced to mere rubble beside a gem, utterly worthless. Elder Mo's demeanor underwent a remarkable transformation. He strode towards Yin Feng with an unprecedented warmth gracing his previously stern countenance, his tone imbued with kindness, even tinged with reverence. Young friend, no, master. It is I who have been blind and have slighted you. May I inquire your esteemed name? Yin Feng, came the understated reply. Excellent. Master Yin, from this day forth, you shall be our esteemed guest alchemist at the Yaowang Sect. Elder Mo declared decisively, presenting a jade tablet intricately carved with the image of a medicinal cauldron, reverently offering it with both hands to Yin Feng. Xueyinmen stood frozen, a mere statue in disbelief, his face ablaze with humiliation as if he had been struck countless times by invisible hands. All his pride and arrogance lay shattered in that singular moment. Chapter 44. The cold-faced steward. He glared at Yin Feng with intense resentment for one last moment, fully aware that he had lost all dignity today. Remaining here for even a moment longer would only bring him further humiliation. Xueyinmen gritted his teeth, remaining silent, and abruptly turned away, storming off in a hasty, disheveled manner, filled with indignation and hatred. Outside the bustling marketplace at the gate of Yaowang Zone, the distraught Xueyinmen passed by several hurried-looking cultivators, likely wandering practitioners. He vaguely overheard them speaking in hushed tones, excitedly discussing something. Have you heard? Xueyinmen has really invested heavily this time. They have issued a bounty for someone named Yin something, with a reward of an astonishing 30,000 lower-grade spirit stones. I think it's Yin Feng. I heard he is an alchemist who somehow offended a powerful elder in the sect. Xueyinmen instinctively paused, but the overwhelming humiliation and anger in his heart rendered him indifferent to such idle chatter, dismissing it as a coincidence of sharing the same name. With a cold snort, he quickened his pace, rapidly disappearing into the throngs of people. Meanwhile, Yin Feng, accompanied by Qin Yao, was led by the exceptionally courteous steward to a comfortable and abundant independent cave dwelling located at a spiritual vein node. Master Yin, this will be your exclusive residence in the pavilion from now on. The steward elaborated on the various rules of Yao Wang Zone. According to the regulations, guest alchemists were required to submit 10 designated high-quality elixirs to the sect each month. In return, they were granted access to the Baichao Go, where they could purchase various spiritual herbs at prices significantly lower than the outside market and even consult rare pill formulas. As long as their sect contribution points and spirit stones were sufficient, they would also have priority exchange rights for some typically non-saleable rare materials. Yin Feng was exceedingly pleased with these arrangements. He understood that Lung Yuning would not let this matter rest. Yao Wang Zone was undoubtedly his best and safest refuge at present. For an entire month, Yin Feng embraced a life of seclusion, almost entirely disconnected from the outside world. He maximized all protective restrictions within the cave, and, aside from the daily instruction of Qin Yao in the Huanqing Mei Xinju, he engaged in dual cultivation beneficial for both their progress, immersing his mind entirely in the endless practice of alchemy. With the assistance of the mysterious spirit spring in his sea of consciousness and the nearly continuous supply of high-quality materials provided by Baichao Gu, his alchemical skills advanced at an astonishing pace, becoming increasingly refined and proficient. A month slipped by in the blink of an eye. One day, Yin Feng slowly pushed open the door to his cave, his consciousness sweeping over the mountains of various elixirs in his storage bag, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. It was time to head to Baichao Gu to submit this month's sect task. Baichao Gu, one of the core locations of Yao Wang Zone, was a vast, ancient, and majestic 9-story wooden pavilion, perpetually enveloped in a rich and thick herbal fragrance, resembling a celestial realm. As Yin Feng stepped inside, he was profoundly struck by the magnificent scene before him. Rows of neatly arranged Xianbing jade shells were filled with a dazzling array of spiritual herbs and celestial grasses, classified from the lowest tier of ordinary herbs to rare treasures of immense age. Almost everything conceivable was present, and the air was thick with pure spiritual energy that almost congealed into tangible mist. Cultivators came and went, exchanging resources, yet all maintained a respectful silence, with only the occasional low murmur or the crisp sound of spirit stones clinking against each other breaking the solemn atmosphere. Yin Feng walked directly to the counter designated for guest alchemists responsible for task exchanges. Behind the counter sat a woman clad in a flowing moon-white gown. Her beauty was breathtaking, her skin as smooth as jade, yet her demeanor was chillingly aloof, reminiscent of a solitary ice lotus blooming proudly atop a snow-capped peak, her expression naturally exuding an air of detachment that kept others at bay. Task exchange, Yin Feng stated succinctly, placing a storage bag filled with elixirs on the polished counter. The woman raised her eyes slightly, her gaze as cold as distant stars sweeping over Yin Feng without pause. As if he were merely an ordinary individual among the masses, she extended her delicate hand to accept the storage bag, her consciousness probing within to quickly tally the contents. 10 high-quality Ning Yuan Dan, all of excellent quality, quantity confirmed. Her voice was like smooth stones gently striking against each other in a cold mountain spring, clear and pleasant yet devoid of any emotional fluctuation. According to the regulations, 10 contribution points have been recorded to your identity jade token. She casually set the storage bag aside, no longer regarding Yin Feng, as if he were merely a disciple completing a routine task, and any further attention would be a waste. Yin Feng remained unfazed. His purpose for visiting today extended beyond merely submitting this monthly task. I need to exchange for some alchemical materials. His tone was calm as he handed over a prepared list. The woman took the list, her gaze swiftly scanning it, and then she efficiently retrieved dozens of different spiritual herbs from the countless cabinets behind her, skillfully packaging them one by one. The total for all materials is 8,300 lower-grade spirit stones. She quoted a fair and reasonable price, indeed significantly lower than the outside market. Yin Feng promptly paid the spirit stones and collected the herbal materials, but did not immediately turn to leave as most would. His gaze lingered on the woman's icy, exquisite profile as he calmly spoke again. Additionally, I require a ghost-face thistle. Ghost-face thistle? For the first time, a minuscule ripple of emotion crossed her otherwise placid and ethereal face. She lifted her head, her sharp, ice-like gaze seeming to penetrate Yin Feng completely. The ghost-face thistle, her voice remained frigid, yet now bore a hint of scrutiny and inquiry. This item is one of the key main herbs for refining the earth heart flame, neutralizing its violent toxicity. It is extremely rare. Although we have a small stock, according to the rules, it is never sold externally. Yin Feng's brow furrowed slightly. What must I do to obtain it? 2 conditions. The woman extended 2 fingers, as flawless and pure as jade. Her tone leaving no room for doubt. First, you must demonstrate that you possess at least the prowess of a mid-grade 8th-tier alchemist. Second, a prepayment of 1,000 contribution points to the sect is required. Yin Feng's expression instantly darkened. The alchemical skills he had deliberately showcased to the outside world were merely sufficient to reliably refine high-quality second-tier elixirs, which, when converted to the universal ranking of alchemists, roughly equated to the mid-grade 3rd tier. In truth, his alchemical mastery, bolstered by the boundless support of the Ling Quan and his sea of consciousness, had already reached the pinnacle of mid-grade 9th tier, merely a step away from the esteemed position of a high-grade alchemist revered by thousands. Proving his true capabilities was not a daunting task. However, doing so would inevitably attract undue attention and scrutiny from the upper echelons of the Yaowang sect, completely contradicting his intention of quietly cultivating and discreetly accumulating strength. Even more troublesome was the staggering requirement of 1,000 contribution points. He submitted 10 high-quality elixirs monthly, which only garnered him a meager 10 points of contribution. 1,000 points would mean he would need to toil away, akin to a beast of burden, for nearly a decade in this place. Observing Yin Feng's silence, the woman's eyes flickered with a knowing glimmer, as if she had anticipated this outcome. If the conditions are unsuitable, you are free to leave. She unceremoniously issued the dismissal, returning her focus to the jade boxes containing the medicinal materials at hand, no longer casting a glance in Yin Feng's direction. Chapter 45. The Pact of Ice Spirits. As Yin Feng weighed his options, contemplating a temporary withdrawal to seek alternative methods, that chilling voice, as frigid as ice, echoed once more in his ears, resonating at a volume that only the 2 of them could distinctly perceive. The rules are immutable, yet humanity is vibrant. Yin Feng halted abruptly, his gaze sharp as lightning, returning to the woman before him. He observed the stewardess, Lin Shuang, who had silently risen and circled around the counter, now approaching him with measured steps. As she drew near, an ethereal chill enveloped him, reminiscent of the subtle fragrance of a plum blossom amidst the snow, refreshing yet distant. I am Lin Shuang, she stated, coming to a standstill before Yin Feng, her penetrating gaze unabashedly meeting his. To the point, the ghost-faced thistle you desire. I can make an exception and provide it to you, even free of charge. The requisite 1,000 points of sect contribution, I can also help you eliminate altogether. A warning bell rang loudly in Yin Feng's mind. Yet his expression remained unruffled as he calmly inquired, "What are your conditions?" There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. This truth is understood more profoundly by him than by anyone else, having lived 2 lives. It's quite simple, Lin Shuang replied, a rare, subtle curve gracing her lips, reminiscent of ice beginning to thaw. In that fleeting moment, she revealed an astonishing, chilling beauty. Accompany me to the Ice Spirit Valley. The mention of Ice Spirit Valley made Yin Feng's pupils constrict sharply. He had heard this name multiple times during his time in the market near the valley. It was a notorious perilous place on the fringes of the influence of the Yaowang zone, reputed for its abundant spiritual energy and countless treasures, drawing numerous cultivators to their demise. Yet, it was also home to numerous powerful and bloodthirsty beasts, littered with unpredictable, deadly natural traps. Ordinary cultivators, upon entering, risked a tragic fate, death without a trace. Opportunities coexisted with dire peril. I refuse, Yin Feng declared without a moment's hesitation. What he needed most was precious time and an absolutely stable environment. Given sufficient time, with the spirit source in his sea of consciousness and the dual cultivation technique with Qin Yao, he had unwavering confidence in breaking through to the Golden Core Dao. To venture into such a treacherous place as Ice Spirit Valley now would be a complete misstep, yielding far more losses than gains. Lin Shuang seemed to anticipate his resolute refusal, her face, as exquisite as jade, betraying no surprise. She simply stated in her icy tone, To refine the earth core fire, a single ghost-faced thistle is far from sufficient. You must personally locate the source of the earth core fire. Do you believe such a miraculous entity would thrive in a safe, tranquil place, filled with the songs of birds and fragrant flowers? Yin Feng fell silent. Lin Shuang's words struck true, piercing to the heart of the issue. The earthly spiritual fire is born from the convergence of the most potent and violent energies of heaven and earth, and its origin must be a perilous abyss. Comparatively, while Ice Spirit Valley harbored great dangers, it at least had some fragmented paths and information explored by predecessors, making the risks somewhat manageable. Even so, I still refuse, Yin Feng reiterated, his tone unwavering. He was unwilling, and would never entrust his life and fortune to a woman he had just met, whose origins were shrouded in mystery and whose intentions were difficult to gauge. Lin Shuang's lovely brows furrowed slightly, as if perplexed by Yin Feng's unexpected stubbornness. Taking a deep breath of the frigid air, as though resolved to a significant decision, she lowered her voice further, almost to a whisper. Do you think I am plotting against you? To be frank, I have visited Ice Spirit Valley once and emerged alive. A genuine look of surprise flickered in Yin Feng's eyes. To return from such a place unscathed was no trivial feat that time. I faced death multiple times, yet it turned fortuitous when I unexpectedly discovered a secret path that had never been marked on any known map. Her voice carried an undeniable allure. This path is exceptionally hidden, allowing one to cleverly evade most of the formidable beasts and lethal natural traps within the valley, ultimately leading to an unknown ancient site. She paused briefly, emphasizing her words. Within that hidden site lies not only what I urgently require, but also what you have long coveted, the earth core fire seed. Boom. Her words detonated within Yin Feng's consciousness like a thunderclap. A relatively safe route. A clear objective. This was an entirely different concept from blindly gambling on luck in a dangerous place. Why should I trust you? Yin Feng forced himself to suppress the turbulent waves within, his voice sharp as a blade. By this, Lin Shuang seemed prepared, slowly revealing her alabaster palm. In her hand lay an ancient, time-worn jade slip, quietly resting. The surface of the slip bore an incomplete regional map, intricately etched in archaic lines, faintly emanating a spatial fluctuation. This is half of the secret map. I can give it to you as a deposit. Once you acquire the earth core fire seed and I obtain what I need, we shall owe each other nothing and interfere no more. Lin Shuang gazed intently at Yin Feng, her cold eyes seemingly flickering with an enigmatic flame. Will you partake in this transaction, or will you not? The words earth core fire seed were imbued with boundless power, striking Yin Feng's spirit like a heavy hammer. He understood better than anyone that to firmly tread upon the path of golden core, one required not only an immense accumulation of spiritual energy, but also a pure, potent energy to serve as the core for condensing the golden core and refining his soul. The spiritual fire born of heaven and earth was indeed one of the best and most formidable choices. Should he successfully obtain and refine the earth core fire seed, his strength would undergo a monumental transformation. At that point, he would dare to confront even a true golden core cultivator, let alone a mere Lung Yuning. The temptation was simply too great. The magnitude of the situation was sufficient to compel him to suppress the notion of danger deep within his heart. Yin Feng inhaled deeply, forcibly stifling the tumultuous emotions within. His gaze sharp as a hawk's as he locked eyes with Lin Shuang, whose orb seemed capable of piercing through the soul. What is it that you truly desire? He was acutely aware that for Lin Shuang to present such an enormous and irresistible bait, her demands were undoubtedly of great significance, far from trivial. I seek a specific herb, Lin Shuang responded, unwavering under his scrutinizing gaze, slowly articulating 5 words. Jiu Bing Pulian. Yin Feng's brow furrowed tightly once more. This name was unfamiliar to him. It was evidently no ordinary spiritual plant, but rather a rare and exquisite medicinal treasure. This matter bears considerable weight. I require time to deliberate, he replied, refraining from immediate acquiescence. Despite the unparalleled allure of the Xueyinmen, he was known for his calculated approach, exercising utmost caution. To rashly bind his life to a stranger, especially one as enigmatic as Lin Shuang, without a thorough understanding of the specifics surrounding Han Binggu and her true nature, would be far from prudent. Lin Shuang seemed to have anticipated his hesitance, making no effort to coerce him. With a slight nod, she presented the half-jade slip containing the incomplete map. This fragment serves as a deposit. Should you reach a decision, You may come to Bai Chao Gu to seek me." Upon finishing her words, she ceased further conversation, gracefully returning behind the counter, resuming her icy demeanor, as if the conversation that had the potential to alter destinies had never transpired. Chapter 46. Preparations in the market. Yin Feng accepted the half-piece of jade slip along with the previously exchanged materials, uttering not a single word more, before turning and departing from the Baichao Pavilion. He did not return to his own cave dwelling but instead made his way directly towards the depths of Yaowang's sect, where another grand edifice, the Cangjing Pavilion, exuded an aura of ancient grandeur. As an esteemed guest alchemist, he possessed the privilege to peruse the majority of the tomes and secret records housed within the pavilion. Inside the Cangjing Pavilion, towering ebony bookshelves reached towards the star map-adorned dome, densely populated with countless jade slips shimmering with faint light and ancient texts with yellowed pages. The entire hall was imbued with the weight of accumulated time and the essence of profound wisdom. With a clear objective, Yin Feng swiftly located an antiquated jade slip specifically detailing information about the Hanbing Valley in the section marked for geographical anomalies and perilous secrets. He gently probed with a strand of spiritual awareness, and a torrent of information surged into his mind. After a moment, Yin Feng slowly opened his eyes, his expression grave, even more somber than he had anticipated. The contents of the jade slip revealed dangers far beyond his imagination. The Hanbing Valley was not accessible at any time. Its entrance was influenced by the celestial energy, stabilizing only once every 30 years. The internal space was incredibly unstable, riddled with invisible void fissures undetectable to the naked eye or spiritual sense. Once ensnared, even a Yuaniing true monarch would find it impossible to rescue one. A peculiar toxic fog known as bone-corroding cold mist perpetually enveloped the valley, capable of eroding the protective spiritual light of cultivators and directly corroding the flesh and meridians. Common antidotes were utterly ineffective in this realm. Furthermore, the valley was inhabited by numerous formidable and ferocious demonic beasts, some possessing strength comparable to the late-stage Foundation establishment or even half-step Golden Core, treating the entire valley as their hunting ground. Throughout the ages, countless cultivators, overestimating their prowess, attempted to delve into the valley in search of opportunities and treasures. Yet only 1 in 10 managed to emerge alive. The ground was already strewn with countless white bones. What sent chills down Yin Feng's spine, causing his back to shudder, was the final warning in the jade slip, marked in glaring crimson cinnabar. The core area of the Hanbing Valley was a place of absolute death, one must not approach. It was rumored that a remnant soul of an ancient celestial demon slumbered therein, stirring the malevolent energy of the earth, forming a natural deadly formation. Cultivators below the Golden Core stage who dared to enter would surely perish, their souls obliterated, forever denied rebirth. The notion of a celestial demon's remnant soul caused Yin Feng to draw a sharp breath. A wave of icy dread surged from his feet to the crown of his head, leaving him chilled to the bone. This could no longer be simply described as perilous. It was, in essence, a one-way path leading straight to the abyss of hell. He retrieved the half-piece of map jade slip given by Ling Shuang, channeling a sliver of spiritual power into it, revealing a fragmented yet discernible route map. Although the ultimate destination did not directly point to the most terrifying core of the valley, it ventured deep into the area marked as extremely dangerous within the jade slip. What were Ling Shuang's true intentions? Did she possess absolute confidence in that secret path, or was she merely seeking to entice him into a perilous adventure, potentially casting him as a sacrificial pawn? Yin Feng silently stored the jade slip, standing still in contemplation, enveloped in prolonged silence. Should he abandon this pursuit? Remaining securely within the confines of Yaowang's sect, with the aid of the spiritual spring within his sea of consciousness and the dual cultivation technique shared with Qin Yao, he would eventually break through to the Golden Core path. This arduous journey might require 10 or even 20 years of diligent practice. However, would Lung Yuning grant him such time for stability? Would Luo Yuwei, far away in the Bingxin Palace, relent? The individuals he had offended were increasingly formidable and troublesome. Simply hiding under the protection of Yaowang's sect was not a sustainable strategy. Only by acquiring absolute strength could he secure his place in this ruthless world of cultivation. The chasm between Foundation establishment and Golden Core was vast. Countless exceptionally gifted individuals devoted their lives yet remained ensnared at this stage, ultimately turning to dust. Even with the aid of the spiritual spring, The resources required for a breakthrough were unimaginably astronomical. The Millennium's spiritual herbs and rare treasures long extinct or exceedingly rare in the outside world, hidden within the Hanbing Valley, represented an irresistible temptation for him. Fortune favors the bold. Behind the utmost danger often lies astonishing opportunities capable of altering one's fate. After a considerable time, Yanfeng exhaled a long breath, all hesitation, weighing, and trepidation transforming into unwavering determination and resolve. It seemed he must venture into the Hanbing Valley. He murmured to himself before turning and departing the Cangjing Pavilion with steady strides. Behind him, in the shadows of the second floor of the pavilion, a cool figure had stood silently for an indeterminate time, Ling Shuang, who had returned. She quietly observed Yanfeng's retreating silhouette, her clear and translucent gaze reflecting a complex and inscrutable light. She had been waiting here for quite a while. She wished to witness firsthand how this newly arrived guest alchemist would react upon learning the terrifying truths of the Hanbing Valley. Would he panic and rush to question her, or would he, overwhelmed by fear, choose to retreat, returning the half-map jade slip to her? However, Yanfeng's response exceeded all her expectations. He remained eerily calm. From the moment he stepped out of the Cangjing Pavilion, the aura of steadfastness surrounding him not only remained unshaken by the revelation, but also intensified, exuding a powerful momentum akin to a decisive advance. Ling Shuang pondered privately. This man named Yanfeng was shrouded in mystery, filled with secrets. He had only recently arrived at Yaowang's sect, his origins unknown, with no one aware of his background. She had discreetly tested his cultivation level, yet her spiritual probe vanished without a trace, as if cast into the sea. Although his aura seemed to emanate from the foundation establishment stage, she could not discern the depths of his true capabilities, indicating he had cultivated an exceptionally profound and enigmatic technique to conceal his presence. Furthermore, the 10 high-grade Ningyuan pills he submitted each month, of such exquisite quality and concentrated potency, left even the esteemed veteran alchemists in the pavilion feeling inadequate. How could such a young cultivator's alchemical skills reach such astonishing and unfathomable heights? Courage, temperament, strength, and talent. This individual embodies excellence in every regard. Ling Bing unconsciously clenched her hands within the voluminous sleeves of her robe, a faint yet palpable glimmer of hope igniting deep within the long-frozen lake of her heart. If he truly could succeed in traversing the Hanbing Gu and procure the coveted Xueyinmen Polian that she desperately required, perhaps, at long last, the predicament that had plagued her for years might finally see a turning point. Having resolved to venture into the Hanbing Gu, Yanfeng's foremost task was to arm himself with every means at his disposal, preparing meticulously for the challenges ahead. All of this necessitated a substantial reserve of spiritual stones as a solid foundation. He departed from the Yaowang zone without disturbing a soul, stealthily making his way to a secluded corner in the bustling market outside the mountain gate. There, he silently activated the Jiuzhuan Yinyuan Ju, and a series of subtle crackling sounds resonated from his bones as his form and features blurred and transformed, swiftly becoming an unremarkable middle-aged wandering cultivator, exuding an air of calm stability devoid of any distinguishing traits. Once this transformation was complete, he ambled leisurely into the lively thoroughfare of the market, seeking out a bustling street corner with the greatest foot traffic. There, he unfurled a pristine gray beast hide and meticulously arranged 8 exquisitely crafted white jade vials upon it. Premium Ning Yuan Dan, available in stock, 8 pieces, each priced at 500 lower-grade spiritual stones. Prompt purchase advised, as time waits for no one. His voice was soft, yet rang clear in the ears of every cultivator nearby. Chapter 47. The secret pill shocking the market. That seemingly ordinary voice, akin to a colossal boulder crashing into a tranquil lake, instantaneously stirred up monstrous waves at the bustling market corner. What? High-grade pills? Here? Is this a joke? High-grade Ningyuan pill? Such a concoction is not easily forged even by the inner elders of the Yaowang sect. This person must have lost their mind, perhaps delirious from the allure of spirit stones. Voices of skepticism, ridicule, and astonishment erupted in a cacophony, drawing a throng of cultivators to witness the spectacle. High-grade pills are exceedingly rare and precious, typically reserved for the grand finale of large auction events. How could they be casually displayed like ordinary herbs on a street stall? A middle-aged cultivator, at the late stage of foundation establishment, stepped forward with a mixture of doubt and curiosity, cautiously lifting a jade vial and gently removing its cork. Buzz. A wave of pure, concentrated medicinal fragrance, mingled with an overwhelming surge of pristine spiritual energy, burst forth from the vial, even forming a visible miniature vortex of spiritual power in the air, lingering for some time. The pill's surface was adorned with subtle, intricate patterns, embodying profound Taoist principles, indelibly imprinted in the minds of every cultivator who beheld it. Pill patterns. It is indeed a high-grade spiritual pill with pill patterns. The middle-aged cultivator gasped in astonishment, his breath becoming laborious, eyes shining with incredulous joy. The once noisy street plunged into an eerie, death-like silence in that instant. The next moment, the crowd erupted in fervor. 500. I bid 500 spirit stones. I want this one. Clear out. Poor souls should not embarrass themselves. I bid 600. 700. Who dares compete with me? I have been stuck at the 6th stage of foundation establishment for a full decade. This pill is all I need to break through. 800 low-grade spirit stones. The scene escalated almost instantaneously into chaos. The high-grade Xueyinmen pill, for cultivators at the foundation establishment stage, was not merely a means to enhance their cultivation. It was the sole hope for overcoming stubborn bottlenecks. Its true value could not be measured by a mere few hundred spirit stones. Assuming the guise of a middle-aged loose cultivator, Yinfeng maintained a calm demeanor, though he had anticipated this very scenario. He flicked his fingers lightly, and a gentle force retrieved the jade vial into his palm. With an air of indifference, he declared, "If it is thus, the highest bidder shall obtain it. Please feel free to proceed." His intention was to conduct an impromptu auction. The onlookers were momentarily taken aback. Then their eyes ignited with even greater fervor and greed as the bidding war intensified. I bid 900. 1,000. 1,100. The price soared. And soon the first high-grade Xueyinmen pill was snatched up eagerly for the exorbitant sum of 1,300 spirit stones. With the first successful transaction, the competition grew even more heated. Within a mere incense stick's time, 6 high-grade Xueyinmen pills were depleted by the swarming cultivators, and Yinfeng's seemingly unremarkable storage bag now brimmed with nearly 8,000 low-grade spirit stones. However, as the bidding for the 7th pill commenced, the fervent atmosphere strangely cooled. The remaining spectators, though their eyes still gleamed with desire, found their pockets woefully empty, left only to sigh in longing and helplessness. At that moment, a clear and melodious voice, imbued with an undeniable authority, resonated from the back of the crowd. I, Yin Miao Feng, shall take the remaining 2. May I inquire, Taoist friend, will you prioritize selling all the pills you refine in the future to us at Yin Miao Feng? The crowd parted as if guided by an invisible force, creating a path. A woman clad in a light purple flowing dress, her face partially veiled by a delicate gauze, stepped forward gracefully. Her figure was enchanting and ethereal, with eyes like glistening stars. Though her full visage was obscured, an aura of unapproachable nobility emanated from her. Yin Miaofeng. Upon hearing this name, nearly all cultivators present instinctively gasped, their expressions revealing profound respect and trepidation. The Yaowang sect governs 12 surrounding spiritual peaks, with Yin Miaofeng being the most enigmatic and transcendent among them. This sect specializes in formations and talismans, boasting few disciples, yet each possesses formidable strength, making them formidable adversaries, rarely seen in the outside world. No one had anticipated that a member of Yin Miaofeng would appear in this market today, and seemingly of considerable standing. Yin Feng felt a subtle shift within. Establishing a connection with such a mysterious force would undoubtedly provide him with an additional layer of hidden protection, facilitating future endeavors. He maintained his composure and, with a gravelly voice, inquired, what price would Yin Miaofeng be willing to offer? 90% of the market price. The woman, known as Su Yingxue, the daughter of the Yin Miaofeng master, spoke with an even tone, carrying an undeniable authority. While the price may be slightly below market value, we can guarantee that any materials you require for pill refining will be prioritized and offered to you at cost, as long as they are within our stock or can be procured. Furthermore, trading with us will help you avoid many unnecessary troubles. The implication in her final words was profound and pointed. Yin Feng understood that his conspicuous sale of high-grade pills today had likely attracted the attention of many opportunistic individuals and hidden factions, ensuring that subsequent troubles would be inevitable. This proposition was undeniably alluring and practical. Yin Feng feigned contemplation for a moment, continuing to respond in his gravelly voice. This matter is of considerable significance. I cannot make decisions unilaterally. I am merely acting on behalf of my master. I must consult him before I can determine the specifics. A flicker of evident surprise flashed in Xueyinmen's exposed eyes. A pill master capable of consistently refining high-grade pills had a master? The implications were profound. However, she was astute and did not pursue the matter further. Instead, she gracefully produced a meticulously crafted communication talisman and handed it to him. No worries. Should your esteemed master be interested, you may use this talisman to contact me. Yin Feng accepted the talisman and the 2,000 spirit stones for the purchase of the 2 pills, swiftly packing up his stall. Under the complex gazes of envy, jealousy, and curiosity from the crowd, he vanished into the ceaseless flow of people in the market. Upon returning to the cave abode allocated by the Yaowang sect, Yin Feng immediately activated all protective barriers. In the courtyard, Qin Yao was diligently practicing a fundamental boxing technique, each movement executed with remarkable vigor, having already attained the 3rd level of qi refinement in a remarkably short period. Sir, you have returned. Upon seeing Yin Feng arrive, Qin Yao instantly ceased her exercises, bounding joyfully towards him like a sprightly deer, her face radiating a pure and blissful smile. Sir, look, I have made another breakthrough. Your progress is commendable. You have not been idle, Yin Feng remarked, his eyes reflecting approval as he casually handed her 2 carefully preserved high-grade Ningyuan pills. These are a reward for you. Consume them after stabilizing your realm to aid your foundational cultivation. High-grade elixirs. Qin Yao's bright eyes widened in delight as she gingerly took them with both hands, as if she had received a rare treasure. With a sweet smile, she suddenly tugged at Yin Feng's sleeve, lowering her voice conspiratorially. Sir, Chunner has a surprise for you as well. Oh, what surprise? Yin Feng raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Please wait a moment, Qin Yao exclaimed. Her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue as she swiftly dashed back to her room. Moments later, when the door gently opened once more, even Yin Feng, with his composed demeanor, found himself momentarily breathless. Before him stood Qin Yao, adorned in a meticulously tailored black and white made short skirt, a stark contrast to the styles of this world. The white lace apron perfectly accentuated her delicate waist, while beneath the hem, her long, slender legs were elegantly encased in sheer white stockings, glimmering softly in the light of the cave's pearl illumination. Nervously gripping the edge of her skirt, her face slightly lowered and flushed, she spoke in a voice barely audible. Sir, you previously mentioned this attire in passing, and I took note of it. I hope you like it. A sudden rush of fervor surged through Yin Feng, igniting his blood with an uncontrollable heat. He let out a low growl, unable to restrain himself any longer, and swept her up into his arms, striding into the inner chamber with fervent excitement. I love it. Absolutely adore it. Your thoughtful gesture deserves a worthy reward today. An evening filled with gentle spring breezes, the atmosphere was suffused with romance and tender affection, difficult to express in words. The following morning, soft daylight filtered through the barriers into the cave. Yin Feng gazed at the enchanting figure in his embrace, still peacefully sleeping with a satisfied smile gracing her lips, revealing a rare tenderness and fondness in his eyes. Chapter 48. The unexpected appearance of an old friend, however. This fleeting tenderness was soon supplanted by an unwavering resolve. He gently caressed Qin Yao's silky hair, his voice soft yet unyielding. Yaoer, I must once again enter seclusion for a period of time. Qin Yao, still half asleep, opened her eyes groggily and murmured, Another seclusion? Master, you've been retreating quite frequently lately. It is due to the impending opening of the Hanbing Valley, Yin Feng replied, his tone calm, yet filled with resolute determination. This journey is fraught with peril. I must prepare thoroughly to ensure my safety. Hanbing Valley. The confusion on Qin Yao's face evaporated, replaced by a profound sense of worry and anxiety. She abruptly sat up in Yin Feng's embrace, gripping his arm tightly, and exclaimed, Master, is that place extremely dangerous? Let me accompany you. I am also a cultivator now and can protect you. Seeing the pure concern in the young girl's eyes warmed Yin Feng's heart, yet his stance remained as firm as iron. No. You must stay behind and focus on your cultivation until I return. The Hanbing Valley was a true dragon's lair, and he himself lacked complete confidence in returning unscathed. There was no way he would risk Qin Yao's life by taking her along. Noticing Yin Feng's resolute demeanor, Qin Yao's eyes reddened slightly, but she nodded understandingly. transforming her myriad worries and reluctance into a gentle and lingering embrace. After soothing Qin Yao, Yanfeng once again entered a state of seclusion. This time, he was not concocting the Xueyinmen pill, but rather several specialized elixirs designed to contend with the treacherous environment of Hanbing Valley, as well as various potent talismans capable of preserving life or overcoming enemies in critical moments. However, on the third day of his retreat, the protective barrier outside his cave dwelling was unexpectedly triggered. Yanfeng furrowed his brow, initially assuming it was Ling Shuang come to urge him along. Yet, upon seeing the familiar yet disheveled figure through the barrier's shimmering light, a flicker of surprise and a cold scrutiny crossed his eyes. Outside the cave, Yun Qingwan stood pale as a sheet, her breath shallow and erratic. The official robe of the Xueyinmen sect she wore had become tattered and soiled, and she appeared anxious and fearful, resembling a startled bird. Yanfeng deactivated the barrier, regarding her coldly. "What brings you here, Senior Brother Yan?" Upon seeing him, Yun Qingwan seemed to find her anchor, collapsing to her knees with a thud, her voice trembling and laced with tears. I have defected from the Xueyinmen sect. The venomous cold moon Ning seeks to eliminate me. I barely escaped with my life. In this vast world, I have nowhere to go. I implore you, for the sake of our past, to take me in." Yanfeng's expression remained impassive, yet his mind raced. Yun Qingwan had been a trusted confidant of Cold Moon Ning and undoubtedly possessed significant insider knowledge about the sect. Her defection could potentially serve as a valuable source of intelligence. However, taking her in might also attract danger and expose his whereabouts. "Why should I trust you?" Yanfeng's voice was devoid of warmth, as frigid as ancient ice. Upon hearing this, Yun Qingwan hastily retrieved a jade slip that shimmered softly from her robe, raising it above her head. This is the core transmission jade slip of the Xueyinmen sect, containing evidence of Cold Moon Ning secretly cultivating personal power and eliminating dissenters. "I am willing to offer my soul imprint, bound to your will, merely to stay by your side and serve you faithfully, with no ulterior motives." Yanfeng accepted the jade slip, quickly scanning its contents with a thread of his consciousness. Upon confirming its authenticity, the cold glint in his eyes slightly receded. After a moment's contemplation, he ultimately decided to temporarily keep this woman. She might indeed prove useful in the future. He communicated through his identity jade token to the steward responsible for guest affairs, succinctly explaining the situation. Utilizing his status as a guest alchemist, he secured for Yun Qingwan a low-ranking position as a servant in the outer region of Yaowang Zone, granting her a legitimate place to reside for the time being. "Thank you, Senior Brother. Thank you for your kindness," Yun Qingwan exclaimed with tears of joy, repeatedly bowing in gratitude. "For the rest of my life, I will serve you dutifully, without hesitation." "Rise." Yanfeng interrupted her expressions of loyalty with indifference. "I do not require your self-sacrifice. You need only remain compliant and refrain from causing trouble. Take these elixirs and restore your strength as soon as possible." He tossed her a simple vial containing several high-quality healing elixirs. Yun Qingwan hurriedly accepted the vial, sensing the immense medicinal power within, her heart overwhelmed with shock and elation, filled with gratitude and awe for Yanfeng's generosity and skill. Yet, when she raised her head to express her loyalty further, she found that Yanfeng had already turned back into the cave, the heavy stone door slamming shut and sealing her outside. The excitement and joy on Yun Qingwan's face instantly froze, replaced by deep disappointment and helplessness. She realized that Yanfeng had not truly trusted or accepted her. Everything that transpired was merely a transaction of mutual benefit. The following morning, just as Yanfeng concluded a night of alchemical refinement, the barrier of the cave was triggered once more. This time, the knocking from outside was frantic and filled with dread. "Senior Brother Yan, something terrible has happened." It's Yun Qingwan's voice, trembling with evident fear. Yanfeng's brow furrowed deeply as he opened the stone door. There stood Yun Qingwan, her face etched with terror, as if she had witnessed something extraordinarily horrifying. She pointed towards the mountain's base, her voice trembling uncontrollably. I sense a familiar yet terrifying aura. It is Mo Qing. She is not dead. She has come." Mo Qing? Yanfeng's frown deepened. Was she not the disciple of the Xueyinmen sect who had been ordered to hunt him down alongside Yun Qingwan? "How could she be here? How can you be certain?" he asked, his heart racing with caution. "I do not know, but I cannot be mistaken." The fear in Yun Qingwan's eyes was palpable. Rumors had circulated within the sect that she had angered Cold Moon Ning over some matter and had been forced into the forbidden grounds, the Ancient Tomb. Everyone believed she was doomed. That place has never seen a living soul return. Ancient Tomb. Yanfeng's heart jolted at the mention. The name had also been recorded in a certain ancient text within the Zhongjingo that spoke of a primordial forbidden land even more terrifying than the Hanbing Valley. It was said to be a fragment of a battlefield from the ancient war between immortals and demons, where resentment, sword, and malevolent spirits roamed freely. It was not merely foundational cultivators who would perish there. Even a golden core master would meet a grim fate if they were to recklessly intrude. The audacity of Mo Qing to venture into such a place, and yet emerge alive, was astonishing. The two exchanged a glance, discovering an unprecedented gravity and disbelief in each other's eyes. Yanfeng made a swift decision. We must descend the mountain immediately to investigate. Under the guidance of Yun Qingwan, who still bore a trace of fear, they soon found a concealed cave not far from the foot of Yawang Zone, exuding a damp and eerie aura. Deep within the cave lay a figure, barely clinging to life, resembling a corpse. At this moment, Mo Qing exhibited none of her former arrogance or brilliance. She was drenched in blood, her left arm severed at the shoulder, missing without a trace. Her body was riddled with countless ghastly wounds, deep enough to reveal the bone beneath. Most terrifying of all, a chilling black mist coiled around those wounds, emanating a sense of dread as if it possessed a life of its own, continuously eroding the frail remnants of her vitality. Had it not been for her solid foundation in cultivation and her willpower far exceeding that of ordinary individuals, she would have long since succumbed to the cold embrace of death. Chapter 49. The Secret of the Golden Core. Yanfeng and Yun Qingwan suddenly appeared, and in the eyes of the near-death Mo Qing, a fierce, almost frenzied desire for survival erupted, pleading, "Save me. Quickly, give me a pill. Any pill will do." Yanfeng's gaze was as cold as frost, silently scrutinizing her without uttering a word. Observing his silence, Mo Qing hastily mustered her breath and, with great difficulty, managed to utter, I know you all wish to kill me. But please, do not act just yet. Let me finish. I found the Dmayin Xin in the Yuxian tomb." "What?" Both Yanfeng and Yun Qingwan's expressions shifted dramatically, their eyes filled with disbelief. "Impossible. Absolutely impossible," Yun Qingwan exclaimed, her voice trembling. "How could such a celestial treasure, the Dmayin Xin, appear in the Yuxian tomb, a place of utmost darkness and evil?" "It is true, without a doubt." Mo Qing coughed violently, expelling a large mouthful of ominous black blood, yet her eyes flickered with a blend of pain and madness. "The Dmayin Xin is guarded by an immensely powerful ancient guardian beast. I was no match for it, which is why I ended up like this. Yanfeng, your alchemical skills are unparalleled. Surely you require the celestial fire to refine your alchemy, and even yourself. If you provide me with healing and detoxifying pills, the three of us can join forces to slay that beast and seize the fire seed." Yanfeng fixed his gaze on her pale, contorted face, his mind racing as he weighed the pros and cons, along with the authenticity of her claims. The Yuxian tomb was fraught with peril, a universally acknowledged truth in the cultivation world. The Dmayin Xin, such a supreme treasure of Yang. If it truly existed in such a place, why had no news of it ever surfaced throughout the ages? There must be a deception at play, or perhaps a deeper trap hidden within. Seemingly sensing the profound doubt in Yanfeng's eyes, Mo Qing struggled, exerting her last ounce of strength to say, "Do you think I am lying to you? I will speak the truth. My ancestor was a core elder of the demonic sect, Sha Hunzong. The Dmayin Xin was discovered by my ancestor during an expedition and was forcibly sealed in an extreme node deep within the Yuxian tomb using the sect's secret formation, the Yuming Sua Ling Grand Array, in an attempt to slowly transform its properties for future disciples to cultivate supreme demonic arts. That place is shrouded by the array, creating a secret space of its own. Aside from the guardian beast bound by the formation, outsiders would have no way of knowing. This information was pieced together from a damaged jade slip left by my ancestor. I am likely the only one in the world who knows its exact location. Sha Hunzong, Yuming Sua Ling Grand Array." Yanfeng's heart trembled violently. The secretive explanation derived from the demonic sect, coupled with the specific names and principles of the formations, significantly increased the credibility of the entire affair. The existence of such a celestial treasure deliberately concealed by an ancient demonic sect, would naturally be unknown to outsiders. A clearly defined target, a known enemy constrained by a formation. Compared to venturing into the unpredictable and incomplete Ice Valley, the risks seemed far smaller and more manageable. If he could first acquire the Yin Exine, refine it preliminarily, and then enter the Ice Valley in search of other opportunities, whether for alchemy, combat, or laying the groundwork for future golden core condensation, his chances of success would multiply exponentially. This temptation was overwhelming, enough to stir his heart. Very well, I will trust you for now. A glimmer of determination flashed in Yin Feng's eyes as he made his decision in an instant. He flicked his finger, and a high-grade pill specifically for detoxification and recovery landed precisely in Mo Qing's mouth. You and Yun Qingwan shall hide here to recuperate. Without my news, do not act recklessly. With that, he did not linger for a moment, swiftly turning to return to the sect alone. The endeavor to seize the Yin Exine from the Yuxian tomb was of utmost significance and required thorough preparation. He needed to gather more spirit stones to purchase or refine more powerful defensive artifacts and offensive talismans. Upon returning to his cave dwelling, Yin Feng did not immediately begin to forge artifacts or talismans. Instead, he unusually chose to sit cross-legged, calming his breath and focusing his mind, attempting to break through the bottleneck that had troubled him for so long. At the pinnacle of the 9th layer of foundation building, he seemed but a step away from the true path of the golden core. Yet, that step felt as if it spanned an endless abyss, nearly impossible to traverse. Having practiced dual cultivation with Qin Yao for an extended period, the girl's pure primordial Yin power had long been absorbed and refined by him, transforming into the most refined liquid spiritual power within him. In recent days, he had nearly consumed the high-grade Ning Yuan Dan he acquired from the market as if they were mere candies, and the total amount of spiritual power he had amassed had reached a shocking level that would astonish fellow cultivators of the same rank. However, no matter how he mobilized this vast spiritual power to break through, that invisible barrier of realm remained as solid as rock, showing no signs of yielding, not even a hint of loosening. What could be the matter? Yin Feng gradually withdrew his energy, his brows tightly knit in a furrow. The spiritual power was evidently overflowing to the point that it could not increase any further. Why was he unable to break through? This was far from a simple issue of spiritual power accumulation. System, inquire about the detailed conditions for breaking through to the golden core stage. He silently called upon that mysterious entity in his mind. A cold, emotionless mechanical voice soon resonated in his mind. Ding. Permission confirmed. Beginning database search. To ascend to the golden core stage, it is not merely a process of spiritual power accumulation. The host must simultaneously meet the following 3 core conditions to attempt a breakthrough. 1. Spiritual power compression and Dan formation. All liquid spiritual power within the body must be compressed to the utmost, repeatedly purified until a solid golden core embryonic form is condensed within the dantian. This process demands exceedingly high requirements for the total amount of spiritual power, purity, and the cultivator's mental strength. Failure may result in a backlash of spiritual power, leading to regression in cultivation. 2. Heart demon tribulation. At the moment when the golden core embryonic form is congealed, it will evoke the cultivator's deepest obsessions, fears, and regrets, magnifying them infinitely, transforming them into formless heart demons that assault the soul. If the heart demon is not eliminated, the golden core may shatter, destroying cultivation. At worst, the soul may be damaged, consciousness submerged, and even completely dissipated. 3. Heavenly thunder tribulation. When the golden core is fully formed, its contained power will have initially touched upon the rules of heaven and earth, making it intolerable to the heavens, thus causing the corresponding thunder tribulation to descend as a test. Crossing this tribulation leads to a complete transformation and a significant extension of lifespan, officially entering the ranks of advanced cultivators. Failing to do so results in the destruction of the physical body, and the soul turning to ashes in the lightning, leading to death and the obliteration of the path. A special reminder, the 3 tribulations mentioned must be faced alone by the host, as the system cannot provide any direct assistance. It is advisable for the host to make thorough preparations, particularly in strengthening the soul, ensuring an ample supply of tribulation elixirs and magical tools before attempting again. A cascade of cold and detailed information poured over him like a bucket of icy water mixed with ice cubes, instantly soaking his limbs and bones. Yin Feng's expression darkened, becoming exceedingly grave. It turned out that the journey from Foundation establishment to Golden Core involves such numerous hardships and life-and-death trials. Compressing and refining spiritual power is relatively straightforward, merely a matter of time and resources. However, the intangible and formless heart demon tribulation that targets the core of one's being, along with the violently destructive thunder tribulation representing the will of heaven and earth, are undeniably real, with no possibility of shortcuts to evade death. A moment of carelessness could lead to the annihilation of both body and soul, leaving no chance of return. No wonder countless exceptionally talented individuals in the cultivation world find themselves stuck at this juncture, exhausting their lives in pursuit, yet ultimately unable to transcend, resigning to their fate as mere dust. He took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the turbulent waves of emotion and a barely perceptible chill within. If the system cannot provide assistance, then everything must rely solely on himself. Given his current foundation and preparedness, attempting a breakthrough would be tantamount to courting death with an infinitesimal chance of success. It seems that the original plan must be adjusted. A flicker of determination crossed Yin Feng's eyes as he quickly clarified his thoughts. The immediate priority is to find a way to obtain the Yin Xin from the fallen immortal tomb. Successfully refining this heavenly spiritual fire would not only significantly enhance his immediate combat power, but also serve as the core to further temper and purify his spiritual energy, greatly increasing the success rate of compressing that energy, thus laying the most solid foundation for ultimately coalescing a perfect golden core. After acquiring the Yin Xin, he would then proceed to the Cold Ice Valley as per the original plan. The rare heavenly materials and earthly treasures, long extinct in the outside world, found within the valley are precisely what he needs for concocting various elixirs to assist in overcoming tribulations and excellent materials to strengthen the soul against heart demons. Only by preparing these resources to the utmost and adjusting his state to the peak of perfection could he muster enough confidence to face the perilous golden core tribulation, which is akin to a brush with death. Having made up his mind, Yin Feng no longer felt anxious, instead settling his heart completely. He patiently awaited news of Mo Qing's recovery while tirelessly refining various elixirs and talismans that might be needed, amassing more trump cards for the upcoming journey to the fallen immortal tomb. In the small herbal garden outside the cave dwelling, Qin Yao diligently practiced, sweating profusely each day. The techniques and elixirs provided by Yin Feng are of the highest caliber, allowing her cultivation to advance rapidly, with signs of a breakthrough to the fourth layer of qi refinement already manifesting. The girl's thoughts are pure and simple. She merely desires to grow a little stronger. Content, even if she can only assist her teacher in the smallest way in the future. On this day, Yun Xingwan came as scheduled to the outer area of the cave dwelling to collect her monthly allotment of elixirs as a miscellaneous disciple. Yin Feng stepped out of the cave and handed her a vial containing several ordinary elixirs. However, as his gaze inadvertently swept across Yun Xingwan's lowered cheek, it paused momentarily, lingering on her side profile, which appeared even paler than usual. Chapter 50. Undercurrents upon her once fair and smooth visage, an unmistakable faint red mark had appeared, a subtle bruise at the corner of her mouth barely discernible. Her aura was markedly unsteady and disordered, indicative of a recent confrontation, during which she evidently suffered a significant setback. What transpired? Yin Feng's tone was unremarkable, devoid of any discernible emotion, yet his gaze bore down on Yun Xingwan with palpable intensity. Yun Xingwan's body trembled slightly as she instinctively lowered her head, striving to conceal the marks upon her face. Her voice quivered with a hint of barely detectable panic. It's nothing. I simply stumbled during my training. Stumbled? Yin Feng's tone grew icy, imbued with an air of undeniable authority. Do you truly believe I would accept such a feeble excuse? His cold gaze pierced through her, rendering Yun Xingwan utterly exposed, shattering any flicker of hope she harbored. Unable to maintain her facade, her eyes reddened, a tumult of grievance and fear washed over her, and her voice trembled. It was senior sister, Mo Qing. She, for some unknown reason, suddenly suspected you of what? Yin Feng pressed, a subtle furrow forming upon his brow. She accused me of having an illicit affair with you, senior brother. Otherwise, there would have been no need for me to betray the Xueyinmen sect and risk everything to come to you. As her voice dwindled to a whisper, she continued, she called me a treacherous wretch, a traitor seeking to gain favor today, Over trivial matters, she resorted to violence against me. Yin Feng's brow deepened with concern. A flicker of impatience and disdain surged within him. Mo Qing was indeed a troublesome source of unrest. Even in her wounded state, she could not refrain from internal strife. I have long cautioned you to remain compliant and refrain from provoking trouble. His tone bore the chill of admonition. Yun Qingwan's face turned pale with fright, and she hastily knelt. Please forgive me, senior brother. I truly did nothing wrong. I have always been cautious. It was senior sister Mo Qing who acted unreasonably and deliberately troubled me. Yin Feng regarded the woman trembling before him. Devoid of any compassion, he had taken her in solely for her potential usefulness, a means to glean insights into the Xueyinmen sect and the motivations of Lung Yuning. As for the rivalry between these two women, he held no interest and deemed it a waste of time. Nevertheless, he did not wish for this senseless conflict to disrupt his plans to seize the Di Mai Yanhua. After a moment of contemplation, he softened his tone slightly and said, "Very well, rise. This matter, to some extent, has arisen due to my involvement. I shall speak to her on your behalf to clarify." However, to his surprise, upon hearing this, Yun Qingwan's expression shifted dramatically, as if she had encountered something dreadful, and she shook her head vigorously in refusal. "No, that won't be necessary, senior brother. Truly it is not. This is merely a minor friction between us women. Your esteemed status would only serve to complicate matters further, leading her to believe I am leveraging your influence. It would only worsen the situation. I will find a way to resolve it myself." Yin Feng's keen gaze scrutinized her once more, as if attempting to penetrate her very essence. A woman who had just been bullied into silence now adamantly rejected the invaluable assistance he offered. This reaction exuded an unsettling peculiarity. However, since she insisted on her stubbornness, Yin Feng chose not to expend further energy on such trivialities. "As you wish," he coldly remarked, turning to leave the cave. "Senior brother, please wait." Yun Qingwan seemed to summon her courage once more, calling out to him. She swiftly retrieved a pale blue jade slip from her storage bag and presented it respectfully with both hands. "This contains my insights on the core cultivation techniques of the Xueyinmen sect, as well as some behavioral patterns and potential weaknesses of Lung Yuning. Perhaps it may prove useful to you, senior brother." Yin Feng paused, accepting the jade slip and quickly scanning its contents with a thread of his consciousness. The information inscribed was indeed detailed, not merely fabricated on a whim. He cast a glance at Yun Qingwan. This woman understood how to assert her value, exchanging intelligence for her own survival. "Understood. You may leave," he replied, his tone remaining neutral. With that, Yin Feng did not linger, and the heavy stone door of the cave gradually closed behind him, sealing off the outside world. Yun Qingwan stood rooted in place, gazing at the firmly shut stone door, a complex glimmer flashing in her eyes. Gradually, she rose, shedding her earlier fragile and pitiful demeanor, replaced by a deep-seated resentment and determination forged in the crucible of desperation. Resolved to handle it herself? Yes. She must take charge of her own destiny. No longer could she remain a mere dependent, a pitiful creature seeking solace in the shadow of a man. Within the cave, Yin Feng casually placed the jade slip Yun Qingwan had given him on a jade table, indifferent to the details concerning Lung Yuning's habits and weaknesses. Did he truly require such knowledge? The next encounter was destined to be one of life and death. The outcome would be simple. Either she would perish or he would. Understanding those trivial details held no significance. His thoughts were consumed by matters of greater import. Whether it was to venture to the fallen immortal tomb to seize the Di Mayan Xin, or to subsequently explore the Han Bing Valley for opportunities, vast resources were required for preparation. Elixirs, talismans, magical artifacts. Each was a voracious beast consuming spirit stones. Relying solely on his sporadic sales of elixirs proved inefficient and overly conspicuous, likely attracting unnecessary attention and trouble. Collaborating with Yun Miao Peak was undoubtedly the optimal choice at present. He retrieved the pale purple communication talisman gifted by Su Yingshuo, infusing it with a thread of pure spiritual energy. Moments later, Su Yingshuo's voice, ethereal yet resonant, emanated from the talisman. "Have you come to a conclusion? It is not I." Yin Feng deliberately lowered and altered his voice, rendering it hoarse and aged, reminiscent of a venerable elder. "He is the master of my household, who, after careful consideration, consented to the collaboration with Gui Feng." The voice on the other end of the transmission fell silent for a moment, seemingly intrigued by the elusive presence of this master who had never shown himself, yet ultimately refrained from further inquiries. Good, came Xueyinmen's voice once more, crisp and decisive, getting straight to the point regarding the time and place. A glimmer of insight flashed in Yin Feng's eyes as he divulged the name of a tea house, renowned for its tranquility and elegance, located in the outer market of Yaowang Zone. 3 days hence, at the initial hour of noon. Having established the preliminary terms of the transaction with Yun Miaofeng, Yin Feng remained vigilant and unyielding. The matters concerning the Earth Vein's fiery heart were fraught with uncertainty. Mo Qing, that woman, possessed a profound cunning, and her words were often laced with both truth and deceit, warranting circumspection. Yet, before that, he must find a method to elevate his own strength and hidden cards to a higher echelon. Both the fallen immortal tomb and the Ice Valley were perilous and unpredictable. Being better prepared would afford him a greater chance of survival. He urgently required the concoction of a special elixir, with the primary herb being the extraordinary Xueyinmen. This herb could significantly enhance a cultivator's spiritual power and resilience, providing him with a crucial safeguard against the terrifying tribulations of inner demons or the insidious assaults on the soul that he might face in the future. The pivotal Xueyinmen had been promised to him by Ling Shuang in exchange for his company to the Ice Valley. Without hesitation, he stowed away the transmission talisman and made his way directly into the depths of Yaowang Zone, towards the serene abode of the steward Ling Shuang in the Baijiao Pavilion. In the elegant courtyard, Ling Shuang sat alone upon a stone platform, surrounded by a faint chill that seemed capable of freezing the very air, clearly immersed in the cultivation of a unique ice-based technique. Chapter 51. Seeking alternate paths upon sensing Yin Feng's arrival, Ling Shuang slowly opened her clear and cold eyes, which reflected an unyielding tranquility akin to ancient, unmelting ice. What is it? Her voice was succinct and frigid. The plan has changed, Yin Feng stated directly, his tone steady and devoid of hesitation. I must postpone our journey to Hanbinggu. I have unexpectedly acquired definitive information regarding the whereabouts of Xueyinmen. Ling Shuang's frosty gaze suddenly narrowed. Even with her temperament, the mere mention of Xueyinmen stirred her emotions, causing the chilling aura around her to waver momentarily. Xueyinmen was a rare treasure of heaven and earth, and the process of acquiring it was fraught with peril, equally as daunting as traversing Hanbinggu. She quickly regained her usual composure, her tone remaining indifferent. I understand, Yin Feng nodded, his gaze fixed intently upon her. However, if I can successfully refine Xueyinmen, it will serve as a foundation for my subsequent entry into Hanbinggu, thereby increasing my chances of success by at least 30%. This would be of immense benefit to both of us. Ling Shuang remained silent, merely observing him, awaiting his further words. Yin Feng took a deep breath and revealed his true intentions for this visit. I need you to provide me with Xueyinmen in advance. The process of refining Xueyinmen is an immense trial and torment for a cultivator's spirit. If I have Xueyinmen to safeguard my soul, I will have a greater assurance of success, ensuring that nothing goes awry. Upon hearing this, a rare, icy smirk curved at the corners of Ling Shuang's lips, laced with a hint of mockery, as though she had heard an exceedingly absurd jest. Yin Feng, are you negotiating terms with me? She slowly rose, an invisible pressure emanating from her cultivation and status enveloped the courtyard, asserting dominance. Our agreement was clear from the outset. You would accompany me into Hanbinggu and assist me in obtaining the Xueyinmen. Upon success, I would naturally provide you with Xueyinmen. Until then, you shall not receive a single fragment of it in advance. Are you not afraid that I might fail to seize Xueyinmen and ultimately perish? Yin Feng's expression turned frigid, a hint of chill in his tone. If I die, who will venture into Hanbinggu to retrieve the Xueyinmen for you? That is your own concern, and it bears no relevance to me. Ling Shuang's voice was devoid of emotion, as if carved from ice. I only care for the final outcome. If you cannot even surpass the trial of seizing Xueyinmen, it merely proves that I misjudged your capabilities. You possess no qualification to enter Hanbinggu, nor are you worthy of negotiating with me. This woman's heart was colder than eternal ice and harder than dark iron. Yin Feng comprehended fully at this moment. It was utterly futile to expect any benefits from her in advance. She adhered strictly to the most merciless principle of equivalent exchange, one where she maintained absolute control and initiative. Very well. Yin Feng's fury transformed into a bitter smile, the last shred of potential negotiation evaporating into icy resolve. In that case, I shall not go to Han Binggu. With a cold laugh, he cast one last glance at Ling Shuang, then turned decisively on his heel and strode away without a trace of reluctance. Ling Shuang observed his resolute and indifferent figure retreating without a backward glance, a fleeting hint of surprise flickering in her clear eyes. She had not anticipated Yan Feng's reaction to be so intense and decisive, unilaterally tearing apart their prior agreement. A moment of minute hesitation flitted across her icy heart, but was quickly extinguished by her own will. Xueyinmen was exceedingly precious. It was a safeguard she had prepared for herself against certain crises and would never easily part with it for someone yet to prove their worth. She did not believe that Yan Feng could find another mature Xueyinmen in the Yaowang zone, or even the entire northern region. If he wished to break through to the Jindan stage and strengthen his spirit to resist the heart's demons, he would ultimately have to return to seek her assistance. Unaware of the heights of heaven and the depths of the earth, merely indulging in youthful bravado, Ling Shuang scoffed inwardly as she settled back onto the stone platform, slowly closing her eyes to re-enter her meditative state. To her, Yan Feng's actions were nothing more than a clumsy ploy of a young man attempting to entice her, and thus, unworthy of her attention. Upon exiting Ling Shuang's icy courtyard and distancing himself from the discomforting chill, Yan Feng's surging wrath gradually subsided, replaced by a cold and calculated contemplation. He had anticipated that Ling Shuang's path would not yield results. Indeed, it was quite expected. Entrusting one's hopes for advancement to the generosity and cooperation of others was the most foolish and unreliable act within the cultivation world. However, Xueyinmen was something he must obtain. He could not afford to relinquish it. Since it was unfeasible to pursue it through by Chao Gu and Ling Shuang, he would immediately change his target and seek an alternate path. He quickly thought of Yun Miao Feng and the ethereal, generous Suing Xue. As the most enigmatic and profound lineage among the 12 spiritual peaks of the Yaowang zone, Yun Miao Feng boasted a long-standing heritage. Although its disciples were few, they were exceptional, specializing in the study of formations and talismans, with a wealth of resources that far exceeded the imagination of ordinary cultivators. Such a top-tier force might possess clues regarding Xueyinmen or even have stock on hand. Moreover, he happened to possess high-quality elixirs that they urgently required, which constituted the most substantial and formidable bargaining chip at present. Upon returning to his cave dwelling, as soon as Yan Feng settled into the quiet room, the storage bag at his waist trembled slightly, resonating with a unique spiritual energy. He immediately probed within and discovered that the pale purple communication talisman, imprinted with cloud patterns and gifted by Suing Xue, had activated on its own. Radiating a soft glow, he infused it with a thread of spiritual energy, and Suing Xue's cool and melodious voice emerged clearly from within, succinct and to the point. The transaction has been advanced. Tonight at midnight, atop Yun Miao Feng, in Tingzhu Xian, I await your arrival. Enter with this token. Latecomers will not be admitted. As her voice faded, the talisman emitted a gentle flash, and a token meticulously carved from pure purple jade, adorned with intricate and profound cloud patterns, appeared out of thin air, quietly hovering before Yan Feng, exuding a faint, unique spatial aura. Yan Feng grasped the cool jade token in his hand, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes. Indeed, Yun Miao Feng acted with remarkable decisiveness and possessed extraordinary means, managing to seize the opportunity with such precision. That night, the moon was cool as water, and the stars twinkled brightly. Yan Feng once again quietly activated the Jiuzhuan Yin Yuan Ju, and a subtle sound of cracking bones resonated within him. His form and visage blurred and transformed, reverting to that of an inconspicuous middle-aged wandering cultivator, unremarkable in appearance yet exuding a calm aura. He donned the most ordinary gray coarse cloth robe, concealing all notable traces of his presence. Like a specter, he silently departed the cave dwelling, taking advantage of the night's cover to hasten toward the direction of Yun Miao Feng. Yun Miao Feng was perpetually enveloped by an enigmatic and intricate cloud-locked mountain formation, rendering it impossible for outsiders to glimpse even the slightest aspect within. Attempts to probe with spiritual awareness would vanish as if a cow had sunk into the sea. Those who dared to trespass were invariably ensnared within the formation, ultimately meeting their demise and becoming mere bones. Upon reaching the foot of Yun Miao Feng, Yan Feng produced the purple jade token bestowed by Suing Xue. The moment the token emerged, it radiated a gentle purple aura that resonated softly with the surrounding formation. The thick, unyielding, and restless mists ahead parted as if imbued with life, silently creating a narrow passageway that allowed only one to traverse, a winding stone staircase leading into the depths of the fog. Without hesitation, Yinfeng stepped onto the staircase that seemed to ascend into the clouds. As he did, the dense mist behind him closed in without a sound, completely isolating him from the outside world, as if he had entered an entirely different realm of tranquility. Chapter 52. Dan Jingyun Miao ascending the path step by step. Yinfeng could distinctly sense that amidst the seemingly tranquil clouds and mist surrounding him, at least dozens of powerful and elusive array auras lay in concealment. These formations were intricately interconnected, a marvel of craftsmanship, where a single thread pulled could lead to a catastrophic response. The defenses of Yunmiao Peak were indeed as renowned as rumored. Before long, he arrived at the summit. The peak was an expansive platform made of pristine hanbaiyu, bathed in the unimpeded, cool light of the moon, illuminating the entire area with a translucent brilliance, reminiscent of a celestial realm. A graceful figure had long been leaning against the railing, quietly gazing at the undulating sea of clouds in the distance. Dressed in a pale purple flowing gown, her figure was enchanting and ethereal, and though her face was still partially veiled, her exposed eyes, under the pure moonlight, appeared even more clear and bright, twinkling like cold stars. It was none other than Xueyinmen, the young master of Yunmiao Peak. Upon hearing the steady footsteps behind her, she slowly turned, her gaze landing on the middle-aged rogue cultivator that Yinfeng was disguising as, her tone calm and unruffled. "You have arrived. My master has sent me here." Yinfeng deliberately lowered his voice, making it sound hoarse and weathered. "How should I address the fairy?" "Xueyinmen," she replied succinctly. A mischievous alias surfaced in Yinfeng's mind as he cupped his fists and said gravely, "I am Wei Xiaobao." Wei Xiaobao? A flicker of unmasked astonishment and confusion flashed in Xueyinmen's clear, translucent eyes, as if she had never encountered such a peculiar, somewhat vulgar name. However, her temperament was refined, and she quickly suppressed this minor doubt, restoring her customary cool demeanor. "Since that is the case, let us directly discuss the details of the alchemical cooperation." "There is no need for discussion," Yinfeng interjected firmly, raising his hand to interrupt her. "Prior to my arrival, my master had already outlined all the conditions." Xueyinmen's delicate brows furrowed slightly, patiently awaiting his continuation. Meeting her penetrating gaze, Yinfeng articulated clearly, "My master stated that the elixirs could be exclusively supplied to Yunmiao Peak. But the price must be calculated at the highest market rate, without any discount or negotiation. Should Yunmiao Peak find this condition unacceptable, then this transaction shall cease." The atmosphere atop the peak, previously serene and harmonious, instantaneously froze, as if the very air had ceased to flow. For the first time, a palpable chill emanated from Xueyinmen's eyes, which were as clear as water. "Friend Wei," her voice remained ethereal and pleasant, yet carried an undeniable authority and pressure. "Is my Yunmiao Peak's face not worth even a mere 10% discount in your master's eyes?" The highest price in the market was typically a rate observed during minor transactions between rogue cultivators or in urgent circumstances. Any reputable sect engaging in bulk purchases would invariably receive corresponding discounts, a nearly unspoken rule in the realm of cultivation. Moreover, she had previously demonstrated ample sincerity by proposing a generous offer at 90% of the market price. "Face cannot be traded for spirit stones." Yinfeng's voice, though hoarse, was resolute, devoid of any inclination for concession. "My master has a peculiar temperament. What he states as the price is the price. If Miss Su finds the price exorbitant, you may choose not to purchase, and we shall seek other buyers." He flawlessly embodied the image of a steadfast servant, loyal to his master, yet entirely unyielding to the nuances of negotiation and social etiquette. Xueyinmen scrutinized him deeply, as if attempting to pierce through his unremarkable facade to discern his true intentions. After a moment of silence, her tone softened slightly, adopting a persuasive note. "Friend Wei, it is not that my Yunmiao Peak cannot afford this price. However, matters must adhere to rules and conventions. A market price of 90% represents our utmost sincerity. You may relay to your esteemed master that if he is willing to establish a long-term and stable partnership with Yunmiao Peak, we could maintain this favorable price." "No need." Yinfeng again rejected without hesitation, his tone crisp and decisive, offering no room for negotiation. It seemed he had lost patience for further bargaining. directly retrieving an ordinary white jade vial from his storage bag. He uncorked the vial, poured out a perfectly round elixir, and flicked it with his finger, sending the pills soaring towards Xueyinmen with precision. My master also stated that before deciding to buy or not, it would be prudent to examine the product firsthand. Instinctively, Xueyinmen raised her delicate hand to catch the flying elixir. Upon contact, she felt a warm, jade-like texture, and an exquisitely pure fragrance of the elixir instantly filled her senses, invigorating her spirit and seemingly stirring her internal spiritual energy. As she lowered her gaze, her pupils constricted sharply upon seeing the elixir in her palm. The gathered yuan dan was flawless and round, its color crystalline, resembling the finest amber, with a faint, visible aura of spiritual light swirling around it. The profound purity of the spiritual energy contained within far surpassed any so-called top-grade gathered yuan dan she had ever encountered. This transcended the category of top-grade, nearly approaching the legendary quality of supreme elixirs. This elixir. For the first time, a noticeable tremor appeared in Xueyinmen's ethereal voice as she abruptly raised her head, her eyes filled with incredulous shock. Is this truly refined by your master? Naturally, Yanfeng stood with his hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of undeniable certainty. At that moment, Xueyinmen's heart raced involuntarily. An elixir of such extraordinary quality held a true value that far exceeded that of ordinary top-grade elixirs. It was no exaggeration to say that the worth of this single pill could rival that of an ordinary top-grade elixir, or even more. If calculated strictly according to the highest market price, it would be Yuan Miao Peak that benefited immensely. However, she, after all, presides over a peak's affairs, and her instinct for business negotiations compelled her to strive once more for more favorable terms. The quality of the medicinal pills was indeed exceptional, a rarity in the world. She forcefully suppressed the excitement and astonishment surging within her, endeavoring to maintain a voice that remained calm and composed, yet she pondered whether there was still room for negotiation regarding the price. Yanfeng seemed to have entirely lost his patience. He coldly snorted, unceremoniously interrupting her words. It appeared that Su Xianzi still deemed the price excessively steep and unacceptable. Before her words could fully escape her lips, he abruptly waved his hand. A crisp and melodious sound of jade colliding echoed instantaneously, and in the next moment, over 100 identical white jade bottles materialized, as if by magic, neatly piled upon the Han by Yu stone table that separated the two. He casually flicked open several bottle stoppers near him, and forthwith, a rich and almost palpable fragrance of medicinal essence surged forth, akin to a long-suppressed storm, sweeping across the entire summit of Yuan Miaofeng. Xueyinmen was utterly stunned, as if ensnared by an invisible spell, rendered motionless in place. She gazed vacantly at the small mountain of jade bottles, each undoubtedly containing that astonishingly exquisite medicinal pill, her mind seemingly halted, engulfed in a void. 100. A full 100 high-grade Xueyuandan. Infinitely close to the pinnacle of quality. She was not an inexperienced young lady sheltered from the world, yet the extraordinary scene before her completely shattered all her previous perceptions. The rarity of high-grade medicinal pills arose not only from the elevated skill required of the alchemist, the numerous challenges in their refinement, but also from their exceedingly limited production and low success rates. Any long-established alchemy master would require immense dedication and time to refine high-grade pills, making mass production utterly impossible. To produce 10 or 8 high-grade medicinal pills at once would already demonstrate the profound depth of a faction or an alchemist. Yet, this individual who claimed to be Wei Xiaobao, along with his master, had casually produced a staggering 100. What an astonishing and unimaginable level of alchemical prowess and resource reserves. Chapter 53. The Exchange of Elixirs. What does this signify? It reveals that the enigmatic master behind him possesses not only an extraordinary mastery of alchemy, but also finds the crafting of superior elixirs, typically a Herculean task for ordinary alchemists, merely as commonplace as eating or drinking. The consistency of his production is astonishingly formidable. This individual is no ordinary alchemist. He is a veritable mobile treasury of top-tier elixirs, an inexhaustible source of supreme cultivation resources. In comparison, the trivial 10% discount previously contemplated pales into insignificance. It is hardly worth mentioning. Even if the purchase price were to exceed market value by 30 or 50%, she would still go to any lengths to secure the deal. This transaction guarantees a windfall for Yuan Miaofeng. The current batch of elixirs could be utilized not only for the clandestine cultivation of core disciples at Yun Miao Feng, swiftly enhancing the overall strength of the sect, but could also be partially traded in the outside world, yielding unimaginable profits and invaluable goodwill. Buy, I shall purchase. We, Yun Miao Feng, shall acquire all these elixirs. Xueyinmen's breath quickened, her earlier demeanor of cold aloofness dissipating entirely, replaced by an intense and urgent fervor in her eyes. She hastened to the stone table, instinctively cradling the precious jade vials with both hands, as if fearing that the individual before her, Wei Xiaobao, might suddenly retract his offer. Her attitude underwent a complete transformation, her tone becoming unprecedentedly warm, even tinged with a hint of deference. Friend Wei, I must confess my earlier oversight and neglect. Please do not take offense. The quality of your master's elixirs is unparalleled, and we at Yun Miao Feng are willing to purchase them all, as you suggested, at the highest market price, without a single coin less. Yin Feng suppressed a cold smirk within, maintaining an expression of unflappable composure. My master has also mentioned that in addition to this batch of superior Ju Yuan Dan, he possesses 2 other special elixirs. I wonder if Fairy Su might be interested? Indeed, we are certainly interested. As long as it is an elixir crafted by your esteemed master, we at Yun Miao Feng are keen. Xueyinmen nodded eagerly, like a chick pecking at grain, fearful of delaying her response for even a moment. Seeing her enthusiasm, Yin Feng waved his hand, and 2 larger, more archaic black jade vials appeared upon the stone table. One vial contained Gu Yuan Dan, known for its ability to stabilize and enhance the foundation of cultivation, capable of repairing the damage caused by haste or hidden injuries. Its value is extraordinary. The other vial held Lingxi Dan, which nourishes and expands the meridians, significantly enhancing the speed of spiritual energy circulation and absorption, proving remarkably effective for breaking through bottlenecks. Xueyinmen carefully uncorked one of the vials, inhaling a faint waft of the fragrant medicine, and felt her dormant spiritual energy awaken instantly, her meridians subtly warming. Elated, she could no longer maintain any semblance of reserve, declaring without hesitation, "We shall take them all. May I inquire, friend Wei, how many spirit stones are required for all these elixirs? Please, speak freely." Yin Feng's expression remained unchanged as he quoted a staggering sum, one capable of bankrupting mid-sized sections. Upon hearing this, Xueyinmen showed no hesitation or discomfort. She immediately retrieved a radiant storage ring from her sleeve, presenting it with both hands. "Friend Wei, please count. The spirit stones within are plentiful. Additionally, this is a high-grade communication talisman from Yun Miao Feng. Should your esteemed master have any elixirs for sale in the future, please contact me at once. The pricing will surely be to your satisfaction. We are open to negotiation." Yin Feng accepted the weighty storage ring, his consciousness scanning within to confirm the substantial and high-quality quantity of spirit stones. He nodded in satisfaction. He then turned his gaze back to the now transformed Xueyinmen, suddenly shifting the conversation's focus. "Excellent. The transaction for the spirit stones is settled. Now let us discuss another matter, one of long-term collaboration. Please proceed, friend Wei. As long as it is within our capabilities at Yun Miao Feng, we shall not decline," Xueyinmen declared with resolute certainty. "My master has expressed that should he require any special materials or treasures in the future, he hopes Yun Miao Feng can provide convenience and priority supply." Yin Feng spoke slowly, his gaze sharp, adding, "As for pricing, a certain discount beyond market value would be appreciated." Xueyinmen was initially taken aback by his words but quickly smiled, her expression enchanting under the moonlight. "Of course, you can rest assured, from this day forth, you and your master shall be our most esteemed guests at Yun Miao Feng. Any cultivation supplies you procure from us will be billed at cost price. Consider it Yun Miao Feng's sincere gesture of friendship." In her heart, she calculated how to utilize some of her resources and connections to firmly maintain this astonishingly stable channel of high-quality elixirs. This long-term arrangement would undoubtedly yield immense profits for Yun Miao Feng. Very well. Yin Feng's primary objective was now achieved, and he wasted no time in articulating specific demands. "My master is in urgent need of a mature Gui Mianji, as well as a top-tier offensive weapon capable of instantaneously defeating foes. The higher the grade, the better. We have no interest in frivolous items." Gui Mianji? A flicker of surprise crossed Xueyinmen's eyes. This rare herb, known for enhancing the soul, was exceedingly scarce. However, she quickly nodded in agreement. noting that coincidentally, they had one preserved in the Sect's secret vault, acquired long ago by a senior during their travels in the western regions, and had never been utilized. As for the offensive weapon, after a moment's contemplation, she softly instructed the empty space behind her, Lu Yi, go to the secret vault and retrieve that Gui Mianji, and also, bring the Fun Tianji. At your command, Miss, a crisp and clear female voice responded from the void, followed by a swift departure. A moment later, a maid dressed in a delicate green dress with ruffled edges appeared silently, holding a zeatonwood tray, which she respectfully presented to Xueyinmen. Xueyinmen accepted the tray and personally brought it before Yanfeng. Friend Wei, please take a look. This is the Gui Mianji you sought. She first pointed to a cold jade box on the left side of the tray. Upon opening it, a peculiar plant lay quietly within, its form strange and its color an inky black, with surface patterns resembling a contorted demonic face. This was the age-old Gui Mianji, exuding a unique aura that nourished the soul. To the right of the tray, however, lay an empty space, devoid of any other items. Yanfeng's gaze fell upon the vacant area, and his brow furrowed slightly. Noticing this, Xueyinmen displayed a hint of a mysterious smile on her cool visage. She extended her delicate fingers towards the seemingly empty region, saying, Wei Daoyu, the second treasure is indeed present here. With a gentle flick of her wrist, the void shimmered like the surface of water, revealing the almost entirely transparent outline of an extraordinary glove, as thin as a cicada's wing. This item, known as the Tian Kan Bing Sisho Tao, was crafted from the life silk of a millennium-old ice silkworm king, deep within the Arctic ice fields. It took a secluded master artisan from Yun Miaofeng a decade of painstaking effort to refine it, gathering a total of 81 strands. Xueyinmen's voice carried a palpable sense of pride as she continued. Once donned, the glove becomes nearly invisible, merging seamlessly with the skin. It significantly enhances a cultivator's precision in controlling their spiritual power and can isolate the vast majority of extreme heat and toxic substances in the world. For alchemists and artifact masters, this is a coveted protective treasure. Her introduction was indeed detailed and enticing. For most alchemists, the value of such a pair of gloves far exceeded that of an ordinary high-quality offensive artifact. However, a hint of barely concealed disdain flickered in Yanfeng's eyes hidden beneath his mask. Precise control? With the flawless assistance of the mysterious system, his mastery over the timing of alchemical processes and the fusion of medicinal properties had already reached an exquisite level, rendering external enhancements unnecessary. As for isolating extreme heat and toxins, he possessed the earth vein flame heart, rendering him immune to all poisons and resistant to all fires, making such aids redundant. To him, this seemingly invaluable auxiliary treasure was merely a superficial trinket. My master has no need for such ostentatious items, Yanfeng stated bluntly in a hoarse voice, his tone rigid. I require something straightforward and direct, capable of achieving victory in an instant. Xueyinmen's confident smile faltered momentarily. The Tian Kan Bing Sisho Tao was regarded as a superior product within the internal treasury of Yun Miaofeng. Countless guest elders and high-ranking cultivators had sought it in vain, yet this individual had unapologetically dismissed it as merely superficial. To what heights had this mysterious master's perspective and prowess ascended? Her curiosity and reverence deepened, yet she dared not reveal any sign of disdain. It seems I have not considered carefully, and what I presented has failed to meet the esteemed master's standards. Xueyinmen promptly withdrew the precious gloves, her demeanor becoming increasingly respectful. Please wait a moment, Wei Daoyu. She issued another quiet command. Soon, the green-clad maid returned, this time carrying a larger dark iron tray adorned with 7 or 8 radiant artifacts, each pulsating with spiritual energy. Among them were the sharp and resplendent Xiao Shui Fei Jian, singing with the wind, and the heavy, stable Xian Gui Bao Jia, shimmering with runes, each clearly of extraordinary quality, far from mundane. Yanfeng's gaze swept quickly over the tray, ultimately settling on 2 inconspicuous items in the corner, which hardly emitted any spiritual fluctuations. One was a ring, entirely gray-black in color, with an extremely ancient and somewhat crude design, the material of which was indiscernible. The other was a talisman, resembling leather yet not quite, its dark yellow hue suggesting age. Upon it was drawn a succinct yet ominous blood-red sword pattern in a dark crimson pigment, exuding a palpable air of dread and lethal intent despite its stillness. These 2 will suffice, Yin Feng indicated the ring and the talisman, his tone devoid of hesitation. Chapter 54. The Concealment Ring. Xueyinmen looked in the direction pointed by Yin Feng, her eyes flashing with evident surprise. She first picked up the inconspicuous gray-black ring, scrutinizing it for a moment before introducing it with a tone of admiration. Taoist Wei possesses exceptional discernment to have chosen this item amidst the plethora of radiant magical artifacts. This ring is known as the Lianqi ring. It is not a typical offensive or defensive artifact. Rather, it serves a remarkably unique and practical purpose. When worn, it significantly condenses one's aura and presence. Unless one deliberately employs spiritual sense to probe, even a cultivator in the early golden core stage may pass closely by without noticing your existence. It is an extraordinary auxiliary artifact for stealth, assassination, and even life-saving escapes in critical situations, making it exceedingly rare. She then cautiously picked up a dark yellow talisman. Ancient in texture and exuding an astonishing aura of malevolence, her expression turning more serious. As for this talisman, it is called the Fengzhujian Talisman. It contains a sword qi infused with the full force of our Yunmiao Peak's leader. Once activated, it can unleash terrifying power comparable to the full strike of a mid-golden core cultivator. This talisman can be used 3 times and is a genuine trump card that can reverse dire situations and ensure survival at critical moments. It is a treasure of immeasurable value in the entire realm of cultivation. Hearing this, Yin Feng was greatly moved. The Lianqi ring. Its efficacy seemed tailor-made for his forthcoming endeavors. Whether traversing the perilous Yuxian tomb to seize the earth vein flame heart or exploring the enigmatic Hanin Valley, the ability to significantly diminish his presence and conceal his movements held far greater practical value than a mere powerful offensive artifact. Moreover, the Fengzhujian Talisman could be regarded as an immensely potent trump card. The full strike of a mid-golden core cultivator was sufficient to threaten or even severely injure the majority of early golden core adversaries. At a crucial moment, it could decisively determine life or death. Excellent. Yin Feng suppressed his excitement, maintaining a hoarse yet calm voice. Coupled with the previous ghost-face thistle, how many spirit stones would these 3 items require in total? Xueyinmen pondered briefly before responding. The ghost-face thistle is exceedingly rare, valuable, yet difficult to price. The Lianqi ring's intricate crafting process has a high failure rate, and materials are hard to come by. The Fengzhujian Talisman embodies the leader's full-force strike. Its worth cannot be measured merely in spirit stones. If these 3 treasures were placed in a large auction in the outside world, the total price would be at least 6,000 high-grade spirit stones. She then shifted her tone, her face adorned with a sincere smile. However, since it is Taoist Wei who has personally inquired, we shall treat this differently. Our Yunmiao Peak sincerely wishes to befriend you and your master, offering you an internal cost price. The total for these 3 treasures comes to just 4,200 high-grade spirit stones. This price was undoubtedly generous, nearly akin to a half-sale, half-gift. Yin Feng did not waste words. He directly extracted 4,200 vibrant high-grade spirit stones from the storage ring he had just acquired, placing them into another empty storage bag and handing it over. Pleasant cooperation, he succinctly stated, swiftly stowing away the newly acquired treasures without any inclination for further pleasantries. He simply clasped his fists towards Xueyinmen and turned, striding down the misty stone steps, his figure quickly vanishing into the vast sea of clouds. Xueyinmen stood still, quietly gazing at his retreating silhouette disappearing into the depths of the mist, her bright, clear eyes flickering with indecipherable light as she softly murmured to herself, Wei Xiaobao, that mysterious master behind him, is truly an enigma, yet possesses an allure that is utterly irresistible. After leaving Yunmiao Peak, Yin Feng did not return directly to his dwelling at the Yaowang Sect. Naturally cautious and suspicious by nature, he understood the necessity of exercising utmost caution when engaging in transactions with such prestigious sections. He circled the bustling market area surrounding the sect 3 times, during which he discreetly activated the Zhezhuan Inyuanju. Altering his appearance and the aura, he emanated multiple times. Only after confirming that no one was trailing him or had left hidden marks did he silently return to his domain like a specter. As he approached the spiritual peak where his dwelling was located, he spotted a petite figure in the meticulously maintained herb garden outside his cave, diligently practicing amidst the bright moonlight. It was Qin Yao. The young girl wielded a somewhat heavy wooden sword. meticulously and wholeheartedly executing a set of foundational sword techniques, striving for precision in every move, exuding a sense of power. Her delicate, fair face was dotted with beads of sweat, yet her gaze radiated focus and determination, seemingly oblivious to fatigue. Yanfeng's heart stirred slightly as he quietly stepped back a few paces, simultaneously donning the inconspicuous Lianxi ring on his finger. A peculiar and refreshing wave of energy immediately spread from the ring, enveloping his entire being. He instantly felt his aura being completely subdued and smoothed by an invisible force. He seemed to merge seamlessly with the tranquil night and the swaying herbs, his presence reduced to an inconceivably minimal level. He took a step forward, strolling calmly past Qin Yao, merely 3 feet away, as she was wholly engrossed in her sword practice. The girl, poised to strike, suddenly paused slightly, as if sensing something, and curiously turned to glance behind her. The gentle night breeze rustled through the herb leaves, producing a soft sound, yet there was no one behind her, only the dappled shadows cast by the moonlight. She blinked her bright eyes in confusion, thinking it to be an illusion born from her prolonged practice, and shook her head, returning her focus to her training, undistracted. Unbeknownst to her, in that fleeting moment, her beloved teacher had just brushed past her within arm's reach. Having effortlessly arrived at the stone door of his dwelling, Yanfeng could not help but smile with immense satisfaction. He had struck gold. The actual effect of the Lianxi ring was far more powerful and practical than Xueyinmen had described. With its assistance, whether he ventured to the Yuxian tomb or the Hanin Valley, his safety and stealth in his upcoming endeavors would be significantly enhanced. He exuberantly pushed open the heavy stone door. Stepping into the cave, he had meticulously ensconced with layers of protective barriers. However, as soon as his foot crossed the threshold of the tranquil chamber, an intense and unusual heat emanated from the storage pouch at his waist. Yanfeng's expression changed abruptly, and his consciousness immediately probed within, swiftly retrieving the sound transmission talisman that had stirred. This was the very talisman he had left with Yun Qingbai for emergencies upon his departure. At this moment, the unremarkable talisman, which had been quietly resting in the storage pouch, was now flashing with a frenzied and ominous blood-red light, its entire form searing hot, as if it were on the verge of igniting at any moment. This was the highest level of distress signal, indicative of the talisman's bearer facing a true life-and-death crisis. Yanfeng's countenance darkened instantaneously, turning icy cold. Yun Qingbai was in peril, right at the hiding place of Mo Qing below the mountain. In the next instant, his figure shot forth like an arrow released from a bow, tearing through the night as he dashed out of the recently closed stone door of the cave. He did not even disturb Qin Yao, who was engrossed in her sword practice in the courtyard. He transformed into a fleeting, elusive shadow of pale gray, maximizing his speed under the cover of the dense night as he raced towards the mountain below. The blood-red glow of the transmission talisman grew increasingly blinding, the searing heat seemingly threatening to sear through his palm. This unmistakably indicated that Yun Qingbai's life force was rapidly waning, poised to extinguish at any moment. That cursed woman! A cold glint flashed in Yanfeng's eyes, his murderous intent palpable. He had long anticipated Mo Qing's paranoid and suspicious nature, along with her ruthless methods, yet he never imagined she would act so swiftly, leaving no room for mercy and recklessly delivering a lethal blow to Yun Qingbai. Moments later, the secluded courtyard where Mo Qing was hiding came into view. Even before drawing near, Yanfeng's extraordinary hearing discerned the chilling, anguished cries of a woman echoing from deep within the courtyard, accompanied by Mo Qing's venomous and frenzied curses. Chapter 55, Thunderous Rescue. Vile wretch. Do you dare to be so defiant? Speak. How many elixirs have you hoarded? What benefits did that old fool grant you? Accompanying the venomous curses was the dull thud of a whip, charged with spiritual energy, striking flesh, alongside the woman's stifled groans of anguish. Yanfeng's countenance darkened abruptly, shedding any pretense of concealment, as he forcefully kicked open the tightly shut courtyard door. With a resounding crash, splinters flew as the woeful scene within the courtyard came into view. There lay Yun Qingwan, bloodied and curled up on the cold, muddy ground, her once fair skin marred by gruesome, intersecting whip marks, her breath feeble, akin to a flickering candle in the wind, ready to extinguish at any moment. Meanwhile, Mo Qing raised her whip, ablaze with an eerie crimson flame, her face twisted in a near-maniacal delight, ready to strike once more. Upon witnessing Yin Feng's sudden and ferocious entrance, Mo Qing's actions froze mid-air, her expression of malice and pleasure swiftly replaced by shock and an unmistakable hint of panic. Why Yin Shixiang? What brings you here? Yin Feng, indifferent to her plight, directed his icy gaze immediately toward the barely conscious Yun Qingwan, his brows knitting together as an aura of frigid malevolence enveloped him. He advanced step by step, each footfall intensifying the palpable, chilling intent that seeped into the very air, lowering the temperature of the courtyard to an unbearable degree, as if one had plunged into an ice cavern. Mo Qing, shaken by this terrifying presence, instinctively took a step back, forcing herself to maintain composure as she stammered, Yin Shixiao, this is merely a family matter within our Xueyinmen sect. We are merely dealing with a disgraceful traitor, and it is not for outsiders to meddle. Family matter? Yin Feng let out a cold, disdainful laugh devoid of any human warmth. What I abhor most in life is the tyranny of the strong over the weak, inflicting private punishment upon those who cannot resist. He paused momentarily, his piercing gaze cutting through Mo Qing's pallid face like two venomous ice blades. Even if the perpetrator is a woman. Mo Qing's complexion turned an ashen gray, Yin Feng's words striking her like an invisible, resounding slap, leaving her stinging. Yet, she dared not retaliate. This man before her wielded unfathomable power and hailed from a mysterious background. Even the proud Ling Shuang of Baichao Pavilion regarded him with deference. Should she provoke him now, the consequences would be dire. With great effort, she managed a smile more grotesque than tears, reluctantly retracting the flaming whip and feigning nonchalance. Yin Shixiang, you exaggerate. I was merely teaching this disobedient, treacherous girl a lesson. Since you have come personally, I shall defer to your presence and let this matter rest for today. Yin Feng, uninterested in further discourse, walked directly to Yun Qingwan's side and knelt beside her. Yun Qingwan, with great difficulty, opened her swollen eyes. Upon seeing Yin Feng's cold yet remarkably reassuring visage, a flicker of hope ignited within her despairing gaze, merging with blood and tears as she whispered faintly, Shixiao, save me. You will not die, Yin Feng replied simply, extending his hand to carefully help her up. In that moment, as he assisted Yun Qingwan, his fingers discreetly flicked a pill, radiating rich vitality and medicinal fragrance, silently landing in her bloodied palm. Yun Qingwan's body trembled slightly, acutely aware of the warm sensation in her hand and the immense healing power it contained. An indescribable warmth surged within her, mingling with a profound sorrow that almost brought her to tears. Although Mo Qing harbored deep suspicions regarding Yin Feng's unwavering support for this traitor, she dared not inquire further, instead hastily diverting the topic, her face adorned with a sycophantic smile. Yin Shixiang, regarding the matter of the D my Yin Xian, what do you think? Shall we set off early tomorrow morning? That is acceptable, Yin Feng nodded, supporting the nearly unconscious Yun Qingwan, casting a cold glance at Mo Qing, the warning in his eyes unmistakable. I will take her back to recuperate. I do not wish for any unnecessary incidents to arise before our departure tomorrow. The weight of his words sent a chill through Mo Qing, who quickly nodded and assured, Shixiang, do not worry. There will absolutely be no further incidents. I promise. Yin Feng paid her no further mind, assisting the nearly fainting Yun Qingwan as he turned to leave without a backward glance. As the two figures gradually faded into the night, Mo Qing's ingratiating smile vanished, replaced by a dark cloud of seething jealousy and bitterness. Meanwhile, supported firmly by Yin Feng, Yun Qingwan discreetly swallowed the healing elixir. The pill dissolved instantly, transforming into a powerful and warm wave of medicinal energy, coursing through her limbs and mending her severely damaged meridians and torn flesh. Leaning weakly against Yin Feng's not particularly broad, yet remarkably solid and dependable shoulder, she felt an unprecedented sense of security, her heart racing uncontrollably. At the edge of despair, he had once again descended like a deity, pulling her back from the brink. A dark and frenzied thought began to take root in her tormented heart, spreading uncontrollably. As long as she were dead, as long as that wicked woman Mo Qing vanished completely, would she not be able to remain by Shixiang's side forever, guilt-free? Once this notion took hold, it spread like a deadly vine, ensnaring her entire being. The following morning, just as dawn broke, Yin Feng pushed open the stone door of his cave dwelling. Qin Yao had already been waiting obediently at the entrance, holding a meticulously prepared food box. Sir, are you leaving for a long journey? The girl's eyes reflected evident reluctance and concern. Yes, I must attend to some matters, but I will return shortly. Yin Feng replied, taking the food box and habitually ruffling her hair. Be sure to practice diligently at home and do not slack off. Yes, Yaoer will work hard in her cultivation until you return. Qin Yao nodded vigorously, her eyes filled with determination. After a simple farewell, Yin Feng turned and descended the mountain. At the foot of the mountain, Imo Qing had been waiting for quite some time. She had donned a form-fitting outfit conducive to agility, and her face was adorned with an ostensibly warm smile, as though the bloody conflict of the previous night had never transpired. The two exchanged no unnecessary pleasantries, and Imo Qing directly summoned a uniquely designed flying artifact. It was a flying vessel approximately 10 feet in length, entirely crafted from a certain verdant spirit bamboo. The boat's emerald body shimmered with a radiant glow, exuding a faint fragrance of flora, unmistakably a rare treasure. Senior Brother Yen, please. Imo Qing gestured aside. The two leaped onto the bamboo vessel in succession, and with a flick of her hand, Imo Qing invoked a spell. Instantly, the verdant bamboo vessel transformed into a striking green streak of light, soaring skyward, effortlessly piercing through the low-hanging clouds, racing towards the western horizon at an astonishing speed. Riding the wind, they traversed 1,000 miles in a day. Chapter 56. The calamity diverts east after a day and night. The speed of the verdant bamboo boat gradually decreased. Below, the scenery transformed from lush green mountains and vibrant waters to a desolate and barren wasteland. The earth exhibited an ominous charred hue, as though scorched by celestial flames countless times, devoid of any life. The air was thick with a potent scent of sulfur mingled with a faint hint of blood, creating a bizarre atmosphere that was nauseating. In the distance, a colossal active volcano loomed like a sprawling ancient beast, emitting billowing clouds of smoke that painted half the sky a suffocating dark red, reminiscent of the apocalypse. We have arrived. This is the periphery of the Yunxinzhong. Imo Qing's voice carried a subtle weight of gravity and apprehension. The verdant bamboo boat gently descended onto a relatively flat expanse of black volcanic rock. Yin Feng leaped off the flying vessel, and upon landing, he immediately felt a searing heat wave emanating from the depths of the earth, the rocks beneath his feet radiating warmth. The surroundings were fraught with danger. His consciousness clearly sensed the lurking presence of numerous formidable and ferocious beasts hidden among the jagged stones and the shadows of the deep crevices, akin to patient hunters awaiting careless prey. One of the ancestors of our Xueyinmen, pursued by relentless enemies, once found himself gravely wounded here. He inadvertently plunged into the chasm of the main volcano, seemingly facing certain death, only to unexpectedly discover a trace of the primordial fire seed of the Earth's veins in the core of the volcano. Imo Qing pointed towards the distant volcano, his eyes gleaming with an unmistakable fervor and greed, for that ancestor harnessed the feeble power of that extraordinary fire, not only recovering from his injuries, but also making remarkable progress in his cultivation, thus laying the foundation for the subsequent rise of Xueyinmen. Yin Feng listened quietly, his mind rapidly analyzing the extremely hostile environment and assessing the various potential dangers. This place was perilous beyond measure. It was unwise to venture deeper recklessly. Let us rest here for the night to conserve our strength and adjust our state to its optimum. Tomorrow morning, we shall seek an opportunity to enter the volcano, Imo Qing suggested, his demeanor notably cautious. Agreed. Yin Feng nodded in agreement. The two found relatively clean and even patches of black rock, sitting cross-legged to adjust their breath and restore the spiritual energy expended during their journey. However, just as Yin Feng closed his eyes and began to focus, an icy, murderous intent, cold enough to freeze the very blood and soul, swept toward them from the distant horizon without warning. This murderous intent was not directed at them. Rather, it surged forth like a violent cold wave from afar, imbued with relentless madness and boundless resentment, inducing a sense of dread. Yin Feng and Imo Qing simultaneously opened their eyes wide, springing to their feet, their gazes sharp as they focused on the source of the murderous intent. In the dim night sky, a disheveled shadow was desperately fleeing, propelled by a dim escape light, while behind it, two razor-sharp beams of sword light, exuding an authentic Taoist aura. Relentlessly pursued, their sword energy slicing through the black rocks along the path, leaving terrifying chasms in their wake. It is the people from Bingxingong and Yomingzong. Imo Qing's expression changed dramatically, and she urgently whispered, "Quick, hide." This is their conflict. We must not intervene, lest we draw fire upon ourselves. Yin Feng shared the same sentiment. It was wiser to remain uninvolved. Without hesitation, he donned the breath-concealing ring he had obtained from Yumiao Peak. As he concentrated, a faint glow flickered from the ring, and he seemed to instantaneously transform into a lifeless boulder by the roadside, his presence and aura plummeting to an absolute zero, perfectly blending into the environment. Mo Qing and the nearby Yunqingwan quickly executed their sect's breathing concealment techniques, holding their breaths and anxiously hiding behind a massive black rock. However, their concealment methods could not compare to the extraordinary effectiveness of Yin Feng's unique artifact. High above, the thrilling chase unfolded in an instant. The pursued female cultivator from Yoming Zone was evidently at her wit's end, bloodied and her protective spiritual light dimming, her escape speed diminishing, and she appeared on the verge of collapse. Just as the two lethal sword lights were about to obliterate her, she caught a glimpse of the concealed presence beneath the black stone, which, despite their efforts to hide, stood out like a beacon to her seasoned eyes. In her dire predicament, a malicious scheme surged into her mind. "Senior sister, quickly, block them for me." Her piercing cry, filled with boundless grievance and urgency, shattered the night sky. The Yoming Zone female cultivator abruptly reversed her direction, no longer fleeing forward, but instead aimed towards the hiding spots of Mo Qing and Yunqingwan, unhesitatingly unleashing a sinister and ruthless attack, entwined with phantoms of wailing spirits. This sudden, treacherous act of diverting calamity took everyone by surprise. Despicable. Mo Qing's face turned ashen. She never anticipated that the adversary would be so ruthless and decisive as to drag them into the fray. In haste, she summoned a chilling, frost-laden Xianbing shield to defend. With a thunderous crash, the dark lightning collided violently with the ice shield, producing a deafening roar, ice shards and ghostly figures scattering in all directions, exposing the two women's positions due to the immense force. Turns out there were accomplices hiding below. The pursuers from Bingxin Gong, a man and a woman both clad in moon-white robes, exuded an otherworldly aura. The leading Xueyinmen Xuan's eyes glinted with murder as he unleashed a piercing sword light from his flying sword without hesitation, slicing towards the just exposed Mo Qing and her companion like a bolt of divine retribution. Mo Qing and Yunqingwan found themselves forced into a desperate situation, compelled to retaliate against this unforeseen calamity, appearing quite flustered. Meanwhile, the female cultivator from Yoming Zone, the architect of this chaos, took advantage of the momentary confusion to unleash a sharp, gleeful cackle, transforming into a wisp of nearly imperceptible black smoke, retreating into the depths of darkness without a backward glance, vanishing from sight in an instant. Damn it! We have been outmaneuvered by that fiend. In the Bingxin Palace, Chu Yinxian forced back Mo Qing with a single sword strike. Observing the opponent's evidently unrefined techniques reminiscent of the Xueyinmen sect, along with their clumsy defense, he immediately realized he had misidentified his adversary, and a wave of regret surged within him, prompting a muttered curse. Beside him, a strikingly beautiful female cultivator from Bingxin Palace approached on a beam of sword light. Her delicate brows knitted in worry as she spoke urgently. "Chu Shixiang, what shall we do now? That demoness has escaped with the stolen Zifu Guardian Lotus. Pursue her," Chu Yinxian declared resolutely, his voice firm and unyielding. The Zifu Guardian Lotus was a crucial item for their master, who was gravely injured and in seclusion, striving to break through to the Yuanying stage. It must not be lost. The phrase Zifu Guardian Lotus reverberated in Yin Feng's mind like a thunderclap, echoing with significance. This rare treasure was chronicled only in ancient alchemical texts, possessing unparalleled efficacy. Its primary function was to stabilize the Zifu during a cultivator's critical breakthrough to the Jindan stage, significantly enhancing the resilience of the soul and effectively warding off the encroachments of inner demons, thereby greatly improving the odds of successfully condensing the Jindan. For Yin Feng, who aspired to attain the Jindan path while fully aware of the peril posed by the tribulation of inner demons, the value and allure of this item momentarily eclipsed even the yet unsecured Mai Yan Xing. Fortune favors the bold. Opportunities are fleeting. In an instant, Yin Feng made his decision. He no longer concealed his presence, emerging silently like a specter from behind a massive boulder. His gaze sharp as he focused on the fleeing direction of the female cultivator from the Yuming sect, preparing to give chase immediately. "Halt!" A voice filled with warning suddenly erupted from behind him. Xueyinmen of Bingxin Palace, noticing that Yin Feng was merely at the early stage of foundation establishment, could hardly contain his disdain and scorn at the audacity of this lowly cultivator attempting to seize the treasure right under his nose. A mere early foundation establishment waste dares to covet what my Bingxin Palace must obtain? You are clearly in league with that demoness. It would be better to eliminate you all now to prevent future troubles, and then pursue that demoness at my leisure. Before he could finish, a powerful pressure emanating from a late foundation establishment cultivator descended upon Yin Feng and his companions like a mountain, locking onto them with an unyielding intensity. Yin Xingwan, overwhelmed by this terrifying aura far beyond her own capabilities, paled and hurriedly attempted to clarify. Senior, you are mistaken. A tremendous misunderstanding. We are disciples of the Xueyinmen sect and have no connection whatsoever with the Yuming sect. We are merely resting here. Xueyinmen sect? Xueyinmen scoffed, interrupting her with a condescending sneer, his eyes filled with disdain. I have never heard of such a third-rate sect. How dare you make noise before my Bingxin Palace? If I were to kill you, who would even know? A murderous intent flashed in his eyes, revealing a ruthless determination to silence them. Chapter 57. The startling display, he could not be bothered to utter another word. With a sudden flick of his wrist, the gleaming long sword in his hand unleashed a formidable blue sword aura, measuring a full 3 feet in length. It manifested instantaneously, emitting a piercing shriek that rent the very air, imbued with unabashed murderous intent as it aimed directly for Yin Feng's vital head. This strike was as swift as lightning, executed with a cunning and ruthless angle, clearly indicating a genuine intent to kill, determined to end him in one blow. Yin Feng's eyes narrowed with sudden coldness. Rather than retreating or dodging, he stomped fiercely on the ground, advancing boldly toward the formidable sword aura. The immense spiritual energy cultivated within him surged forth like a tempest, yet he made no use of any magical artifacts, opting instead for the simplest of actions, a straightforward, unembellished punch. The force of his fist was both fierce and imposing, appearing unremarkable at first, but upon colliding with the blue sword aura, it erupted with a terrifying power far beyond imagination. With a resounding bang, akin to the thunderous beat of a giant drum, the once menacing blue sword aura shattered like fragile glass, disintegrating into countless flickering blue motes that scattered and ultimately vanished into the air. Xueyinmen of Bingxin Palace felt his pupils constrict sharply, his face betraying an incredulous horror for the first time. The strike he had unleashed with all his might, infused with the overwhelming spiritual power of a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator, had been so effortlessly shattered by a mere early-stage foundation establishment cultivator using nothing but a bare fist. How could this be possible? A surge of humiliation and furious indignation clouded his mind, igniting a fiercer blaze of anger within him. His sword technique shifted rapidly, and the floating sword in the air emitted a melodious sound, instantly transforming into 3 indistinguishable, razor-sharp sword shadows, attacking Yin Feng from 3 cunning angles that sealed all possible escape routes. Yet at that moment, Yin Feng's figure became elusive, akin to a specter gliding through the shadows of the forest, deftly maneuvering between the 3 lethal sword shadows with remarkable agility and precision. Meanwhile, his fists did not falter. Each punch, imbued with immense power, accurately struck the vulnerable points of the sword shadows, matching the extraordinary flying sword blow for blow, showing no sign of yielding. Xueyinmen's apprehension grew with each passing moment, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Despite his opponent's lower cultivation level, the purity of his spiritual energy, the solid foundation he had established, and an innate combat awareness and sharp intuition far exceeded anything he could comprehend or imagine. This was not the strength one would expect from an early-stage foundation establishment cultivator. Frustrated by his inability to overcome Yin Feng, a fierce and ruthless glint flashed in his eyes. Since this tough adversary could not be dealt with immediately, he would first crush the easier target, a warning to others. With a fierce thrust of his will, he urged his flying sword to unleash a torrent of blinding sword light, temporarily forcing Yin Feng back, while he himself executed a bizarre and abrupt maneuver, darting past Yin Feng like an arrow, racing towards the trembling, pale-faced Yin Xingwan. Die for me. This sudden turn of events was as swift as lightning, catching everyone off guard. Yin Xingwan could hardly react, her mind blank as she helplessly watched the cold, lethal sword light magnifying in her vision, her soul gripped by terror, unable even to scream. Danger. Yin Feng's expression changed dramatically. He could hardly believe that a disciple from a prestigious sect could be so shameless as to abandon his own principle and attack a defenseless woman. He was too far away to intervene and save her in time. In an instant, the murderous intent that had been building in Yin Feng erupted without restraint. No longer hesitating, he swiftly drew forth a talisman from his storage pouch, its ancient, dark yellow surface adorned with the image of a blood-red small sword. He poured his pure spiritual energy into it without a moment's pause, hurling it towards Xueyinmen's back. Command. A deep voice resonated, infused with supreme authority. The dark yellow talisman ignited spontaneously, transforming into a blinding blood-red sphere. In the next moment, a cataclysmic blood-red sword shadow shot forth from the sphere, as if birthed from the depths of the abyss. As the sword shadow materialized, an overwhelming pressure descended upon the world, casting a shadow over all, rendering the sun and moon dim. The sheer destructive energy contained within it seemed capable of severing the very fabric of time and space, annihilating all existence. Xueyinmen, rushing towards Yin Qingwan, felt every hair on his body stand on end. A primal instinct of impending death surged from the depths of his soul, sending chills down his spine. Without a second thought, driven by his survival instinct, he spat forth a mouthful of blood, infused with his life essence, onto the flying sword before him, while frantically retrieving an ancient-looking bronze shield inscribed with defensive runes. He poured the remainder of his spiritual energy into it recklessly. "Block it! You must block it!" He howled in desperate, hoarse cries. The blood-red sword shadow, disregarding the distance, closed in an instant. Boom! A thunderous explosion, as if the heavens were collapsing and the stars were falling, erupted violently, shaking the ground beneath them. The bronze shield, clearly of significant quality, could only withstand the onslaught for less than a breath's time before it emitted a mournful cry, its surface dimming instantly, as the blood-red sword shadow cleaved through it with overwhelming force. The protective spiritual light hastily erected before him crumbled as easily as paper, dissipating in an instant. Although the shield mitigated some of the blood-red sword shadow's power, the residual force remained terrifyingly overwhelming, grazing past his shoulder. Ah! A shrill scream, so inhuman it echoed through the skies, resounded in the air. The right arm of Xueyinmen was severed at the shoulder, blood gushing forth from the severed limb like a fountain. He was struck as if by a colossal mountain hurtling through the air, the immense, irresistible force propelling him dozens of zhang away, ultimately crashing heavily onto the hard, black rocky ground, raising a cloud of dust. Struggling to support his body with his remaining left arm, he gazed at the vacant, blood-soaked right shoulder, his eyes filled with unparalleled horror and dread, his body trembling uncontrollably from fear and excruciating pain. In that fleeting moment, had his reaction been even a fraction slower, he would have lost not just an arm, but his very head, rendering him a corpse. What manner of terrifying talisman was this? Its power was astonishing beyond imagination. His gaze shot upward, fixating intently on the dimming, yet still pulsating dark yellow talisman in Yin Feng's hand. And after the initial shock, a wave of uncontrollable, almost incendiary greed and fervor surged within him. A single strike capable of gravely wounding or even annihilating a late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator, if he could seize it. In that instant, the atmosphere atop the peak grew colder than millennial-old ice, heavier than the oppressive stillness before a storm, as if on the verge of eruption. "Hand over that talisman. I can spare your life." Xueyinmen, propped up by his remaining left hand, struggled to stand, a frenzied and twisted gleam of greed sparking in his single eye. The excruciating pain from his severed arm did not deter him. Rather, it ignited all the ferocity and ruthlessness buried deep within him. He suddenly slapped his storage bag, and a small cauldron, gleaming with a bronze sheen and inscribed with arcane patterns, flew out. It expanded in the wind, transforming into a massive bronze cauldron akin to a small mountain, bearing the terrifying might to crush all beneath it, as it bore down upon Yin Feng's head. Yin Feng's expression turned grave. After all, Xueyinmen was a genuine late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator. Even in his current state of injury and severed limb, his remaining strength and desperate counterattack still far surpassed that of Yin Feng, a mere early-stage cultivator, making him a formidable opponent. He dared not underestimate the evident treasure in the form of the gigantic cauldron and swiftly retreated like a willow leaf in the wind, while deftly forming hand seals with his fingers, summoning 7 or 8 vivid fire crows. Entirely composed of pure fire essence, which screeched as they launched themselves toward the descending bronze cauldron, fearlessly colliding with it. Boom, boom, boom. A series of deafening explosions erupted as the fire crows detonated, scattering sparks throughout the air, yet they merely slowed the descent of the bronze cauldron for a brief moment, failing to genuinely impede its momentum. A sinister smile twisted Xueyinmen's face as he bore the pain, his focus deftly controlling the still agile flying sword, which transformed into a streak of treacherous light, silently piercing toward Yanfeng's vulnerable back from an exceptionally cunning angle, executing a ruthless and skillful assault, perfectly synchronized with the overwhelming pressure of the cauldron. Yanfeng found himself ensnared in a precarious situation, beset from all sides, struggling to defend himself. However, at that moment of intense tension, with everyone's attention firmly captured by the fierce duel, Qing, who had been lurking in the shadow of a massive rock in the distance, suddenly revealed an extremely subtle, yet cruel gleam in his eyes. When the clam and the snipe contend, it is the fisherman who profits. Chapter 58. The fiery explosion repels the enemy. She sees the opportunity presented by the two combatants locked in a fierce struggle, their focus entirely consumed by their duel. With a sudden and silent motion, the fiery red whip in her hand, coiled like a venomous serpent, surged forth, tearing through the air with a malevolent gust, aimed directly at the vulnerable neck of Xueyinmen, who was completely unprepared. Yet, she had fundamentally underestimated the near-instinctual battle awareness and reaction speed of an elite disciple from the Bingxin Palace. Such arrogance. A fatal miscalculation. Without even fully turning his head, Xueyinmen, relying solely on his spiritual perception and combat instinct, executed a swift counterattack with a sword strike. A brilliant and incisive beam of sword light, arriving before its time, accurately sliced through the whip at its critical juncture. Qing felt an overwhelming force surge through the whip, causing her grip to shatter and blood to flow profusely from her hands. The whip slipped from her grasp, while the sword light, undiminished in its momentum, pierced through her lower abdomen with a chilling precision. Qing's forward momentum abruptly halted, her form frozen in disbelief as she gazed down at the sudden, gushing wound from which her vital essence poured forth. The sparkle of life in her eyes faded rapidly, visible to the naked eye. She opened her mouth as if to utter a word, but only a torrent of dark red blood, mingled with fragments of her internal organs, erupted forth. Her body weakened, collapsing powerlessly onto the scorched rock below. The sudden and dire turn of events sent a chill through Yanfeng's heart. Qing could not die. Should she perish, the crucial clues regarding the exact location and acquisition methods of the Mayen Xueyinmen would be irrevocably severed. In that fleeting moment of distraction caused by this unexpected outcome, Xueyinmen's bronze giant cauldron seized the opportunity, unleashing an even greater spiritual pressure that ruthlessly shattered the feeble blockade of the remaining fire crow. With an overwhelming force akin to a mountain descending, it crashed down upon the protective spiritual light Yanfeng had hastily raised. Crack! A sound that sent shivers through the bones echoed as the protective barrier shattered. Yanfeng felt as if he had been struck by an irresistible force that collided violently with his chest, sending him hurtling backward uncontrollably, a metallic taste rising in his throat as he nearly coughed up blood. "You worthless fool! I shall take your life." Xueyinmen, emboldened by his successful strike, radiated an even more arrogant fury. The ferocity in his single eye blazed as he fully activated the cold, gleaming flying sword, transforming it into a deadly streak of light aimed directly at Yanfeng's heart, vowing to end his life on the spot. In this precarious moment of life and death, Yanfeng's mind raced with unprecedented urgency. The Peak Master's talisman still had 2 precious uses left, yet the opponent had already suffered a significant loss and would undoubtedly be on high alert, rendering the next strike less likely to achieve a decisive effect. Once these 2 opportunities were exhausted, he would truly become a fish on the chopping block, with no chance of turning the tide. He had to resort to a more powerful, unexpected, and irresistible thunderous means. His consciousness raced through the system's repository at an unprecedented speed, swiftly locking onto a particular item. Yanbao Dan, a rare spiritual medicine composed of numerous highly unstable elements, infused with violent fire essence, crafted through special techniques. Once fully activated and detonated with spiritual power, it can unleash destructive energy comparable to the self-explosion of a golden core cultivator in their early stages. The explosion's range is vast, indiscriminate of friend or foe. Handle with caution. Handle with caution. This was it. A resolute glint flashed in Yanfeng's eyes as he embraced a desperate resolve, willing to gamble everything. He seized the terrified and trembling Xueyinmen, pulling her tightly behind him, while his other hand moved with such speed that it seemed to leave a shadow as he reached into his storage bag. He retrieved a blood-red pill, its surface adorned with intricate, swirling dark red patterns that appeared to pulse with life. "If you wish to play with death, then let us descend into hell together," he bellowed, pouring every ounce of spiritual energy he could muster into the Yin Bao Dan, hurling it toward the onrushing Xueyinmen with all his might. Xueyinmen, witnessing the approaching crimson pill, felt an instinctual tremor of danger that sent shivers through his soul. However, in this moment, his bloodlust had consumed him, overwhelming his reason with rage and greed. He perceived it merely as a treacherous weapon meant for mutual destruction and did not flinch. Instead, he urged his flying sword with fervor, intending to shatter both the pill and Yin Feng in one swift stroke. But it was already too late. The Yin Bao Dan, suspended in midair between the two, suddenly erupted in a brilliance more radiant than the midday sun, a blinding light of annihilation. In that instant, the world seemed to lose all sound, and the concept of time blurred as if it had been paused. Immediately after, a colossal, infernal mushroom cloud, composed entirely of pure destructive energy, ascended skyward, connecting heaven and earth. The deafening roar that followed was reminiscent of the cosmos being born, a terrifying sound that seemed to shatter the very fabric of reality. A visible, destructive, circular shockwave radiated outward from the explosion point, mercilessly expanding in all directions. The ground, as fragile as cloth, was easily torn apart, creating countless unfathomable chasms. The surrounding solid black rocks melted instantaneously under the extreme heat. The entire entrance of the fallen immortal tomb trembled violently, wailing under the cataclysmic explosion. Even as he hurled the pill, Yin Feng had summoned the last remnants of his strength to erect a precarious shield of spiritual energy, pressing himself and the trembling Xueyinmen firmly against a massive rock, attempting to minimize the impact of the oncoming devastation. Despite this, they were still swept away like leaves in a tempest, hurled uncontrollably across the ground. Rolling for several dozen revolutions before finally coming to a halt, their bodies racked with pain, their internal organs feeling as though they had been rearranged, and their blood surging tumultuously. Time seemed to stretch endlessly, perhaps even a century, before the remnants of the catastrophic explosion and the rampaging energy storm finally began to subside. Yin Feng struggled, propping himself up with trembling arms, and with great difficulty raised his head. The sight before him caused even this architect of chaos to feel a surge of trepidation. The original ground had vanished, replaced by a colossal pit of over 100 zhang in diameter, unfathomably deep, with edges of unparalleled smoothness, resembling a giant piece of glazed glass. The walls and bottom of the pit had been melted and rapidly cooled under extreme temperatures and pressures, resulting in this bizarre glassy state. At the very center of the pit, there was not a trace of Xueyinmen left. She had been obliterated by the explosive force powerful enough to annihilate all, leaving no remnants behind. Even Mo Qing, who lay a short distance away, already on the brink of death, was affected by the terrifying shockwave of the explosion. Her body was charred like coal, her breath weak to the extreme, hanging by the thinnest thread, as if it could extinguish at any moment. Xueyinmen struggled to rise from the ground, gazing at the figure lying in the scorched earth, barely alive and indistinguishable due to the soot. For a fleeting moment, her eyes betrayed a subconscious flicker of satisfaction and relief at the prospect of vengeance. If she were dead, then no one could yet. As this dark thought emerged, an uncontrollable memory, deeply buried in her mind, vividly resurfaced. It was many years ago, when a small, frail girl, cold and starving, was besieged in an alley by a group of bullies, beaten and tormented like a wild dog. It was a young woman, clad in the garments of Xueyinmen, who passed by, wielding a cold longsword, and without hesitation drove away the ruffians. She then extended a warm and strong hand towards the girl, cowering in the corner, her eyes filled with fear. "From now on, you shall follow me. My name is Mo Qing." Senior sister tears streamed down Yunqing's face, bursting forth like a broken string of pearls. In a frenzied rush, she crawled and rolled, disregarding everything to reach Mo Qing's side. Trembling, she extended her dirted and bloodied hand, cautiously seeking the faintest breath from her nearly imperceptible nostrils, and cried out in a choked voice, "Senior brother, save her. I beg you. Please, save her." Yin Feng furrowed his brow. He harbored no fondness for Mo Qing, the cruel and capricious woman. However, the secrets regarding the precise location and method to acquire the Xueyinmen were firmly held by this dying woman. Enduring the excruciating pain that felt as if his entire body were falling apart, he stepped forward. With an impassive expression, he retrieved a high-quality healing pill from his bosom and, with somewhat rough movements, placed it into Mo Qing's slightly ajar, charred mouth. Using a hint of spiritual energy to activate its medicinal properties. Having completed this, his gaze was drawn to a faint glimmer at the edge of the explosion and an object half buried in the shards of glass. It was the only thing to survive the terrifying shockwave, Xueyinmen's flying sword, its spiritual light dimmed, yet its form intact, alongside a storage pouch of unique material that had somehow endured the explosion. Chapter 59. The dawn's subtle glow, a flicker of joy surged within Yin Feng as he hastened to retrieve the dimly glowing flying sword and the uniquely crafted storage bag. He dared not linger, for the female cultivator from Bingxin Palace could return at any moment. This place was certainly not suitable for prolonged stay. Cease your tears and assist her at once. We must depart this place immediately. Yin Feng's voice resonated with an undeniable resolve. He quickly surveyed the surroundings, and with the still trembling Yun Qingwan, tears glistening on her face, and the unconscious Mo Qing, whose breath was faint, he fled the chaotic and tumultuous realm of energy with utmost urgency. After traversing several dozen miles, Yin Feng finally halted upon discovering a natural cave, cleverly concealed by vines. He cautiously set up a few rudimentary warning formations, temporarily settling within. As night deepened and silence enveloped the world, the moonlight filtered through the stone crevices. A small fire of orange-red flames sprang forth in the depths of the cave, dispelling the chill and darkness within. Mo Qing's injuries were grievous. Even after consuming the elixir provided by Yin Feng, she remained in a deep unconsciousness, her breath flickering like a candle in the wind. Yin Feng took a branch and skewered a plump wild chicken he had found on the way, slowly roasting it over the crackling flames. Golden fat dripped steadily, producing an enticing sizzle, and the aroma gradually filled the air. Yun Qingwan silently sat beside Mo Qing, gently using a torn piece of clean cloth dipped in water to meticulously cleanse the grievous, charred wounds on her body, before applying fresh, crushed herbal poultices. Her movements were tender, yet her expression was laden with sorrow and complexity, her eyes filled with an inner struggle. "Do you harbor hatred towards her?" Yin Feng inquired, not turning his gaze from the roasting chicken, his voice calm and steady. Yun Qingwan's hand paused momentarily in her task, and after a long silence, during which only the crackling fire could be heard, she finally spoke in a barely audible whisper, I do not know." She lifted her gaze to the flickering warmth of the flames, her eyes clouded with deep confusion. "I am an orphan, alone and vulnerable since childhood, subjected to relentless bullying. It was my senior sister. She saved me and brought me to Xueyinmen. At that time, she treated me with such kindness, patiently teaching me to read, guiding me in my cultivation, secretly saving spirit stones to buy me beautiful dresses, protecting me like a true elder sister, never allowing anyone to bully me. Then why has it come to this?" Yin Feng pressed, turning the chicken. "It was 3 years ago." Yun Qingwan's voice trembled, a hint of suppressed sobs emerging. "In her quest to help me gather a herb that could improve my constitution, my senior sister inadvertently ventured into the edge of a forbidden area filled with a millennium's worth of poisonous miasma. Though she returned with the herb, her temperament changed drastically thereafter. She took a deep breath, striving to hold back her tears. She became suspicious, irritable, and violent, at times, incredibly cruel. I understand that this may not be her true nature, that the dreadful miasma has corrupted her mind and spirit. Yet, I still feel fear." Upon hearing this, Yin Feng comprehended the complexities entangled within their relationship. This was not merely a case of discord among disciples. It was a web of toxicity, gratitude, and fear, far more intricate. He tore off a succulent chicken leg, golden and crisp on the outside, and offered it to her. "First, nourish yourself, preserve your strength. When she awakens, all will inevitably be revealed. Xueyinmen accepted the steaming, fragrant chicken leg, but did not eat immediately. She hugged her knees, resting her chin upon them, her gaze lost in the flickering flames, as if ensnared in a distant and warm memory. My senior sister was once the most talented and proud disciple of Xueyinmen. Her voice was soft, almost dreamlike, tinged with an imperceptible tremor. She taught me to read, guided me in channeling my energy, and shared the various nuances of cultivation. When a senior brother bullied me, she immediately intervened without hesitation, incapacitating him for half a month. On one occasion, to secure a crucial herb for my breakthrough, she single-handedly confronted 3 cultivators of equal rank with nothing but her sword, returning battered and bloodied, yet fiercely protecting that precious herb. But she sacrificed her own foundation in the process, requiring an entire year to recuperate. At this point, her voice broke completely, and tears cascaded down her pale cheeks like a string of pearls, falling onto the scorched earth below, evaporating instantly, and leaving only a small, darkened mark. Xueyinmen listened in silence, refraining from interruption. Through her simple narrative, he could envision 2 lilies intertwined, struggling to survive within the cold, unforgiving, and fiercely competitive realm of Xueyinmen. One resilient and thorny, striving to shield the other from adversity, while the other, delicate and pure, wholly depended on that protection. Alas, the treasures of this world are often fragile. The most beautiful and resilient of flowers cannot withstand the long-term erosion of a bone-corroding, soul-devouring miasma. He withdrew his drifting thoughts and redirected his attention to the spoils he had recently acquired, which he had yet to examine closely. With a fragment of his consciousness, he cautiously probed into the storage bag obtained from Xueyinmen. What lay within caused even the well-versed Xueyinmen to marvel. A mountain of high-grade spirit stones was amassed, numbering over 5,000, glimmering brightly and exuding a potent aura. Additionally, there were several exquisite magical artifacts of notable quality and numerous vials containing various healing, restorative, and detoxifying elixirs, as well as stacks of pre-drawn attack and defense talismans. This individual was indeed a core disciple of Bingxin Palace, their wealth far exceeding that of an ordinary foundation establishment cultivator. Soon, Xueyinmen's attention was firmly grasped by 2 particular items among the multitude of treasures. One was an ancient-looking jade slip, exuding a faint azure glow, inscribed with 5 robust characters in archaic seal script, Lingyuan Yunjin. This appeared to be a rather profound wood element auxiliary cultivation technique, not a direct combat method. Yet its practical effects were remarkable, capable of nurturing a cultivator's spiritual root and purifying their Dantian spiritual energy, greatly beneficial for solidifying the foundation of their cultivation and enhancing potential. Xueyinmen is currently mastering a martial art of moderate rank, and this ancient scripture serves as an excellent supplement, addressing the bottleneck he previously encountered. The other item is an exquisite jade bangle, resplendent in a deep, verdant hue, with a texture that is both smooth and translucent. Devoid of any flaws, subtle spiritual light flickers upon the bangle, indicating its extraordinary nature. Upon retrieving it and holding it in his palm, Xueyinmen infused a slight amount of spiritual energy, causing the bangle to emanate a soft yet remarkably resilient azure glow, forming a solid protective shield before him. This is undoubtedly an exceptionally valuable defensive artifact, capable of withstanding a full-force strike from a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator unscathed. His gaze shifted towards Xueyinmen, who remained silently weeping, her silhouette fragile. After a moment of contemplation, he casually tossed the priceless jade bangle to her. "Wear it," he stated with an unassuming tone, yet one that bore an undeniable authority. Xueyinmen instinctively reached out to catch it. The bangle felt icy upon contact, but quickly transformed to a warm embrace. She gazed down at the shimmering treasure in her hand, then looked up to meet Xueyinmen's calm, almost indifferent profile illuminated by the flickering flames. Her lips moved slightly, but her throat felt constricted, rendering her speechless. Throughout her life, aside from her senior sister Ma Qing, no one had ever shown her such kindness, so readily offering her such a valuable possession. This unexpected generosity weighed heavily upon her, leaving her bewildered, as a surge of bittersweet warmth washed over her heart, breaking down her defenses. "Senior brother, this is too precious. I cannot accept it." Her voice was barely audible, trembling with emotion. "I insist that you wear it," Xueyinmen replied, turning to meet her gaze with a tranquil demeanor, his tone unwavering yet imbued with an irresistible gravity. Yun Qingwan's heart raced, and any courage to refuse dissipated. Tentatively, she extended her delicate, pale hand, carefully slipping the jade bangle onto her wrist. The bangle seemed to possess a spirit of its own, slightly adjusting its size to fit her slender arm perfectly, its vibrant color adding a blush of vitality to her pale cheeks. Tears once again flowed freely, but this time they were not solely of sorrow. They were intermingled with profound gratitude, a sense of injustice, and an indescribable feeling of belonging. She abruptly rose, moving behind Yinfeng. In the midst of his surprised gaze, she clumsily yet resolutely extended her trembling hands, gently kneading the taut muscles of his shoulders and back. Senior brother, I do not know how to repay you. I lack skills and my cultivation is meager. It seems all I can do is serve you in this manner. The young girl's hands were soft, still carrying the lingering chill of her tears. Yet her touch was perfectly measured, imparting a soothing sensation that alleviated the weariness accumulated from Yinfeng's recent exertions and battles. He did not refuse, closing his eyes and openly relishing this clumsy yet sincere act of service. Then, as if resolved to make a decision, the girl let her outer garment slip away. She bit her lower lip, a flicker of shyness and determination shining in her eyes. The atmosphere in the cave became somewhat ambiguous. The following morning, the first faint rays of dawn struggled to penetrate the crevices of the stone, illuminating the cave that had witnessed a night of enchantment and repose. Chapter 60. Delving into the fire pit after a night of unconsciousness, Imoqing's fingers suddenly twitched slightly. Soon after, her tightly closed eyelids began to tremble gently, slowly opening a narrow sliver, revealing a gaze filled with confusion and disorientation, as if she had survived a calamity. I am still alive? She looked up at the rough rocks at the cave's ceiling, her voice raspy like sandpaper scraping against wood. Just then, a piercing pain surged through her as her dantian was breached, and her vital essence leaked out, forcing a painful groan from her lips. Struggling, she propped herself up with her trembling arms, only to be astonished to find that the once ghastly, nearly fatal wound on her abdomen had somehow completely healed, leaving behind only a faint, pink scar. Though her body still felt hollow and weak, the lethal injury that had drained her vitality had miraculously mended. She abruptly raised her head, her shocked eyes turning towards Yinfeng, who was meditating a short distance away, and with a hoarse voice full of disbelief, she asked, "Did you save me? You are fortunate. Your life was not meant to end here." Yinfeng slowly opened his eyes, his tone calm and unruffled, tossing a water skin filled with clear water towards her as if it were a trivial task. What he had utilized was, of course, a reward from the system, far surpassing the effects of ordinary premium healing potions. Imoqing caught the water skin and eagerly tilted her head back, gulping down several mouthfuls of the cool spring water, which alleviated her parched throat and calmed her tumultuous thoughts. Recalling the terrifying explosion from the previous night, reminiscent of an apocalyptic event, she hesitantly inquired, "What about the person from Bingxin Palace?" "Dead, with no remains." Yinfeng's reply was concise and cold. "And the female cultivator who was with him?" Imoqing hesitated before asking again. "Unknown. She may have escaped or perhaps met her demise." Yinfeng's tone remained devoid of any fluctuation. Imoqing fell into silence, utterly speechless. She gazed at Yinfeng's calm yet unfathomable face, her expression becoming increasingly complex, filled with awe, fear, and an indescribable sense of relief. This man possessed immeasurable strength, with hidden cards that emerged one after another. And his temperament was resolute and ruthless to the extreme. He had effortlessly eliminated an elite disciple from Bingxin Palace, who had reached the foundation establishment stage, demonstrating his genuine capability to obliterate her entirely. How foolish and laughable it was for her to have once harbored thoughts of scheming against, or even attempting to control such a person. A wave of intense regret washed over her, chilling her to the bone. She hastily struggled to rise, solemnly bowing to Yinfeng in gratitude. "Thank you, Senior Brother Yin, for saving my life. This kindness, I shall remember for all my days." "There's no need for that." Yinfeng waved his hand, directly interrupting her, his gaze sharp as a blade. "I saved you merely because the clues regarding the earth vein fire heart cannot be severed yet. Nothing more." Imoqing's heart sank, and she instantly comprehended Yinfeng's meaning. A bitter smile crossed her lips as she realized that she had completely lost any qualifications for negotiation or the opportunity to keep secrets in front of him. Her gaze shifted to Xueyinmen, who was silently packing her belongings. Her expression instantly darkened, reverting to her previous stern and harsh demeanor, as she reprimanded, "What are you still standing there for? Do you not see that senior brother Yin needs peace to recuperate? You have no discernment at all. Hurry and fetch him some clean spring water and prepare some food." Xueyinmen was startled by her sudden outburst and instinctively lowered her head, responding softly, "Yes, senior sister." She quickly grabbed a water skin and hurried out of the cave. Mo Qing's attitude clearly placed Yin Feng in an absolute position of authority and control, while she willingly assumed a subordinate and obedient role. In the following 2 days, the three remained quietly resting in the secluded cave. Under the influence of the precious elixirs provided by Yin Feng, Mo Qing's recovery was astonishingly swift. Her demeanor towards Yin Feng grew increasingly respectful, tinged with a hint of undeniable fear, her words and actions becoming exceedingly cautious. By the 3rd morning, Mo Qing's injuries had substantially healed, and her depleted vital essence had mostly replenished. "Senior brother Yin, my injuries are no longer a concern. We can set off now," she respectfully reported to him. Yin Feng opened his eyes and nodded in acknowledgement. The three returned to the area near the entrance of the celestial fallen tomb, which had been utterly transformed. The ground, once covered in black volcanic rock, had now become a vast pit, its edges smooth and reflective like a mirror, shimmering with an eerie, glass-like sheen. The pit still radiated incredible heat, distorting the surrounding air. Seeing this terrifying scene, reminiscent of a post-catastrophe landscape, Mo Qing felt her eyelid twitch involuntarily, her awe for Yin Feng's unfathomable methods and his ruthless decisiveness deepening even further. No longer speaking, she took a deep breath and led the way, guiding Yin Feng and Xueyinmen towards the massive active volcano in the distance, which continued to spew forth thick plumes of smoke and ash. This time, her demeanor was particularly cautious. With every few steps, she paused to carefully observe her surroundings, identifying certain extremely secretive markings. "Senior brother Yin, please be sure to follow my lead closely, and do not misstep," she explained in a low voice as she advanced cautiously. "Our ancestor from Xueyinmen Sect set numerous intricate and malevolent protective restrictions and traps here. Any ordinary cultivator who inadvertently enters this place would undoubtedly face certain death, unable to reach the foot of the volcano." She pointed to a seemingly flat area of charred ground ahead. Approximately 30 zhang to the left, there lies a natural illusion array formed by the malevolent energy of the earth vein. Once stepped into, one's mind will be drawn into an endless illusion, ultimately leading to exhaustion and death. She then indicated a slightly dark red boulder to the right. Below that red boulder lies a millennium fire spirit, sealed by our ancestor. If awakened, it is exceedingly troublesome and can burn through even metal. She was intimately familiar with every blade of grass and every stone and trap in this land of death, deftly leading Yin Feng and Xueyinmen through twists and turns, sometimes skirting walls and other times leaping swiftly, narrowly avoiding one hidden and lethal trap after another. Approximately half an hour later, the trio finally arrived, unscathed yet breathless, at the foot of the towering volcano, which emanated a suffocating sense of oppression. Waves of scorching heat, potent enough to ignite their garments, surged toward them, and every particle of dust in the air seemed to burn under the extreme temperature. The surroundings distorted violently, making each breath a Herculean effort. Mo Qing halted before a rock face that appeared indistinguishable from the surrounding charred cliffs. She took a deep breath of the searing, thin air, her expression turning gravely serious. Her hands began to weave an intricate and bizarre series of dazzling hand seals at a rapid pace, while she chanted incantations in an obscure tongue, seemingly derived from ancient times. As her melodic voice resonated through the heated air, the once unremarkable blackened rock face revealed flowing, lava-like crimson runes. These runes intertwined swiftly, ultimately forming a complex and enigmatic circular magic array, exuding an ancient and perilous aura. Xueyinmen, Zuetu Mo Qing. Respectfully request the ancestors to open the door. She bit her tongue sharply, releasing a drop of her essence-laden blood that accurately splattered onto the center of the array. With a resonating hum, the entire rock face seemed to come alive, trembling violently, and roared. The blood-red runes began to rotate counterclockwise, accelerating rapidly. At last, with a sound akin to a deep rumble from the Earth's core, an energy portal, barely wide enough for a single person to pass through and shimmering with unstable dark red light, quietly opened in the solid rock wall. A torrent of terrifying heat, tenfold that of the outside, mixed with pure yet violent elemental fire energy, surged forth like a deluge from behind the portal. The instant the light gate opened, a destructive wave of heat, seemingly emanating from the very core of hell and capable of melting iron to its essence, roared toward them. Yin Feng's gaze sharpened, and his formidable spiritual power surged forth, forming a solid and weighty protective barrier before him, effectively isolating the excruciating heat. Beside him, Mo Qing and Yun Xingwan also changed countenance, hurriedly activating their protective artifacts and spiritual shields, their cheeks turning crimson from the intense heat, sweat pouring down, and their spiritual energy depleting rapidly. Let us go. Yin Feng wasted no time, stepping through the flickering dark red portal. Mo Qing and Yun Xingwan, unwilling to lag behind, gritted their teeth and followed closely. The scene before them transformed dramatically, as if they had stepped into another world, a purgatory of flames and molten rock. They seemed to have penetrated to the very depths of the earth, the heart of the volcano. Surrounding them were no longer ordinary rocks, but walls glowing dark red, covered in fissures, radiating terrifying heat. Thick, golden red molten lava flowed slowly through the enormous cracks, casting a bizarre light across the vast underground expanse, reminiscent of the legendary blood pool of the netherworld. The air was distorted by the high temperature, and each breath they took was filled with scalding gas, reeking of sulfur and burning metal, searing their lungs with every inhalation. Stay close to me. The path here is exceedingly complex and fraught with unseen dangers. Mo Qing's voice trembled with palpable fear, revealing her profound dread of this ancestral peril. The three of them summoned their protective spiritual light, resembling faint flickering flames amidst the tumultuous sea of lava, laboriously navigating through this deathly underground realm. With each step forward, they expended vast amounts of spiritual energy to counteract the omnipresent, searing heat and the nearly molten rock beneath their feet. Occasionally, scorching lava dripped from overhead fissures or gushed from the side walls, striking their shields with a hissing sound, causing the protective barriers to tremble violently, as if they might shatter in the next instant. In this stifling heat and under the constant threat of death, they traversed an indeterminate distance, and just as Yun Xingwan was on the verge of collapse, the narrow, searing passage ahead finally opened up. Chapter 61. Extracting from the fire before the trio unfolded a vast underground cavern of immense proportions, seemingly boundless in its expanse. At its heart lay a colossal volcanic crater, exceeding 100 zhang in diameter and unfathomably deep. Within it churned a viscous, golden-red lava, akin to honey, from which enormous bubbles emanated, releasing a noxious sulfurous stench as they swelled and burst, creating a cacophony reminiscent of thunder and splattering molten rock high into the air. The terrifying heat, potent enough to melt iron, emanated almost entirely from this incessantly roiling volcano. The fiery essence of the earth lay hidden within. Mo Qing pointed towards the infernal mouth of the volcano, which resembled the entrance to purgatory, her expression laden with gravity and trepidation. Her voice bore a barely perceptible tremor as she recounted her previous descent into this abyss, where she witnessed a pure, glass-like flame of golden hue emerge from the depths of the magma, dancing in the air as if imbued with life, playfully absorbing the dense, malevolent energy of the earth. Unable to suppress her greed, she had attempted to draw near it, only to be ambushed by a lurking guardian beast, barely escaping with her life. She turned to Yin Feng, her tone imbued with solemnity. "Senior brother Yin, exercise utmost caution. That beast excels in concealing its presence, merging seamlessly with the magma. Moreover, it seems capable of harnessing the boundless fire essence here to rapidly mend its wounds, rendering it exceedingly troublesome." Yin Feng nodded gravely, his gaze sharp as he scanned every corner of the immense cavern. His vast consciousness unfurled like mercury, meticulously probing every inch of rock and every crevice. Yet, he found no trace or scent of the beast, as if it were non-existent or had completely melded with its surroundings. The trio remained vigilant, seeking refuge on a relatively secure and defensible rock outcrop, where they concealed their presence, biding their time like the most patient of hunters. Days passed in stifling heat and oppressive silence, devoid of the cycle of day and night, illuminated solely by an eternal, suffocating crimson glow. Mo Qing and Yun Xingwan's patience waned under the weight of endless waiting and the terrifying pressure of their environment, their faces betraying an undeniable restlessness and anxiety. Only Yin Feng remained steadfast, like an unyielding boulder, seated at the edge of the rock platform, his eyes half closed, exuding a serene breath as if he had become one with the harsh surroundings. Finally, on the fourth day, at an indeterminate hour, the silent magma lake below underwent a remarkable transformation. In the deepest part of the lake, the viscous lava began to churn violently without warning, forming a massive, swirling vortex as though something were about to emerge from the Earth's core. Then, under the trio's tense scrutiny, a flame, no larger than an adult's fist, emerged from the vortex. It radiated a flawless, glass-like purity, a golden fire that drifted forth, reminiscent of a newborn, curiously exploring this searing and bizarre world, joyfully leaping and swirling through the air. Invisible strands of energy, rich in purity and profundity, gathered from all directions of the cavern, drawn to the little flame as if summoned, enhancing its brilliance and intensity, emanating an increasingly formidable heat. The essence of the Earth's fiery heart. This was the true essence of the Earth's flame. Mo Qing and Yun Qingwan's breaths quickened, their eyes fixated on the golden flame, brimming with an insatiable longing. Yin Feng's eyes suddenly sparkled with a fierce intensity, yet he suppressed the impulse to act immediately with his formidable willpower. The mysterious and perilous guardian beast that Mo Qing had repeatedly mentioned had yet to reveal itself. Such anomalies were often fraught with danger. He dared not let down his guard, heightening his vigilance to the utmost. However, this celestial phenomenon, despite its nascent consciousness, would not linger in one place for long. As the golden flame absorbed the abundant energy of the Earth, it appeared to lose interest, its movements slowing as it prepared to retreat back into the fearsome magma lake. No more waiting. It was about to return. Mo Qing, unable to contain her urgency, exclaimed in a hushed tone. She turned sharply to Yun Qingwan, and they exchanged a resolute glance, reaching an unspoken agreement. Junior sister, set up the Liang Yi Wei Chen formation. Yes, senior sister. Together, they chanted in unison, their hands swiftly weaving a complex and ancient incantation. Streams of pure spiritual energy shot forth from their fingertips, intertwining in the air before them, rapidly forming a rudimentary yet stabilizing barrier, a simple array from the Xueyinmen Sect, designed for momentary confinement of foes. Senior Brother Yin, our cultivation is limited. We can only deploy this simplest of formations to delay it momentarily. The success of capturing the essence of the Earth's flame rests entirely upon you. Mo Qing's face paled slightly. Clearly drained from the exertion of forming the array, her voice imbued with a sense of desperate determination. Yin Feng nodded gravely, understanding that the moment had come to act. He inhaled the searing air, capable of scorching his lungs, and half closed his eyes, gathering his immense consciousness, far surpassing that of ordinary cultivators, into an invisible yet remarkably resilient net, cautiously enveloping the golden flame that was about to sink into the magma. He chose not to use brute force, but instead carefully projected a sliver of his purest fire attribute spiritual energy, mimicking the unique energy fluctuations of the flame, gradually approaching while emanating gentle, friendly, and even slightly appeasing waves of intent, attempting to communicate with it. The newly emerged Di Ma Yin Xueyinmen evidently sensed the gentle force that was both of its origin and yet more advanced and pure. Its tendency to descend abruptly halted, and the small, translucent flame gently swayed in the air, seemingly curious about this unfamiliar power, carefully observing and sensing the unexpected visitor attempting to communicate with it. Success! A surge of joy filled Yin Feng's heart, but he quickly suppressed his excitement to maintain absolute calm. He continued to carefully channel the fire control secret technique, transforming a strand of his pure spiritual energy into a gentle and formless energy hand, attempting to slowly and gradually guide the Di Ma Yin Xueyinmen towards his location in the periphery of the simplistic confinement array. As the golden flame, harboring destructive energy yet appearing harmless, drew ever closer, poised to enter the effective range of the Air Yi Wei Chen array, an unforeseen event suddenly unfolded. Boom. The surface of the magma lake erupted violently. A robust figure, entirely crimson like blood and clad in heavy, lava-like scales, shot forth from the boiling magma like a long-hidden venomous serpent, emanating a violent and bloody aura. It opened its gaping maw, revealing menacing fangs, and with a swift and searing gust of wind, lunged at the unguarded golden flame in the air. "Beast, how dare you?" Mo Qing, fully focused and on guard, immediately issued a sharp reprimand upon witnessing the scene. Her fiery red whip, charged and poised for action, shot forth like a living venomous dragon, cutting through the air with a piercing whistle, accurately coiling around the neck of the attacking beast. Beside her, Xueyinmen, suppressing her fear, shouted sharply, thrusting her hands forward as several ice spikes radiating an intense chill materialized out of thin air, shooting towards the beast's scarlet eyes like a volley of bolts. The two acted in unison, their coordination impeccable, successfully intercepting the beast's imminent and lethal strike at the critical moment. The beast let out an enraged roar, forced into a fierce struggle with Mo Qing and Xueyinmen, as magma splashed and ice shards flew, the roars echoing through the cavern. Yin Feng remained undistracted, seemingly deaf to the intense battle behind him, directing all his focus and willpower toward the now agitated golden flame. Success or failure hinged upon this singular moment. However, just as he was entirely focused, preparing to stabilize the Yin Xian once more and successfully lead it into the confinement array, a fleeting glance at the battle group behind him sent a chilling premonition coursing through his heart. Although the guardian beast appeared ferocious and its attacks were aggressive, upon closer inspection, its assault seemed somewhat chaotic, lacking the seasoned precision that comes from countless battles. Its roars were high-pitched and filled with juvenile rage, rather than the profound growls of a battle-hardened monster. More critically, while its aura was undeniably fierce and intimidating, a deeper perception revealed a hint of immaturity and superficiality. It was a cub. This was merely an unripe juvenile guardian beast. A terrifying thought struck him like thunder, causing his scalp to prickle. How could such powerful beasts, guardians of the Earth's spiritual essence, be solitary? They typically existed in pairs, or even as entire families. If there was a clearly juvenile cub here, then where were its parents? Where were the truly formidable, adult guardian beasts that could crush them? A chilling dread surged from the depths of his soul, coursing through his limbs. Danger! Forget it. Run. Yin Feng could no longer afford to capture the Yin Xian. His eyes flew open in horror, unleashing a thunderous roar filled with pure terror. Turning to urgently pull Mo Qing and Xueyinmen away from this suddenly lethal peril. However, it was already too late. Rumble. The vast underground cavern began to shake violently and uncontrollably, as if the most dreadful earthquake had struck. Countless massive, burning rocks cascaded from the heights of the cavern, crashing into the magma lake and raising even greater waves. The entire magma lake below churned as if stirred by an invisible giant hand, boiling over and creating towering tsunamis. A soul-shattering roar, capable of freezing blood, erupted from the depths of the darkest abyss of the magma lake. The fury and pure murderous intent contained within that roar were almost tangible, solidifying the air within the cavern, making it heavy and suffocating. A colossal, ominous shadow, bearing the aura of annihilation, slowly and inexorably rose from the deepest depths of the boiling magma. Xueyinmen, on the front lines, gazed at the shadow that brought with it an oppressive sense of impending doom, feeling a despairing pressure that made her soul tremble, leaving no room for thoughts of resistance. Her once rosy complexion drained of color as she uttered a heart-wrenching scream. Second-grade beast. That is a second-grade pinnacle beast, comparable to the peak of foundational establishment. The massive, suffocating shadow finally emerged from the magma, revealing its true form, a creature over 10 zhang in length. Resembling an ancient dragon, covered in thick, dark red metallic-scaled armor, crowned with a single horn, and eyes like molten furnaces, a terrifying behemoth. Its cold and merciless gaze, akin to that of a predator surveying mere ants, locked onto the 3 insignificant humans on the stone platform. Chapter 62. Desperate battle to the death. Its enormous eyes, resembling 2 blood-red suns ablaze in the depths of hell, were fixated fiercely upon Mo Qing and Xueyinmen, who were relentlessly attacking its offspring. The fury and murderous intent embedded in that gaze seemed poised to freeze the very souls of the two. A thunderous roar erupted, transforming into a visible wave of terror that distorted the air, sweeping through the entire underground cavern like a tsunami. The very space trembled violently, groaning as if it were on the brink of collapse. The lava giant beast made no unnecessary movements. Its colossal tail, bristling with menacing bone spikes and imbued with the power to rend mountains and shatter the earth, sliced through the air, producing a deafening sonic boom as it swept mercilessly towards the nearest target, Imoqing. The speed of its strike surpassed the limits of human perception. In an instant, the air was vacated and compressed, the very fabric of space appearing to twist and collapse under the force of that blow. Imoqing was gripped by terror, her heart racing. Instinctively, she sought to evade, only to find, under the overwhelming pressure exuded by the pinnacle-level beast, that the air around her had thickened like molasses, rendering her every movement slow and labored. A resounding crash echoed, chilling enough to stop a heart. The protective aura before Imoqing shattered like fragile eggshells before that absolute force. She barely emitted a short, piercing scream before the devastating tail struck her with brutal force. Blood gushed from her mouth, and her body was hurled backward like a stone from a catapult, crashing against a distant, unyielding rock wall with a sickening crack, her form collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Having severely injured Imoqing, the beast's other paw, engulfed in raging flames capable of incinerating anything, relentlessly descended upon Xueyinmen, who was perilously close. The oppressive heat radiating from the claw began to melt the surrounding rocks, enveloping Xueyinmen in the shadow of death. Pale as a ghost and frozen with fear, Xueyinmen felt her survival instincts surge forth, unleashing her latent potential in a desperate bid for life. She recklessly funneled every remaining ounce of spiritual energy into the jade bracelet gifted by Yanfeng, a potent artifact. With a resonant hum, a robust and vibrant azure shield sprang into existence, encasing her diminutive form within its protective embrace. The flaming claw crashed down upon the azure barrier with a deafening roar, mimicking the cataclysmic sounds of the earth shattering. The solid shield buckled and warped under the assault, spiderweb-like cracks spreading across its surface, echoing ominously. Yet miraculously, it held firm against a blow that could shatter a small mountain. Even so, the terrifying force transmitted through the shield sent Xueyinmen's internal organs into turmoil, a sharp taste of blood rising in her throat as crimson fluid erupted uncontrollably, staining her garment. Just as all hope seemed lost and death loomed imminent, a figure in the distance stirred. Imoqing, who had appeared lifeless, suddenly opened her eyes. Gone was the malice and cunning. Only primal fear and an unquenchable thirst for survival remained. She glanced at the formidable lava beast, and then at the struggling Xueyinmen and Yanfeng, her eyes devoid of hesitation or conflict, filled solely with resolute determination to abandon everything. She abruptly retrieved a talisman inscribed with ominous blood-red runes, channeling her last remnants of spiritual energy into it, igniting its power. A blinding crimson light enveloped her, and in the next instant, she transformed into a blurred streak of blood, darting away towards the passage from whence she came, not daring to look back. Sister, senior sister. Through the tumultuous barrier, Xueyinmen witnessed this heart-wrenching scene. The last glimmer of hope, the final vestige of camaraderie, shattered in that moment, replaced by a chilling despair. She had been forsaken, abandoned by the very sister who had once promised to protect her in her darkest hour. Scalding tears blurred her vision as overwhelming sorrow engulfed her. Yet, in the next breath, she turned sharply, summoning every ounce of strength to shout desperately at the struggling Yanfeng nearby. Yanxixiao. Run. Don't worry about me. I'll hold it off with the last of this artifact's power. Go. Yanfeng's expression darkened, as if shadows could drip with despair. Leave. In the absolute domain of this pinnacle-level beast, who could possibly escape? Where could one flee? Cover your ears. Guard your heart. He bellowed, his voice booming like thunder. Though Xueyinmen did not comprehend the rationale, she instinctively trusted Yanfeng's command, obeying without hesitation, pressing her hands firmly against her ears while channeling her meager spiritual energy to shield her heart. Almost simultaneously, the lava giant, incensed by its failure to crush the bothersome barrier, opened its gaping maw, wide enough to swallow a whole cow. Yet this time, no scorching flames erupted, nor did sharp winds cut through the air. Instead, a piercing, high-pitched wail emerged, capable of shattering the very essence of the soul. The invisible sound wave, imbued with destructive energy, surged outward from the beast's center, expanding in a frenzied ring, wreaking havoc in all directions. The air vibrated with discernible, distorted ripples, revealing the surrounding rugged cliffs, shaped by millennia of geothermal refinement, which, under the onslaught of this terrifying sound wave, appeared as fragile as glass, fracturing into countless unfathomable, web-like fissures. Yin Feng and Yun Qingwan found themselves at the forefront of this calamity. Despite having covered their ears in advance and stealing their minds, the dreadful sound waves, seemingly capable of disregarding all physical defenses, directly assaulted the depths of their souls. It felt as though numerous heated steel needles stabbed violently into their consciousness, resulting in a thunderous cacophony that rendered their minds blank, scattering all thoughts as if their very souls were on the brink of being torn into countless fragments. The protective spiritual light surrounding them shattered instantly, akin to paper under pressure. Both of them expelled a mouthful of blood, their faces turning pallid as if made of gold leaf, their breaths feeble to the extreme. Meanwhile, in the distance, a crimson escape light, having just evaded to the entrance of the passage and on the verge of being engulfed by darkness, was struck by the residual force of this horrifying sound wave, as if swatted away like a fly. The bloodlight enveloping her could not withstand even a single breath before dissipating like a bubble. Mo Qing emitted a heart-wrenching scream filled with boundless fear and despair, her form akin to being struck by an invisible giant hammer. Propelled away at an alarming speed, vanishing into the depths of the passage's darkness, leaving no trace behind, her fate uncertain. Brother Yun Qingwan collapsed to the ground, utterly drained of strength, unable even to lift a finger. She gazed at the heavy-footed, dread-inducing beast that drew closer, its aura emanating despair. In her eyes, fear had vanished, replaced by a somber stillness and resignation. With great difficulty, she turned her head to glance at the equally devastated Yin Feng, her voice trembling like a flickering candle in the wind, yet imbued with a final, pure resolve. "Hurry, go, I will distract it for you, go." Yin Feng fiercely wiped the blood that continuously oozed from the corner of his mouth, supporting himself with trembling arms as he slowly but resolutely stood up. In his eyes, there was no hint of retreat or fear. Instead, a glint of madness and determination emerged, born from being pushed to the brink. He abruptly slapped his storage bag and retrieved a dimmed, yet still emanating an aura of ominous slaughter, the dark yellow talisman known as the Peak Master's Slaughter Talisman. This was his final trump card, a desperate gamble. "If you wish to kill us, then let your life be the price." Yin Feng unleashed a hoarse roar akin to a wounded beast, holding nothing back as he poured the meager remnants of his spiritual energy, even igniting his essence, into the talisman with reckless abandon, akin to a floodgate bursting open. His intention was not merely to trigger the remaining attacks of the talisman, but to forcibly fuse the last two terrifying strikes contained within, transcending limits to unleash an ultimate blow capable of obliterating everything, a strike of mutual destruction. The talisman thrummed violently, responding to the infusion of this resolute and immense energy, trembling uncontrollably. The dark red patterns on its surface ignited, blood lights surging forth, coalescing into a terrifying aura of slaughter and destruction, far more formidable than before, beginning to condense and compress. The talisman paper itself began to develop fine cracks, unable to withstand the force. The lava beast clearly sensed the lethal danger threatening its life. It abandoned the feeble Yin Qingwan, its massive body thrusting against the ground, causing the entire cavern to tremble. It transformed into a dark red shadow of death, tearing through space with a savage momentum, charging towards Yin Feng, who was recklessly urging the talisman. In that moment, all of Yin Feng's focus, will, and strength were channeled into the talisman, oblivious to everything around him, utterly incapable of evasion. "No, don't." Yun Qingwan let out a heart-wrenching scream, each word dripping with anguish. In a flash, unknown reserves of strength surged within her. Without a second thought, she leaped from the ground, unhesitatingly positioning herself in front of Yin Feng. She poured every remaining ounce of her power, even the essence of her life, into the jade bracelet on her wrist, which was already covered in cracks. In that instant, the jade bracelet erupted with a brilliant azure light, dazzling and tragically beautiful, as if consuming her entire life force in that very moment. Boom! The indomitable and terrifying body of the lava beast collided with the resplendent and mournful azure barrier. This time, the barrier endured less than half a breath before shattering with a cry, filled with sorrow and unwillingness, transforming into a flurry of azure light. The jade bracelet shattered into powder, drifting away from Yun Qingwan's wrist. Yun Qingwan's petite, fragile form was sent flying like a lily cruelly broken by a tempest, akin to withered leaves falling. She was thrust beyond the edge of the rocky platform, plummeting helplessly towards the boiling, golden-red lake of lava below, which radiated an unrelenting heat capable of melting all things. She did not have the chance to emit another scream. Her small figure was instantly engulfed and obliterated by the ravenous and violent flow of golden-red lava. Xueyinmen. In that moment, Yanfeng's eyes turned blood-red. An overwhelming fury, a sky-high murderous intent, and a heart-wrenching pain drove him to madness. His reason was entirely consumed by fire. Die. The talisman in his hand finally absorbed all his strength, all his rage, and all his insanity, achieving the ultimate power beyond limits. A command echoed forth, a terrifying blood-red sword light, seemingly emanating from the deepest abyss of hell and imbued with boundless murderous intent capable of severing causality and erasing reincarnation, erupted explosively from the cracked talisman. Chapter 63. Tracing the sea of flames, this sword struck without the thunderous roar of earth-shattering clamor, nor the cataclysmic explosion of annihilation. It was enveloped in a haunting silence, as if sound itself had been utterly consumed. In that fleeting moment, the world lost all its hues, and all creation seemed to freeze, as if time itself had been forcefully severed by an invisible power, coming to a standstill. The once mighty, fearsome lava behemoth, its colossal form akin to a small mountain, became utterly immobilized in midair. Within its enormous eyes, which once blazed like a burning sun, there flickered a glimmer of primal, profound terror for the first and last time. The crimson sword light, a culmination of Yanfeng's might, fury, and sorrow, flickered and vanished as if it had never existed. A faint sound, barely audible, akin to the tearing of fabric, echoed softly. The behemoth's indestructible head, encased in thick lava scales, along with a substantial portion of its massive body, silently melted away in the wake of the sword light, dissolving like ice under the sun, evaporating into the most primordial particles of nothingness, completely dissipating into the air. The headless carcass, resembling a toppled mountain, crashed to the ground, striking the hard rock platform with a dull thud, sending clouds of dust and debris into the atmosphere. Having accomplished this feat, the dark yellow talisman in Yanfeng's grasp, now marred with fractures, finally expended its last vestiges of power, crumbling into a handful of fine ash that quietly slipped through his fingers, lost to the wind. A wave of intense exhaustion enveloped him, akin to a flood breaching its dam, causing his vision to darken as his body swayed precariously, almost collapsing to the ground. He forced himself to remain upright through sheer willpower, dropping to one knee. Gasping for air, his forehead slick with cold sweat, his complexion pale as paper. Yet there was no time for respite. He abruptly lifted his head, his crimson eyes fixed intently on the magma lake below, brimming with an uncontrollable madness and deep-seated sorrow. The final, selfless silhouette of Xueyinmen was etched into his soul, a searing brand that burned fiercely in his heart. With an overwhelming surge of emotions, compounded by the backlash from overextending his spiritual energy, he could no longer restrain himself. A mouthful of reverse blood erupted forth, staining the charred rocks before him. His body swayed violently once more, nearly toppling over. The forceful activation of the Peak Master's talisman had nearly drained his dantian of all its spiritual energy and most of his soul's power from the sea of consciousness, leaving him far weaker than if he had confronted the beast head-on. But he knew he could not falter. Clinging to the last vestiges of clarity, he tremblingly retrieved a high-grade recovery pill from his storage pouch, intended for rapid replenishment of spiritual energy, and without a second thought, he swallowed it whole. The pill dissolved instantly, transforming into a gentle, pure stream of energy that nourished his nearly parched meridians, barely sustaining his breath. Regaining a modicum of strength, Yanfeng's gaze laboriously shifted from the vast, undulating expanse of the golden-red magma lake to the massive, still twitching carcass of the beheaded beast nearby. The sorrow in his eyes was forcibly suppressed by a cold, almost cruel rationality. Xueyinmen had traded her life for this final bounty and moment of respite. He could not squander it, nor could he betray her sacrifice. With a weary body that felt as if it bore the weight of 1,000 pounds, he trudged towards the beast's remains, drawing forth a glimmering flying sword. He began the arduous process of dismemberment. The second-tier pinnacle lava behemoth was laden with treasures of immeasurable worth. Its dark red, metallic-scaled hide was impenetrable, difficult even for top-tier artifacts to damage, making it an exceptional material for crafting the finest defensive robes or shields. Yin Feng exerted tremendous effort, nearly depleting the scant spiritual energy he had just regained, as he meticulously peeled away substantial, intact pieces of the precious scales, each roughly the size of a tabletop, and solemnly stored them in his pouch. Upon slicing open the still simmering chest of the behemoth, he discovered a demon core, the size of an adult's fist, radiating a pure crimson hue and exuding an astonishing fire elemental energy, along with a surge of vibrant life essence. It lay there, glowing enticingly. This demon core, from a second-tier pinnacle beast, was invaluable beyond measure, whether for crafting high-grade pills to breach cultivation bottlenecks or for direct absorption and refinement. It was an extraordinary opportunity. Carefully securing this most vital prize, he proceeded to gather the beast's heart, blood, and high-quality flesh, rich in energy, meticulously separating and packaging them without wasting a single morsel. Having completed this labor, Yin Feng once more struggled to his feet, unsteadily making his way to the edge of the rock platform. He forced himself to achieve total calm, his mind racing at an unprecedented speed, replaying the harrowing final scene frame by frame. The emerald bracelet on Yun Qingwan's wrist was a genuine top-tier defensive artifact. It had valiantly withstood the wrathful strike of the second-tier pinnacle beast. Although it shattered in the end due to exhaustion, at that critical moment before its destruction, the last burst of energy it unleashed might have granted her a fleeting, yet possibly the only, glimmer of hope amidst the cataclysmic impact and subsequent fall. As long as her heart veins had not been instantly shattered by that terrifying force, and as long as she had not been vaporized by the searing magma, even a moment of survival could still hold promise. This thought flickered like a faint light in the abyss of despair, illuminating his heart that was on the verge of being engulfed by coldness and silence. However, following this spark of hope lay a more tangible dilemma: how to descend and rescue her. The temperature of the magma lake was dreadfully high, capable of melting even the finest steel into molten iron in an instant. Even if he were in perfect condition, with spiritual energy to shield him, plunging into the lake would amount to nothing less than suicide. Yin Feng's thoughts raced, his consciousness diving deep into the recesses of his mind's system space. Frantically searching through the array of unique items bestowed by the system, each with diverse functions. Healing ointment? No, that was for wounds. Concealment talisman? Useless, it wouldn't hide his form. Water-repelling pearl? This is not water, it is fire. One object after another swiftly passed him by, and his heart sank little by little with each fleeting hope, growing increasingly cold. Just as he was on the verge of being completely engulfed by despair, ready to leap into the abyss for a minuscule chance of survival, a peculiar elixir, exhibiting a smooth, jade-green hue adorned with natural cloud patterns, emanating a refreshing aura, entered his consciousness. Guishi Bihuowan. Upon consumption, it allows the user to enter a state of suspended animation akin to the hibernation of a spiritual turtle for an hour, sealing all breath and becoming impervious to fire and water. Note, the effect is limited. Do not delve into the core of extreme fire domains. This is it. An astonishing light ignited in Yin Feng's eyes. Without the slightest hesitation, he extracted the elixir from the system and swallowed it whole, without a glance. The moment it touched his tongue, it dissolved instantly, and an indescribably refreshing sensation surged from his abdomen, rapidly coursing through his limbs, ultimately forming an invisible yet tangible energy membrane on the surface of his body. The previously suffocating, scorching heat that seemed capable of igniting the very air itself appeared to be repelled by this membrane, as if pushed away by an unseen force. Although the oppressive heat remained palpable, it had become bearable, devoid of the immediate lethal threat it once posed. A surge of joy flooded Yin Feng's heart, and he took a deep breath of the still searing air. No longer hesitating, he resolutely gazed down at the churning sea of golden-red death and leapt. With a splash, his body dove into the lake of molten lava, agile as a fish. Contrary to his expectations of excruciating burns and horrific pain, the thick, searing lava, upon contact with the invisible membrane enveloping his body, seemed to veer away as if meeting its nemesis, unable to touch his skin. Though he could still distinctly feel the terrifying pressure and the pervasive, heart-stopping heat surrounding him. All of it lay beneath the formidable protection of the Guishi Bihuowan, well within his capacity to endure. Overwhelmed with ecstasy, Yin Feng quickly suppressed his emotions, unwilling to waste a moment. He extended his consciousness, painstakingly searching inch by inch through the viscous, wildly chaotic sea of lava. However, the immense and tumultuous fire elemental energy contained within the lake severely disrupted and diminished the range and precision of his perception. Despite his utmost efforts, he could only vaguely sense the surroundings within a radius of several dozen zhang. He felt like a drowning man devoid of direction, or a desperate treasure seeker, wildly and recklessly wandering, diving, and exploring in this monotonous yet perilous golden-red world. Time slipped away rapidly, and the efficacy of the Guishi Bihua wand continued to wane, causing Yanfeng's heart to grow heavier and colder with each fruitless moment. Could it be that not a trace remained? Just as the flame of hope in his heart was about to be extinguished by the icy despair, and the elixir's effect neared its limit, a dazzling flash of pure, brilliant gold, incongruous against the dark red lava, flickered at the periphery of his consciousness. Yanfeng's spirit surged, akin to a traveler on the brink of death from thirst spotting an oasis. He immediately summoned the remaining spiritual energy within him, propelling himself toward that direction. Soon, his physical eyes beheld an astonishing sight, a fist-sized flame, pure and translucent like crystal, radiating a flawless golden hue, drifted aimlessly in the vast and perilous sea of lava, akin to a lost child without the guardian beast that once protected it, floating and sinking in solitude. Dimayanshin. It is still here. Chapter 64. A strange encounter in the abyss. Yanfeng was acutely aware that the most pressing matter at hand was to urgently search for Yun Qingwan's whereabouts, even if there was but a glimmer of hope. However, he also rationally understood that the Dimayan Exine, a remarkable entity of nature, was imbued with spirit. Once frightened, it would conceal itself, or perhaps be swept away by some unknown force lurking within the depths of the magma lake. Finding it again would be exponentially more challenging than searching for a needle in the vast sea, rendering the task nearly impossible. His thoughts raced as he made a swift decision. While maintaining his consciousness to probe the surroundings, he cautiously channeled a strand of the purest, gentlest fire attribute spiritual energy, devoid of any coercive intent, akin to how one would approach a timid young creature. He delicately moved towards the shimmering golden flame. Without the threat and guidance of the guardian beast, this nascent Dimayan Exine, still in its infancy and lacking awareness, exhibited no resistance. It instinctively sensed that the approaching energy shared its origin, warm and kind, and was easily drawn to it. It entwined and obediently followed, eventually being silently drawn into a cold jade treasure box that had been meticulously prepared for the preservation of celestial spiritual entities. Despite successfully capturing this coveted celestial fire, a profound heaviness settled upon Yanfeng's heart, eclipsing any joy he might have felt. He swiftly concealed the jade box close to his person, inhaled deeply, suppressing all distracting thoughts, and continued his seemingly futile yet unwavering search in this desolate, crimson sea of death. Meanwhile, in the profound depths of this vast magma lake, within an unknown and secretive abyss far beyond the reach of ordinary imagination, an oval shield radiating a faint yet remarkably resilient light enveloped a curled, delicate figure. It disregarded the terrifying heat capable of incinerating all and the immense pressure, descending slowly towards the darker depths of the abyss at a constant pace. Inside the light shield, Yun Qingwan's eyes were tightly shut, her long eyelashes adorned with glistening tears. She had completely lost consciousness. At the moment she resolutely stood before Yanfeng, only to be flung away by the immense power of the beast and plunged into the magma. The exquisite emerald bracelet gifted by Yanfeng shattered, fulfilling its final purpose. Yet, before its complete destruction, this exceptional defensive artifact unleashed all its inherent spirit and energy in a tremendous burst, creating an incredibly resilient protective barrier that separated her fragile form from the lethal torrent of magma. Even more astonishing was the inexplicable yet powerful pulling force emanating from the abyss's depths, which consistently tugged at the tiny light shield, guiding it through layers of thick, scorching magma, steadfastly leading it towards the unknown depths of the abyss. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely in this realm of heat and darkness. At last, the pale blue light shield quivered gently, as if piercing through an invisible yet tangible energy barrier. The scene before her transformed dramatically, revealing a space devoid of any magma, as though it were two entirely different worlds. Before her lay a vast, magnificent underground cavern, steeped in an ancient and weathered atmosphere. The ceiling soared high, resembling a self-contained sky, adorned with countless fist-sized, softly glowing crystalline gems, illuminating the expansive space as brightly as day, revealing every detail. At the center of the cavern stood a jade bed, crafted entirely from millennia-old cold jade, exuding a visibly chilling aura that starkly contrasted with the searing heat outside. Upon this icy bed lay a woman garbed in an ornate, intricately designed palace gown, her beauty breathtaking and ethereal, as if untouched by the mortal realm. She lay there in tranquil repose, her eyes closed, features serene, skin flawless as if merely caught in a deep slumber. Yet, an aura of ancient solitude and timelessness enveloped her, suggesting she had been in this quiet sleep for 1,000 years, or perhaps even longer. As the pale blue light shield gently entered the mysterious cavern, the striking woman on the jade bed, who had kept her eyes closed for countless ages, stirred slightly, and then gradually opened her eyes. What an extraordinary gaze it was, seemingly containing the vastness of the universe in the deepest of cold pools, clear, profound, and indifferent. Just a single glance had the power to ensnare all of existence, freezing time itself in its wake. Her calm gaze settled upon the unconscious Xueyinmen within the light shield, and the corners of her exquisite lips curled into a faint, enigmatic smile. After waiting for 3,000 years, she finally encountered a successor bearing a pure body, one who, amidst life and death, harbored a resolute will and pure intent. She slowly sat up, her posture radiating extreme elegance, as if she had merely taken a brief rest. Her form was not entirely corporeal, but rather a slightly ethereal, yet remarkably solid spiritual entity. Nonetheless, the inherent nobility and majesty she exuded commanded reverence, making it difficult to gaze directly upon her. She raised a slender, ethereal hand and gently pointed toward Xueyinmen. With a soft pop, the pale blue light shield, like a soap bubble, silently dissipated. A gentle yet irresistible force cradled the delicate form of the young woman, placing her gently on the icy jade bed, lying upon the cold ground. Awaken. A voice, cool and melodious, devoid of any human emotion, yet resonating with a power that struck deep within the soul, echoed in the depths of Xueyinmen's consciousness, akin to awakening a dormant essence. Xueyinmen's long eyelashes, still glistening with tears, trembled violently before she emitted a faint moan, slowly and laboriously opening her heavy eyelids. As her blurred vision gradually focused, and she beheld the exquisite visage before her, so perfect that it seemed beyond the realm of mortals, she was momentarily entranced, her mind a blank, unable to comprehend the unfolding reality. Who are you? Am I not already dead? Her voice was frail and hoarse, imbued with confusion and disbelief. I am the Xueyinmen, the ethereal goddess of sound. The beautiful woman spoke softly, her voice ethereal and elusive, yet laced with an air of ancient desolation and solitude that seemed to transcend the ages. The shattered bracelet upon your wrist, infused with a trace of primordial essence, is one of the tokens I left behind in years gone by. It sensed the energy of this place in your final moments, preserving a fragment of your life and bringing you here. Xueyinmen? Xueyinmen's mind was enveloped in chaos. She had never heard this name before. Everything before her surpassed her comprehension, as if she were ensnared in the most absurd of dreams. The goddess's eyes, seemingly capable of penetrating the very depths of the soul, quietly observed the unmistakable confusion and concealed despair within her own. With a gentle inquiry, her voice carried an enigmatic allure. Tell me, child, do you wish to live? Do you desire the power to alter your fate and command your own life and death? Do you long to no longer be bullied, to no longer be easily discarded? Power? Xueyinmen's body trembled violently, the words striking her heart like the sharpest of needles. Unbidden, memories surged forth in her mind. Imoqing's resolute departure, her cold and unyielding back, Yin Feng, facing the terrifying beast alone, drenched in blood yet refusing to retreat. Indeed, if she possessed power, formidable power, perhaps her senior sister would not have succumbed to the malevolent miasma, becoming so alien and terrifying. Perhaps Yin Shixiang would not have been driven to the brink of despair, nearly sacrificing his life. An unprecedented, intense desire ignited within her heart, a wildfire raging against the frost of despair. I want. She nearly ground her teeth, summoning every ounce of strength, forcing the weighty words from the depths of her throat, as a light of obsession rekindled in her eyes. A subtle, barely perceptible satisfaction flickered across the exquisite visage of Xueyinmen. She nodded gently, Very well. Here, I possess a supreme secret method that directly points to the essence of the Tao, known as the Yin-Yang, He Tai Shang Wang Qing Ju. Those who cultivate this technique can perceive their true nature amidst extreme emotions and attain transcendence through forgetfulness, gaining the power to master their own destiny in the shortest possible time. Her gaze deepened, resembling two whirlpools capable of engulfing all, brimming with infinite temptation. Now, tell me, are you willing to accept my legacy and become my disciple? On the other side, deep within the viscous, searing, and destructive energy of the magma, every movement of his limbs felt as if he were pushing through heavy mercury, requiring immense physical and dwindling spiritual strength. Yin Feng's consciousness was compressed by the surrounding violent fire energy, reaching an extreme level of interference. In this monotonous yet perilous golden-red world, he resembled a blindfolded mortal with ears blocked, engaging in the most clumsy, least effective, and nearly futile search. An hour's worth of the medicinal effect swiftly passed, and the surrounding heat became increasingly acute and lethal. He had to forcibly suppress the growing anxiety within, swiftly rising to the rocky platform, and without pausing to catch his breath, he unhesitatingly swallowed the second Gui, Shibai Huo, plunging once more into that sea of despairing heat. One day, one night, time flowed slowly and cruelly through the agony. He scoured every inch of his consciousness, as methodically as one combing hair. Yet apart from the gigantic beast's headless corpse, which began to sink deeper, there were no other discoveries, no fragments of clothing, no remnants of artifacts, nor any traces of human-shaped charred remains. The spiritual energy within his dantian had nearly been entirely exhausted through repeated intense consumption and the meager recovery offered by the pills, with the meridians sending waves of sharp pain akin to needles. The fatigue of his spirit and the repeated blows of dashed hopes surged like a relentless tsunami, threatening to obliterate his will. As the effects of the third and final Gui, Shibai Huo, began to wane sharply, the invisible protective barrier surrounding him flickered uncertainly, on the verge of disintegrating. Yin Feng finally ceased all movement. He hovered amidst the still-churning magma, slowly, despairingly closing his eyes. In his mind, the final image of the girl shielding him with her petite form against the beast was vividly clear, every detail seemingly branded into the depths of his soul with a searing iron, igniting his heart. Ultimately, he had failed to find her. Not even a scrap of clothing or a relic remained. A profound sense of sorrow, weight, and emptiness, akin to a cold leaden weight, lodged firmly in his chest, nearly suffocating him. He was not a saint filled with compassion, nor had he known Yun Qingwan for long, their relationship not deep enough to be deemed profoundly heartfelt. Chapter 65. The emergence of magma, yet that innocent, timid girl, who always bore a hint of unease, ultimately sacrificed her life without hesitation to save him. This heavy consequence, akin to a mountain pressing upon his heart, filled him with an overwhelming sense of guilt and helplessness, nearly shattering his resolve. Yin Feng suddenly opened his eyes, and the sorrow and grief that threatened to overflow were instantly replaced by a fervent madness, burning with an almost obsessive intensity. No longer hesitating, he swiftly returned to the rocky platform and sat cross-legged. The fleeting moment of respite that Yun Qingwan had earned with her life, the earth-vein flame heart she had seized for him, he could not afford to waste. He could not betray her sacrifice. This was the very core of the lair of the second-tier peak lava behemoth. Now that the beast was dead, the entrance had been largely destroyed by the earlier cataclysmic explosion, making it impossible for anyone else to easily intrude in the near future. The abundance of fire elemental energy here was extraordinary, and it was perfectly concealed, rendering it a heavenly sanctuary for him to break through his limits. He must grow stronger. He must become powerful enough to completely control his own destiny, strong enough that no one would ever have to sacrifice themselves to protect him again. Yin Feng's gaze sharpened, glinting with a terrifying light. He took a deep breath and reverently retrieved the icy jade box that sealed the earth-vein flame heart from his bosom. The instant he opened the lid, a radiant, pure golden flame, reminiscent of glass, erupted from the box like a ferocious spirit imprisoned for millennia. It carried an overwhelming, destructive aura, threatening to tear through space and escape. Now that it was in my grasp, do you think you can flee? Yin Feng scoffed. Fully prepared for this, his hands swiftly formed seals before him, and with a decisive motion, a golden net woven from his refined spiritual power materialized out of thin air, ensnaring the fleeing earth-vein flame heart with tenacious resolve. The earth vein flame heart, a rare entity birthed by the heavens and earth, though possessing nascent intelligence, was exceedingly violent and would not submit easily. It thrashed violently within the spiritual net, each fierce impact distorting and shaking the shimmering net, producing a grating sound that threatened to meld it with the intense heat. Beads of sweat instantly formed on Yanfeng's forehead. He dared not let his guard down for even a moment. He promptly retrieved 2 items from his storage pouch, specifically prepared to subdue and soothe the raging fire element. One was a piece of deep azure jade, emanating a bone-chilling cold that could freeze the scorching air around it into ice crystals, the Millennium Cold Pool Jade. The other was a peculiar plant, resembling a twisted, ghostly face, entirely black and exuding a sinister aura capable of calming the spirit and soothing the soul, the ghost face thistle. He placed the icy cold pool jade in his left palm and the eerie ghost face thistle in his right palm, channeling a harmonizing technique recorded in the Lingyuan Yunmu classic. The 2 opposing attributes, one of pure cold and the other of dark aura, were carefully guided by him and infused into the spiritual net that confined the earth vein flame heart. Upon contact with these 2 repugnant and discomforting energies, the golden flame emitted a haunting sound, akin to a searing iron plunged into a frigid spring, its once dazzling brilliance rapidly dimming and its intensity noticeably waning. It worked. Indeed, it was effective. Yanfeng's spirit soared, and a gleam of ecstasy flickered in his eyes. He no longer held back, fully mobilizing the limited magic power within his dantian to initiate the most critical and perilous step of refinement. This was an unimaginably arduous process, one fraught with excruciating pain. The searing and violent energy contained within the earth vein flame heart surged like a torrent, incessantly assaulting and scorching his meridians and spirit with agonizing torment. Meanwhile, the extreme cold of the cold pool jade and the ghostly calming power of the ghost face thistle continuously eroded and froze his flesh and consciousness, subjecting him to another layer of excruciating suffering. Ice and fire, yin and yang, these 2 diametrically opposed elemental forces collided and tore at his body, as if they were determined to rend his flesh and soul apart, grinding him into the most primal particles. Yanfeng gritted his teeth, blood seeping from his gums, a drop of crimson trickling from the corner of his mouth, yet he paid it no mind. His entire consciousness was intensely focused, akin to walking a tightrope on the edge of an abyss, carefully maintaining a precarious balance while using his formidable willpower to guide the fierce energy of the earth vein flame heart, coaxing it, taming it, and ultimately merging it into his Dantian's Qi. 3 days and nights passed in a blur of relentless agony and torment. When the last flicker of the struggling golden flame was entirely devoured by the slowly rotating vortex of spiritual power within his Dantian, which seemed to harbor a miniature world, Yanfeng's body trembled violently. Boom! An unprecedented, formidable aura erupted from within him, powerful enough to make his own heart race, surging forth like a slumbering volcano. The liquid spiritual power, already refined through numerous trials, now shimmered with a faint, glass-like golden hue, its quality and potency elevated beyond measure. He slowly opened his eyes, and deep within his gaze, 2 miniature golden flames flickered quietly. He spread his palm, and with a subtle thought, summoned a fist-sized, docile golden flame that radiated a comforting warmth, dancing joyfully in his palm like a thoroughly tamed pet. The earth vein flame heart had been successfully refined, as he savored the surging power within him. As if he could shatter mountains with a single blow, Yanfeng gradually rose to his feet. His demeanor had grown more introspective, yet infinitely more dangerous, akin to a legendary weapon sheathed in its scabbard. He cast one last glance at the unyielding and tumultuous golden-red lake of lava, forcing the heavy pain and profound guilt deep into the recesses of his heart. Resolutely, he turned and walked towards the passage from whence he came. However, just as he stepped out of the volcanic interior's searing domain and returned to the edge of the vast pit, transformed into a glass-like state by the preceding explosion, his footsteps abruptly halted. His expression shifted to one of formidable intensity, his muscles instinctively tensed. Not far away, a female cultivator clad in a moon-white robe, slender and upright, with the unique cloud patterns of the Bingxin Gong embroidered on her sleeves, stood with her back to him, slightly bent as if meticulously examining traces left by the explosion on the ground. Yanfeng's heart sank instantaneously, as if plunged into an icy abyss. It was the female cultivator from Bingxin Gong, who had previously pursued the Yoming Zone cultivator. Her companion, a male cultivator surnamed Chu, had perished beneath the Peak Master's talisman that he had unleashed at any cost. This matter must not reach the ears of Bingxin Gong. Instinctively, he exerted all his strength to operate the Jiuzhuan Inyuan Ju, suppressing all his aura to the utmost, transforming himself into a lifeless rock, preparing to silently circumvent her and distance himself from this perilous place. The implications of this incident were far too grave. The consequences were unimaginable. If he could avoid exposure, he would do so at all costs. Yet, just as he shifted his foot, the female cultivator from Bingxin Gong seemed to have keenly sensed something. Abruptly turning her head, her gaze was as sharp as that of a hawk, like two frigid blades, radiating an unmistakable arrogance and chilling murderous intent unique to a disciple of a great sect, piercing straight at Yin Feng. Stop. This area has been sealed and requisitioned by my Bingxin Gong. If you wish to avoid death, vacate the premises immediately. The female cultivator raised her hand, her voice commanding and resolute, imbued with an undeniable authority. Simultaneously, a formidable spiritual pressure, characteristic of a mid-foundation cultivator, bore down upon Yin Feng, attempting to intimidate him. Yin Feng's steps faltered slightly, yet a barely perceptible glint of unease flickered in his eyes. Something was amiss, very amiss. What he currently projected was merely the aura of a perfected qi refining stage cultivator. The other party was an elite disciple from Bingxin Gong in the mid-foundation stage. They were strangers with no grievances or conflicts. Why was she so fierce upon their first encounter, even resorting to spiritual pressure to threaten him, adopting a posture as if ready to kill? This reaction, this attitude, did not resemble a standard warning or expulsion, but rather felt like a facade of intimidation, eager to frighten him, an unexpected witness, a way to prevent any complications. A thought flashed through Yin Feng's mind like lightning. Instead of retreating as commanded, he quickly donned a facade of obsequiousness, tinged with a hint of trepidation and flattery, stepping forward with haste. He performed a deep bow and humbly addressed her. "Ah, it is a great honor to encounter the esteemed fairy of Bingxin Gong here. I am unworthy and apologize for the rudeness. I bear no intention of offense. I was merely tracking down a nefarious scoundrel from the Yoming Zone who has stolen an exceptionally important Zifu, Xueyinmen, from my family's legacy. I wonder, have you seen any trace of that rogue? If you could provide any clues, my family would be most grateful." He deliberately articulated the term Zifu Xueyinmen with particular clarity. As expected, upon hearing those 5 words, the expression of the female cultivator from Bingxin Gong changed dramatically. Her eyes betraying a momentary flicker of panic, swiftly suppressed, but not unnoticed by Yin Feng's keen gaze. "Preposterous. I have never encountered anyone from Yoming Zone, nor do I know anything about the Zifu Xueyinmen," she retorted sharply, though her voice carried an imperceptible edge and a hint of insecurity, her spiritual pressure wavering momentarily. "You must leave at once. Speak further nonsense, and I shall unleash my flying sword without mercy." Her threats were fierce, yet the underlying panic in her eyes and the subtle retreat of her stance confirmed Yin Feng's suspicions. Indeed, it was as he thought. She was injured, severely. Her aura appeared robust, yet it was hollow and unstable. The reason she remained here, too fearful to depart, was likely because the Yoming Zone female cultivator and the critically important Zifu Xueyinmen were hidden nearby. She was guarding the spoils for her deceased senior brother or awaiting reinforcements from her sect. Chapter 66. The Soul Seal's grasp in light of this. There is no longer any need for hesitation or pretense. Why must the Celestial Maiden be so enraged? The obsequious smile on Yin Feng's face vanished without a trace, replaced by an icy indifference, his gaze sharp as a blade, radiating an unabashed intent to kill. "Since the Celestial Maiden insists she has not seen it, then I shall take matters into my own hands." Before his words faded, he sprang into action. A glimmer of ethereal light burst forth from beneath his feet, and his figure left a faint afterimage, appearing as if by teleportation behind the icy-hearted Palace Maiden. His speed defied all rational comprehension. The female cultivator paled in horror, her pupils dilating in disbelief. She had never anticipated that this seemingly unremarkable rogue, at the pinnacle of the qi refinement stage, could possess such incomprehensible swiftness. This was not a speed typical of ordinary qi refinement cultivators. In a panic, she instinctively swung her sword in a desperate arc, the blade's radiance fierce, yet it cleaved only the emptiness of air. A fist, appearing simple and unadorned, yet enveloped in a faint golden glazed flame, rapidly magnified within her suddenly constricted and terrified gaze, filling her entire field of vision. "You dare!" Bang! The sound erupted like a thunderous strike, reverberating through the air. The protective spiritual light hastily conjured by the female cultivator shattered before the terrifying power of that fist, disintegrating like a paper window. The unadorned yet formidable force, imbued with the searing essence of the earth's fiery core, struck her unguarded chest with relentless force. Poof! A torrent of crimson blood mixed with fragments of her innards erupted from her mouth, transforming into a chilling mist of blood. She was sent reeling backward as if struck by an invisible hammer, crashing onto the scorched earth several dozen feet away, rolling for several rounds before coming to a halt, her breath instantly faltering, her complexion as pale as parchment. You dare to injure me?" The female cultivator struggled to rise, propping herself up with her sword, incredulously fixating on Yin Feng, blood continuously spilling from her lips. Her eyes brimmed with astonishment, humiliation, and a hint of absurdity. How could she, a direct disciple of the esteemed Bingxin Palace, in the mid-foundation stage, be so grievously injured by an unknown rogue, seemingly only at the Qi refinement stage? This was an unparalleled disgrace, an unacceptable reality. "I am Xueyinmen, a true disciple of Bingxin Palace. My master is a golden core elder of the sect. My senior brother, Xueyinmen, is a paragon of the sect. If you dare to touch a hair on my head, heaven and earth will ensure that Bingxin Palace extracts your soul and shatters your body into 1,000 pieces." Despite the searing pain, she shrieked in a voice filled with indignation, attempting to intimidate her opponent with the weighty reputation of her sect. Upon hearing this, the last vestige of hesitation in Yin Feng's eyes dissipated as if it had never existed, replaced by an unyielding, frigid intent to kill. Bingxin Palace? He had already slain one of its members. Having already taken the life of Xueyinmen, a late Foundation cultivator, what difference would it make to eliminate another mid-Foundation disciple, Xueyinmen? Should this matter come to light and be pursued by Bingxin Palace, he would face certain death, with no hope of escape. Moreover, this woman likely possessed the coveted Zifu Hushan Lian, a divine treasure he desperately needed to ascend to the Golden Core realm. To kill and seize treasures, to obliterate evidence, this is the most naked and genuine survival rule in the realm of cultivation. To show mercy to one's enemies is to be cruel to oneself. Enough. Yin Feng was disinclined to waste another word, his form flickering once more as he closed the distance with the swiftness of teleportation. This time, the golden glazed flames of the earth's fiery core blazed more fiercely upon his fist, scorching the surrounding air into violent distortion, emitting crackling sounds of explosive heat. As she felt the overwhelming heat that threatened to ignite her very soul, Xueyinmen's spirit shattered in terror, her heart racing in panic. She finally comprehended that this seemingly harmless individual before her was, in truth, a lawless and reckless madman. The weight of the sect's name and threats meant nothing to him, and might even backfire. In this life-or-death moment, a fierce will to survive ignited a glint of madness and determination in her eyes. She hastily patted her storage bag, retrieving a blood-red pill the size of a longan, radiating chaotic and violent energy. Without hesitation, she swallowed it whole. "You have forced my hand. We'll die together." Her face twisted as she let out a piercing scream. Boom! The instant the pill entered her abdomen, an overwhelming surge of violent spiritual energy erupted within her, threatening to rupture her meridians. Her previously weakened aura ignited like a powder keg, soaring past the boundaries of the mid-foundation stage, even barreling toward the late foundation stage. This was a forbidden elixir that came at the cost of burning all vital essence and exhausting future potential for a fleeting surge of power. Yet, she was ultimately too gravely injured. Having pursued the female cultivator from the Yuming sect, while already bearing significant internal wounds, she had forced herself to press on. Now, after enduring the full brunt of Yin Feng's fist, which had shattered her protective light and injured her internally, she was at her limit. At this moment, the terrifying potency of the forbidden drug did not grant her the power needed to turn the tide. Rather, it became the final straw that broke her already fragile body. The uncontrollable spiritual energy rampaged through her severely damaged meridians like a wild stallion, wreaking havoc. Suddenly, her vision darkened, and her chest felt as if it were about to explode with pain. The artificially amassed power shattered like a balloon pricked by a needle, dissipating completely. Ah! Xueyinmen emitted a short, agonized groan, her eyes rolling back as her body convulsed twice before collapsing lifelessly to the ground with a thud, unconscious and unresponsive. Yanfeng's fist, ablaze with golden flames, halted just 3 inches from her nose. The fierce wind from his punch causing her disheveled hair to dance wildly. He raised his brows in mild surprise, a cold smirk curling at the corners of his lips as he slowly retracted his fist, sparing himself considerable effort. Approaching the unconscious Xueyinmen, he displayed no tenderness, ruthlessly tearing away the exquisite storage pouch embroidered with the yun pattern of the Bingxin Palace that hung at her waist. He sent forth a wisp of divine consciousness, brutally probing within. Soon, a jade box, meticulously carved from millennia-old cold jade and sealed with multiple spiritual symbols, materialized in his hand. The instant he opened the lid, a refreshing and tranquil aroma wafted forth, as though capable of cleansing the very soul. Inside the jade box lay a peculiar spiritual herb, its entire form a profound and noble purple, with petals crystal clear and shimmering, while minute starlight flickered within its core, resembling a miniature nebula. The purple guardian lotus. Indeed, it was the one. A surge of joy welled up within Yanfeng as he suppressed his excitement, unhesitatingly retrieving it and solemnly placing it in the safest corner of his storage pouch. After completing this task, his gaze returned to Xueyinmen's face, which, even in unconsciousness, bore an expression of pain yet remained strikingly beautiful. The cold, murderous intent in his eyes resurfaced. This woman must not be left alive. The potential consequences were dire. However, just as he raised his hand, gathering spiritual energy to deliver a lethal blow and eradicate any future threats, his movements paused slightly. A thought flashed through his mind like a bolt of lightning. After all, this woman was a true disciple of the inner sect of Bingxin Palace, with a foundation far deeper than that of ordinary scattered cultivators. To simply kill her with a single strike seemed somewhat wasteful. Moreover, who could guarantee that these core disciples, meticulously nurtured by the grand sects, were no hidden tracking marks or soul-binding techniques? Upon her death, her masters would sense it immediately, leading to even greater troubles. A more insidious thought began to quietly take root in his heart, rapidly blossoming. A deep, inscrutable glimmer flickered in Yanfeng's eyes as he slowly crouched down, extending a finger. From the tip of his finger, a drop of blood, crimson with a faint golden sheen reminiscent of glazed glass, emanating the essence of the Earth's fiery core, was gradually forced out. Using his finger as a pen, his blood as ink, and his own divine consciousness as a guide, he inscribed an ancient and arcane pattern upon the smooth, pale forehead of Xueyinmen. With my blood, I bind thy spirit, ensnaring thy heart with a spiritual lock, I command. He murmured an intricate and obscure incantation, and that drop of extraordinary blood seemed to come alive, writhing and shifting before ultimately transforming into an exceedingly complex, almost imperceptible, blood-red rune exuding a strange allure. The moment the rune took shape, it dove into Xueyinmen's skin between her brows as if it were a living entity, disregarding all obstacles, plunging directly into the depths of her unguarded sea of consciousness. Chapter 67. Binding the soul and locking the heart. This is a forbidden secret technique, inherited from ancient times, exceedingly tyrannical and malevolent, which the righteous path cannot tolerate. It forcefully implants a fragment of the caster's original divine thought deep within the soul's core of the recipient, intertwining with their spiritual essence like the most vicious seed. From that moment forth, the life and death of the recipient, the flow of their cultivation, and even the emergence and extinction of every thought will lie entirely within the caster's control, rendering them unable to escape for eternity, worse than the most loyal soul slave. Having successfully planted this venomous curse known as the binding soul-locking heart seal, Yanfeng finally felt a sense of relief, his previously taut nerves easing slightly. With a stoic expression, he retrieved a high-quality healing elixir from his storage pouch, pried open Xueyinmen's mouth, and somewhat roughly administered the potion, channeling a trace of spiritual energy to aid in its efficacy. Moments later, the elixir began to take effect. Xueyinmen's long eyelashes, stained with tears and dust, fluttered violently, and she emitted a faint groan as she gradually regained consciousness. Initially, she gazed around in confusion, seemingly struggling to comprehend her surroundings. Then, memories of her previous state surged into her mind like a tidal wave, prompting her to sit up abruptly. her expression shifting to one of vigilance and fear as she surveyed the vicinity. Upon spotting Yin Feng, who stood nearby with an air of calm malevolence, his cold and unfeeling gaze fixed upon her, a primal terror flickered in her eyes, quickly evolving into profound shock and bewilderment. I'm not dead? Why hasn't he killed me? He had countless opportunities to easily snuff out my life. Yet, in the next moment, she acutely sensed something profoundly amiss within her body. The vibrant spiritual energy, which once surged like a mighty river within her dantian, now felt as if it were ensnared by invisible yet unyielding shackles, moving sluggishly and heavily, as though mired in a quagmire. Despite being at the mid-stage of Foundation establishment, she could barely summon even a fraction of her usual strength. Even more chilling was the unmistakable sensation that deep within her soul, an invisible yet palpably real thread had been forcefully implanted. The other end of that thread was firmly grasped in the hands of the man before her. With a mere thought, he could sever her soul, plunging her into a fate worse than death. What would have you done to me? Xueyinmen's complexion drained of color, turning as pale as paper, her voice trembling uncontrollably with overwhelming terror, filled with despair. It is nothing, Yin Feng replied casually. His tone as calm, as if he were merely recounting a trivial matter unrelated to himself. You were gravely injured, on the brink of death, and I merely extended a hand to stabilize your condition temporarily. He approached her slowly, towering over the despondent and helpless Xueyinmen, a cruel and icy smile playing at the corners of his mouth. In pursuit of that practitioner from the Yuming sect, to seize the Zifu guardian lotus from your grasp. You were severely wounded by her desperate counterattack, leaving your soul in tatters. In a bid to survive, you recklessly ingested the blood-burning explosive pill, which has now violently backfired upon you. Your primary meridians are fracturing, your spiritual energy dissipating, and your foundation is on the verge of complete collapse. Even if I do not kill you, your time is limited, and your demise will be excruciating. With each measured statement from Yin Feng, Xueyinmen's complexion grew increasingly ashen, her body trembling uncontrollably. The accuracy with which he described her dire state was uncanny, as if he had witnessed it firsthand. However, you need not worry. Yin Feng's tone shifted slightly, remaining unperturbed. I can save you. Not only can I repair your damaged meridians and foundation, but I can also elevate your cultivation as a result of this misfortune. Save me? Xueyinmen reacted as though she had heard the most absurd and laughable jest. Instinctively, she reached for her waist, only to find that her personal storage pouch had vanished without a trace. The Zifu guardian lotus. She had risked her life and even turned against her senior brother to reclaim this treasure from the demonists of the Yuming sect, and now it was gone. She abruptly lifted her head, fixing Yin Feng with a gaze filled with resentment and derision, her voice sharp as she shouted, "The weasel pays a New Year's visit to the hen, with nefarious intentions. You stole my Zifu guardian lotus, used dark arts to control my life and death, and now you feign concern for my rescue? How utterly laughable. Hypocritical. It appears you have yet to fully comprehend your current predicament and identity." Yin Feng's patience seemed to have worn thin, his gaze turning icy as he dispensed with further pleasantries. In an instant, his figure vanished from sight. Xueyinmen's pupils constricted to the size of pinpricks, an overwhelming chill enveloping her, a deathly crisis that made her soul tremble. She instinctively attempted to muster her spiritual energy to resist and evade, only to despairingly realize that the energy within her was as unyielding as solidified lead, wholly unresponsive to her commands. In the next moment, a hand, cold as iron and imbued with terrifying strength, mercilessly grasped her delicate neck, lifting her effortlessly off the ground as if she were a mere chick. A profound sensation of suffocation surged through her, her lungs ablaze with pain. Xueyinmen's feet flailed helplessly in the air, her hands futilely trying to pry apart the iron-like grip. She could clearly sense the unabashed, pure, and icy intent to kill emanating from that hand. With the slightest increase in pressure from the fingers, her neck would snap like a withered twig, extinguishing her life. The shadow of death, akin to the frigid depths of the ocean, instantaneously submerged all her pride, all her dignity, and all her unwillingness to accept her fate. She did not wish to die. She truly did not want to die. She was still so young, a prodigy of the Bingxing Palace, with a bright future and a long path ahead. She could not allow herself to perish in this desolate, forsaken place, shrouded in obscurity and devoid of value. I was wrong. Yes, I am sorry. Tears, like large and scalding pearls, continuously cascaded from the corners of her eyes, mingling with the dust and tracing two disheveled paths across her pale, yet beautiful cheeks. From the depths of her throat, she struggled to emit a series of broken, tearful pleas. Please, do not kill me. I am willing to do anything, to be your servant. I beseech you. Yanfeng gazed indifferently at her tear-streaked face, contorted in desperation, and slowly released the grip of his hand from her throat. Thud! Xueyinmen fell to the ground like a discarded rag doll, curling up as she coughed violently, inhaling the cold, precious air in great gasps, each breath pulling at her body with excruciating pain. However, before the relief of surviving could arise in her heart, it was completely engulfed by a deeper, more frigid despair. Yanfeng withdrew his hand, continuing to look down upon her from his elevated position, his eyes devoid of any sympathy or fluctuation, only reflecting an indifferent coldness akin to eternal ice. Leave, he uttered in a tone as frigid as his words, as if shooing away an annoying fly, before I change my mind and decide to end your life. Xueyinmen's body stiffened abruptly. She struggled to rise from the ground, but was horrified to realize that she lacked even the faintest strength to summon a sliver of spiritual power. She could perceive with utmost clarity that the once rushing torrent of her formidable spiritual energy, which had filled her with pride, had now become as desiccated and cracked as a parched riverbed, utterly depleted. Her meridians were shattered inch by inch, resembling a violently torn spider's web, riddled with countless wounds. Her spirit was dim and lifeless, marred with cracks, as if it could shatter completely at any moment. Even without the bizarre restraint imposed by that man, she had already become a complete invalid, inferior even to an ordinary human. An individual incapable of absorbing the essence of heaven and earth, struggling even with the simplest aspects of self-sustenance. From the lofty heights of being a revered daughter of the Bingxin Palace, she had fallen into a state of utter desolation, her cultivation entirely obliterated, her life and death no longer in her own hands. This immense fall from grace, akin to plummeting from the clouds into an unfathomable abyss, drove her to the brink of madness. Her mind teetering on the edge of collapse. Tears mingled with despair surged forth once more, like a flood breaching its dam, flowing freely across her dust-covered face. Yanfeng observed her visage, completely shattered and devoid of hope, and a flicker of contemplation briefly illuminated his eyes. He feigned to turn to depart, but paused at just the right moment. He retrieved from his storage bag a more ancient and tightly sealed jade vial. The instant he uncorked it, an indescribable, rich vitality and a peculiar fragrance that seemed capable of soothing the soul permeated the air, refreshing the surrounding tense atmosphere. He poured out a pill, the size of a longan, pure white like jade, adorned with natural cloud patterns, with an essence that appeared to pulsate with life within. The moment this pill emerged, even the light seemed to soften. Consume it. Yanfeng's voice remained devoid of any emotional rise or fall. As if he were discussing an inconsequential matter, your injuries can be healed. The severed meridians, the damaged spirit, can all return to their former state. Chapter 68 The Contract of the Furnace. Xueyinmen abruptly lifted her head, her beautiful eyes, slightly reddened and swollen from tears, gazing in disbelief at the pill in Yanfeng's hand, which emanated a powerful vitality and a peculiar fragrance. Her gaze then slowly shifted to his face, which resembled ancient ice, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. She could not comprehend why this devil, who had just ruthlessly manipulated her life and death like a cruel demon, employing the most vicious forbidden techniques to turn her into a puppet, would suddenly change his demeanor and produce such a precious elixir to heal her. This was illogical. There must be a more terrifying conspiracy lurking behind this. Why? She struggled to speak, her voice hoarse and dry, filled with profound vigilance and immense confusion, her body instinctively recoiling slightly. I require a suitable furnace. Yanfeng articulated succinctly, his gaze fixed upon her, devoid of any emotion, as though assessing the value and utility of an object. By cultivating together with you, utilizing your pure Yin body and the foundation of Bingxin Palace, I can help break through the bottleneck of the golden pill. This process will benefit us both, restoring your damaged foundation and even aiding in your cultivation progress. Cultivating together. Furnace. These two terms struck her chaotic mind like thunderclaps tearing through the heavens, resonating with an overwhelming force. In an instant, she grasped the true intent behind his words. A deep-rooted humiliation and an ocean of rage surged within her, akin to a volcanic eruption, flushing her once pale cheeks with crimson and causing her body to tremble with intense fury. You shall not, she exclaimed, her voice sharp and nearly breaking, akin to a cat whose tail had been stepped on, as she exerted all her strength to shout. I, Xueyinmen, would rather sever my meridians and die immediately, would rather exist eternally as a useless being incapable of cultivation. I will never endure such a profound humiliation. Become your furnace? Never. Is that so? Yanfeng remained unfazed by her vehement reaction, not even raising an eyebrow, his tone chillingly calm. If that is the case, then remain here and gradually experience the dissipation of your spiritual power, the withering of your meridians, the decay of your soul, until you ultimately transform into a mere skeleton amidst endless pain and despair. Upon finishing, he made a motion to retract the jade-like pill, which radiated an irresistible allure, into his storage bag. This simple and direct action felt like an invisible and frigid hand, tightening around Xueyinmen's throat, utterly shattering her seemingly resilient, yet inherently fragile last line of psychological defense. Death. She was not truly afraid of death. Yet, what she feared was the torment of living, 1,000 times more unbearable than death. She could not fathom enduring existence with the identity and pride of a true disciple of Bingxin Palace, reduced to the lowest of beggars, devoid of dignity and hope, helplessly watching her hard-earned cultivation dissipate, feeling her life force ebb away, ultimately transforming into a handful of dust in an unrecognized corner. That prolonged and despairing torment was far more terrifying and soul-crushing than a moment of death. Before her lay the only glimmer of hope, the sole light in her darkness. Dignity and pride, power and survival. How should she choose? The answer, in the face of absolute power and the instinct for survival, was almost devoid of suspense. In the presence of a force capable of controlling everything, determining her life and death, that pitiful and fragile dignity appeared so minuscule and inconsequential. I agree to your terms. Xueyinmen, with nearly all the remaining strength of her soul, painfully squeezed out those words from her trembling lips. Each word seemed to carry blood and tears, soaked in endless humiliation and unwillingness. With a flick of his hand, Yanfeng sent the precious pill arching through the air, landing in her mouth, where it dissolved instantly. Boom! An overwhelming yet exceptionally gentle and pure surge of life energy enveloped her limbs and bones, akin to the warm currents of melting snow in early spring, flowing through every inch of her meridians and acupoints. Those cracked and withered meridians, resembling parched riverbeds, began to visibly writhe and heal under the nourishment of this powerful life energy, regaining their resilience and vitality. Even the nearly extinguished qi in her dantian began to swell, spiritual power slowly nurturing and circulating, her severely damaged soul, marred with cracks and on the verge of collapse, gradually regained clarity and stability under this peculiar force's gentle restoration. In just the span of a single incense stick, the grievous injuries that would have left any cultivator in utter despair had miraculously healed to a substantial degree. Though her cultivation had not fully returned, her foundation was stable, and reaching the pinnacle once again, or even advancing beyond, was merely a matter of time. Xueyinmen carefully sensed the exuberant power flowing through her body, a myriad of emotions swirling within her, complex to the extreme. She was astonished by the miraculous effects of this pill, humiliated by the choice she was forced to make. Yet, deep within her heart, an uncontrollable surge of indescribable gratitude blossomed for the one who granted her this new lease on life. She understood that such a miraculous elixir, akin to a second life, must be of legendary grade, its value immeasurable by ordinary spirit stones. A true treasure that could be encountered but not sought. And this man had so easily bestowed it upon her, his former enemy, who had vowed to kill him. At that moment, Yanfeng's calm voice once again interrupted her thoughts. My cultivation has reached the peak bottleneck of foundation establishment. I require your pure Yin body and the properties of ice-based techniques to combine Yin and Yang, breaking through to the golden pill path. While you have healed, your foundation is still damaged, and your soul is flawed. This cultivation together can help stabilize your realm, refine your soul, and even provide the opportunity to touch the threshold of late foundation establishment. Xueyinmen fell silent, knowing that he spoke the truth. This ancient orthodox dual cultivation secret technique was not an evil path of exploitation. If both parties' techniques aligned, and their intentions resonated, or at least one party was entirely under control. It would indeed benefit them both immensely. She slowly rose to her feet, adjusting her disheveled and tattered garments, striving to restore the semblance of the icy demeanor and grace befitting a true disciple of Bingxin Gong. Yet, within her once proud and spirited eyes, there now lingered only a profound stillness and resignation. Closing her eyes, she took a deep breath, mentally preparing herself to endure the most unbearable and humiliating scenarios her imagination could conjure. However, Yanfeng's subsequent actions once again took her by surprise. He calmly seated himself across from her, retrieving from his storage bag a pill the size of a longan, radiating a gentle luminescence, and exuding an enticing fragrance that was truly captivating. "Consume this, maintain clarity in your spirit, and channel your Bingxin Ju," he instructed. Xueyinmen accepted the pill, glancing at it once, and her heart surged with tumultuous waves. This was an even more precious and rare pill than the previous healing elixir, specifically designed to enhance the strength of the soul, improve affinity with the celestial energies, and assist in breaking through bottlenecks. The supreme, Xueyinmen. Such a treasure could incite fierce competition among golden core practitioners in the outside world, yet here he was, so readily offering it to her. How many of such treasures did he possess? And why was he so willing to allow her to consume it? Countless questions swirled within her mind, but she felt too drained to ponder deeply, nor did she wish to. Following his instructions, she swallowed the pill, and a refreshing aura surged into her consciousness, revitalizing her spirit. She obediently reclined slowly before Yanfeng, striving to relax her body, and began to silently circulate the core technique of Bingxin Gong. Yanfeng leaned closer, and their breaths intertwined in an instant. 3 days and nights passed in a seamless flow of energy, time slipping away unnoticed. When the last trace of pure yin-yang energy gradually dissipated, returning to their respective dantians, Xueyinmen's long eyelashes fluttered, and she slowly opened her eyes. A fleeting brilliance flickered deep within her gaze before vanishing. She meticulously sensed her own being and discovered that her aura had become even more refined, tranquil, and stable. The spiritual power within her surged unceasingly, and all the hidden injuries and flaws left by her previous wounds and the backlash of the pill had been thoroughly cleansed. Her soul felt clear and transparent, even brushing against the intangible barrier of the late foundational stage. The benefits were far beyond her expectations. In contrast, Yanfeng maintained his cultivation realm at the pinnacle of the foundational stage, seemingly not having broken through directly. However, the spiritual energy circulating around him had become more pure and refined, subtly imbued with a glimmering golden hue, indicating a significant advancement in his control over flames and alchemical insights. More importantly, his system rewarded him with numerous ancient alchemical recipes and several bottles of finished pills that he was incapable of refining at his current level. Yanfeng appeared unfazed by the lack of a direct breakthrough. He stood calmly and tossed Xueyinmen a finely crafted storage bag as she lay on the ground. "Consider this your reward for our collaboration." Xueyinmen instinctively accepted the storage bag and, without thinking, probed within with her consciousness. In the blink of an eye, she felt as though she had been struck by an invisible thunderbolt, rendering her utterly stunned, her mind blank. Inside the storage bag lay 3 vials of pills. Precisely the miraculous Shengxing Zhaohua Dan she had previously consumed, along with 2 equally precious Yuqingning Dan. This. She abruptly lifted her head, her gaze fixed on Yanfeng, her eyes brimming with astonishment and profound confusion. She could not comprehend his motives. Yet, even more incredulous events unfolded. The moment she looked up at Yanfeng, she distinctly felt the icy, malevolent, and invisible shackles that had tormented her day and night. The very force that controlled her life and reduced her to a mere puppet suddenly snapped with a soft crack, dissipating like melting ice and snow. The suffocating sensation of being utterly dominated vanished without a trace. You. Xueyinmen was utterly bewildered, her mind grinding to a halt. She opened her mouth, but found herself unable to utter a single coherent sentence. She could not fathom, nor could she comprehend, why this man had expended such a tremendous cost and employed such tyrannical means to control her, only to seemingly allow her to depart so easily. Did he truly intend for this to be merely a mutually beneficial exchange? "You may leave." Yanfeng issued his dismissal in a calm tone, devoid of any discernible emotion. "Remember everything that transpired today. You have not seen me, and I have never seen you." Return to your Bingxin Gong and forget this place. Xueyinmen struggled to stand, casting a deeply complex and lingering glance at Yinfeng. In her gaze resided a tumult of emotions. The initial fear and resentment, the recent humiliation and unwillingness, the shock and gratitude following her healing and gifts, entwined with a profound sense of awe and bewilderment in the face of an unfathomable presence. Ultimately, she said nothing, clutching tightly to the heavy storage bag, and transformed into a slightly unsteady streak of light, swiftly vanishing into the horizon. Chapter 69. Turmoil on the return journey. She remained silent, not daring to cast another glance at Yinfeng, as if a ravenous abyss lurked behind her. Stumbling, she turned around, brandishing a sword radiating an aura of chilling cold, transforming into a fleeting streak of light, slightly frantic and disheveled, vanishing into the distant horizon without a backward glance. Yinfeng stood quietly in place, watching her disappear completely, his face expressionless, his gaze as profound as an ancient well, betraying not the slightest ripple of emotion. The act of silencing her seemed like a final solution, yet it was a desperate measure. The death of a true disciple from the Bingxin Palace would only provoke an unrelenting, costly pursuit and bloody vengeance from her sect, leading to endless repercussions. However, a living disciple, instilled with a deep-seated fear and respect, who owed an irreplaceable debt of gratitude for her life, might, at some crucial moment in the future, serve as a deeply buried pawn capable of turning the tides unexpectedly. He slowly opened his palm, and with a stirring of thought, a pure, translucent flame of golden hue, akin to one forged from crystal, materialized in his hand, dancing joyfully and exuding an unsettling heat and vitality. The surrounding air warped under the intense heat, producing faint crackling sounds. The fiery core of the earth, painstakingly refined over 3 days and nights, had completely fused with him. It not only significantly enhanced his alchemical success rate and the quality of his elixirs, but also possessed a terrifying power capable of incinerating mountains and boiling seas, far surpassing ordinary spiritual flames and artifacts, becoming one of his strongest trump cards. With a flick of his fingers, the golden flame vanished without a trace. He oriented himself, no longer lingering, and set off back to the Yaowang sect. Passing through the still bustling and clamorous market outside the sect, he procured a substantial amount of medicinal materials needed for crafting various foundational period elixirs, depleting his storage bag, which had recently been filled with a windfall from Xueyinmen and the lava behemoth. He etched Yun Qingwan's grudge deeply into his memory. The favor she had earned with her frail life and the chance she had given him would not be forgotten. He was determined to enhance his strength with utmost urgency and at any cost, whether in the art of alchemy or his own cultivation level. In the Yaowang sect, within the Dan Ding Pavilion, in the independent courtyard where Yinfeng resided, the cold sword light flickered like mercury spilling across the ground. Qin Yao tirelessly repeated the most fundamental and monotonous sword techniques: slashes, thrusts, flicks, sweeps, her sweat thoroughly soaking her garments. Yet her heart was already in disarray. It had been nearly a month since senior brother Yin had left the sect. A month without any news. Beyond tending to the medicinal fields they had cultivated together, she spent almost all her time in this courtyard, fervently practicing her swordsmanship. She loathed her own helplessness, resented her mortal status. If only she were a cultivator, if only she were stronger, she could stand by his side, fighting alongside him, rather than helplessly waiting at home, tormented by endless worry and fear. With a swift motion, the sword sliced through the air, producing a sharp sound, yet her wrist trembled from exhaustion, nearly sending the heavy sword flying from her grasp. Just then, the familiar creak of the courtyard door being pushed open caught her attention. A familiar figure, weary and carrying an air of lingering blood and smoke, appeared in the doorway, coming into her view. All of Qin Yao's movements came to an abrupt halt, as though struck by lightning. Her mind went blank as she stared at that figure. Sunday. Sun Shixiang? Her voice trembled with disbelief, as if fearing that this moment was merely a figment of her longing. Yinfeng gazed at the sweat-drenched girl, grasping a long sword. Her face marked by shock and fatigue. A fleeting softness flickered in his eyes. He nodded, his voice calm. Yes, I have returned. With a clang, the sound of metal striking metal resonated. The long sword slipped from Qin Yao's grasp, clattering to the ground. In the next moment, she could no longer contain the flood of anxiety, fear, and longing that had accumulated within her for an entire month. She dashed forward, throwing herself into Yin Feng's embrace, which, though not wide, felt immensely solid and reassuring at that moment. Her hot tears instantly soaked his garments. "You've returned. You finally returned. I was so scared. I was so scared for you." Her voice was choked with sobs, incoherent as she clung tightly to his clothing, as if fearing that loosening her grip would make him vanish again. Yin Feng's body stiffened slightly. He was unaccustomed to such closeness. Yet, feeling the pure and intense emotions radiating from the girl in his arms, he eventually raised his hand, awkwardly patting her trembling back, his voice softening. "It's all right now. Everything is all right." He did not elaborate on the dangers and trials he had faced over the past month, simply offering her a few words of comfort. Under Qin Yao's insistence, he took the day to rest and recuperate. The following morning, just as dawn broke, he locked himself into the specialized alchemy room equipped with a ground fire chamber. The journey to the Hanbing Valley was imminent. He needed to prepare a sufficient quantity of high-quality elixirs to address any potential unforeseen circumstances. Whether for healing and life preservation, rapid recovery of spiritual power, or those sinister and lethal poisons and talismans meant for crucial moments, every preparation had to be meticulous, leaving nothing to chance. He intended to exact a debt of vengeance from Mo Qing and that accursed Xueyinmen sect, repaying Yun Qingwan's grudge with interest. Meanwhile, within the Baichao pavilion, Ling Shuang, donned in white attire, sat quietly behind the counter, absent-mindedly tapping her slender fingers on a pitch-black jade box emanating a chill, the very box that had originally contained the ghost-faced thistle. That rascal Yin Feng had not come to retrieve the precious spiritual herb he so urgently needed for nearly a month, nor had he visited Baichao Pavilion to purchase any other materials. What on earth was he doing? Had something unfortunate befallen him? As the thought of the increasingly difficult to suppress, often flaring, cold poison within her body surged in her heart, Ling Shuang was engulfed by an ineffable sense of agitation and anxiety. The recent affairs within the pavilion had also left her in turmoil. Various overt and covert struggles arose incessantly, and she felt as though she was being pushed to her limits, on the brink of madness. No, she could no longer remain passively waiting. Suddenly, she rose sharply, coldly instructing a fellow inner sect sister, who was meticulously organizing medicinal herbs nearby, to watch the shop as she prepared to step out. Without waiting for her sister's response, she turned on her heel and strode out of Baichao Pavilion, making her way towards Danding Pavilion. However, upon arriving at the entrance of Yin Feng's secluded courtyard, she was halted by a young girl with a delicate appearance and a distinctly wary gaze. It was Qin Yao. "May I ask who you are looking for, senior sister?" Qin Yao scrutinized the strikingly poised and exquisitely beautiful female cultivator before her, who exuded an aura that seemed to repel strangers, instinctively rising within her a sense of vigilance and subtle hostility. Another woman seeking Yin Shixiang, and she appeared. Quite extraordinary. "I seek Yin Feng," Ling Shuang replied coolly, her tone imbued with her characteristic air of undeniable chill and detachment. "Unfortunately, Yin Shixiang is currently in closed-door meditation and has instructed that he will not receive any visitors," Qin Yao responded, her posture straight and unwavering, showing no sign of retreat even though her counterpart was a cultivator. Ling Shuang's delicate brows furrowed slightly as she assessed Qin Yao from head to toe. A mere mortal girl devoid of any fluctuations of spiritual energy? How dare she obstruct her? A flicker of displeasure ignited within her, prompting her to test the waters with a hint of skepticism in her voice. "Closed-door meditation? To my knowledge, he has not visited Baichao Pavilion for nearly a month to procure any herbs. This period of seclusion seems rather prolonged, does it not?" She intended to use this statement to probe for any clues regarding Yin Feng's whereabouts. However, the moment her words fell, Ling Shuang's expression shifted dramatically. No longer tranquil and indifferent, it was now filled with profound shock and disbelief. She abruptly lifted her gaze, as if her eyes could penetrate the barriers of the courtyard and the building itself, fixating intently on the tightly shut alchemy room deep within the courtyard. A faint yet extraordinarily pure, searing, and domineering aura, imbued with the essence of the heavens and earth, wafted from the alchemy room like a breath. This aura, she could not possibly be mistaken. It was the unique fluctuation emanating solely from the spiritual fire born of the heavens, and of an exceedingly high grade. Has he succeeded? Has he truly managed to find and subdue a certain type of celestial spiritual fire in such a short span of time? Chapter 70. The sudden change of spiritual fire. This thought struck like a thunderbolt, piercing through the darkness and instantly hitting Ling Shuang's heart, causing her body to tremble violently and her breath to quicken. The celestial spiritual fire. He actually succeeded. How could this be possible? A profound shock, accompanied by an indescribable urgency, shattered all her rationality and restraint in an instant. She could no longer concern herself with etiquette or hesitation. Her foundational spiritual energy erupted violently within her, and with a swift motion, she sought to break through any obstruction and burst into the enticing alchemy room. What do you intend to do? Qin Yao's expression changed dramatically. Without a moment's thought, she opened her arms wide, like a mother hen protecting her chicks, firmly blocking Ling Shuang's path with her slender form. Although her body trembled slightly under the immense spiritual pressure emanating from her opponent, her gaze remained resolute. Get out of my way. A mere mortal dares to obstruct me. Ling Shuang's eyes flashed with cold light, her heart swirling with anxiety and anger. With a fierce shout, the powerful pressure characteristic of a foundational stage cultivator erupted unabashedly, crashing down like an imposing mountain. Qin Yao felt an irresistible force descend upon her, causing her chest to constrict painfully, her blood surging violently. She staggered backward, taking 7 or 8 steps before barely stabilizing herself, her delicate face turning as pale as paper, and a metallic taste surged in her throat, nearly causing her to spit blood. Yet, she bit down hard on her lip, swallowing back the bitter taste, refusing to retreat even a single step, resolutely standing before Ling Shuang with unwavering determination. I have said it. Senior brother Yan is in seclusion. No one is permitted to disturb him. Ling Shuang's eyes ignited with murderous intent. An insignificant mortal ant, daring to repeatedly challenge her authority? She completely lost her last shred of patience. Seeking your own demise. Ling Shuang no longer held back. Her right hand curled into a claw, the tips radiating a chilling light, accompanied by a fierce gust of wind and an icy aura, aimed directly at Qin Yao's fragile throat. To her, killing a mere servant girl who was not an official disciple of the Danding Pavilion was as inconsequential as squashing an ant. No one would come to her aid, nor would there be any serious consequences. Qin Yao's pupils constricted to their limits, the cold shadow of death enveloping her entirely. She wanted to dodge, to struggle, but found her body shackled by the overwhelming spiritual pressure, bound by invisible chains, unable to even move a finger. All she could do was watch helplessly as the deadly claw loomed larger before her. At this critical moment, as life and death hung in the balance, a resounding explosion erupted. The heavy stone door of the alchemy room, previously shut tight, suddenly blew open without warning. Debris flew everywhere. A figure, swift as a phantom and enveloped in a scorching wave of heat, appeared before Qin Yao, shielding her completely behind him. Ling Shuang's relentless claw, aimed with deadly intent, was seized by a hand that shone with a faint golden hue, as powerful as iron, firmly gripping her wrist. No matter how she channeled her spiritual energy, she could not advance a single inch. It's you. Ling Shuang was taken aback, her complexion paling. She could distinctly feel the overwhelming power from the hand gripping her wrist, brutal and searing, causing her foundational stage spiritual energy to stagnate, rendering her unable to break free. Yin Feng slowly raised his head, his gaze as cold as eternal ice, imbued with a chilling, killing intent that made even Ling Shuang, who was much stronger than him, feel a shiver of fear, as if she had fallen into an icy abyss. He abruptly released Ling Shuang's wrist, steadying the nearly collapsed Qin Yao behind him. His eyes, sharp as poison blades, locked onto Ling Shuang. Each word piercing and chilling. Ling Shuang, do you wish to kill my people in front of me? Under the gaze devoid of any human emotion, filled solely with pure, cold, killing intent, Ling Shuang felt a wave of coldness surge from the soles of her feet to the crown of her head, as if her very blood were freezing. She had no doubt that if she dared to make any dangerous move, this man would undoubtedly strike without hesitation, eliminating her on the spot. I. Ling Shuang's throat felt dry, her heart racing, struggling to suppress the shock and fear within her. Yet her gaze remained locked onto Yin Feng, acutely sensing the intense, albeit restrained, fiery aura emanating from him, her voice trembling uncontrollably. You succeeded? You truly refined the earth vein flame heart. Yin Feng remained expressionless, neither confirming nor denying, merely regarding her with his frigid eyes, responding with measured indifference. So what if I did? And if I didn't? What concern is it of yours? This seemingly tacit admission struck Ling Shuang's heart like a thunderclap. Her heart seized painfully, the color draining from her face, filled with disbelief and an inability to accept the reality. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible, she cried out, her voice sharp. Without my Xueyinmen and the earth vein flame heart to temper the spirit, you could not possibly have refined it. Any forced attempt would have reduced you to ashes. How could you have done it? How did you achieve this? She could not accept this truth. It upended her understanding. She had schemed for so long, paying a hefty price, even lowering herself to engage in a transaction with a chi refining stage cultivator, banking on the notion that he must rely on the Xueyinmen she provided to succeed. She believed she was the one orchestrating this transaction. But now, not only had he succeeded, but it seemed he had not even needed her so-called key herb. Xueyinmen? Yin Feng smirked, a hint of mockery evident in his cold gaze. Who told you that in this vast cultivation world, only your Bai Chao pavilion harbors such spirit herbs as Xueyinmen? His casual words struck like an invisible hammer, mercilessly shattering the last vestiges of Ling Shuang's hope and pride. In that instant, she comprehended. From the very beginning, Yin Feng perhaps had not placed all his hopes in her. He had, through other undisclosed channels, already prepared another Xueyinmen, one that might even be of superior quality. Believing she had a firm grasp on the opponent's vital point and mistakenly thinking she controlled the initiative of the transaction, she ultimately found herself a mere fool, lost in her own delusions. All her calculations and expectations had become a farce. An overwhelming sense of loss, the anger of being toyed with, and the bitterness of plans falling apart instantaneously shattered her reason, almost driving her to the brink of madness. Yin Feng, you have been using me. You have been exploiting me from the very beginning, she shrieked, her voice distorted by rage. Exploiting? Yin Feng scoffed, a cold glint intensifying in his gaze. Ling Zhishir, our relationship has always been a mutually beneficial transaction, from start to finish. You came to me time and again, and today, you even dared to intrude upon my sanctuary and threaten my people. And now, you have the audacity to accuse me of using you? He turned away from her, directing his attention to the still pale and shaken Qin Yao beside him, his tone softening slightly, laced with an undeniable authority. Yaoer, see her out. Yes, Shi Xiao. Qin Yao inhaled deeply, forcing her trembling legs to remain steady. Though fear of Ling Shuang still lingered in her heart, Yin Feng's presence bestowed upon her boundless courage and resolve. She stepped forward, gesturing clearly and firmly for Ling Shuang to depart, her voice ringing out crisp and unyielding. Senior sister, please leave. To be dismissed so abruptly by a mere mortal girl, one she could have easily crushed moments ago, was an unprecedented humiliation for the proud and haughty Ling Shuang, a steward of Bai Chao Ge. Her complexion shifted from pale to flush, her chest heaving violently, a tumult of shame and fury threatening to ignite her. Yet, as her gaze met Yin Feng's still frosty eyes, which seemed capable of unleashing violence at any moment, her rage and resentment were doused as if drenched in icy water, leaving only a chilling fear. Gritting her teeth, she inhaled several deep breaths, forcibly suppressing the fury that threatened to explode. In a final desperate attempt, her voice tinged with barely perceptible pleading and urgency, she implored, Yin Feng, the secret realm of Hanbinggu is about to open. Do you not wish to go? If you would assist me in expelling the cold poison entwined within me, I shall meet any condition you propose. Spirit stones, elixirs, magical artifacts, even the unique formulas of Bai Chao Ge, everything I possess, I can offer you. However, Yin Feng did not even lift his eyelids, seemingly indifferent to her words. He turned resolutely back towards the shattered alchemy chamber. With a resounding thud, the damaged stone door slammed shut with an invisible force, completely severing the connection to the outside and extinguishing all of Ling Shuang's hopes and fantasies. Well, what a Yin Feng. Ling Shuang glared at the closed stone door, her eyes radiating a venomous hatred that seemed almost tangible. Her exquisite features twisted in extreme anger and resentment. I will remember you. This humiliation shall be repaid 100-fold. With a furious growl, she flicked her sleeve and transformed into a streak of light, leaving in a flurry of rage and bitterness. In the courtyard, it was not until Ling Shuang's figure vanished entirely from view that Qin Yao exhaled a long breath, her legs weakening beneath her, nearly collapsing to the ground as her back became drenched in cold sweat. Chapter 71. The predicament of the alchemical furnace within the confines of the alchemical chamber, The smoke and the lingering scent of elixirs had yet to dissipate entirely. Yin Feng resumed his seated meditation before the obsidian-hued alchemical furnace, which now subtly radiated a palpable heat, focusing his breath and spirit. With the slightest movement of his thoughts, a strand of pure, transparent golden flame, akin to liquid crystal, gracefully leapt from his fingertips, tracing a beautiful arc as it precisely entered the specially designed fire opening at the base of the furnace. The flames surged upward, and the temperature in the alchemical chamber soared to a level that would leave ordinary cultivators drenched in sweat, the air itself warping under the intense heat. Yin Feng remained composed, skillfully casting various meticulously prepared herbs into the furnace at the designated moments and in the precise order. His formidable consciousness was highly attuned, akin to the most intricate of instruments, adeptly monitoring every subtle fluctuation of the earth's fiery essence, guiding the medicinal properties to fuse seamlessly. Now, having gained initial mastery over this extraordinary fire, the initial clumsiness and difficulty had vanished. The process of refining the medicinal liquid, purging impurities, and forming the elixirs flowed with an elegance reminiscent of a gentle stream, executed with an efficiency that surpassed his previous endeavors using ordinary flames by more than double, while significantly reducing the consumption of spiritual energy. What filled him with even greater joy was that upon completion of a batch of Ning Yuan Dan, as the lid of the furnace was lifted and the fragrance wafted forth, he keenly observed that among the 9 perfectly formed elixirs, 2 bore a faint yet genuine halo, reminiscent of moonlight, encircling their surfaces. The halo of the elixir, a hallmark of superior quality. Its potency had transcended that of ordinary high-grade elixirs, enhancing their efficacy by over 30%, with reduced toxicity and improved absorption. The delight in Yin Feng's eyes was unmistakable. The extraordinary nature of the earth's fiery essence had once again exceeded his expectations. This not only signified a qualitative leap in his alchemical success rate and the quality of the elixirs, but also indicated a more substantial and superior reservoir of resources to pursue loftier and more challenging realms. He carefully stored the elixirs in a jade vial, feeling the surging spiritual energy within him, already brimming yet restrained by an invisible barrier, unable to advance further. A gentle sigh escaped him. The completion of the foundation establishment stage. He had lingered in this realm for quite a considerable time. To progress further, he must condense the Golden Dan, open the Purple Palace, and step into an entirely new and true level of cultivation. The path of the Golden Dan promised a meteoric rise, an increase in lifespan, and the spontaneous generation of divine abilities. Yet, this step was as daunting as ascending to the heavens. It required an immense quantity of rare materials to forge an unparalleled foundation and refine one's soul and power, along with a crucial, enigmatic opportunity for breakthrough. Han Binggu. A glimmer of determination flashed in Yin Feng's eyes as his gaze appeared to penetrate the stone walls, fixating on a distant direction. There lay not only the blood feud with Yun Qingwan awaiting retribution, but also his greatest hope for breaking through to the Golden Dan stage and solidifying his future path. He must acquire sufficient key resources there. Drawing a deep breath to quell the tumultuous emotions within, he rose and stepped outside. He found Qin Yao holding a broom, visibly unsettled, evidently still haunted by the earlier conflict, mechanically sweeping the courtyard. His heart warmed, and he approached her slowly. Yaoer, Yin Shixiang. Qin Yao startled, akin to a frightened deer, hastily dropping the broom and looking at him anxiously. Have you finished alchemy? Indeed. Yin Feng nodded, retrieving a smooth, white jade vial from his storage bag and offering it to her. This contains some Yang Yuan Dan, with gentle medicinal properties, ideal for nourishing your foundational essence. Take one each day. It will greatly benefit your physical constitution. This was not a common Yang Qi Dan circulating in the markets, but rather a superior elixir he had meticulously crafted using the earth's fiery essence, with minimal impurities, pure and mild, perfect for a mortal's gradual absorption to enhance their physique. Qin Yao's hands trembled slightly as she accepted the jade vial, her eyes brimming with disbelief and gratitude. Cautiously, as if cradling a rare treasure, she held the vial close to her chest, raised her face, and nodded earnestly, her voice choked with emotion. Thank you, Yin Shixiao. I will use it diligently. Her gaze inadvertently drifted to the alchemical chamber behind Yin Feng, and she suddenly froze, pointing hesitantly at the still warm black furnace. Yin Shixiao, that furnace, does it have a crack? Yin Feng was taken aback by her words and turned to follow her gaze. He beheld the standard alchemical furnace issued by the sect, which now emitted a faint yet persistent hum, akin to a mournful wail. There, near the base of the fire opening, fine and distinct cracks had begun to spread like an unsightly web, glaringly visible against the backdrop of the flickering golden flames, casting an ominous shadow. In that moment, he realized the extent of his frequent and intense alchemical endeavors in preparation for the upcoming challenges. The extreme heat and overwhelming energy of the Earth's fiery essence had surpassed the design limits of this ordinary furnace. Unbeknownst to him, it had been pushed to the brink of collapse. Yin Shixiang, this is too dangerous. Qin Yao's face was instantly marred with deep concern. What if? What if it suddenly explodes during alchemy? This furnace is the sect's property. If it gets damaged, we can report it to the Dan Shurtang and request a replacement, right? Request a replacement? Yin Feng inwardly shook his head. Qin Yao was correct. According to sect rules, disciples could indeed request a free replacement for a furnace that had naturally deteriorated. However, what would be received in return would still be this basic, mass-produced, ordinary furnace, with extremely limited materials, formations, and heat resistance. Such a furnace would scarcely withstand even 1% of the true power of the Earth's fiery essence. It might suffice for elixirs meant for the Qi refinement stage, or even common foundation establishment elixirs. But to use it for crafting higher-grade elixirs that required greater firepower and precision would be tantamount to dreaming, with the ever-present risk of explosion. To excel in one's craft, one must first sharpen their tools. Yin Feng understood this principle all too well. He now possesses the extraordinary treasure known as the Demai Yinxin, and his alchemical skills are advancing with remarkable proficiency. To be hindered by such a subpar alchemical furnace would be a sheer waste of heavenly resources, a self-imposed constraint. An exceptionally clear and urgent thought solidified within him. He must procure a genuine alchemical furnace, one of at least the spiritual artifact grade, capable of perfectly withstanding and harnessing the formidable powers of the Demai Yinxin fire. A superior furnace signifies a higher success rate in alchemy, an enhancement in the quality of the elixirs produced, a reduction in the time required for refinement, and the potential for concocting even higher-tier elixirs. Whether it is to adequately prepare for the impending and perilous expedition to Hanbing-gu or to accumulate resources for a long-term pursuit of the Jindan path, he must maximize his core advantage in alchemy to its fullest potential. The Sect's treasury offers no hope. A furnace of this caliber, if it exists at all, would undoubtedly be a treasured relic of the sect, never to be casually allocated to an outer disciple, regardless of their demonstrated talent.